18 years of relentless training, all in pursuit of breaking through the barrier of 70 chi and blood points, only to unexpectedly achieve enlightenment in a single moment and step directly into the realm of martial artists. This gave the young Lin Mo a glimmer of hope to defy fate and rewrite his destiny. Lin Mo removed the 200-kilogram weighted backpack, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and stepped onto the old chi and blood testing machine. When the machine displayed a reading of 65.56 points, his expression darkened. An entire week of grueling training and practice had only managed to increase his chi and blood by a mere 0.26 points. With only 3 months left until the college entrance exams, at this pace, breaking through the 70-point threshold seemed impossible. In this world of advanced martial arts, 70 chi and blood points was the minimum standard to qualify for martial arts universities. 18 years had passed since his arrival in this world. Both of his parents were martial artists but had perished in the wilderness when he was young. They left behind a modest pension, just enough to cover his living expenses until adulthood. From the age of 3, Lin Mo had trained diligently without a moment's rest. However, the limitations of his natural talent, coupled with the exorbitant cost of chi and blood elixirs, forced him to confront a harsh reality. A single bottle of these elixirs, worth tens of thousands, could effortlessly surpass years of his hard work. Just as his resolve was on the verge of collapsing, a system notification suddenly chimed. Effort will always be rewarded. It's not that the time hasn't come, but that it has finally arrived. To support the host's unwavering determination and self-reliance, the system has been activated ahead of schedule. Detected that the host has been training hard. After completing today's 20-kilometer weighted run, a critical reward has been triggered, granting a 100-fold return. Chi and blood, 3.72 points. Current chi and blood, 69.28 points. After confirming the genuine increase in his chi and blood value, Lin Mo was reinvigorated and immediately began practicing the military combat boxing technique. With his chi and blood enhancement, the basic martial art became increasingly fluid, with only 2 slight areas of stiffness remaining. After performing the routine 10 times in succession, the system's voice echoed once more. You have deeply studied the basic level military combat boxing, triggering a critical reward with a 10,000-fold return. Your chi and blood has increased by 50 points. Current chi and blood, 119.28 points. Your military combat boxing has evolved into the Xiangrade Dominator Fist and has reached perfection. It took Lin Mo a long while to calm his emotions before he turned his attention to the system's final notification. Xianpin Overlord Fist? Perfection? Lin Mo was utterly shocked, overwhelmed with excitement by the notification before him. In this world where martial techniques are ranked by tiers, they are classified from lowest to highest as unranked, mortal, yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven. The so-called unranked refers to crude, unrefined combat techniques. Mortal techniques are basic skills used by novice practitioners and martial artists, improving combat ability and slightly enhancing vitality. Yellow-tier techniques are the mainstream among martial artists and are highly valuable, significantly boosting attack power. As for Xian-tier techniques, they are entirely out of reach for martial artists below the 5th rank. Martial artists are divided into 9 ranks, with the 9th rank being the highest. A 5th rank martial artist is already at the level of a city lord, and even city lords rarely possess Xian-tier techniques. Now, Lin Mo had obtained this technique. How could he not be ecstatic? What was even more astonishing was that Lin Mo's mastery of this technique had reached the perfection stage. Perfection signifies the pinnacle of mastery, following the stages of beginner, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and finally, perfection. The gaps between these stages are vast, like an insurmountable chasm. Even for martial artists above the 5th rank who possess Xian-tier techniques, most only achieve minor accomplishment. Reaching major accomplishment is a feat reserved for the truly elite, while those who attain perfection are as rare as phoenix feathers. Although 7th, 8th, or 9th rank martial artists could theoretically train a Xian-tier technique to perfection, they typically focus on earth-tier or even heaven-tier techniques, leaving little reason to invest time in mastering a Xian-tier technique. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Lin Mo decided not to dwell on such complexities. For now, the Xian-tier technique was more than sufficient for him. With a thought, he began practicing the Overlord Fist. Instantly, his aura surged, transforming the atmosphere around him. The power of a Xian-tier technique was undeniable. The sheer pressure it emitted was leagues beyond that of the military combat fist. Clearing his mind of distractions, Lin Mo followed the Overlord Fist's moves and unleashed a punch. Boom! As his fist struck out, the air around it seemed to explode, producing a deep, resonant sound. Crack! To Lin Mo's astonishment, a small tree 5 meters away snapped in half from the force. What the external energy projection? Lin Mo was dumbfounded. External energy projection typically required a martial artist to reach the 4th rank, yet he had just barely crossed the threshold into the ranks of martial artists, and here he was achieving it. It was nothing short of miraculous. However, His elation was quickly followed by a wave of exhaustion. After completing just one set of the Overlord Fist, Lin Mo felt completely drained. While the Shantir technique was within his grasp, and he had reached the perfection stage, executing it smoothly, his vitality was still a glaring weakness. Though he had become a martial artist, his current level of vitality was insufficient to sustain the perfection-level Shantir technique. Smiling wryly, he thought to himself, my vitality is still too low. At most, I can throw 3 punches before I'm completely spent. Even so, he felt immensely satisfied. As the military combat fist had evolved into the Shantir Overlord Fist, his mastery of the military combat fist had also reached the perfection stage. With just the military combat fist alone, he now held an overwhelming advantage over his peers. Lin Mo tidied himself up and stepped onto the blood vitality tester once again to confirm his current vitality level. Humming a cheerful tune, he headed home. Just as he reached the doorstep, a gentle voice called out, Mo, back from your morning training? Yes, Uncle Zheng, Lin Mo replied with a smile as he spotted Zheng Heping, who was leaning on a cane, his face covered in a thick beard. Zheng Heping was a close friend of Lin Mo's parents and had been involved in the same mission where Lin Mo's parents tragically fell. Before their death, they entrusted Lin Mo to Zheng Heping. To take care of Lin Mo, Zheng Heping remained single and treated him as his own child. Without Zheng Heping's support, Lin Mo would have struggled to maintain his life and education, especially with the high nutritional costs required to become a martial artist. Uncle Zheng, is something the matter? Lin Mo asked curiously, noticing the hesitant look on Zheng Heping's face. Let's talk inside, Zheng Heping said with a mysterious smile as he glanced around. After unlocking the door, the two of them went inside. Zheng Heping closed the door, then carefully took out a jade bottle from his pocket. Blood Vitality Potion. Lin Mo instantly recognized that this was no ordinary potion, it was a top-grade blood vitality potion, highly sought after and extremely expensive. Ordinary potions could only increase blood vitality by 0.01 to 0.03 points per bottle, while premium-grade potions could boost it by 0.05 to 0.1 points, with prices ranging from 50,000 to 100,000. However, the top-grade potion in Zheng Heping's hand could increase blood vitality by at least 0.5 points per bottle, and with some luck, even up to 1 point. This type of potion required the essence blood of king-level beasts as a key ingredient and was priced at a minimum of 500,000, often in short supply. Zheng Heping had been severely injured in his last mission and could no longer venture into the wild to fight. Earning 500,000 was nearly impossible for him. Yet, he had managed to purchase this top-grade blood vitality potion, leaving Lin Mo deeply moved. Uncle Zheng, this is too valuable. Silly boy, my life was saved by your parents. What's this compared to that? Zheng Heping said with a touch of helplessness in his eyes. You're in your senior year now, and the college entrance exams are just 3 months away. Drink it quickly, push yourself, and get into a good martial arts university. That way, your parents' spirits can rest at ease. Without giving Lin Mo a chance to refuse, Zheng Heping placed the blood vitality potion into his hands. Looking at the potion, Lin Mo's eyes welled up with tears, his heart filled with gratitude. All right, I'll drink it. Thank you, Uncle Zheng. Silly boy, no need for such formalities between us. Hurry up and drink it, Zheng Heping said with a warm smile, his face weathered with the marks of time despite being only in his 40s. Ding. You consumed the top-grade blood vitality potion that Zheng Heping painstakingly saved up for. Critical hit triggered. You receive a 100-fold return. What the? Is this for real? Lin Mo never expected that the painstaking effort Zheng Heping had put into accumulating resources could also trigger a return effect. It seemed that any effort contributing to his growth and strength could yield unexpected rewards. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo suddenly felt his blood surging throughout his body, as several warm currents coursed through him and erupted with force. Mo, are you alright? Zheng Heping, standing nearby, noticed Lin Mo's skin alternating between red and pale and asked with concern. I'm fine, just fine. It's just that after drinking this potion, my chi and blood have started to change, Lin Mo replied, shaking his head before closing his eyes. Seeing this, Zheng Heping dared not disturb him, though his face was full of confusion. While the potion he had purchased was indeed a top-grade chi and blood elixir, it was only supposed to increase chi and blood by 1 calorie at most. Could such a minor increase really have such a dramatic effect? When Zheng Heping had bought this chi and blood potion, he had been struck by how expensive it was. A single bottle of top-grade chi and blood elixir offered only a limited increase in chi and blood. Although these elixirs could be used repeatedly, their effectiveness would diminish with each use. Moreover, overconsumption could pose risks to one's foundation. Only the great martial families, with their abundance of rare treasures, could afford to disregard such risks. This was why the probability of young heirs from these families entering the ranks of martial artists by the age of 18 was significantly higher. After all, with enough money, These elixirs could be consumed freely even if the effect of one bottle diminished to 0.001. It was still something. For ordinary people, however, the cost was astronomical. The saying literature belongs to the poor, while martial arts belong to the rich, couldn't be more accurate. At this moment, Lin Mo was undergoing the powerful surge brought about by an explosive increase in qi and blood. Zheng Heping could never have imagined that this single bottle of top-grade qi and blood elixir would cause Lin Mo's qi and blood to skyrocket by 100 calories. A system notification sounded, current qi and blood level, 219.28 calories. Seeing this notification, Lin Mo felt immense joy as qi and blood had surpassed 200. Most importantly, reaching 100 calories meant he had officially stepped into the threshold of becoming a martial artist. However, being a martial artist was merely the starting point. Only by reaching the level of a grade 1 martial artist could one be considered a true martial artist. Achieving this level allowed one to visit the Martial Artist Tower to complete the certification process and gain recognition from the Martial Alliance. The minimum requirements for a grade 1 martial artist were a qi and blood level of 150 calories and a combat power rating of 300. For martial artists of grades 1 to 3, the combat power must typically be at least twice the qi and blood level to meet the standard. For grades 4 to 6, the combat power must be 3 times the qi and blood level, while for grades 7 to 9, the requirement increased to 5 times. At this point, Lin Mo's qi and blood level had already far exceeded the threshold for a grade 1 martial artist. With the addition of his mastery of the dominant fist technique, his combat power would undoubtedly surpass the standard for a grade 1 martial artist. The thought of this filled Lin Mo with excitement, could now proceed to the Martial Artist Tower to complete his certification. Once certified, he would receive substantial martial artist subsidies. Becoming a grade 1 martial artist would entitle him to a monthly subsidy of 10,000 yuan from the Huaxiao Martial Alliance. For an ordinary family, this was a significant income that would greatly improve their quality of life. But that wasn't the most important part. With his current qi and blood level, Lin Mo realized that if he utilized the dominant fist technique, he could unleash at least 6 punches. That extra punch represented an additional opportunity of valuable edge in any battle. Seeing that Lin Mo seemed to have fully recovered, Zheng Heping's tense expression gradually eased. He gratefully said to Uncle Zheng, "Thank you, Uncle Zheng." Lin Mo understood deep down how difficult it must have been for Zheng Heping to produce 500,000 yuan in one go to buy such a premium blood vitality potion, and he was immensely grateful for his help. "How much did your blood vitality increase?" Zheng Heping asked with concern. Lin Mo smiled and raised one finger, replying, "1 card." A look of relief and satisfaction appeared on Zheng Heping's face. "That's great. There's still 3 months left. If you keep working hard, getting into Wuda shouldn't be a problem." Although Lin Mo held up one finger, Zheng Heping didn't realize that it actually represented 100 cards. Lin Mo had no intention of explaining, not even to Uncle Zheng, who was closest to him. "Yeah, I'll try my best," Lin Mo replied with a smile. It was getting late, so Zheng Heping said, "You should head to school. I'll head back now." Lin Mo escorted him to the door and watched as he limped away. A glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he silently vowed, "Uncle Zheng, I will heal you." He had heard of a miraculous medicine capable of rebuilding tendons and veins, even regenerating severed limbs. One day, if given the chance, he was determined to acquire that medicine to help Uncle Zheng recover fully. Back inside, Lin Mo finished washing up, changed into Jiangqing No. 2 High School's uniform, and headed to school. In Class 5 of the senior year at Jiangqing No. 2 High School, Wang Shouchuan was surrounded by classmates showering him with flattery. "Wanga, you're incredible. It's only been 3 days, and your blood vitality has increased by another card. No wonder you're our class monitor." The classmates praised him one after another. Wang Shouchuan smiled smugly, feeling quite pleased with himself. "This is all thanks to my family providing me with a few more bottles of premium blood vitality potions," he thought to himself. Though he spoke modestly, he was well aware of how rare and valuable those potions were. "Wanga, don't be so humble. Without enough talent, even drinking a few bottles of premium blood vitality potions wouldn't get you to that level." The classmates' admiration only inflated Wang Shouchuan's ego further. At that moment, a striking figure appeared at the classroom door, immediately catching Wang Shouchuan's attention. No matter how talented someone is, hard work is still key. And if we're talking about exceptional talent in our class, that would be Linyar, Wang Shouchuan thought to himself. Linyar seemed to have heard this comment. She paused slightly, glanced at Wang Shouchuan, and then walked coldly to her seat. The classmates chimed in one after another. Linyar's talent is well known across the school. She'll definitely make it into the martial arts training program this time. One student glanced at Wang Shouchuan and continued to flatter him. "I mean, in Jiangqing No. 2 High, only Wanga is a match for Linyar." Linyar's brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of displeasure appeared on her face. Wang Shouchuan, however, seemed to enjoy the praise, casting an approving look at his lackey. Then, he walked toward Linyar. "Yar, The class divisions will be announced today, and I. Just as he approached Lin, a figure suddenly stepped in, interrupting him. What the hell? Lin Mo, what are you doing? Wang Shouchuan's face darkened as soon as he saw who it was. To others, Lin Mo was the model student 3 years of high school, spent diligently studying martial arts theory and practicing tirelessly. Despite his lack of natural talent, he was well liked by the teachers, who often shielded him from trouble. Because of this, Wang Shouchuan couldn't go too far in bullying him at school. However, everything changed after the martial arts training camp assessment a few days ago. Everyone had their blood vitality levels tested, and Lin Mo clearly failed. With the college entrance exam only 3 months away, his chances of meeting the standard to get into a martial arts university were slim to none. Without admission to a martial arts university, his future would be bleak, worlds apart from those like Wang Shouchuan. What are you doing? You're in my seat. Lin Mo brushed past Wang Shouchuan and sat down next to Lin. Lin glanced at Lin Mo and gave him a slight nod of acknowledgement, a silent gesture of gratitude, but her expression quickly turned cold again. Lin Mo didn't dwell on it, simply thought of Wang Shouchuan as an idiot who had taken his seat, and it wasn't the first time. Right now, Lin Mo's only focus was on heading to the martial artist tower after the class reassignment to get his martial artist certification. This scene infuriated Wang Shouchuan. Lin Mo being Lin deskmate was one of the reasons Wang Shouchuan kept picking on him. TCH, Lin Mo, are you still delusional? You're someone who has no chance of getting into a martial arts university. Do you think the teachers will keep protecting you? I don't even know what you're so smug about. Your blood vitality is only 65 calories. Do you think you can reach 70 in 3 months? Wanga here is already at 88 calories. Wang Shouchuan's tone was filled with mockery. Maybe he scraped together enough money to buy some high-grade blood vitality potions and barely make it to 70, huh? His lackeys chimed in, their laughter echoing around the room. Lin Mo glanced at them briefly, then ignored them altogether, flipping through his phone. He was actually looking up the martial artist certification process. Wang Shouchuan sneered. Lin Mo, don't you think you're aiming a bit too high? Lin Mo smirked inwardly. Dreams are meant to be big. There's no harm in thinking about them. Ha. To them, Lin Mo getting into a martial arts university is almost impossible. Martial artist certification? What a joke. Forget Lin Mo and Wang Shouchuan and the class's top student, Lin would still need time to achieve that. What's all the noise about? Class is starting. Homeroom, teacher Li Mei entered the room. Her brows furrowed as she noticed Wang Shouchuan and his group surrounding Lin Mo. She gave them a sharp reprimand. Wang Shouchuan let out a low chuckle, muttering, lucky for you, before slinking back to his seat. Lin Mo shot him a disdainful glance, his expression filled with derision. 3 months? That's too long. By the end of today, once he completed his martial artist certification, he'd start settling scores. For now, he held back not because of his own luck, but because Wang Shouchuan was lucky enough to be protected by school rules. If Lin Mo acted now, a disciplinary punishment wouldn't do him any good. Once a warrior certification is achieved, everything becomes much simpler. Warriors enjoy numerous privileges and hold an esteemed status. In particular, if a certified warrior is insulted by a non-warrior, they are even allowed to strike back. Without hesitation, killing the offender would be considered justified. The test results from the other day have been fully compiled. Our class has 2 students who successfully made it into the martial arts training program, Lin and Wang Shouchuan. Let's give them a big round of applause to congratulate them. As teacher Li Mei finished speaking, the classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause. Lin congratulations, you deserve it. Brother Wang, amazing job. Voices of congratulations filled the room one after another. Being selected for the martial arts training program almost guarantees admission to an excellent martial arts university, and there's even a chance they might break through the threshold of becoming certified warriors before graduation. This could open the door to one of the top 4 martial arts universities in Huaxia. During a school-wide assembly, the principal mentioned that the instructors of the martial arts training program are all experts invited from the military, each with the strength of a 5th-rank warrior level comparable to that of a city lord. Under their guidance, students are bound to progress rapidly and achieve remarkable results. Alright, settle down. For those of you who weren't selected, don't lose heart. There are still less than 3 months left. Work hard and try to catch up with the pace of the training program, Teacher Li Mei said. Her words were met with only a token response from the students. Catch up with the training program? Was that even possible? Starting later puts them at a significant disadvantage. Still, none of them were willing to give up. The college entrance exam is the most crucial turning point in one's life, determining the path that will shape their future. After giving a few instructions, Teacher Li Mei announced the end of the school day. Today's main purpose was to assign students to their respective classes and inform them of the exam schedule. Over the next 3 months, students could choose to study independently either at school or at home. It was entirely up to them. The teachers had already taught everything they could. From this point on, it was up to the students themselves. As soon as Teacher Li Mei dismissed the class, Lin Mo slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked toward the door. Lin Mo, wait a moment. But before he could leave, he was called back by his homeroom teacher, Li Mei. Teacher Li, is something the matter? Lin Mo asked, turning back in confusion. Lin Mo, I've requested a spot for you to audit the martial arts training program. Would you like to? Teacher Li Mei's suggestion left Lin Mo stunned. Though it was just an auditing spot, it wasn't easy to come by. He hadn't expected his homeroom teacher to go out of her way for him like this. However, with the system he possessed, participating in the martial arts training program no longer held much value for him. His blood energy and combat power levels had already reached the required standards. What he needed now was real combat experience. The college entrance exam didn't just evaluate blood energy and combat power, it also tested one's ability to fight in the wild. Having spent his entire life in the safety of the base city, the only combat experience he had was sparring with peers of the same age. Facing real beasts was an entirely different matter. For that, he urgently needed to obtain a warrior certification. With that certification, he could leave the city and engage in real battles in the wild, gaining the practical experience he so desperately needed. Teacher Li Mei was momentarily taken aback by Lin Mo's response. Such a valuable opportunity, and he was choosing to decline it? Lin Mo, the experience and training methods of those fifth-rank instructors are bound to be far superior to what we can offer here. They might even help your blood energy levels skyrocket over the next 3 months. I really think you should consider it. There's no need, but thank you for your kindness. I'm confident you'll do well in the upcoming exam. Lin Mo replied with a faint, apologetic smile, once again declining her offer. Teacher Li Mei felt a surge of frustration. She thought Lin Mo was giving up on himself. Just as she was about to say more, Lin Mo quickly said goodbye and dashed out of the classroom. Before long, his figure disappeared down the hallway. That stubborn boy, sighed. Teacher Li Mei sighed helplessly. Humph, the homeroom teacher is still so biased. But what's the use of favoritism? He's really ungrateful. I think he's completely given up on himself. The opportunity to audit the martial arts training class is so precious, and yet he just gave it up like that. Imagine him struggling at the bottom of society after failing to get into Wu University's TSK. Wang Shouchuan and his group naturally witnessed the entire scene earlier. His lackeys were the first to start complaining. Forget it, that loser won't even be in the same world as us in the future. Let him fend for himself. Wang Shouchuan spat on the ground, then shifted his gaze to Lin Yar. Yar, let's go. We'll head to the martial arts training class registration together. Sorry, I don't know you that well, Lin Yar replied without even sparing him a glance. She got up and walked straight out. Wang Shouchuan's expression darkened, clearly displeased. Damn, you arrogant bee. Just because your blood vitality is a bit higher, you think you're all that? One day, you'll be begging for mercy under me. Seeing this, his friends tried to console him. Don't worry, Brother Wang. They say the most challenging roses are the most exciting to conquer. It'll feel that much more rewarding. Exactly, Brother Wang. My cousin recently brought back some special pills. I'll give you some later, and I guarantee you'll get what you want. Pills? What kind of pills? Wang Shouchuan asked, puzzled, looking at the lackey. The kind that could melt an ice queen and make even the coldest woman go crazy, haha. Oh, ha ha ha, good, good. They left the classroom, their laughter filled with lewd undertones. Jiangcheng, martial artist tower. The place was bustling with people. Linmo couldn't help but marvel. Wow, so many people. It was a Tuesday, yet the crowd was overwhelming. The men and women passing by all wore martial artist badges on their chests, with star ratings ranging from 1 to 4, representing their martial artist rank. 1 star corresponded to a rank 1 martial artist, while 4 stars naturally indicated a rank 4 martial artist. In Jiangcheng, only at the martial artist tower could one so easily spot a rank 4 martial artist. Martial artists who had achieved their rank, except for those still in Wu University, had mostly chosen an organization to join. Some joined the military, while others became part of their local base city. Still, others opted to work for wealthy families or corporations, enjoying lucrative compensation. Their jobs were relatively easy, they rarely faced wild beasts, and mostly acted as bodyguards for the rich, showing off or suppressing rivals. Many people look down on such martial artists, but everyone has their own path, and it's not for others to judge. Following the signs, Lin Mo found the window for martial artist certification. Behind the counter sat a young woman, about 23 years old, with her hair tied up in a high ponytail. She wore the standard uniform of the martial artist tower and was focused on her computer, searching through some documents. Hello, I'd like to apply for martial artist certification. ID card, household registration booklet, application form, 2 2-inch photos. Will you be paying in cash or by card? The young woman rattled off the required documents without even looking up. Card. Here you go. Lin Mo wasn't bothered by her tone and handed over the prepared application form, documents, and his bank card. The certification fee was 2,000 yuan, a measure introduced because too many people who hadn't reached rank 1 martial artist status had been applying for certification. Wandering around here and there, taking selfies during the certification process, this doesn't look like an actual attempt to get certified. It seems more like people are just taking pictures to show off and prove they've been here. The general sentiment seemed to be that even a half-day visit to the martial artist building was something to brag about. Because of this, a threshold was later set. Want to certify as a martial artist? Pay up to 000 per attempt. This significantly reduced the workload for the staff. When the young woman glanced at the age field on the application form, she froze for a moment, then looked up at Lin Mo. She was incredibly cute, with a round, chubby face, fair skin tinged with a soft blush, and large eyes now filled with surprise. Are you sure you're here to certify as a martial artist? She asked. Yep, Lin Mo replied. But to certify as a martial artist, your blood energy needs to exceed 150 calories, and your combat power must reach 300. You're only 18 years old. Are you sure? Certification costs 2,000 per attempt, and if you fail, the money isn't refundable, she explained. I know, Lin Mo said calmly. Are you still sure you want to proceed? The young woman frowned, scanning Lin Mo up and down several times before going back to his application and household registration. His parents had died in battle, leaving him an orphan from a young age, with no notable background. All the information pointed to the impossibility of Lin Mo reaching the standards of a grade 1 martial artist at the age of 18. He'll confirm one last time. The martial artist certification costs 2,000 per attempt, and there are no refunds if you fail, she emphasized, raising her voice slightly. I'm sure. Go ahead and charge the card, Lin Mo said firmly, handing his bank card closer without hesitation. The young woman didn't argue further and processed the payment directly. Hey, race your receipt. Take these documents to rooms 7 to 30 on the left side and pick anyone to start your certification. Once the test is complete, bring the results back here to get your certificate. Got it, Lin Mo said, taking his papers and heading toward the designated area. Hey, who's got our Miss Lu Yingying so worked up? A woman called Xiao Xiao teased. Xiao Xiao, tell me this isn't infuriating, Lu Yingying said, handing over a photocopy of Lin Mo's application. 18 years old. An orphan? No background at all. Certifying as a martial artist? Does this kid have a screw loose? The woman referred to as Xiao Xiao was momentarily stunned. Right? How could someone like that possibly pass the martial artist certification? I even tried to talk him out of it several times, but he's so stubborn. He's just throwing away 2,000 yuan. Maybe he just wants to spend the money for the experience, to say he tried? Lu Yingying shrugged. By this time, Lin Mo had already submitted his documents and entered room 10. The staff member in charge of the test froze briefly upon seeing Lin Mo's application. He didn't say anything, but he thought to himself, another kid here just to see what it's all about. Hand, the staff member said curtly, pulling out a blood sampling needle. He pricked Lin Mo's finger without hesitation, collected a drop of blood, and placed it into the testing machine. Beep, beep, beep. The machine chimed, and 3 seconds later, a value appeared on the screen. 219.28. The staff member's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, utterly stunned by the result. 219 calories? My gosh, the staff member exclaimed in astonishment. The 18-year-old boy standing before them had a blood energy level of 219 calories? That was not only enough to qualify as a first-grade martial artist, but with some effort, he could easily break through to the second grade. Such a prodigy was rare even in the Martial Alliance, let alone in Jiangcheng, a small, remote town. Reaching this level at the age of 18 was unheard of. What made it even more remarkable was the information in his records. This Lin Mo had no background or resources to speak of. This meant he hadn't had access to repeated doses of blood energy supplements or other nutritional aids. To achieve a blood energy level of 219 calories under such circumstances was nothing short of a miracling absolute genius. Next is the combat power test, right? Lin Mo asked calmly. Huh? Oh, yes, please come this way. The staff member stammered, suddenly adopting a more respectful tone. A genius like this, once fully developed, would undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future. How could they afford not to show respect? At the combat power testing device, Lin Mo took a deep breath, steadied himself, and suddenly unleashed a powerful punch straight at the target. Boom! A deep, resonating impact echoed, and the numbers on the testing device began to climb rapidly. The initial reading shot straight to 200, then 210, 250, 300, 400, 500, 600. What the? The staff member was stunned as the numbers surged past the threshold for a second-grade martial artist. Based on Lin Mo's blood energy level of 219 calories, his combat power score should have been in the range of 440 to 500. But now, it had already soared past 600, the minimum standard for a second-grade martial artist. A first-grade blood energy level producing second-grade combat power? And the numbers showed no sign of stopping. 700, 800, 900, could it possibly break into the third grade? The staff member was dumbfounded, staring at the numbers on the screen. If it reached 1,000, that would be the definitive combat power of a third-grade martial artist. Ding! Just then, the device emitted a notification sound. The final number settled at 980 points. Seeing the result, the staff member exhaled deeply, relieved. At least it didn't break 1,000. Even so, the result was beyond belief. A boy with a blood energy level of just 219 calories had managed to deliver a punch with a combat power score of 980, dangerously close to the third-grade threshold. Lin Mo, on the other hand, seemed nonchalant. In fact, he had only used the power of military combat techniques for this test. To think that even a basic technique could produce such results. Lin Mo made a mental note. If he used the force of the Xianggrade domineering fist, the score would likely double. By his calculation, his full-force combat power would range between 2,200 and 2,500 points, far surpassing the third-grade standard and edging close to the fourth grade. After all, the combat power threshold for a fourth-grade martial artist was only 3,000. Satisfied with his estimation, Lin Mo nodded to himself. At that moment, the staff member approached him. "Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Your results need to be verified by the higher-ups." "Huh? What?" Lin Mo asked, puzzled. "Why did the test results need approval from the leadership?" "Well, it's because your blood energy level is above the first grade but hasn't yet reached the second grade," the staff member explained awkwardly. "However, your combat power is already approaching the threshold of a third-grade martial artist. Ultimately, whether you're classified as a first-grade or second-grade martial artist still requires verification from our superiors." "How long will that take?" "Not long. You can head over to the adjacent martial hall to have a look around while waiting. I'll notify you once the results are out." Lin Mo nodded, exited the testing room, and walked toward the martial hall on the other side of the lobby. The martial hall was essentially a shopping area where one could purchase various potions, materials, weapons, and equipment. There were even martial techniques available for sale. Upon entering, Lin Mo noticed the place was bustling with people. Martial artists who were rarely seen on ordinary days were gathered here, browsing goods while chatting about recent opportunities. Lin Mo headed straight to the weapons counter. He was preparing to train in the wild and naturally needed to choose suitable weapons for the job. "Whoa, that's expensive." Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a pang of financial distress upon seeing the prices. These weapons were crafted from special ores, making them far sturdier than the blades, spears, swords, and claws used by ordinary people. The hides and flesh of exotic beasts were incredibly tough, making it difficult for regular weapons to penetrate. Only weapons made from these special ores could easily break through their defenses. However, the prices were staggering. Most weapons cost tens of thousands. Currently, Lin Mo's martial skills were limited to military-style boxing. After all, before entering a martial arts university, very few people of his age could achieve martial artist certification. At this stage, the primary focus was on boosting vitality and mastering basic hand-to-hand combat. While there were other martial techniques available, military-style boxing was unique in being free and accessible to everyone, whereas other techniques required purchase, often at prohibitive prices. He glanced at the selection of gauntlets. Black iron gauntlets, priced at 30,000, could easily pierce the hide and flesh of first-grade exotic beasts. Silver gauntlets, priced at 60,000, could handle second-grade exotic beasts. Golden gauntlets, priced at 150,000, were effective against third-grade exotic beasts. Diamond gauntlets, priced at 300,000, could penetrate fourth-grade exotic beasts. Obsidian gauntlets, priced at 1 million, could break through the defenses of fifth-grade exotic beasts. Looking at the price list, Lin Mo couldn't help but stick out his tongue in disbelief. It was outrageously expensive. Once certified as a first-grade martial artist, his monthly stipend would only be 10,000. Even if he were qualified as a second-grade martial artist, the stipend would only increase to 30,000 per month. Based on this income, he could barely afford the lowest-tier black iron gauntlets, which made him furrow his brows. "Old Lu, you're really generous. That obsidian blade must have cost 1 million, right?" Lin Mo remarked with a sigh. Old Lu chuckled in response. "Yeah, you can't catch a wolf without risking the bait. This mission might involve facing a fifth-grade exotic beast. If I'm not well equipped, I'll be the one suffering in the end." Lin Mo was taken aback, realizing that as a mere fourth-grade martial artist, going up against a fifth-grade exotic beast might be too risky. "Fortune favors the bold," Old Lu continued. "Besides, we have 2 fifth-grade martial artists leading the team, and encountering a fifth-grade exotic beast is only a possibility. It's better to be prepared." "True, but didn't you just get a set of diamond-grade equipment a few days ago? And now you're buying this? Did you take out a loan?" Lin Mo asked. Old Lu nodded. "Of course. Where else would I get this kind of money? Everything I earned before was spent on vitality pills." Hearing this, Lin Mo froze for a moment before breaking into a smile. How could he have forgotten about loans? Once his martial artist certification was approved, he could apply for a martial artist loan through the martial hall. Based on his current rank, the loan limit might only be a few 100,000, but it would still be enough to afford a pair of golden or diamond gauntlets. As Lin Mo weighed the idea of taking out a loan to buy gauntlets, back in the office, the report handed over by the staff left Wang Xiao stunned. First-grade vitality, but combat power close to a third-grade level? Where is he? Take me to him. "Mr. Lin, could you come over again? Our leader wants to verify something with you in person." A staff member dialed Lin Mo's phone. Lin Mo responded, "Sure, I'll be right there." Before long, he arrived at testing room number 10. Inside the room, there was now a middle-aged man whose martial artist badge on his chest indicated he was a fourth-rank warrior. The man smiled and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Wang Xiao, the supervisor here. Are you Lin Mo?" "Hello, Supervisor Wang." "Yes, I am Lin Mo," Lin Mo replied politely. Wang Xiao glanced at the test report and said in a warm tone, "Would you mind retaking the test? Your results are something we've never encountered before in Jiangxing." Of course, Lin Mo agreed readily and began the test again. The first step was a blood test to measure his qi and blood level, which came back as 219.28 calories, the same as before. Then, he stepped onto the combat power testing machine. Without hesitation, he threw a punch. With a loud bang, the numbers on the machine began to jump wildly, quickly surpassing 600 and continuing to rise until they stopped at 1010. 1010. Wang Xiao and the other staff members were stunned. Wang Xiao exclaimed in surprise, "Could you punch 2 more times?" It's normal for the numbers to vary slightly between attempts since no 2 punches can be exactly the same. But the difference between being under 1000 and over 1000 is something else entirely. If your next 2 punches also exceed 1000, it would mean your average combat power has reached the threshold of a third-rank warrior. That would be extraordinary. All right, Lin Mo nodded and delivered another punch. The result was 1015. Without pausing, he threw a third punch, which registered at 1018. My goodness. Wang Xiao was utterly shocked. The other staff members were equally dumbfounded. They had already been amazed by the earlier score of 980, but Lin Mo's combat power had surpassed all expectations. Achieving a third-rank combat power level was nearly unheard of. Wang Zhao's face lit up with excitement. I never imagined Jiangxing could produce such a genius. Ha ha. There was always a sense of rivalry between the martial artist centers in different cities, and having a local prodigy like Lin Mo was a source of pride for them. Lin Mo, would you be willing to join the Martial Alliance? Wang Zhao's sudden invitation took Lin Mo by surprise. The Martial Alliance was the largest organization for martial artists in Huaxia. While technically any martial artist could apply to join, everyone knew the alliance was closely affiliated with the government and military. The benefits and privileges are certainly tempting, but the compensation is far less generous compared to what the family conglomerates offer. Moreover, when facing a beast siege or an invasion by foreign warriors, the members of the Martial Alliance are always the first to charge into danger. If you're willing to join, I can apply for an additional 600,000 yuan allowance for you and recommend you for the Martial Alliance's special training camp. You've probably heard that those who participate in the special training camp are guaranteed admission to the top military and martial arts university in Huaxia. A military and martial arts university? A 600,000 yuan allowance? Lin Mo couldn't help but feel surprised. The military and martial arts university was widely recognized as the best in Huaxia, with unmatched faculty resources. Graduates from the university could at least acquire 2 Xin-level martial techniques, while top-performing students could even obtain De-level martial techniques. De-level techniques were considered family heirlooms by the major clans. Besides, with the 600,000 yuan allowance and a loan, he could directly purchase the black obsidian gauntlets. With those gauntlets, his combat performance in the wilderness would improve significantly. Moreover, if you agree, I have the authority to ensure that your monthly allowance will be 50,000 yuan higher than others of the same rank. You'll also get a one-time 50 discount on any weapon or equipment you've been eyeing in the martial hall, Wang Xiao added, seeing Lin Mo hesitate, throwing out another privilege. 50 off? That means I wouldn't even need a loan. Lin Mo's interest was immediately piqued. As for the earlier mention of the military university and training camp, what mattered most to him were the potions, rare resources, and martial techniques provided there. With his system, as long as he worked hard, getting into the university wouldn't be a problem. Besides, that was a matter for the future. Getting into the university was still 3 months away. What he needed most right now was money and equipment. The privileges Wang Xiao offered perfectly addressed his current needs. Joining isn't out of the question, but at this stage, if the Martial Alliance has any tasks, I might not have time to take them. Only still have to study, Lin Mo said after a moment of thought. Ha ha, don't worry. The Martial Alliance's mandatory tasks only apply once you turn 22 and reach the rank of a 4th-grade martial artist. Even though your combat power has already reached 3rd grade, your vitality value hasn't met the standard yet, so it'll be some time before you reach 4th grade. Plenty of time for you to graduate from the university, Wang Xiao explained with a smile. From his perspective, even after graduating from the military university, most students would only reach 4th grade martial artist status. Those with exceptional abilities might reach 5th grade or even 6th grade. Even if Lin Mo was extraordinarily gifted and reached 5th or 6th grade early, age was still a factor. Before 22, the Martial Alliance wouldn't assign him mandatory tasks. By the time he turned 22, he would have already graduated, so there wouldn't be any conflicts. Oh, I see. All right, I'll join. Lin Mo finally made up his mind. Great. Wait just a moment, Wang Xiao said enthusiastically and immediately began processing the paperwork for his membership. It didn't take long for the procedures to be completed. Lin Mo, for this certification, I could have issued you a second-grade martial artist badge, but I've decided to classify you as first grade, Wang Xiao said. Oh, Lin Mo's pupils contracted slightly at those words. You've heard of the heretics, haven't you? His heart tensed. How could he not have heard of the heretics? These people were the very definition of anti-humanity, with no moral boundaries. Lin Mo had always enjoyed hunting down those rare geniuses and prodigies. He was fully aware that his certification details were synchronized across the entire network, and standing out too much would inevitably draw unwanted attention. Therefore, maintaining a low profile before he fully matured was of utmost importance. His real information had been encrypted, and the only publicly accessible data showed a blood vitality score of 160 and a combat strength of 330. He didn't mind this facade. He felt grateful for Supervisor Wang's concern, as he hadn't previously considered the threat posed by heretics. It's my duty, Supervisor Wang said with a smile. Once you're admitted to the military academy, you won't need to worry about these scumbags anymore. Until the college entrance exams, it's better to keep a low profile. Lin Mo nodded in understanding. Supervisor Wang continued, you don't need to be overly concerned. At least within Jiangxing, heretics have already been eradicated. Moreover, Jiangxing is a remote area, so it's unlikely they'll pay attention here. What I'm doing is just a precaution. Got it, Lin Mo replied. Supervisor Wang handed him a special card from the Warriors Bank and explained, this is newly issued for you. A monthly allowance of 60,000 will be deposited into this account, and as your rank increases, the allowance will naturally receive an additional 50,000 compared to others of the same rank. Additionally, your 600,000 allowance will also be transferred to this card. Alright, and what about the 50 discount privilege for purchasing weapons and materials? Lin Mo asked. I've included that privilege on the card as well, but you can only use it once for each category, Supervisor Wang replied. Lin Mo thanked him, then bid farewell to Wang Xiao and headed straight to the Warriors' Hall. Boss, I want that black obsidian gauntlet. His voice wasn't loud, but it instantly drew the attention of everyone around him. The black obsidian series was priced in the millions, and hearing such a youthful voice made the crowd feel astonished. This teenager, who looked no older than 18 and was dressed plainly, had just asked to purchase a weapon from the black obsidian series? Young man, the black obsidian gauntlet costs 1 million. Are you sure you want to buy it? The shopkeeper asked. Yes, swipe the card. Lin Mo replied confidently, handing over his card. The shopkeeper froze for a moment before noticing the badge on Lin Mo's chest. His eyes widened in shock. A first-rank warrior? And so young? Could he be the heir of some prominent family? But his plain attire didn't suggest that. Though puzzled, the shopkeeper processed the transaction. When he saw the 50 discount privilege, his eyes widened even further. Only exceptional prodigies could enjoy such a privilege. In his 10 years of running the stall, this was the first time he had encountered a warrior with this level of benefit. Instantly, his demeanor became exceedingly respectful. A person like this, as long as they didn't meet an untimely end, was destined to dominate the world in the future. Here are your gloves and card. Please take them, the shop owner said respectfully. Lin Mo accepted the gloves and card, quickly putting them on. To his surprise, the gloves were unexpectedly lightweight. Although crafted from special metallic minerals, they felt almost weightless on his hands and were highly breathable. He swung his fists a few times, marveling at how effortless and unrestricted they felt. As for their power, he refrained from testing them with so many people around. Still, considering the price tag of 1 million, the quality was unlikely to disappoint. No way he really bought it. Nearby martial artists began whispering, astonished by Lin Mo's age and wealth. 1 million at his age? Is he from some influential family? And he's a first-rank martial artist? He can't be older than 18, right? Unbelievable. What a prodigy, one of them remarked, recalling how his own vitality score was only 75 at 18, considered outstanding in school at the time. Compared to Lin Mo, however, it seemed insignificant. Come on, at least you're a second-rank martial artist now. I'm still stuck at first rank, and I'm almost 30, another martial artist said with a helpless sigh. The area buzzed with discussions. Martial artists generally earned far more than ordinary people, but for low-ranking ones, accumulating 1 million was no easy feat. Only after reaching the 4th rank did their earning potential increase significantly, making 1 million seem trivial for those ranked 4th or higher. Moreover, while the black obsidian equipment in the martial artist hall was priced at 1 million for members of the martial alliance, non-members would have to pay 3 to 5 times that amount. This highlighted the undeniable benefits of joining the martial alliance. Lin Mo stored the gloves carefully and continued browsing the hall. He realized he also needed a large outdoor backpack and a portable tent. After all, in the wilderness, it wouldn't always be possible to return on time, and camping out would be a necessity. Fortunately, items like tents and oil lamps were relatively inexpensive, costing just over 10,000 for a full set. In contrast, the backpack was much pricier, even after discounts, costing 50,000. Lin Mo opted for an extra-large outdoor storage backpack made from the hide of a 5th-rank silverhorn rhino. Naturally, the price reflected its quality. The silverhorn rhino's hide was incredibly tough, resistant even to attacks from 6th-rank beasts. With this backpack, Lin Mo no longer had to worry about it getting damaged and failing to carry his gear. In the blink of an eye, 56,000 was gone, leaving Lin Mo marveling at how quickly money was spent. Truly, martial arts is a rich man's game, he thought. His recently acquired 66,000 was now reduced to just 10,000. He scanned the area and purchased 4 sets of outdoor combat gear, spending another 40,000. With the remaining money, he could only afford 1 bottle of high-grade vitality potion, priced at 50,000. After swiping his card, Lin Mo's account balance dwindled to a mere 1,000. Packing everything into his backpack, he slung it over his shoulder and walked out of the martial artist hall. Wait, that kid didn't even submit his form. Lu Yingying, passing by the registration window, noticed Lin Mo and frowned in confusion. If he didn't submit the form, it means he failed the certification. Honestly, at his age, trying to certify as a martial artist is just ridiculous. Did you really think he could do it? Xiao Xiao, standing nearby, chuckled. Sigh, I don't understand why people like him bother. Wasting 2,000 for nothing, what a shame, she added with a shake of her head. At this moment, a voice called out, Uncle Wang? What brings you here? Lu Yingying's face lit up with a smile when she saw the newcomer. Haha, just finished some work and thought I'd drop by. Manager Wang replied with a laugh. Manager Wang, you seem to be in a good mood today. What's the good news? Sister Xiao Xiao teased with a playful grin. You're sharp as always. Haha, yes, there's indeed some good news, Wang Xiao said with a mysterious tone. What good news? Tell us. Lu Yingying asked curiously. Oh, nothing much. Just came across a young genius only 18 years old and already certified as a warrior. Look, that kid over there. Wang Xiao pointed at Lin Mo's figure in the distance. Lu Yingying followed his gaze and froze in place. She looked back at Wang Xiao, her eyes filled with disbelief. Is this for real? He actually passed. What do you mean, for real? I tested him myself. How could it be fake? Wang Xiao chuckled. Haha, who would have thought Jiangqing Second High School produced such a talent? As Wang Xiao looked at the astonished expressions of the 2 girls, he thought to himself, I haven't even mentioned that this kid has the blood energy of a 1st-grade warrior and the combat strength of a 3rd-grade one. Otherwise, they'd be even more shocked. Hearing Wang Xiao's words, Lu Yingying stood motionless, staring blankly at the entrance of the warrior building. Lin Mo's figure had already vanished. Oh my god, he really passed the warrior certification. Sister Xiao Xiao exclaimed, her jaw practically hitting the floor in shock. An 18-year-old certified warrior? They'd never seen anyone like that in all of Jiangcheng, she thought to herself, marveling. The guy she had dismissed as just another clueless kid here for show had actually succeeded. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had no idea about the astonishment he left behind. Exiting the warrior building, he turned into a quiet alley, glancing around to ensure there were no passersby. He then pulled out the blood energy potion he had purchased earlier and drank it without hesitation. A warm sensation traveled from his throat to his stomach, but it faded quickly. He frowned, waiting for the system notification that never came. His body showed no significant changes in blood energy either. What the heck? Does it only work if it's earned through hard training or painstaking accumulation? Lin Mo waited a bit longer, and when nothing happened, he let out a bitter laugh. If I'd known, I wouldn't have wasted 50,000 on this potion, he muttered, frustrated, as he left the alley. As he stepped out, a group of familiar, unwelcome faces came into view. Well, Lin Mo. It was none other than his old nemesis, Wang Shouchuan. Today was the day the school's martial arts training class assignments were announced. After the placements, Wang Shouchuan had brought his gang out to celebrate at a restaurant near the warrior building. Move, Lin Mo said coldly, casting Wang Shouchuan a brief glance. You broke loser. At school, you only act tough because the teachers protect you. Now you dare to be cocky here? There are no teachers to back you up this time. Wang Shouchuan barked, his anger boiling over. He had long despised Lin Mo. How could a poor nobody like him get the teacher's attention? Even the class ice-cold goddess, Lin Yaya, treated him differently. Why? Just because he's a little good-looking? He has no family background. His blood energy is pathetic, and he probably won't even make it into a martial arts university. Wang Shouchuan fumed internally. Enough is enough. Now that he's in the martial arts training class, and I've got a blood energy value of 88, it's certain he'll get into a top martial arts university. I don't have to hold back anymore. Even if I teach him a lesson here, the school won't care. After his recent test results, it's clear Lin Mo has no chance of getting into a martial arts university. He's destined for the bottom rung of society. Beating up someone like him? The school wouldn't even bat an eye. Today, they'll show him why the flowers are red. Wang Shouchuan sneered, but in the next moment, his grin froze. A massive fist loomed larger and larger in his vision. Bang! A single punch. Wang Shouchuan was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground more than 5 meters away from where he started. His right cheek instantly swelled, and blood poured from his nose. Furious, he roared, "You dare hit me?" Wang Shochuan's mind was filled with rage. He hadn't even made a move yet, and this guy dared to strike first? The audacity. Get him. Don't hold back, cripple him. I'll take the blame. Wang Shochuan's bloodshot eyes burned with fury as he screamed. The people around, snapping out of their initial shock, quickly moved to surround Lin Mo. Courting death. Lin Mo's eyes glinted coldly, his killing intent unmistakable. While killing was forbidden within the city, crippling Wang Shochuan was well within the rules. Cripple him? Not before I cripple you first. Without wasting any words, Lin Mo sprang into action. His movements were swift and unpredictable, his punches and kicks precise. In the blink of an eye, one opponent was down. The onlookers were stunned. Is this really Lin Mo? Is this still military combat training? They murmured in disbelief. Though Lin Mo's techniques resembled the combat moves they had all learned, something felt off. Could military combat training really be this powerful? Lin Mo moved like the wind, taking down Wang Shochuan's lackeys one by one with ease. Soon, they were all groaning in pain, clutching their injuries as they writhed helplessly on the ground, completely incapacitated. Now it was Wang Shochuan's turn. Lin Mo stepped forward, his voice cold and steady. As he approached Wang Shochuan step by step. You stay back. You can't hit me. I'm from the martial arts training program. My parents are both rank 3 martial artists. If you lay a hand on me, Wang Shochuan stammered, his voice trembling with fear as he pleaded for mercy. To hell with your martial arts training program. Lin Mo roared, throwing a heavy punch directly at Wang Shochuan's right arm. Crack! The sound of a bone breaking rang out, accompanied by Wang Shochuan's anguished scream. To hell with your rank 3 martial artist parents. Lin Mo followed with another punch, this time to Wang Shochuan's left arm, leaving it limp and useless. Tears and snot streamed down Wang Shochuan's face as he howled in pain, his body weak and trembling. "Oh no, please," he wailed, collapsing powerlessly to the ground. "You said you wanted to cripple me? Let me cripple you first," Lin Mo said coldly. Bang! Bang! 2 more strikes landed, and the sickening crack of bones breaking echoed as Wang Shochuan's legs gave out. Overwhelmed by the pain, he passed out. Lin Mo spat disdainfully on the ground and turned to leave without a second glance. At this point, he was already a certified martial artist and had no fear of Wang Shochuan's threats. A mere non-martial artist daring to insult and threaten a martial artist? He deserved what he got. As for Wang Shochuan's rank 3 parents, Lin Mo couldn't care less. Brother Wang. Brother Wang. After Lin Mo left, Wang Shochuan's lackeys scrambled over, panicked, and tried to wake him. "Ah, it hurts so much. Quick, call my parents." Wang Shochuan groaned in agony, barely regaining consciousness. His body was limp, and waves of pain coursed through him. If not for his relatively high vitality and strong physique, he might have fainted long ago. Lin Mo paid no mind to the incident. He headed straight to a nearby supermarket, bought some dry rations and water, and made his way toward the southern city gate. A 3-day hunting expedition in the B-Zone wilderness was recruiting martial artists of rank 2 or higher. Earnings would be distributed based on contributions, and there were still 2 spots left. In the Wilderness Area a weekly hunting team is recruiting warriors ranked 3rd grade or higher, led by a 5th grade expert. It's a rare opportunity, and there's currently 1 spot available. Meanwhile, in Area C, a 3-day sightseeing team is also recruiting. The tasks are simple and suitable for warriors ranked 1st grade or above, with 1 vacancy at the moment. As Lin Mo arrived at the south gate, he noticed many warriors gathering and enthusiastically forming teams. Solo missions in the wilderness were exceedingly rare. Teams of 5 to 10 members were typically formed for mutual support. The wilderness outside Jiang City had been meticulously divided into zones. Area C generally housed only level 1 beasts, was closer to the base city, and had a high safety level. Most warriors choosing Area C aimed to complete simple gathering tasks or gain experience as newcomers. Area B, on the other hand, primarily featured level 2 beasts, with occasional appearances of level 3 beasts. It was suitable for warriors ranked 2nd grade or above, who hunted to earn money or refine their combat techniques. Level 2 and 3 beasts were the main sources of beast meat on the market. However, Area A was fraught with danger, teeming with level 3 and 4 beasts, and even occasional level 5 beasts. It was considered a forbidden zone for warriors below 3rd grade. Without sufficient strength, venturing into this area, especially against pack-hunting beasts, was certain death. Beyond Jiang City, there were other zones classified as S-level, which were veritable paradises for beasts. Even 5th grade warriors feared these areas, as they were home to numerous king-level beasts. Only grandmasters ranked 5th grade or higher dared to explore these perilous zones. Despite the high risks, the rewards were equally lucrative. The more dangerous the area, the greater the potential gains from hunting. After wandering around the south gate for a while, Lin Mo ultimately decided to join a hunting team heading to Area C. It was his first time venturing into the wilderness, and he understood the importance of safety. Although he was quite skilled for his age, the wilderness was no place for recklessness. He decided to take things step by step, get familiar with the environment, and only then consider acting alone. Hello, Linmo. My name is Zhang Junjie, and I'm the organizer of this team. Zhang Junjie introduced himself with a smile. He was a first-grade warrior wielding a longsword, with a health value of 200. Welcome to our team. Let me introduce you to the other members. This is Wang Ling, a first-grade warrior who uses a blade. Her health value is 190, Zhang said, gesturing toward her. Wang Ling greeted Lin Mo with a cheerful smile. I didn't expect someone so young to already reach first grade. That's impressive. You're too kind, Sister Wang. I'm just a rookie and will need your guidance. Lin Mo replied humbly. And this is Qin Bufan, another first-grade warrior. His weapon is a spear, and he has the highest health value in our team at 220. Qin Bufan didn't say much. He simply nodded at Lin Mo and tried to smile, though his expression seemed a bit stiff. However, the surprise in his eyes was evident, clearly impressed by Lin Mo's youth and strength. Afterward, with Zhang Junjie's introductions, Lin Mo got to know the remaining two teammates, a pair of siblings. The elder sister's name was Guo Li, and her younger brother was Guo Hong. Both individuals wielded daggers, skilled in assassination, and each had a health value of 200. However, their gazes toward Lin Mo were cold, and they didn't seem particularly friendly to others either. Lin Mo didn't mind, thinking to himself that he was merely using this team as an opportunity to familiarize himself with the environment outside. After everyone had introduced themselves, Lin Mo finally spoke up for his turn. Lin Mo, first-rank martial artist. My weapon is my fists, and my health value is 160. His statement didn't elicit much reaction from most of the group, but the brother and sister duo noticeably frowned. Zhang Junjie sneered. 160? And they still recruited you? The place we're headed to might be in Zone C, but it's close to Zone B. If we run into a second-tier beast, who's going to save you? Guohong directly expressed his displeasure. Oh, come on. With a health value of 160, the guy must be a genius. Don't underestimate him. Wang Ling chimed in. Recruiting for a small team like ours isn't easy. Let's just keep an eye on our surroundings, and we should be fine. Zhang Junjie then turned to Qin Bufan, the strongest member of the team, and asked with a grin. Brother Qin, what do you think? Qin Bufan gave Lin Mo a deep look before slowly replying. I have no objections. His words put the group at ease, and Lin Mo quietly let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that no one else had any issues, Guohong dropped the matter and issued the final command. All right, let's move out. Destination, Zone C, coordinates 215.367. As soon as he finished speaking, the group set off, leaving the city and heading toward their target. As Lin Mo was leaving the city, Lu Yingying made a phone call. On the other end of the line, her grandfather, Lu Li, answered cheerfully. Yingying, what a surprise. What made you call me today? Lu Yingying spoke excitedly. I have to tell you, Grandpa, your old comrade in arms, Grandpa Yang, has really struck gold this time. Lu Li froze for a moment and asked, struck gold? What do you mean? Grandpa Yang, as in Yang Ziqing, the principal of Jiangxing No. 2 High School. Today, a student named Lin Mo from his school went to certify as a martial artist. Guess what happened? Yingying's voice was filled with excitement. A student? Certifying as a martial artist. Lu Li was taken aback. The students at Yang Ziqing School were at most 18 years old, and one of them managed to certify as a martial artist? That's right. You wouldn't believe it. I was completely stunned. He actually passed the certification. It's incredible. Yingying's tone was full of pride. Oh, that's indeed impressive. Hearing this, Lu Li's curiosity was piqued. He casually opened his computer and typed in the name Lin Mo. An 18-year-old with such high vitality? Even the children of prominent families, nurtured with precious resources, wouldn't necessarily achieve that. But Yingying said this kid had no background and was an orphan, which made Lu Li even more intrigued. When Lin Mo's profile appeared on the screen, Lu Li froze. 2 files. One of them was marked confidential. Lu Li immediately sat upright and opened the file. With just a glance, his eyes widened, and he jumped to his feet. What? Vitality at rank 1. Combat power at rank 3? How is that possible? Lu Li was utterly shocked. This kid's combat power has exceeded 1,000. At 18, just a high school student, and his martial skills are merely military boxing and basic techniques with swords, spears, and claws. Such skills shouldn't even surpass the yellow grade. He pondered deeply. With such rudimentary techniques, the combat power multiplier should be at most 2x. How could he reach 4x or 5x? Yet, somehow, Linmo managed it. And he has absolutely no background. This is terrifying. A true prodigy, a monster. Yingying, something's come up. I need to take care of it now. We'll talk later. Lu Li hurriedly ended the call and immediately made another one to verify Lin Mo's information. Before long, Lu Li confirmed the data and felt a surge of joy. Amazing. Our southern province has produced such a monstrous talent. He quickly dialed another number. Hello? Old leader, what's the occasion for you to call me today? On the other end, Yang Ziqing's voice came through, sounding weary. At the moment, Yang Ziqing was troubled. This year, the martial arts training class at number 2 high school had only admitted 12 students, meaning that only 12 students had reached a vitality level of 85 or higher. For the senior year, with 15 classes and 100 students in each totaling 1,500 students, only 12 had met the standard, not even 1%. While this result wasn't bad for Jiangcheng and even ranked among the top, becoming a martial artist was no easy feat yet. His rival school, number 1 high school, had an extraordinary year, with 25 students surpassing 85 vitality, 13 more than number 2 high, doubling their numbers. At last night's dinner, the principal of number 1 high school was smug, throwing jabs at him repeatedly, leaving Yang Ziqing feeling quite frustrated. Not long ago, Luli was complaining about the lack of talent in this generation, but it turns out there was a genius student hidden among them. What a surprise. With someone like him, wouldn't number 1 high school be crushed in no time? Old leader, what are you even talking about? Upon hearing Lu Li's words, Yang Ziqing was utterly confused, his mind full of questions. What genius? How could number 1 high school be crushed so easily? He wondered to himself, could it be that Lin Mo from your school went to the martial artist tower today to get certified and actually passed? Huh? Old leader, are you joking? Yang Ziqing was skeptical, suspicion filling his mind. Who is Lin Mo? He thought to himself, is this old guy teasing me again? No. Even if you weren't my superior, with your position as the commander of the southern province, I wouldn't dare to deceive you. But old leader, I have no clue what you're talking about. Hearing Yang Ziqing's response, Lu Li also felt puzzled. Yang Ziqing had no reason to hide the existence of such a gifted student. He should be thrilled, yet he seemed completely unaware. I'll send you a document. Take a look yourself. Without ending the call, Lu Li directly sent over a file. Though it only contained the basic certification details of the martial artist, it was enough to shock Yang Ziqing. Yang Ziqing clicked on his computer, and the screen displayed Lin Mo's martial artist certification results. With just a glance, he shot to his feet, his face filled with disbelief. What the? Lin Mo? Senior year, class 5? Blood energy value, 160? Combat power, 330? What the heck? Yang Ziqing was stunned. He thought to himself, does such a student even exist in my school? Why don't I have any impression of him? Old leader, I truly have no idea. Hold on, let me make a call first. Before Lu Li could respond, Yang Ziqing hung up the phone. On the other end, Lu Li muttered in frustration, thinking to himself, it's a good thing I didn't show Yang Ziqing the classified files, or that would have been a disaster. Hello? Teacher Li Mei, please come to my office right away. Yang Ziqing immediately called the homeroom teacher of senior year, class 5, Li Mei. Shortly after, Li Mei arrived at the principal's office. Principal, why did you call for me? Li Mei asked. Li Mei, does your class have a student named Lin Mo? Yang Ziqing asked, trying to keep his excitement in check. Yes, there is a student named Lin Mo. What? Li Mei replied. What's his current blood energy value? Yang Ziqing asked, anticipating the answer. The last test showed it was close to 66 calories. Li Mei answered truthfully. 66 calories? Yang Ziqing frowned, feeling uneasy. He wanted to know more. What kind of person is he? Lin Mo is very hardworking. He completes all the assignments and requirements for martial arts training with excellence. Unfortunately, his parents passed away early, and he doesn't have any financial or social background. His talent is somewhat average, Li Mei explained, then seemed to recall something. Oh, principal, you should remember him. Me? Remember him? What? Yang Ziqing was momentarily confused. Didn't I come to you to request an audit spot in the martial arts training program for him? It was for Lin Mo, Li Mei reminded him. It was him. Yang Ziqing suddenly realized, thinking to himself, no wonder the name sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it. Principal, why are you asking about him all of a sudden? Did something happen? Li Mei asked, puzzled. It seems this kid has been hiding his true potential, Yang Ziqing thought to himself. Principal, what do you mean by that? Li Mei was even more confused. Take a look for yourself. Yang Ziqing didn't say more, but turned the computer screen toward her. What? After reading the data on the screen, Li Mei was completely stunned. Teacher Li, contact Lin Mo immediately and have him join the martial arts training program. No, the martial arts training program might not be suitable for him anymore. Just ask him directly what support he needs: medicines, resources, or money. Our school will fully support him, Yang Ziqing said urgently. This time, whether our number 2 high school can surpass number 1 high school depends on him. Understood, principal. Li Mei was equally excited, thinking to herself, the student she had been rooting for, whom she thought would be defeated by his lack of talent and background, had unexpectedly risen to such heights. She had thought Lin Mo had given up, but it turned out she had been wrong. He didn't care about the martial arts training program at all. With results like these, the program was meaningless for him. Principal, we can't reach Lin Mo. His phone is out of service. Hearing this, Yang Ziqing froze for a moment, and a ridiculous thought suddenly popped into his mind. He looked at Li Mei in surprise and saw her face equally filled with shock. Clearly, they had come to the same conclusion. No way. The two exclaimed almost simultaneously. Under normal circumstances, phone signals in the Bay City are seamless unless one is in a signal-blocked area or in the wilderness. In the wild, only specialized communication devices can transmit messages. That area is the domain of ferocious beasts, where humans cannot establish signal towers and must rely on satellite devices with specific communication modes. Now that Lin Mo's phone can't be reached, it's highly likely he's ventured into the wilderness. That kid's so reckless. A wave of worry surged in Yang Ziqing's heart. Without hesitation, he made a call. Old leader. Hey, kid, have you confirmed the situation yet? Came Lu Li's voice from the other end. Yes, Lin Mo is indeed a student at my school, but it seems he has gone into the wilderness, Yang Ziqing replied. What? Ridiculous. With his level of martial skills, going into the wilderness alone? Even with exceptional combat power, dealing with those beasts is no joke. So what now? What now? No choice but to act. Damn it. Lu Li was visibly displeased, silently cursing to himself. He thought about how rare it was for such a prodigy to appear in his jurisdiction, and if something happened to him in the wilderness, it would be a real tragedy. I'll send someone to bring him back right now, he said and hung up the phone abruptly. Someone, get in here, he shouted loudly. The guards outside quickly entered the room. Go. Find 2 3rd-gradino, 4th-grade fighters, and bring this Lin Mo back to me. Yes, sir. The guards took the photo Lu Li handed them. Though puzzled, as soldiers, they obeyed orders without question and immediately set off to carry them out. You reckless kid, you'd better stay safe, Lu Li muttered, staring out the window with a furrowed brow. The wilderness is no joke. If one could safely remain in the designated zones, it wouldn't be called the wilderness. The zoning was one thing, but the beasts were very real. Just because humans had divided areas into secondary, and tertiary zones didn't mean the beasts would never trespass. Meanwhile, Wang Shouchuan was being carried into the hospital. Mom, Dad, you have to avenge me. After receiving a painkiller injection, Wang Shouchuan's agony eased slightly as he spat his words venomously. Don't worry, son. We will make sure justice is served for you. His mother, Shen Qingling, responded angrily, her heart a mix of love for her son and seething rage. Having had Wang Shouchuan later in life, she had always doted on him, fulfilling his every demand. Now, seeing him beaten so severely by some nobody, how could she not feel hatred? Why are you in such a rush? Wang Shouchuan's father, Wang Tao, frowned and turned to his son. Shouchuan, what's the strength of that classmate of yours? Him? A loser who couldn't even reach 66 on the last blood energy test. Wang Shouchuan replied without hesitation. Not even 66? And he managed to beat the lot of you like this? The sudden question left Wang Shouchuan stunned. Right, Lin Mo's blood energy was supposedly under 66 cals. So how could he possibly have managed to defeat all of them so thoroughly? It seemed that the group was utterly powerless, while Lin Mo appeared to handle the situation with ease. Wang Tao glanced at the dazed Wang Shouchuan and said in a deep voice, hiding his strength? So what? Old Wang, what are you hesitating for? Just cripple that kid already. Shen Qingling, unfazed, shouted again. What do you know, woman? Wang Tao responded coldly. If Lin Mo is a martial artist and we act recklessly, we'll be the ones who suffer. Our son isn't a martial artist yet. A non-martial artist attacking a martial artist is a serious crime. Even if he dies outside, no one will care. With that, Wang Tao ignored Shen Qingling's fiery gaze and made a phone call. Hello, Principal Yang. This is Wang Tao. I have something to ask you. Ah, Mr. Wang. Long time no see. Feel free to ask anything. I still haven't had the chance to thank you for your donation to our school, Yang Ziqing replied warmly. That's nothing. I just wanted to ask, is there a student named Lin Mo in my son's class? Wang Tao inquired. Lin Mo? Yes, I believe he's in the same class as your son. Why do you ask? Yang Ziqing was momentarily puzzled. Lin Mo was usually unheard of. Was he suddenly being brought up? Could it be that Wang Tao had heard about Lin Mo becoming a certified martial artist? Well, is this Lin Mo already a martial artist? Wang Tao felt a growing unease, though he still thought it unlikely for someone of Lin Mo's age. Huh, Mr. Wang, you're well informed. So you've heard about it too? Yang Ziqing's tone carried a hint of surprise. What do you mean, I've heard about it too? Wang Tao froze. Had he guessed right? Yes, Lin Mo has become a martial artist. He just went to the martial artist tower for certification today, Yang Ziqing confirmed. What? Certified martial artist? Wang Tao was stunned by the revelation. Becoming a martial artist was one thing, but being certified was another matter entirely. A certified martial artist was officially recognized as a first-rank martial artist. At just 18 years old, before even taking the college entrance exam, Lin Mo had reached this level? That was pure genius. And yet, his own son had managed to offend a certified martial artist? That's right. Why do you ask? Yang Ziqing inquired. Oh, no particular reason. Just wanted to confirm. Well, Principal Yang, I won't keep you. Let's arrange a meal sometime. Wang Tao hurriedly ended the call. Yang Ziqing, still puzzled, wondered why Wang Tao had suddenly asked about Lin Mo. Just then, Li Mei chimed in. Principal, I think Wang Tao's son, Wang Shouchuan, doesn't get along with Lin Mo. Doesn't get along? Yang Ziqing raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. Umph. If he behaves himself, fine. But if he dares lay a finger on Lin Mo, I'll make him understand why the flowers bloom so red. His eyes darkened, and any goodwill he had toward Wang Tao and his son vanished instantly. These two dare pick a fight with the school's treasure? They must be tired of living. Back at the scene, Shin Qingling looked at Wang Tao and asked, "So, what's the situation?" Lin Mo is now a certified martial artist, Wang Tao sighed. "What? That's impossible." Wang Shouchuan, lying on the hospital bed, looked incredulous. Not long ago, Lin Mo's blood energy level had tested at barely 66 calories. How could he suddenly become a certified martial artist? This couldn't be true. Back at school, when I mocked him and caused trouble, he endured it all. If he had this kind of strength, why would he tolerate it? Idiot. Lin Mo must have been hiding his strength. He endured your nonsense because, without certification, he didn't have the status to act against you. If he had hit you back then, it would have brought him nothing but trouble. But now, as a certified martial artist, if he beats you to death, you deserve it. Wang Tao scolded his son, frustrated by his inability to grasp the situation. Then, what about my grudge? Wang Shouchuan asked reluctantly, looking at his father. Grudge? Swallow it. Stay quiet. Do you have no sense of what an 18-year-old certified martial artist represents? Wang Tao's tone grew harsher. But, Wang Shouchuan let out a long sigh, his heart filled with anger and frustration, yet also helplessness. An 18-year-old certified martial artist, this was someone their family simply couldn't afford to offend. At the south gate of Jiangcheng, a group of young people was lining up, waiting to leave the city. Lin Mo, an 18-year-old boy, caught the guard's attention when he presented his martial artist certificate. The guard stared at him in astonishment, looking him up and down as if confirming whether someone so young could truly have achieved martial artist status. Feeling uneasy under their scrutiny, especially as more guards were called over to take a look, Lin Mo couldn't help but ask, "Brother, is there something wrong with my certificate?" The guards snapped out of their daze, offering an awkward smile before handing the certificate back to Lin Mo. "No problem. Here you go." Taking back his certificate, Lin Mo quickly walked out of the city gate, where his companions were waiting for him. Wang Ling nudged Zhang Junjia with her elbow, grinning mischievously. "Haha, got stared at, didn't you? I told you it happened." Zhang Junjia laughed and explained, "It's only natural. Our young brother Lin Mo is quite the rarity. Certified as a martial artist at just 18, he's probably the only one in Jiangcheng." He silently calculated in his mind that befriending such a talent might prove beneficial in the future. Wang Ling, however, was far less subtle. She waved at Lin Mo enthusiastically. "Hey, Lin Mo, come on over." Standing nearby, Guohong watched this scene with a look of disdain. "Oomph, what's the big deal?" he muttered to himself. If it hadn't been for the rare illness that caused him to miss the college entrance exam, he wouldn't have fallen behind. At 20 years old, he had still managed to reach a blood energy level of 200 calories through sheer determination, which was considered quite impressive. But the way people treated him after he missed his chance at the exam had twisted his mindset, leaving him resentful towards so-called geniuses like Lin Mo. Xiaohong, his sister, Guoli, softly reminded him, signaling for him to hold his tongue. She understood her brother's temper and knew that someone like Lin Mo would achieve great things in the future. She didn't want her brother to get into trouble. Guohong glanced at his sister, and his expression softened immediately. "Got it," he replied. He would never forget how much his sister had sacrificed for him when he was gravely ill, even missing her own opportunities. Her dedication was his greatest motivation to grow stronger along to give her a better life. Once everyone was ready, the group set off toward their destination. As they exited the city gates, Lin Mo took a deep breath, his face lighting up with surprise. "I didn't expect the air outside the city to be so fresh," he remarked, glancing around in amazement. All his life, he had heard about how dangerous it was beyond the city walls, where fearsome beasts roamed and peril lurked everywhere. It had been painted as a living hell. Yet, the scene before him was vibrant and full of life. Lush green grasslands, a bright blue sky, and clouds that seemed larger and more vivid than those seen from within the city. "Get in," Zhang Junjie called out, beckoning everyone to board a large, specially modified off-road vehicle. The car was reinforced with protective metal bars, clearly designed to handle potential threats. As the vehicle started moving, Lin Mo noticed that every 10 kilometers or so, they passed a checkpoint. These defensive measures continued until they were about 100 kilometers from the city, where the checkpoints gradually disappeared. This heightened both his anticipation and nervousness for the unknown world that lay ahead. The scene before them shifted instantly, as if they had stepped into a primeval forest. Towering trees stretched endlessly into the sky, forming a dense, unbroken canopy that extended as far as the eye could see. However, at the forest's edge, clusters of people could be seen setting up stalls. Lin Mo felt a wave of confusion. Why would anyone set up stalls here? Hee, first time out, little brother? Wang Ling approached with a cheerful smile. "Let me tell you, The people setting up stalls here aren't exactly the friendly type. Wang Ling's words carried weight. In the wilderness, without the rules and regulations of a base city, chaos reigned. Zhang Junjie chimed in. You mean to say? Their words suddenly made Lin Mo realize the truth. Exactly. Robbing and killing is the quickest way to make money. Qin Bufan interjected unexpectedly, surprising Lin Mo. Before his journey to this world, he had read plenty of fantasy novels where such ruthless acts were common, but experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. What's the matter? Scared already? Guahong remarked abruptly, noticing Lin Mo's startled expression. However, under a warning glance from his sister, he said no more. Actually, Guahong isn't wrong. This place is nothing like the base city, Zhang Junjie said seriously. Out here, there are no rules, no laws, and no bottom line. That said, these people usually won't strike unless they spot something extremely valuable. So, if by any chance someone in our team gets lucky and finds something precious, don't resist if they confront us. Just hand it over. Staying alive is what matters most. Lin Mo, especially you. This is your first time out, and you're probably still in your senior year of high school, right? I'm sure your teachers have told you that warriors must fight for what they want, haven't they? Zhang Junjie turned to Lin Mo, speaking slowly. Lin Mo froze for a moment before nodding. Yeah, that's right. Warriors do fight for resources, for opportunities, for everything. But the key is knowing when you stand a chance. If you encounter someone clearly beyond your ability to handle, the wise choice is to yield. Survival comes first. If you lose your life, you lose everything. Understand? Zhang Junjie addressed Lin Mo with an unusually stern tone. Although Lin Mo was a prodigy, he was still a student. Zhang Junjie worried that Lin Mo might act recklessly and end up paying a heavy price. I understand, Lin Mo replied, nodding, now fully grasping Zhang Junjie's point. Haha. Of course, in this outer zone, it's almost impossible to find any truly priceless treasures. Most of those people won't even bother with us. Zhang Junjie laughed as he saw Lin Mo nodding in agreement. The road ahead is no longer accessible by car. Let's get out and proceed on foot, Zhang Junjie announced, parking the vehicle in an open area outside the forest. Dozens of other off-road vehicles were also parked there, clearly belonging to other teams. The group disembarked, checked their gear, and ventured into the dense forest. We'll take this route. Our main target this time is the level 1 mutated beast, the Mandorla beast, in the zone. Lin Mo, you stay at the rear. Don't rush to the front lines. Got it, Lin Mo replied obediently, feeling both excited and nervous. After all, this was his first real combat experience. After weaving through the forest for about half an hour, Zhang Junjie's voice broke the silence. To the left hats, our destination. Following his direction, Lin Mo spotted a relatively open grassland. Several massive, purple-hued beasts were lumbering about, their heads crowned with vibrant, dazzling flowers. Is that the Mandorla beast? Looking at the distant Mandorla beast, Lin Mo's face was filled with curiosity. He had seen this creature in slides during class, but witnessing it in person was an entirely different experience. This was a social otherworldly beast, roughly human-sized in height, but with a body length exceeding 5 meters. Its limbs were sturdy, its entire body a shade of purple, and atop its adorably clumsy head sat what resembled a massive flower pot. In the pot bloomed a vividly colorful flower swaying gently in the wind. This flower, called Mandorla, was not the same as the mandrake flower known in the previous world. It was not only medicinal, but also an essential ingredient in crafting blood vitality potions. However, Lin Mo remained alert, aware of the Mandorla beast's dangerously toxic venom, requiring utmost caution. On the way, Zhang Junjie had once again reminded everyone, especially Lin Mo as a newcomer, about the precautions for hunting Mandorla beasts. Lin Mo felt grateful for Zhang Junjie's considerate care, which warmed his heart. Just as Zhang Junjie finished speaking, the taciturn Qin Bufan took the lead, spear in hand, and charged forward. Zhang Mo and Wang Ling swiftly followed, while Guo Li and Guo Hong stayed behind, waiting for the right moment to act. The grazing Mandorla beast instantly sensed Zhang Junjie's group's arrival and let out a bellow resembling a young bull's cry. 5 nearby Mandorla beasts immediately converged. Qin Bufan coldly uttered a single word, die. His silver spear shot forward like a dragon, tracing a dazzling arc as it aimed directly at the leading Mandorla beast. Bang! Although the spear pierced a hole in the beast's head, it stubbornly refused to die, its tenacity shocking Lin Mo. The beast's eyes turned blood red, and it seemed unfazed by the wound on its head. With a sudden jerk, it flung Qin Bufan's spear tip aside and charged at him again. As it neared, it opened its massive jaws. Before Zhang Junjie's warning could finish, the Mandorla beast spewed a cloud of purple mist. Qin Bufan reacted swiftly, leaping back to avoid the toxic cloud. Sizzle, the venomous mist missed its target but instantly withered the surrounding plants, emitting a scorching sound. Though it was merely a mist, it acted like burning flames, reducing the vegetation to yellowed, charred powder and releasing a pungent stench that made even a distant whiff dizzying. From the skirmish, Linmo gained a preliminary understanding of the Mandrora beast's attack power, speed, and defense. While its offensive capabilities seemed average, its venom was extraordinarily potent. In the next moment, Qin Bufan advanced again, leaping high into the air with his spear spinning into a flourish, aiming directly at the beast's head. His speed was noticeably faster this time. Squelch! The silver-tier spear easily pierced through the Mandrora beast's tough exterior, the tip emerging on the other side. The beast let out a low wail before its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash. At the same time, Zhang Junjie and Wang Ling each engaged a Mandrora beast in combat. With a blade and a sword, their strikes were swift and sharp. The two beasts were clearly outmatched and were swiftly defeated in mere moments. The Guo siblings' fighting style was entirely different from the others. They moved like butterflies flitting among flowers, their movements light and agile, darting left and right. The Mandric beasts couldn't even catch a glimpse of their figures. The daggers in their hands gleamed with silver light, and each flash left a noticeable wound on the beasts' bodies. With 6 Mandric beasts in total, it was perfectly distributed, one for each person. Zhang Junjie and Qin Bufan deliberately spared the weakest one for Lin Mo. Lin Mo chuckled softly and stepped forward, throwing a probing punch with only 40% of his strength. Bam! The incoming Mandric beast staggered under the blow, its massive body swaying as it nearly toppled over. Moo! The beast seemed confused. How could this seemingly weakest human fend off its attack barehanded? Feeling its pride challenged, it roared angrily and charged again. Linmo's strength was indeed impressive, able to withstand the Mandric beast's impact heat. Watching Linmo's fight, Zhang Junjie couldn't help but marvel. While they dispatched their opponents quickly, it was through technique rather than brute force. Even though Mandric beasts weren't the strongest among exotic creatures, their impact was not to be underestimated. Taking them heated could seriously injure even a second-rank warrior. Yet Lin Mo managed to slightly edge out in a direct confrontation, leaving Zhang Junjie and the others deeply astonished. Lin Mo is truly remarkable. To have such strength at such a young age, his future is boundless, Wang Ling praised cheerfully. Guahong, however, dismissed it with a sneer and said coldly, that Mandric beast is just a juvenile that barely reached the first rank. What's there to be proud of in blocking its attack? Guahong, Lin Mo is only 18 years old, Wang Ling replied with the same cheerful tone. 18. That word alone spoke volumes. Guahong glanced at Wang Ling and scoffed. With that fighting style, how much time is he wasting? Well, he's still a rookie. A little extra time doesn't hurt. I wasn't as good as him when I was 18, Zhang Junjie said with a grin. Qin Bufan nodded in agreement as he stuffed the Mandric flowers they had cut into his backpack. Being able to hold his own against a Mandric beast, even a juvenile, at just 18 is impressive. After all, those so-called practical exams for high school admissions pit groups against first-rank exotic beasts. And this juvenile Mandric beast is exactly that level. As they spoke, they continued harvesting Mandric flowers and collecting the beast's blood essence. However, no one dared to touch the beast's flesh or skin. Mandric beasts were poisonous. Only their blood essence was safe, while their flesh was inedible. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remained focused on his fight. It wasn't that he couldn't instantly defeat the exotic beast, but he intended to use this opportunity to hone his skills. After all, he had reported his blood energy value as 160 calories. If he ended the fight too quickly, it would surely raise suspicion among the others. This juvenile beast was the perfect opponent for Lin Mo to practice his combat techniques. As a result, he exchanged blows with the beast, thoroughly enjoying the battle. Ding! Military boxing proficiency has reached its limit. Evolution limit reached. Ding! Sustained combat triggered a critical hit. Received a 100-fold return. Ding! Blood energy 15. Current blood energy, 234.38 calories. Previously, after purchasing premium blood energy potions, there hadn't been any returns. At that time, his blood energy was at 219.38 calories. Now, it had directly risen to 234.38 calories. While the increase didn't seem significant, the speed of this growth was far beyond what others could achieve. Ding! Sustained combat increased agility 1. Seeing the notification on his attribute panel, Lin Mo paused for a moment, slightly surprised. Lin Mo's panel displayed his stats. First-class martial artist, vitality 234.38, combat power amplification limit 12, and mastery of 12 martial techniques, with both military boxing and dominator fist perfected, while his movement technique was at an entry level of 110. Observing all this, Lin Mo's hands continued training tirelessly, though his mind was racing. He had never trained with a movement technique manual, yet he had grasped the concept of movement during Bat Li's promising development. High-ranking martial artists not only strive for increased vitality and combat power, but also prioritize honing their movement techniques. A strong movement technique allows a martial artist to navigate through beast hordes with ease, significantly enhancing survival and combat efficiency. Lin Mo recalled witnessing a 7th-class martial artist handle a small beast tide. Thanks to his refined movement technique, he navigated the tide with precision, emerging unscathed. In contrast, martial artists with poor movement techniques, even at the 7th or 8th class, might not perform as effectively. Think about it. What good is immense combat power if you can't land a hit on your opponent? Conversely, an opponent with lower combat power but a refined movement technique could outmaneuver and exhaust you, ultimately leading to your defeat. Lin Mo noticed a new feature on his panel, the combat power amplification limit. A limit of 12 meant his peak attack vitality could reach 12 times his base, with a maximum combat power of 12.56, just shy of the 4th class threshold of 3,000. The thought brought a smile to his face, and he trained with even greater enthusiasm. However, nearby, Guahong grew impatient. Kid, are you done yet? You've been at it forever. Are you just fooling around? Lin Mo pretended to struggle and replied, Sorry, this mandrake beast is tough. Almost done. Guahong sighed. No rush, take your time. For a first battle, you're doing well. Just be careful. A hit from this thing isn't a joke. Zhang Junjie, standing to the side, offered reassurance, keeping his eyes fixed on Lin Mo. Despite his irritation, Guahong knew Lin Mo's talent was undeniable. Becoming a certified martial artist at only 18 was no small feat. Still, facing real exotic beasts in the wild was no trivial matter, not even against a level 1 beast. Guahong scanned the others, noticing Qin Bufan and Wang Ling seemed unbothered, which only added to his frustration. He silently stewed, his gaze shifting back to Lin Mo, filled with disdain and annoyance. Meanwhile, Guoli quietly watched Lin Mo, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. Yet, with her face concealed behind a veil, no one could discern her thoughts. Guahong approached her, muttering under his breath, This kid's wasting everyone's time. Guoli softly replied, He's not ordinary. Guahong glanced at her in confusion and gestured toward Lin Mo in the distance. Sis, what are you talking about? Yes, just look at his movements. It's obvious this is his first time battling exotic beasts in the wildest inexperienced. From the perspective of strength, he could precisely control his power every time, ensuring he didn't injure himself. Such control was clearly not something achievable with just 160 blood energy. Take his execution of the military combat techniques as an example. While the moves were standard and widely practiced, the fluency and mastery he displayed were undoubtedly at a high level. Hearing Guoli's words, Guahong furrowed his brows slightly and shifted his gaze toward Lin Mo, thinking to himself, As my sister said, this guy seems to be hiding his true strength. Although I can't be certain, if it's true, then he's definitely a monster. Better be cautious and not provoke him. Guoli shook her head, unable to sense any overwhelming aura from Lin Mo, but she had a strong gut feeling it was best not to offend him. Guahong shot a cold glance at Lin Mo, clearly displeased. Despite his sister's warning, he still found this guy irritating. After a while, the system's notification sounded again. Lin Mo finally landed a decisive punch, taking down the mandrake beast. Ding. Combat sustained. Critical hit triggered. Reward multiplied by 100. Ding. Blood energy, 25.42. Current blood energy, 259.8 calories. Ding. Agility 1. Lin Mo let out a long breath and wiped the sweat, though there wasn't any off his forehead, looking slightly worn out. Haha, well done, kid. You managed to take down a grade 1 exotic beast with just your fists. That's impressive. Zhang Junjie and Wang Ling walked over with smiles, while Qin Bufan, standing in the distance, nodded slightly toward Lin Mo. Guahong, however, remained cold-faced, showing no reaction, while Guoli only gave a faint nod of acknowledgement toward Lin Mo. Hee, brother Zhang, sister Ling, you're too kind. I still have a lot to learn. These exotic beasts aren't easy to deal with, Lin Mo replied modestly. For a first-time fight, you did great. Now, let's clean up and move on. We've got quite a few mandrake flowers to collect, Zhang Junjie said with a laugh, helping Lin Mo clean up the mandrake beast's corpse. As he worked, he enthusiastically shared some wilderness survival tips with Lin Mo. Lin Mo thought to himself that Zhang Junjie was indeed a good person, always looking out for everyone in the team with patience and a kind demeanor. From Wang Ling, he learned that she and Qin Bufan were longtime teammates with Zhang Junjie and had completed numerous exotic beast hunts and collection missions together, which explained their strong camaraderie. In contrast, the Gui siblings, joining the team for the first time, seemed somewhat out of place. After tidying up, the group continued searching the area, which was known to be a gathering spot for mandrake beasts. Before long, they spotted their next target, a pack of 10 mandrake beasts. Zhang Junjie glanced at the group and asked, 10 beasts? Shall we take them on? The team consisted of 6 members. In their eyes, Lin Mo could only handle 1 beast, meaning the remaining 9 would need to be divided among the other 5 members, with 4 of them each taking on 2 beasts. He'll handle 3 myself. You 2 siblings can take on 2. Sound good? Qin Bufan, usually quiet, spoke up first. directing his gaze toward the Gui siblings. We're fine with that, Gui replied. Wait, I want to take on two beasts, Lin Mo interjected, stepping forward. For him, these mandric beasts were a prime opportunity to boost his blood energy and agility, and he wasn't about to let it slip by. Are you sure? Qin Bufan asked, looking at Lin Mo with a hint of surprise. Yes, Lin Mo answered firmly with a nod. All right, then I'll let you take one of mine. If you can't handle it, call for help. Don't push yourself too hard, Qin Bufan said. Got it. Let's move. This time, Qin Bufan took the lead, issuing the command. In an instant, the group charged toward the pack of 10 mandric beasts. In the wilderness, Area A, at a certain location, a man with a scar on his face pointed toward a spot amidst the ruins in the distance and asked, Is it there? Beside him, a middle-aged man with a shifty, rat-like face nodded eagerly, his expression full of flattery. Yes, Brother Dao, that's the place. I stumbled upon it last time. Are you sure what's inside is the Thunder Pearl? Brother Dao's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint as he questioned. Absolutely, the middle-aged man confirmed. Does anyone else know about this? No one. Last time, I accidentally fell in and discovered a huge pit underground. That thing was inside. But there are 3 grade 4 Thunderhorn giant wolves guarding it, so I didn't dare make a move. Good. Brother Dao's lips curled into a cold smile. He turned to the man. So about what we discussed earlier. Don't worry. Xiaohu, give it to him. Brother Dao replied with a grin, casting a meaningful glance at the middle-aged man. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face lit up with joy. But as he turned to look at Xiaohu, a sharp blade suddenly pierced through his back, slashing across his throat with lightning speed. You? The man's eyes widened in shock. Clutching at his bleeding neck, he barely managed to turn his head to glance at Brother Dao before collapsing to the ground. With a treasure like this, there's no way I'd let you spread the word, Brother Dao said coldly, wiping the blood off his blade. He shot one last glance at the lifeless body before waving his hand, signaling the 8 members of his team to quickly move toward the ruins. Reaching the designated spot, the group carefully searched and soon found a hidden entrance at a corner. Sharing a brief glance, they cautiously descended. The path led downwards for about 10 meters before they reached the bottom. The interior was pitch dark, with only faint light trickling in from the entrance, barely illuminating their surroundings. The team, however, had come prepared and put on night vision goggles. Move carefully, Brother Dao instructed in a low voice. The 8 of them began to search the area slowly. Following the directions provided by the middle-aged man, they made several turns before finally spotting a faint glow in the distance. We're close. Stay alert, Brother Dao whispered, his tone betraying his growing excitement. In the dim light, his face was alight with anticipation. The Thunder Perlon elemental pearl associated with Thunder Beasts was rumored to grant a high chance of bestowing lightning-based abilities when consumed. For martial artists, obtaining such elemental powers through special means could provide a significant advantage, making them far stronger than others of the same rank. Among all elemental abilities, lightning was known for its unparalleled explosiveness and destructive power. The Thunder Pearl was formed alongside the birth of a beast, an exceedingly rare occurrence. Some pearls contained fire, others water, but the odds of such phenomena were extremely slim. Martial artists who acquired elemental powers were already rare, and those with lightning abilities were even rarer, almost unheard of. If I get my hands on the Thunder Pearl, my rise will be unstoppable, Brother Dao thought, unable to suppress his excitement. As a peak grade 4 martial artist, consuming and refining the pearl would not only give him a significant chance of mastering lightning abilities, but might also propel him directly into grade 5. Brother Dao, it's really here, one of the team members whispered excitedly from up ahead. Hearing this, Brother Dao quickened his pace and peered inside. In the distance, there was a roughly constructed wolf den, inside which a bead flickered with purple light, occasionally crackling with currents of electricity. It was indeed the Thunder Bead. Brother Dao was ecstatic. At the same time, he noticed 3 Thunderhorn giant wolves lying around the den. Judging by the silver lightning patterns on their horns, it was clear that these wolves were of the 4th rank. Their horns bore 3 purple streaks, signifying immense power. Those without any streaks were 1st rank, with 1 streak for the 2nd rank, and so on. That guy wasn't lying to us. 2 people per wolf. Xiaohu, you stay back to cover us. I'll grab the bead. Move out, Brother Dao commanded. The other 7 responded immediately, their momentum startling the 3 Thunderhorn giant wolves awake. Howling fiercely, the wolves bared their sharp teeth and focused their gaze on the 8 intruders. Crackling sounds came from the massive horns on their heads as silver electricity danced along the surface. Boom! Several bolts of lightning shot forth, striking toward the group. The 8 moved with agility, dodging the lightning attacks as they charged at the Thunderhorn giant wolves. This time, Brother Dao had brought along subordinates who had all reached the 4th rank. Facing the 3 Thunderhorn giant wolves, none of them dared to be careless. After all, in the same rank, the combat strength and endurance of beasts surpassed those of humans, let alone these wolves, which possessed innate lightning abilities. A direct hit could leave them paralyzed and charred, with dire consequences. Roar. After missing their initial strike, the giant wolves roared again, and 4 small wolves leapt out of the den. Earlier, the group had been too focused on the glowing thunder bead to notice them. These pups were only second rank and posed little threat. Xiaohu, Brother Dao called out as he charged forward with his blade. With his peak 4th rank strength, his speed was astonishing, and he swiftly broke through the 3 wolves' defenses, heading straight for the back. Xiaohu, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed his mid-4th rank power and followed closely, targeting the 4 small wolves. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 members split into 3 pairs, engaging the 3 giant wolves in combat. The wolves, now occupied, couldn't retreat to defend the den. They howled in frustration, their massive claws slashing wildly, and their tails whipping like steel whips at the warriors. However, these fighters, seasoned and experienced, dodged the attacks with ease and continued to maneuver around the wolves. Their goal wasn't to kill the wolves, but to keep them occupied so Brother Dao could seize the thunder bead. Splat! Splat! The second-rank pups were no match for Brother Dao at his peak 4th rank. In mere moments, 2 of the pups had their heads pierced and fell lifeless to the ground. Howl! Seeing this, the giant wolves grew even more enraged, howling repeatedly. Yet, despite their fury, they remained entangled with Brother Dao's subordinates, unable to break free. As the remaining 2 pups were about to be taken down by Xiaohu, the 3 giant wolves suddenly emitted a blinding light. Watch out! Get back! Someone shouted. The wolves were preparing to self-destruct. Instantly, panic spread among the group as they scrambled to retreat. No one expected the Thunderhorn giant wolves to be so ruthless as to choose self-destruction. The explosion of 4th-rank Thunderhorn giant wolves would be devastating. Even Brother Dao, at his peak, wouldn't dare face it head-on. However, to everyone's surprise, as they hurriedly retreated, the anticipated explosion never occurred. Instead, the 3 wolves twisted their bodies abruptly and lunged straight at Brother Dao. Damn it! These beasts actually tricked us. Everyone was dumbfounded. Courting death, Dao Ge was surprised but remained calm under pressure. His strength had already reached the peak of the 4th tier, and years of surviving on the edge of life and death had forged his unshakable resolve. With a quick sidestep, he skillfully evaded the sudden attack of the 3 giant wolves, then spun around and slashed his blade, driving it straight into the neck of one of the wolves. The wolf howled in agony, its roar filled with ferocity. Despite the searing pain in its neck, the Thunderhorn wolf opened its mouth and spat out a crackling thunderball, aimed directly at Dao Ge. Faced with the close-range thunderball attack, Dao Ge had no time to dodge. A terrifying aura erupted from his body as he prepared to withstand the strike head-on. Boom! The thunderball struck, causing Dao Ge's body to tremble. Visible currents of electricity surged across his skin. Gritting his teeth, he twisted the sharp blade in his hand and swung it forcefully. The massive wolf's head fell with a thud, and its headless body collapsed to the ground. The Thunderhorn wolf was dead. However, the remaining 2 Thunderhorn wolves had no time to mourn their fallen companion. They lunged at Dao Ge with bloodshot eyes, their intent clear to tear him apart. Dao Ge, enduring the numbing pain coursing through his body, sidestepped and dodged their ferocious attacks. At that moment, Xiaohu arrived, wielding a giant axe, which he swung at one of the wolves. Bang! Without even turning its head, the wolf lashed out with its tail, as sharp and heavy as a steel whip, engaging in a brutal exchange of blows. Xiaohu's heart sank. He knew that trading injuries in such a manner was not worth it. Taking a hit like this would undoubtedly cost him several fractured ribs. Prioritizing his safety, he chose to retreat, and with a dull thud, the force of the wolf's strike sent him flying several meters. Seizing the moment, the wolf turned and lunged at Dao Ge again. By this time, the 6 teammates who had fallen back earlier had regrouped and surrounded the 2 wolves in an instant. Dao Ge glanced around and made a quick decision. He sprinted toward the wolves' den, aiming for the Thunder Pearl. The remaining 2 wolf pups, though intimidated by the human's imposing presence, crouched low and bared their teeth in defiance. Dao Ge dismissed them as insignificant obstacles. The pups were no match for him, and his sharp blade was about to end them. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. His right eyelid twitched uncontrollably, and his instincts screamed a warning. Something's wrong. Retreat. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the underground world, shaking everyone to their core. Emerging from the shadows was a beast of colossal proportions, its presence alone exuding a suffocating aura. It was a 5th-tier creature. With just one glance, Dao Ge felt his courage falter. The newcomer was a massive purple wolf, its body radiating an intimidating energy. The enormous horn on its head shimmered with an eerie light, and the 4 distinct markings on its body drew everyone's attention. It was the Wolf King. Fight! All together! Dao Ge shouted. Under normal circumstances, they would never dare to face a 5th-tier beast head-on, especially one with elemental attacks. But now, the Thunder Pearl was within their grasp. Fortune favors the bold. Dao Ge unleashed his full speed, ignoring the two wolf pups entirely as he charged straight for the wolf's den. Hal the Wolf King was enraged. A fifth-tier beast was already the apex predator in the wilderness of Jiangqing. As the roar echoed, the silhouette of the Wolf King appeared near the den in an instant, moving at a speed that left one speechless. Brother Dao gritted his teeth, disregarding everything, and swiftly grabbed the lay pin pearl from within the wolf den before retreating rapidly. However, the Wolf King, now enraged, followed closely, its bloodthirsty jaws wide open, lunging ferociously. Brother Dao, a seasoned fighter with rich combat experience, reacted swiftly. At this critical moment, he pushed off with both legs, darting to the left like an arrow shot from a bow. The sudden change in direction caused the Wolf King to miss its target. But in a flash, the Wolf King adjusted and pounced again. A cold glint flickered in Brother Dao's eyes. Without hesitation, he grabbed Xiaohu by the collar and flung him toward the Wolf King. No, Su Xiaodao, you'll die a horrible death. Xiaohu's heart seethed with anger and disbelief. He never imagined that the leader he had followed for years would sacrifice him as a scapegoat at such a moment. Yet it was all in vain. The Wolf King's massive jaws closed in, and with a sickening crunch, Xiaohu's cries were abruptly silenced. Blood sprayed from the Wolf King's maw. Xiaohu was dead. Brother Dao had no time to dwell on this. The moment the Wolf King tore into Xiaohu, he had already fled several meters away, rejoining his other teammates. But witnessing Brother Dao's ruthless actions, the six men distanced themselves from him, afraid they might meet the same fate. Their eyes, filled with fear and rage, betrayed their shattered camaraderie. Years of brotherhood had crumbled in an instant due to Brother Dao's cold-blooded betrayal. Without hesitation, the six scattered, retreating toward the cave's exit. Humph! Su Xiaodao sneered coldly, his speed suddenly surging. Against him, the four-tier teammates were no match. He decisively kicked them one by one toward the rear, never looking back as he bolted out of the cave, sprinting madly toward the outer perimeter. Behind him, an enraged roar erupted, and the sound of rushing wind grew closer. Damn it! A bunch of useless fools, and they only stalled for this long. Su Xiaodao cursed inwardly, fleeing for his life. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was in high spirits, relishing the growth that came with battle. His mood was elated. Haha Lin, not bad at all. You're actually holding off 4 of them. Zhang Junjia exclaimed in surprise, unable to keep his emotions in check as he watched Lin Mo in action. Nearby, Wang Ling and Qin Bufan were equally stunned. This was their 4th wave of mandala beasts. Earlier, when Lin Mo faced 2 beasts, though he appeared slightly clumsy, he managed to handle them with ease. By the 3rd wave, he had taken on 3 alone, demonstrating his determination to sharpen his combat skills. Initially, Zhang Junjia was against Lin Mo facing for beasts on his own. After all, even they would struggle against 4 mandala beasts. With Lin Mo's blood energy only at 160, the fact that he had managed 3 was already astonishing. But 4? It seemed absurd. However, Lin Mo's persistence left them skeptical yet reluctantly agreeing. To their shock, Lin Mo not only held his ground, but also showed no signs of danger. Tell me, Brother Zhang, is this kid a monster or what? Wang Ling remarked, her eyes wide as she watched Lin Mo battling in the distance. She couldn't help but marvel. Qin Bufan nodded in agreement. On the other side, Guahong stared intently at Lin Mo, his mind in turmoil. From initial mockery to silent acknowledgement, he couldn't deny Lin Mo's extraordinary capabilities, no matter how much he didn't want to admit it. Even for him, facing 4 mandala beasts would be a challenge. Yet Lin Mo seemed to be toying with them, completely unscathed. Ding! Prolonged battle triggered a critical hit, granting a 1,000-fold return. Lin Mo's system notification sounded once again. A 1,000-fold return? Hearing this prompt, Lin Mo's heart leapt with joy. Along the way, the returns had always ranged between tenfold and 100-fold, but this was the first time he encountered a chance for a 1,000-fold return. Ding! Qi and blood 235 calories. Current Qi and blood 594 calories. Ding! Agility 3. Congratulations to the host for upgrading agility. Current agility level, beginner. The host's current attributes are as follows. Host, Lin Mo. Level, 3rd grade martial artist. Qi and blood, 594 calories. Battle power amplification limit, 12. Martial techniques, military boxing mortal grade, mastered. Dominance fist profound grade, mastered. Agility, beginner 1100. Wow, what a leap forward. Lin Mo looked at his updated stats panel, his heart brimming with excitement. After 4 rounds of battles, his Qi and blood value had surpassed the 500-calorie threshold for a 3rd-grade martial artist, and his agility had advanced to the 2nd stage beginner. Stepping into this realm greatly enhanced his survivability. With this level of agility, Lin Mo was confident that he could barely hold his own even against powerful beasts. At this moment, he began calculating in his mind. If he used military boxing, he could achieve a 5-fold amplification, bringing his battle power close to 2,970, approaching the level of a 4th-grade martial artist. And if he used the profound grade dominance fist, with a 12-fold amplification, his battle power could reach 128, nearing the 5th grade. Lin Mo marveled at his progress. It was astonishing how far he had come in such a short time since the system was activated. With the system, the hope of reaching the pinnacle of life became increasingly clear. However, amidst his excitement, he began to reflect. While his chi, blood, and battle power had improved, his practical combat skills still needed honing through experience in the wild. Once he reached the 4th grade, he would need to start tempering his skin, bones, and tendons, key factors that allowed martial artists above the 3rd grade to surpass their peers. This process required specific techniques and could not be practiced recklessly. Any mistakes could lead to setbacks in cultivation or even permanent disability. The path to becoming a true strongman would inevitably require overcoming this challenge. The reason why rogue cultivators were generally weaker than formally trained martial artists was precisely their lack of access to high-quality techniques. Lin Mo hoped to acquire higher-tier martial techniques and cultivation methods from the military academy and the special training camp of the Martial Alliance. This was also why he hadn't rejected Wang Zhao's invitation. Otherwise, he could have continued training on his own in the wild. With the system, surpassing other martial artists was merely a matter of time. However, without undergoing the stages of tempering his skin, bones, and tendons, his strength would forever be capped below the 6th grade, unable to break into the 7th grade. For most, reaching the 6th grade was already an extraordinary achievement, as 6th grade strength surpassed even that of a regional city lord. However, Lin Mo understood that the 6th grade was far from his limit. Stay alert. Wang Ling's voice suddenly rang out, and Zhang Junjie and the others prepared to take action. Lin Mo, lost in thought and momentarily letting his guard down, was caught off guard as 4 mandala beasts charged toward him. Startled, Lin Mo instinctively increased the force in his hands. Bang, 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 bang. With 4 consecutive punches, the 4 mandala beasts collapsed instantly, lifeless, each with a fist-sized hole in its head. What the? No way. Holy crap. The other 5 team members exclaimed in unison, frozen in place with looks of utter disbelief. What? That's it. He's dead. Wang Ling exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. Who could have imagined that Lin Mo, seemingly in a dire situation due to his momentary distraction, would turn the tide so swiftly, and in such a dramatic fashion, instantly taking down 4 mandala beasts? Even Qin Bufan, the strongest member of their team, might not have been able to pull that off. An awkward silence fell over the group. No one, not even Lin Mo, seemed to know what to say. Kid, have you been hiding your strength? Wang Ling finally broke the silence, her tone a mix of surprise and admiration. Lin Mo scratched his head and gave an awkward smile, though inwardly he couldn't help but feel a little proud. I told you, your progress is crazy fast. Haha, Lin Mo, you've really caught us off guard. Zhang Junjie chimed in, laughing. He didn't seem upset about Lin Mo concealing his abilities. On the contrary, he felt reassured. At least this kid wasn't reckless. He understood the importance of holding back when teaming up with strangers in the wild. Those who flaunted their talents too openly often met untimely ends without even knowing why. Thanks, Brother Zhang. Honestly, my combat skills are still lacking. It's only thanks to you all that I've had this opportunity, Lin Mo said gratefully. His teammates had supported him the entire way, never complaining about him slowing them down, and even patiently teaching him survival techniques. That alone was enough to earn his heartfelt gratitude. After all, they were complete strangers when they first met. Such mutual support was rare. Even Guahong, who always wore a cold expression and had a sharp tongue, had waited patiently for him to finish his training each time. All right, kid, spill it. What's your actual blood energy level? Zhang Junjie teased with a smile. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment before lying with good intentions. Almost 300 calories. If he revealed that his blood energy had already reached 594 calories, it might scare them out of their wits. TSK. Old Qin. Looks like our team's strongest title might need to go to little brother Lin Mo, Wang Ling joked, glancing at Qin Bufan. Surprisingly, Qin Bufan's lips twitched slightly, which could be considered a response to the jest. The scene even left Guahong, who usually loved to tease Lin Mo, uncharacteristically silent. All right, let's get moving. Time's running out. Since you're this strong, Lin Mo, we can speed things up. Next round. Think you can handle 5 on your own? Zhang Junjie asked. Lin Mo replied confidently. No problem. Great. Let's go, everyone. There's a group of 20 or 30 mandala beasts up ahead. Once we take them down, today's mission will be complete. The group responded enthusiastically and headed toward their next target. This time, Lin Mo took the lead. Now that his strength was out in the open, there was no need to hold back anymore. With his footwork already at the entry level, he had fewer concerns. As soon as he engaged, he drew the attention of all the mandala beasts. 25 in total. Though they were all first-rank beasts, their massive size and sheer numbers created an oppressive atmosphere. Zhang Junjie and the others wasted no time, charging into battle. With the lowest blood energy, Wang Ling took on 3 beasts. Qin Bufan, Zhang Junjie, and the Gua siblings, each with blood energy levels over 200, handled 4 beasts apiece. As the fight began, everyone was stunned. No longer concealing his strength, Lin Mo fought like a war god. Taking on 6 mandala beasts alone, he showed no signs of struggle. He moved with ease, as if the battlefield were his playground. In just one exchange, he brought down 2 mandala beasts. So this is his true strength. The group couldn't help but marvel. Lin Mo's surging vitality made his martial arts flow more effortlessly than ever. As he dispatched the mandric beasts one after another, he also reflected on the benefits of his recent advancement. After reaching the 3rd rank, he barely felt any energy consumption while executing his military-style boxing, and his combat endurance had increased several times over. Meanwhile, Zhang Junjie and Qin Bufan had just finished dealing with one mandric beast, while Lin Mo had already completed his task. "Wow, Lin, you're incredible," Wang Ling called out from a distance, her voice strained. As the team member with the lowest vitality, facing 3 mandric beasts was no small challenge for her. Lin Mo smiled faintly, leapt into the air, and landed beside Wang Ling. With a single punch, he struck down one of the mandric beasts. It let out a few pitiful cries before collapsing motionless. The remaining 2 beasts immediately turned their attention to Lin Mo, relieving Wang Ling of some of the pressure. She gasped in astonishment. Instead of retreating, Lin Mo advanced. He stepped forward with his left leg, sank into a bow stance, and unleashed a powerful punch. The air around him rippled from the impact. Boom! The 2 mandric beasts were sent flying several meters, each with a bloody hole in its head, before crashing lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this, Wang Ling exclaimed, "Wow, Lin, you're amazing. One punch for each, so impressive." Lin Mo glanced back briefly before rushing toward Guo Li and Guo Hong. The siblings, though their vitality had reached 200, specialized in speed-based attacks. They were less suited for direct confrontations and more effective in support, assassination, and ambush roles. Qin Bufan and Zhang Junjie were holding their ground well, so Lin Mo decided to prioritize helping the siblings with their beasts. With a few quick movements, Lin Mo joined their fight. In just a few punches, he dispatched several mandric beasts with astonishing speed. Guo Li nodded in gratitude, her forehead damp with sweat, as she struggled against 4 beasts. Guo Hong hesitated for a moment before saying, with some difficulty, "Thanks." Lin Mo stared at him until Guo Hong, uncomfortable under his gaze, furrowed his brow. Only then did Lin Mo laugh heartily and dart away. "Mocking me," Guo Hong muttered to himself. Guo Li, meanwhile, glanced at her embarrassed brother and covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Ever since the upheaval years ago, Guo Hong had been distrustful and sullen, his temperament somewhat twisted. Yet, his attitude toward Lin Mo seemed different this time. "Brother Zhang, Brother Qin, let me help you," Lin Mo called out. Zhang Junjie laughed heartily. "That would be great." We re-exhausted. Qin Bufan also smiled faintly, a hint of warmth appearing on his face. Within a few breaths, the battle was over. All 25 mandric beasts had been slain. Zhang Junjie sighed in admiration. "Lin Mo, you're unbelievable. After a whole fight, your breathing is still steady. You're a monster. Honestly, someone like you would be a treasure at any school. How could they let you wander out here alone?" Wang Ling's comment caught everyone's attention. They all began to wonder, how could such a prodigy be out in the wilderness on his own? If something unexpected happens, it would be a huge loss. Someone like Lin Mo, a prodigy, if lost, it wouldn't just be a problem for the Shulet, could jeopardize the safety of the entire Jiangxing Martial Alliance, and even the Southern Province Martial Alliance. That's why I snuck out. The things taught in school are all theoretical knowledge, but they lack real combat experience. Lin Mo chuckled lightly. "You're absolutely right. When it comes to real combat, honing skills in the wild is the fastest way to improve." Wang Ling nodded in agreement. "All right then, let's pack up the materials quickly. Today's harvest was pretty good. Later, let's find a low-level beast and make it our dinner." Zhang Junjie cut off a mandric flower and replied with a cheerful laugh, "Got it." The group laughed together, their tension easing considerably with Lin Mo's unexpected presence, which had significantly reduced the pressure on their mission. Something's not right. Lin Mo suddenly stood up, his sharp gaze fixed in a direction to the left. The others were puzzled. They hadn't sensed anything unusual. But in the next moment, Qin Bufan's brows furrowed tightly, his expression shifting dramatically. "Run!" Without hesitation, the group immediately followed his lead. After working together many times, a deep trust had been established between them. Despite Qin Bufan being only a first-tier fighter, his experience in the wild was unmatched, and his warnings were never baseless. After running about 100 meters, they saw in the distance where the B and C zones bordered, a swath of trees collapsing as multiple dark figures rapidly approached. Damn it! A 5th-tier, Thunderhorn Direwolf King. Qin Bufan's heart sank as he recognized the massive beast. One of the kings of Zone A had somehow come to Zone C. Looking closer, as the Wolf King advanced, The dark figures running ahead of it turned out to be beasts from zones B and A, forming a mini beast tide. Leading the charge was a disheveled man with a noticeable scar across his face. SHD. It's Su Xiaodao. Qin Bufan cursed under his breath, panic setting in. Who would have thought the Wolf King would chase him all the way from Zone A to here? No matter how fast he ran, he couldn't shake it off. To make matters worse, he hadn't encountered a single human martial artist today. His original plan had been to lure the trouble into a hunting zone, hoping other martial artists would distract the Wolf King while he escaped. Instead, he had only run into wave after wave of beasts. With the Wolf King's roars, these beasts had joined the pursuit. Now, trailing behind him were over 300 second to 4th tier beasts. Exhausted, he couldn't even make it to the outermost perimeter. Damn it. Am I really going to fail at the last step? Su Xiaodao gripped the Thunder Pearl tightly, unwilling to give up. But compared to his life, if it truly came down to it, he'd have no choice but to abandon it. Otherwise, the Wolf King behind him would never relent. Suddenly, he noticed Lin Mo and his group fleeing up ahead, and a glimmer of hope flashed across his face. Whoosh. In an instant, he changed direction, heading straight toward Lin Mo and the others. That bastard's leading the beasts this way. Zhang Junjie and the others were startled. Su Xiaodao had clearly avoided their original path, and was now deliberately running toward them. Seeing this, the group's fury ignited. Even a fool can see what that bastard is planning. Zhang Junjie spat angrily. Before his words even finished, Su Xiaodao had already caught up to them. With his peak 4th tier speed, there was no way Zhang Junjie and the others could match him. Laughing coldly, Su Xiaodao tossed a glowing purple crystal sphere behind him. In the blink of an eye, he dashed past Zhang Junjie and the group, quickly fleeing toward the outer perimeter. That start, Zhang Junjie and the others roared in fury, their enraged shouts echoing behind them. Damn it, this cursed thing! Wang Ling exclaimed in shock. Brother Zhang, throw away that pearl. The Wolf King is clearly after it. At that moment, the Wolf King broke through the beast horde and charged directly at their group. A 5th tier beast king, swift as lightning, could catch up to these 1st tier martial artists in an instant. It's too late. Give me the pearl. Seeing the Wolf King closing in, Lin Mo shouted. Without waiting for Zhang Junjie to respond, he snatched the pearl and sprinted in another direction. Lin Mo. Everyone was stunned. None of them expected Lin Mo to choose to lure the beasts and the Wolf King away by himself at such a critical moment. Don't worry about me, just run. Lin Mo yelled, his speed astonishing as he gave it his all. Before his words even faded, his figure had already turned into a black dot in the distance, vanishing from sight. Howl! Sensing the pearl moving away, the Wolf King let out an enraged roar and immediately changed direction, chasing after Lin Mo. The hundreds of beasts followed suit, turning and pursuing him as well. Phew! Seeing the beast horde moving away, Zhang Junjie and the others finally stopped running, letting out a collective sigh of relief. However, a heavy silence hung over the group, their hearts weighed down with worry. In just one day, Lin Mo had carved out a place in their hearts. His selfless act moments ago had deeply moved them. Even Guahong, who had been cold toward Lin Mo, now stared anxiously in the direction where Lin Mo had disappeared. He won't be in trouble, right? Guahong was the first to break the silence, his concern evident on his face. In a moment of crisis, this almost stranger of a teammate had risked his life to save them. It was a reminder that not everyone in the world was selfish or malicious. That's a 5th tier Thunderhorn Wolf King. Lin Mo is barely a 2nd tier fighter. Wang Ling's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice choked with emotion. He might not make it. Not necessarily. Suddenly, Qin Bufan spoke up, surprising everyone. They all turned to look at him. Cough. When Lin Mo ran off earlier, his speed was far beyond what a 2nd tier fighter should be capable of. In fact, it matched the speed of that scarred man from before. It was unusual for Qin Bufan to say so much in one go. Huh. Everyone froze at this revelation, recalling the earlier scene. It was true Lin Mo's speed had been shockingly fast, far beyond what a 1st or even 2nd tier martial artist could achieve. Could it be he's been hiding his strength? The group was stunned, unable to believe it, yet subconsciously hoping it was true. After all, only if Lin Mo had hidden his true power would he have a chance of surviving against the 5th tier Wolf King. I hope he'll be safe, Guoli said, speaking up for the first time. Let's head outside and wait for him. While we're at it, let's investigate that scarred man, Zhang Junjie said through gritted teeth. Yes, that man had a distinct scar on his face. He should be easy to trace, Guahong added bitterly. The group nodded in agreement and began moving toward the outskirts. At this point, the mission no longer mattered. Linmo's safety and uncovering the identity of that scarred man were now their top priorities. If not for that man, they wouldn't have been thrust into this perilous situation, and Linmo wouldn't have risked his life to lure the beasts away. Elsewhere, Linmo was sprinting at full speed, but he was beginning to realize he had lost his way. Just moments ago, he snatched the pearl and darted off in a chosen direction, completely unaware of his surroundings. The rumbling in the distance made him realize that the pursuing beasts had not given up. Clearly, his current strength was insufficient to shake off the Wolf King. Against a level 5 Wolf King, he was utterly outmatched. However, if he kept running, exhaustion would eventually take over. What should he do? Suddenly, he noticed a muddy swamp to his left. Without hesitation, he leapt into the air and landed in the swamp, burying the pearl deep within the mud while covering himself in the muck. Feeling the beasts closing in, Lin Mo immediately held his breath and submerged himself in the swamp. Not far away, the Wolf King let out an angry roar, filled with frustration. It had completely lost its ability to sense the Thunder Pearl, and even the human's presence had vanished. How could this be? The Wolf King halted and raised its head, sniffing the air intensely. After a long period of searching without any clues, the Wolf King became enraged. It grabbed a nearby third-grade beast in its jaws, and, amidst the creature's pitiful cries, devoured it in fury. The surrounding beasts trembled in fear, letting out low whimpers. None dared to act out, and all lowered their heads, avoiding its gaze. Such was the oppressive hierarchy among beasts facing a level 5 king. All others were consumed by dread. After finishing half of the beast's body, the Wolf King howled into the sky before leading the pack in a chosen direction. The other beasts quickly followed, and the massive group gradually disappeared into the distance. Sometime later, a series of bubbles surfaced on the swamp's murky water. Moments later, a figure emerged, gasping for air. Damn it, I almost suffocated. Linmo panted heavily, taking a long time to recover. He silently thanked his luck for finding the swamp. He recalled what he had learned in class: swamps like this could block scent trails and hide one from thermal imaging. The Wolf King, unable to see him, had likely been tracking his scent or the pearl's aura. That was why he decided to take a chance. Thankfully, just as taught in class, the swamp had saved him from disaster. Still, Linmo didn't rush to climb out. The Wolf King hadn't been gone long and was likely still nearby. He dared not risk exposing himself or retrieving the pearl just yet, so he decided to wait a while longer. Only 2 hours later, when he was confident the Wolf King had moved far away, did Lin Mo cautiously dig out the pearl. What exactly is this? Staring at the pearl in his hand, its purple electric glow flickering faintly, Lin Mo was baffled. Rare items like this were never covered in class. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Thunder Pearl detected. Would you like to exchange it with the system? Redeemable for 500 chi and blood points. What? Exchange it for 500 chi and blood points. Lin Mo was stunned by the prompt. With an additional 500 points, he could break through to a 4th-grade martial artist, raising his combat power to over 12,000, approaching the strength of a 6th-grade fighter. The more valuable the system deemed this Thunder Pearl, the more extraordinary it had to be. Otherwise, the system wouldn't offer such a generous reward. The more I look, the more incredible this thing seems, Lin Mo thought with excitement, though he couldn't help cursing the system. Damn it, this is a treasure, and you only offer 500 chi and blood points? You almost ripped me off. Lin Mo never expected that this misfortune would turn into a blessing, granting him the rare opportunity to obtain the Thunder Pearl. Was this thing really meant to be swallowed whole? Holding the purple crystal sphere, slightly larger than a pigeon egg, he was filled with doubt as he reviewed the related information. Its surface was hard. How could something like this be digested? The instructions clearly stated it had to be swallowed whole. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mo made up his mind. Fortune favors the bold. Without hesitation, he swallowed it in one gulp. A wave of coldness, accompanied by a tingling sensation, slid down his throat and into his stomach. Lin Mo began to sense its effects. 3 seconds later, his expression changed dramatically. His entire body trembled, as if struck by lightning. Damn, this hurts, he gasped, sweat pouring from his forehead as he collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony. Faint sparks of electricity began to flicker across his skin. The searing pain made him curse. What kind of nonsense is this? Who said this would feel amazing? The information had claimed that swallowing the Thunder Pearl would bring an indescribable sensation of ecstasy, but instead, it was agony beyond words. At that moment, his body was enveloped in crackling lightning. His skin, muscles, bones, and meridians were all undergoing relentless tempering. ZZT, electric currents surged through him, making his face pale from the pain. Clenching his teeth, he endured it. Amidst the excruciating torment, he could feel his body undergoing profound changes. Layers of blackened impurities surfaced on his skin, emitting a faint, unpleasant odor. The impurities were being expelled from his body, and as soon as the blackened crust formed, it was shattered into ash by the electricity. After about 15 minutes, the pain finally subsided. Lin Mo, drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through, exhaled a long breath and slowly sat up. That was brutal. Reflecting on the agony he had just endured, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If his willpower had faltered, he might have passed out, and the effects of absorbing the Thunder Pearl would have been halved. That would have been a huge loss. After a brief rest, Lin Mo stood up, clenching his fists. Stat at his command, A surge of lightning energy instantly wrapped around his fists. Dominant fist, he muttered under his breath, and with a low growl, he unleashed the technique. The power of the fist, amplified by the lightning, was overwhelming. Originally, the dominant fist was known for its raw, unyielding force, but now it was even more terrifying. With one punch, several massive trees 10 meters away exploded into splinters. The thick trunks, so large that 4 people would be needed to encircle them, were reduced to charred stumps, with stray arcs of electricity dancing across the surface. Holy crap, that's incredible! Lin Mo exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he observed the devastating effect of his punch. His strength had increased significantly. Previously, the combat power of his dominant fist could reach a maximum of 7,128 points, but now, he estimated it could exceed 10,000 points, a boost of roughly 50%. At this moment, his full power had reached the level of a fifth-tier martial artist. Moreover, as his vitality increased, his combat power would continue to rise. This was truly a treasure. While absorbing the Thunder Pearl hadn't caused a significant immediate increase in his vitality, its long-term benefits were immeasurable. Roar! Suddenly, an enraged howl echoed once again. Damn it, that relentless Wolf King was back. Lin Mo heard the familiar roar and couldn't help but curse. Earlier, the Wolf King had lost track of the Lei Pin Pearl and Lin Mo's scent. It had searched everywhere but found no clues, leaving it in a state of furious agitation. Suspecting that the human might be hiding along the path, it decided to retrace its steps for another search. As the Wolf King returned to the vicinity, it instantly caught the scent of Lin Mo and the Lei Pin Pearl. Overjoyed, it charged toward the area with its pack in tow. However, Lin Mo, having absorbed the Lei Pin Pearl, experienced a significant boost in power and was no longer inclined to run. With strength capable of rivaling a fifth-tier martial artist, he faced the fifth-level Wolf King without the fear he once harbored. The Wolf King stopped 10 meters in front of Lin Mo, its angry eyes flashing with a hint of confusion. This human wasn't running? It sniffed the air, its killing intent unmistakable. That brat had actually consumed the Lei Pin Pearl, a treasure the Wolf King had reserved for itself. He had to die? With a furious roar, the Wolf King lunged at Lin Mo, its massive jaws wide open. Humph! Perfect timing. Lin Mo stepped forward instead of retreating, his fists clenching as his right foot stomped down. Bang! The ground beneath him cracked, leaving a deep pit. Channeling all his strength from his core through his arms, a sharp crackling sound of electricity echoed as silver and purple currents enveloped his body. In that moment, Lin Mo seemed to transform into a thunder god. He bellowed, "Step back." Boom. His powerful punch surged toward the Wolf King like a thunderclap. The terrifying force swept through the air, and even before the punch landed, the Wolf King's whiskers and fur stood on end. A look of fear flashed in its eyes. It sensed a deadly threat. Yet, its pride as a beast king convinced it this was an illusion. How could a mere human, who had been fleeing moments ago, suddenly become this strong? It had to be a trick of the mind. But the next second, as fist collided with Wolf's skull, the outcome was clear. The Wolf King let out a pained howl, its body flung through the air. Blood streamed from its forehead, soaking its purple fur. Thud! Its massive frame crashed heavily to the ground, unable to rise. Its eyes filled with disbelief and terror. How could this be? It was a fifth-level beast king, feared by all humans who would avoid crossing its path. Even fifth-tier martial artists wouldn't dare face it alone. And now, it had been brought down by a third-tier human? Impossible. This was humiliation. The sight left not only the Wolf King in shock, but also the surrounding beasts, who were utterly stunned by the punch. Their king, defeated in a single blow? This human was terrifyingly strong. Lin Mo, however, paid no heed to their astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed the attack. He wouldn't allow the Wolf King a chance to recover. His fists rained down like a relentless storm, pounding the Wolf King's head mercilessly. "You just couldn't leave me alone, huh? He'll teach you a lesson." He growled between punches, each strike heavier than the last. The unfortunate Wolf King, caught off guard by such a relentless assault, gradually stopped struggling. Its breath faded, and it lay lifeless. At that moment, every beast in the vicinity fixed their gaze on Lin Mo's face, silently making a note to avoid this human at all costs in the future. He was terrifying beyond belief. Their king, the mighty Wolf King, had been beaten to death by this human's bare hands. Is it dead just like that? Lin Mo froze as he stared at the lifeless Wolf King, his fists halting midair. He hadn't expected to actually take down a level 5 mutant beast. A surge of excitement filled his chest, making everything feel surreal. In just one day, his strength had skyrocketed to an unimaginable level. Only then did Lin Mo realize that nearly 300 mutant beasts still surrounded him. Sitting on the massive Wolf King's neck, he scanned the area. Any beast that met his gaze instinctively retreated a few steps, letting out low, guttural growls. Their bodies trembled visibly. Despite their intelligence surpassing that of ordinary animals, They could sense the overwhelming danger from this formidable opponent and knew better than to act rashly. Still, Lin Mo felt a flicker of panic deep down. After all, nearly 300 mutant beasts stood before him. Though most were only level 2 or 3, their sheer numbers were intimidating. If a fight broke out, his only option would be to flee. Forcing himself to appear calm and indifferent, he pulled out the tools he had prepared in advance and began harvesting his spoils. With a swift motion, Lin Mo used the black obsidian gauntlets to easily slice into the Wolf King's head, cleanly severing its massive horn. Following the hollow inside the horn, he extracted the beast core. For level 3 and higher mutant beasts, a beast core forms in their brine a crucial material for crafting advanced weapons and equipment. Weapons infused with beast cores could deal significantly more damage, and certain special cores could even grant unique properties to the gear. The Thunderhorn Wolf King's beast core was a rare purple color, imbued with lightning attributes and invaluable material. Lin Mo secretly rejoiced, already planning to incorporate it into his gauntlets later. After securing the beast core, Lin Mo carefully removed the Wolf King's teeth and bones, selecting the sturdiest ones to pack into his bag. If his backpack weren't so small, he would have taken every piece of loot with him. Once he had finished organizing, Lin Mo stood up, and the surrounding mutant beasts instinctively shrank back in fear. With a cold snort, he forced himself to appear composed and began walking in a slow but resolute manner. His aura of killing intent and dominance radiated outward, compelling the beasts to part and clear a path for him, none daring to block his way. Only after Lin Mo disappeared from their sight did the mutant beasts finally relax, collapsing onto the ground in relief. The past few minutes had felt like a life-or-death ordeal. Soon, they scattered in all directions. Lin Mo's image was seared into their minds, a merciless god of death, untouchable and terrifying. Meanwhile, once Lin Mo was sure the beasts were no longer in view, he broke into a sprint, his heart pounding. That scared me to death, he thought to himself. Being stared down by 300 mutant beasts was no feat for the faint-hearted. Recalling the earlier scene, his legs still felt weak. Stories of many 6th or 7th tier warriors falling during beast tides flashed through his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. When the number of beasts reaches a certain threshold, even if they are all of a lower rank, they can still instill immense fear. Although Lin Mo's combat strength had reached the 5th grade, his actual vitality was only at the 3rd grade, making it temporarily impossible for him to compete with 6th or 7th grade warriors. Fortunately, the commanding aura he displayed when he instantly killed the Wolf King had momentarily intimidated the other beasts. Otherwise, Lin Mo sprinted forward without daring to pause, his heart heavy with worry that the beasts might come after him again. At the edge of the dense forest, Zhang Junjie and the others anxiously waited. Nearly 3 hours had passed. Why hadn't Lin Mo come out yet? Could something have happened to him? Zhang Junjie and Qin Bufan paced back and forth near the forest's edge, their hearts filled with unease. Wang Ling clasped her hands tightly in prayer, while Guohong stood with a dark expression, his eyes blazing with anger as he cursed the scar-faced man under his breath. It was because of him that Lin Mo had ended up in such a dire situation. At that moment, Zhang Junjie's phone rang, and he quickly answered. Hello? Oh, okay, I understand. After hanging up, everyone turned their attention to him. Zhang Junjie said, that scar-faced man is named Su Showdown. He's at the peak of the 4th grade. His voice was filled with gritted frustration, and a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. A 4th grade peak warrior was far beyond their ability to contend with. After all, anyone who could provoke a level 5 beast to chase them down couldn't possibly be someone weak. Their group was merely a loose assembly of independent cultivators. If they had any real background or strength, they wouldn't be in this predicament. Report him to the Martial Alliance. Guohong suddenly blurted out. The group stared at him in surprise. Among them, Guohong had often clashed with Lin Mo, yet now he was reacting so strongly. Wang Ling nodded in agreement. Yes, let's report him to the Martial Alliance. His actions are despicable. Oh, who are you planning to report? A mocking voice suddenly came from behind. The group turned around, and upon seeing who it was, their anger flared. It's you. Guohong was the first to step forward and confront him. Lin Mo? I don't know him, Su Xiaodao replied coldly. He continued, if you hadn't been there, how would this have happened? Why didn't it happen to someone else? Besides, I was being chased by the Wolf King. Wasn't I supposed to escape? There's a barrier here to evade the Wolf King's pursuit. As for Lin Mo, he can only blame his bad luck. Guohong and Wang Ling angrily retorted, you did it on purpose. We already avoided you, but you deliberately lured the Wolf King toward us. Guohong shouted again, his voice filled with fury. Su Xiaodao's gaze darkened, and the overwhelming aura of a 4th grade peak warrior erupted, forcing Guohong to take a few steps back. Brother! Guohong! Guoli, Zhang Junjie, and the others cried out, rushing to shield Guohong while glaring at Su Xiaodao. Su Xiaodao sneered at them, secretly pleased with himself. A bunch of ants. If you block my path and get yourselves killed, don't blame me. Because of you, I lost my pearl. How do you plan to compensate me? You shameless. Wang Ling fumed, her chest heaving with anger. The others were equally stunned by his audacity. Su Xiaodao continued. That pearl was something I went through great lengths to retrieve, and now it's gone because of you. Looking at you all, you're obviously penniless, so I won't ask for much, just 1 million. What? Guohong's fury boiled over, and he roared. First, pay for Lin Mo's life. Overcome with rage, he prepared to fight. Su Xiaodao sneered in disdain. Lin Mo's life? How much is that worth? If he's dead, it's his own fault. With that, he threw a punch toward Guohong. Just as the group panicked and rushed forward to intervene, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed as Su Xidao's punch was not only neutralized, but the residual force knocked him back 2 steps. Su Xiaodao furrowed his brows, a trace of seriousness flashing in his eyes. The strength of the newcomer was on par with his own. Although that punch just now hadn't been full force, in a battle between experts, the strength of an opponent could be gauged from a single strike. At this moment, the man ignored Su Xiaodao and instead smiled at Guohong and the others, asking, I just overheard you saying Lin Mo is your teammate? Yes, he's our teammate. The group froze for a moment before Wang Ling nodded in response. Her voice carried a hint of trembling. So, where is he now? Lin Mo might have been killed. Mentioning Lin Mo, Wang Ling's voice choked with emotion once again. What? What on earth happened? The middle-aged man's voice rose in anger upon hearing this, his fury barely contained. It's all because of him. If it weren't for him attracting the Thunderhorn Wolf King, Lin Mo wouldn't have had to lure it away for us. It's been 3 hours now, and we still haven't seen him come back. Wang Ling haltingly recounted the general course of events. Damn it. The middle-aged man was enraged, his gaze as sharp as a blade, fixed on Su Xiaodao as if he wanted to tear him apart. Who exactly are you? Su Xiaodao felt a jolt of tension, realizing the formidable power of the man before him. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, the middle-aged man bellowed. You bastard. How dare you harm Lin Mo? Prepare to die? Without bothering to introduce himself, the man lunged directly at Su Xiaodao. Damn it. Even the calmest man has his limits. Does he really think I'm afraid of him? Su Xiaodao cursed inwardly, sensing trouble. Though his opponent was as strong as he was, Su Xiaodao wasn't one to back down. The two clashed in an instant, their fierce battle forcing the onlookers to retreat, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Who is this middle-aged man? Wang Ling and the others were filled with confusion, clearly not grasping the gravity of the situation. But it was evident that this man had come because of Lin Mo. Wait a second, isn't that Wang Xiao? Someone whispered nearby. Wang Xiao? Who's that? Another person asked. He's the director of Jiangxing Martial Artists Building, overseeing the assessment and certification of martial artists. He's got a lot of authority. The speaker's voice carried a tone of reverence. But that doesn't make sense. I remember Director Wang was only at the 4th rank. How has he suddenly reached the peak of the 4th rank? Another person exclaimed in astonishment. No way. Su Xiaodao actually dared to offend Wang Xiao? Looks like he's done for in Jiangxing. The crowd was stunned. Wang Xiao's name was well known in the area. As for Wang Xiao's sudden surge in power, it was due to his discovery of Lin Mo, a rare genius. His superiors had rewarded him with an grade enhancement serum, which propelled him to a half-step 5th rank, effectively making him a peak 4th rank martial artist. Su Xiaodao, also at the peak of the 4th rank, could sense that Wang Xiao's strength was indeed superior. What? He's Wang Xiao? Su Xiaodao, locked in battle, overheard the murmurs of the crowd and was taken aback. Could it be that he had offended this Wang Xiao? What exactly was the relationship between Lin Mo and Wang Xiao? Damn it, what rotten luck. Su Xiaodao cursed inwardly, feeling frustrated. Just then, he launched a punch and swiftly retreated, trying to explain, wait a minute. But Wang Xiao paid no attention to him. His mind solely focused on the fact that his recent promotion was entirely thanks to Lin Mo, his lucky star. He had received a call earlier from the commander of the southern province, informing him that Lin Mo had unexpectedly ventured into the wilderness. This news left him deeply anxious. Even though Lin Mo's vitality had surpassed 200, and his combat strength had broken through the 1,000 mark, making him a formidable 3rd-rank warrior, the dangers of the wild were no trivial matter. Without real combat experience or exposure to bloodshed, Lin Mo could face unforeseen dangers at any moment. Thus, he rushed over without delay, hoping that Lin Mo was safe and unharmed. However, the turn of events ignited his fury. Word came that Lin Mo had been killed by the Wolf King. Just moments ago, the Southern Province commander had been praising this prodigy over the phone, and now, Lin Mo had reportedly perished under the pursuit of the Wolf King and a beast horde. He refused to believe that Lin Mo could have survived. Wang Ling informed him that it had already been nearly 3 hours since the incident. If Lin Mo were alive, he should have emerged by now. At this moment, his mind was focused on confronting the culprit before him, Su Xiaodao. Wang Xiao was seething with anger, thinking to himself that he had intended to have a proper conversation, but Su Xiaodao had chosen to disrespect him. Su Xiaodao was equally furious. As a peak fourth-rank martial artist, one of the best in Jiangqing, he couldn't stand being dismissed by Wang Xiao. Enraged, Su Xiaodao roared, "Do I need your respect? Go to hell." Wang Xiao cursed back, his attacks growing fiercer. Su Xiaodao gritted his teeth since the feud was already set. There was no way to resolve it peacefully. He decided to fight with everything he had. His aura surged dramatically as he prepared to burn his vitality. Wang Xiao immediately noticed the change in Su Xiaodao and became alert. This guy was ready to risk it all. Boom. Su Xiaodao launched a charged punch, instantly raising his combat strength to the threshold of 5th rank, forcing Wang Xiao back several steps. Just as Wang Xiao thought Su Xiaodao would seize the moment to launch a killing strike, Su Xiaodao turned and fled without hesitation. His retreat was swift and decisive. Wang Xiao was momentarily stunned before giving chase. "Get back here," he shouted. However, Su Xiaodao had already escaped some distance when, in the next moment, a loud reprimand sent him flying back. He crashed heavily to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Seeing the person who had suddenly appeared, Su Xiaodao was dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief. What shocked him even more was that the other person had severely injured him with just one punch, despite him burning his vitality. Lin Mo, brother Lin Mo, Zhang Junjia, Wang Ling, Guahong, Wang Xiao, and the others all exclaimed in shock and joy. Lin Mo smiled faintly and reassured them. "Sorry to make you worry." When his gaze landed on Wang Xiao, he paused for a moment and asked, "Director Wang, what brings you here?" Wang Xiao, still shaken, let out a laugh. "Haha, kid, as long as you're okay, that's all that matters. You gave me quite the scare just now. Why am I here? Isn't it all because of you? The Southern Province commander gave me orders to ensure your safe return." Wang Xiao let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that it was fortunate Lin Mo was fine. If Lin Mo had truly been killed by the Wolf King, he wouldn't have been able to bear the consequences. The Southern Province commander? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, feeling puzzled. Wang Xiao leaned closer and whispered, "As soon as your profile was uploaded, it caught the higher-ups' attention. I've been tasked with personally escorting you to the Martial Alliance training camp." Lin Mo nodded in understanding. "I see. All right. But before that, I need to take care of something personal." With that, he turned to Su Xiaodao, who was lying on the ground nearby, his gaze icy cold. Lin Mo walked towards Su Xiaodao, who struggled to his feet, bracing himself for a fight. At this point, escape was no longer an option. After burning his life force, Su Xiaodao was badly injured, and his combat strength had plummeted. Yet, the sheer power displayed by Lin Mo shocked him to the core. "Who are you? How can you be this strong?" Su Xiaodao muttered, his tone tinged with unease. Stopping 3 meters in front of Su Xiaodao, Lin Mo spoke in a low voice, a faint smirk curving his lips. "I have you to thank for that." Su Xiaodao's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart sinking. Could it be that this kid had consumed the Thunder Pearl? No, that didn't make sense. The Thunder Pearl could enhance combat power, but not to such an exaggerated extent. It would at most boost it by 50. Su Xiaodao, at the peak of the 4th tier, could rival a 5th-tier warrior after burning his life force. Even if Lin Mo had consumed the Thunder Pearl, his strength shouldn't be this monstrous. But Lin Mo wasn't about to let him say more. Su Xiaodao had tried to keep the existence of the Thunder Pearl a secret, even silencing the person who had provided the information. Lin Mo, too, wanted to ensure that the secret of the Thunder Pearl remained hidden. It was his trump card and could not be exposed. For revenge, and to silence him, Su Xiaodao had to die. In an instant, Lin Mo was in front of Su Xiaodao, his hand clamping around the man's neck. "You?" Su Xiaodao managed to choke out weakly, his face turning purple as he struggled to breathe. He could no longer utter another word. "You should have been ready to face the consequences when you came after us." Crack! With a sharp twist of Lin Mo's fingers, the sound of breaking bones echoed. Su Xiaodao's neck slumped to the side, his pupils dilating as life left his body. Su Xiaodao was dead. The onlookers were stunned by the scene. Lin Mo's decisive ruthlessness left Wang Xiao deep in thought, while Zhang Junjia and the others appeared dazed. A 4th-tier peak warrior, killed just like that and by Lin Mo? Was this really the same Lin Mo they had known before? However, seeing Su Xiaodao's demise brought them a sense of relief. Without Lin Mo, they might have already fallen victim to Su Xiaodao's schemes. Lin Mo searched Su Xiaodao's body, but found nothing of value. It wasn't surprising a rogue cultivator like him wouldn't have any treasures. Shrugging, Lin Mo stood up and walked toward Zhang Junjia and the others. "Hey kid, how did you escape the Wolf King's pursuit?" Zhang Junjia gave Lin Mo a bear hug, his curiosity evident. "Don't even ask. I ran until my legs nearly gave out. Luckily, I stumbled upon a mud pit and hid in it. That's how I managed to escape." Lin Mo spread his hands with a wry smile, gesturing to the mud stains on his clothes. A mud pit? The group suddenly understood hiding in it would indeed mask one's presence. What was that glowing orb the guy threw? Why did it attract the Wolf King? Wang Ling asked curiously. "I have no idea. I tossed it halfway through. If I hadn't, I don't think I'd be here talking to you right now, Linmo replied with a shrug, smiling. It's been great teaming up with you all, but I have something to take care of, so we'll have to leave early, Linmo said with a casual laugh. What? You're leaving already? Wang Ling asked, her voice tinged with reluctance. Linmo nodded apologetically. His departure would mean the group would need to re-establish their chemistry. Linmo, take these. It's what we earned from our previous missions, all yours, Zhang Junjie said. If it weren't for you, we probably would have failed miserably this time. Zhang Junjie walked over, carrying a fully packed backpack filled with mandrake flowers and other materials they had collected during the mission. He handed the backpack to Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at him in surprise, then turned to the other 4 members of the team. He noticed that everyone was smiling at him. Even the usually stern Qin Bufan had a faint smile on his face. Although Guohang's smile seemed a bit awkward, he still made an effort to appear friendly. I appreciate your thoughtfulness, but I'll just take my share. Lin Mo smiled slightly. Without waiting for Zhang Junjie and the others to respond, he calmly took his portion and placed it into his own backpack. Lin Mo, if you do this, well, feel bad, the group said as they gathered around him, trying to persuade him. Enough, no need to say more. We're teammates who trust each other. This is what I should do. I believe that if anyone else were in trouble, you wouldn't stand by and do nothing either, Lin Mo said firmly. He waved his hand and followed Wang Xiao as they prepared to leave. Before departing, Wang Xiao gave the group a meaningful glance and handed them a personal business card. If you ever face any difficulties, feel free to call me on this private number. As long as it's within my power, I'll do my best to help. Zhang Junjie and the others held Wang Xiao's business card tightly, watching Lin Mo and Wang Xiao's figures fade into the distance, their hearts filled with complex emotions. Wang Xiao had actually given them his private number. Wang Ling couldn't help but break the silence, her voice tinged with excitement. The others also showed expressions of surprise and delight. They all knew what kind of person Wang Xiao was. For independent cultivators like them, establishing a connection with someone like him was an incredible opportunity. With a tacit understanding, they all agreed. We're lucky to have met Lin Mo. Meanwhile, Su Xiaodao's body lay quietly to the side, ignored by everyone. The world of martial artists was indeed cold and ruthless. If you harbored ill intentions toward others, you had to be prepared for retaliation. Within the city, rules and laws provided some restraint, but in the wilderness, life was as insignificant as grass. It wasn't until a patrol team from Jiangqing's military department arrived that the body was briefly examined and swiftly dealt with. In the testing room of the martial artists building, Wang Xiao stood frozen, his mouth agape as he stared at Lin Mo. On the large screen, Lu Li, the commander of the southern province, and Yang Ziqing, the principal of second high school, were equally stunned, standing up with wide eyes. After bringing Lin Mo back, Wang Xiao had planned to take him to the Martial Alliance training camp the next day. However, Lin Mo needed to undergo another live-stream test, with both the Southern Province commander and his school's principal present to confirm his eligibility. After all, once Lin Mo entered the training camp, he would no longer need to take the college entrance exam. Instead, he would directly participate in an internal assessment, and if he passed, he could gain admission to Martial University without having to go through the usual exam process. Initially, Yang Ziqing was thrilled by the news and cheerfully joined his old superior to watch Lin Mo's test online. However, the test results left them utterly astonished. This is already Tier 3. Seeing the test results personally conducted by Wang Xiao, Yang Ziqing and Lu Li were momentarily stunned. The number 594 blinked on the screen of the testing device, glaringly conspicuous. Earlier that morning, they had just reviewed Lin Mo's confidential file, which indicated his qi and blood level was only 229.28 calories. According to the purchasing system in the martial artists hall, they knew Lin Mo had later bought a premium qi and blood potion, which could at most increase his qi and blood by 0.1 calories. In other words, under normal circumstances, Lin Mo's qi and blood should be 229.38 calories. However, in just half a day, his qi and blood had skyrocketed to 594 calories, directly advancing him to the 3rd grade. This was simply unbelievable. Unawakened? Lu Li and Yang Ziqing exchanged glances and exclaimed in shock. Among martial artists, the only situation where qi and blood, as well as combat strength, would surge dramatically was with an awakened individual. Such people were 1 in a million. Instantly, the two were filled with joy. They hadn't expected Lin Mo to be an awakened. Wang Xiao, hearing their exclamation, froze as well, silently wondering what kind of monster he had just discovered. Yang Ziqing was filled with emotion. Over the 3 years of high school, he had known almost nothing about Lin Mo. Now, with college entrance exams approaching, such a genius suddenly emerged. If Lin Mo really was an awakened, it all made sense. Haha, who would have thought our southern province would produce an awakened? Lu Li laughed heartily, unable to contain his excitement. Awakened individuals, as long as they didn't perish prematurely, had a high chance of breaking through to 7th grade or even 9th grade, becoming a grandmaster. A grandmaster was a peerless powerhouse above millions. Lin Mo, tell us quickly, what ability did you awaken? Luli asked eagerly. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, not expecting to have to test himself before heading to the Martial Alliance training camp. At this point, he had no choice but to comply with the test. As he was contemplating what excuse to use, the others had already started imagining his abilities. Speaking of awakened individuals, a thought crossed Lin Mo's mind. After absorbing the Thunder Pearl, he had gained lightning-based abilities, which could perfectly explain his situation. I awakened lightning-based abilities, he said slowly. What? Lightning-based? My god. Quick, show us. Luli became even more agitated upon hearing this. Among elemental abilities, lightning was considered the most powerful. Lightning-based martial artists were so rare in all of Huaxiao that they could be counted on one hand, highlighting their extraordinary rarity. At this moment, Yang Ziqing was so thrilled that he couldn't put his excitement into words. He thought to himself that his ancestors must have been smiling down on him. He had expected a genius, but this genius turned out to be an awakened individual and one with the exceptionally rare lightning attribute. This was beyond extraordinary. If Lin Mo reached the pinnacle of martial arts and was interviewed about his alma mater, Jiangxing No. 2 High School would inevitably become famous. With someone as exceptional as Lin Mo, this year's No. 1 High School could only trail behind No. 2 High School. Just the thought of it was exhilarating, and Yang Ziqing trembled with excitement. Lin Mo nodded slightly, walked toward the combat strength testing device, and steadied himself. Silver and purple electric currents materialized out of thin air, swirling around him. Standing before the combat power testing device, Lu Li and Yang Ziqing exclaimed excitedly. It's really the lightning element. That's amazing. Lin Mo took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and delivered a powerful punch. The numbers on the testing device soared wildly, like an untamed horse, quickly surpassing 1,000 points and continuing to climb. 1,100, 1,200, 2,000, 3,000. Finally stopping at 3,300 points. Lin Mo exhaled in relief and wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. This score was deliberately controlled. If he exerted himself fully, relying on military-style boxing combined with the amplification of the lightning element, his combat power could reach 4,455 points. If he used the mysterious grade Tyrant Fist, he could even break through to over 11,000 points. However, such an extreme display would be too shocking and might lead to him being treated as an experimental subject. A score of 3,300 was just right, still impressive, but acceptable when paired with the status of an awakened and a lightning element warrior. Sure enough, Lu Li, Yang Ziqing, and Wang Xiao exclaimed in unison. No way, 3,300 points. Wang Xiao was the first to shout, his voice full of disbelief. 3,300 points. That's fantastic. Lu Li laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yang Ziqing was so ecstatic that he waved his arms and danced around, completely disregarding his image as the principal. Ha ha, Lin Mo, well done. You truly are the genius of Jiangxing No. 2 High School. Ha ha. Lu Li and Wang Xiao both rolled their eyes at the same time, thinking, he's an awakened. His talent has nothing to do with Jiangxing No. 2 High School. You're just taking credit for luck, old man. Lin Mo looked at the principal's wrinkled, grinning face and couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Wang Xiao, revise the agreement immediately. Lin Mo will represent our southern province and join the Martial Alliance elite camp. Lu Li ordered decisively. As the commander of the southern province and a senior member of the Martial Alliance, he had the authority to recommend elite warriors for the camp. Yes, sir. Wang Xiao responded promptly. Martial Alliance elite camp. Lin Mo looked at Wang Xiao in confusion, his eyes filled with curiosity. Wang Xiao eagerly explained. Congratulations, Lin Mo. The Martial Alliance training camp is for ordinary outstanding talents, but the elite camp is reserved for top-tier geniuses like awakened individuals. Only true prodigies can enter. Graduates of the elite camp often become powerful figures in their own right, with a high chance of breaking through to the 9th grade and stepping into the grandmaster realm in the future. He continued enthusiastically, outlining the benefits of the elite camp. The resources there are far superior. Even the meals are extraordinary. The exotic beast meat provided is all grade 5 or above, containing immense life force that greatly enhances vitality. The teaching staff is top-notch, as well the weakest instructors are grade 7, and there are even grandmaster-level experts stationed there. With their guidance, your efficiency in completing the 6 refinements of a martial artist will significantly improve. Plus, top performers can even earn Earth-grade martial techniques. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and he felt a surge of excitement. Martial techniques and the 6 refinements of a martial artist were exactly what he needed most at the moment. The so-called 6 refinements referred to the gradual progression, refining the skin at grade 4, bones at grade 5, tendons at grade 6, marrow at grade 7, blood at grade 8, and spirit at grade 9, essential skills he was eager to master. Only by completing the 6 refinements of a martial artist can one lay the foundation to step into the realm of a grandmaster. In the 1st to 3rd ranks, Martial artists primarily focus on strengthening their physical foundation and enhancing their vitality. Upon reaching the fourth rank, they can begin the 6 refinements to transcend the ordinary. With each refinement completed, their strength increases significantly, resulting in an all-encompassing enhancement. However, many martial artists only focus on boosting their vitality and combat power without attempting the 6 refinements. Such individuals make up the majority. The difficulty of the 6 refinements is beyond imagination. Many cannot endure the excruciating pain it brings. If they fail, their vitality and combat power plummet drastically, forcing them to start over. As it becomes increasingly difficult to improve vitality and combat power in the later stages, not everyone can rebuild their foundation. Consequently, many martial artists with insufficient talent or lacking opportunities eventually choose to give up. Yet, those who complete even just one refinement in the 6 refinements are far stronger than those who have not, often becoming invincible within the same rank. For this reason, many martial artists are willing to risk setbacks in their strength to give it a try. During this process, having access to abundant resources and guidance from experienced predecessors who have undergone the 6 refinements greatly increases the chances of success. The martial artist's elite camp provides exactly such an opportunity, instantly sparking Lin Mo's interest. If it were merely about improving vitality and combat power, Lin Mo wouldn't be particularly interested. Besides, as Wang Xiao had just mentioned, the elite camp also offers the chance to obtain Earth-grade martial techniques. Such techniques are treasures, and if Lin Mo were to acquire one and enhance it with the system's support, wouldn't it evolve into at least a heaven-grade technique? In all of China, there are only 2 known heaven-grade martial techniques, both owned by the legendary supreme martial artist of the nation. How impressive would it be if Lin Mo could possess one as well? Lin Mo, this time at the Martial Alliance elite camp, you must bring glory to our southern province. Lu Li said with a cheerful smile. Commander, I will do my best, Lin Mo replied. Good, good, good. If you can make it into the top 1,000 during the elite camp's assessment, I will personally apply for an additional reward for you, Lu Li said, clearly pleased, repeating good 3 times. However, these words made Lin Mo's heart tighten. Top 1,000. Based on his current displayed combat power, he might not even make it into the top 1,000? Lin Mo was astonished. Could the people in this elite camp really be that formidable? He glanced at the screen and asked Lu Li for clarification. Of course, there are plenty of prodigies and geniuses out there. Think about it, though large is the population of China? Over 5 billion. Out of more than 5 billion. Is it a lot to have 1,000 geniuses? Even if there were 10,000, the percentage would still be minuscule. Moreover, there are countless martial arts families. For a large family with abundant resources, producing a few to a dozen outstanding talents each year isn't unusual, right? And how many such families are there in China? Too many to count, Lu Li explained. Forget about the whole of China. Just in our southern province alone, there are 1,000 spots for the elite camp every year, Lu Li continued, causing Lin Mo to gasp. A single province with 1,000 spots across 23 provinces in China, that would amount to 23,000 people. And there might even be additional spots. When you think about it, the numbers are truly overwhelming. Lin Mo remained silent, listening to Lu Li's words while pondering deeply. Ranking among the top 1,000 out of 30,000 competitors was indeed a formidable challenge. However, Lu Li didn't seem worried. He believed that as long as Lin Mo put in the effort, he stood a good chance of succeeding. Unable to hold back, Lin Mo asked, what are the requirements to join the elite camp? The requirements are 18 years old, an awakened individual, and at least a tier 3 warrior, Lu Li replied. Lin Mo frowned slightly, feeling a wave of shock. He had always thought awakened individuals were rare, but to his surprise, there were so many. The elite camp of the Guangwu Alliance alone had over 20,000 awakened individuals. Could it be that awakened ones weren't as rare as he thought? Yeah, Lin Mo, are you wondering why there are so many awakened individuals? Lu Li seemed to read his mind and asked with a smile. Lin Mo nodded, admitting his curiosity. Not all of the awakened here are naturally awakened. Most of them underwent awakening later in life. Strictly speaking, they became awakened through special methods, such as acquiring companion beads during hunts in the wild or consuming rare natural treasures, Lu Li explained further. Naturally awakened individuals tend to have stronger abilities compared to those who awaken later. For example, your lightning-based ability as a natural awakened is undoubtedly more powerful than the abilities of those who awakened artificially. Hearing this, Lin Mo felt slightly embarrassed. In truth, he was also an artificially awakened individual, having gained his lightning ability by consuming a lightning pearl. He understood that Lu Li and the others misunderstood because the physical and combat capabilities of artificially awakened individuals didn't experience a sudden dramatic increase, unlike their natural counterparts. Lin Mo neither confirmed nor denied the claim that artificially awakened abilities were weaker. After all, with his system, such a gap didn't exist for him. Still, the thought of so many prodigies among his peers left Lin Mo deeply astonished. At that moment, Wang Xiao handed him the newly drafted contract and the admission letter for the elite camp. Lin Mo accepted them and, upon reading, widened his eyes in surprise. The training program lasted 3 years, and graduation required either reaching Tier 7 or passing a designated assessment. Graduates would receive not only the elite camp graduation medal, but also a diploma from the military and martial university. Those who chose to join the military would be directly commissioned as majors, while those who returned to base cities could assume the position of city lord. Additionally, the Huaxia Martial Alliance would provide an annual stipend of 10 million yuan per month, with the sole condition being mandatory recall in times of national crisis. So, if I join this, I don't even need to attend martial university? Linmo asked excitedly. Exactly. Everything the university teaches, you can learn here, Wang Xiao replied with a smile. Oh, that's quite impressive. But what's the designated assessment about? Lin Mo pressed on. You'll find out once you're in the elite camp, Wang Xiao chuckled, offering no further details. All right then. Lin Mo double-checked the contract, and once he confirmed everything was in order, he signed it. Great. Best of luck to you, Lin Mo. I hope you achieve outstanding results in the elite camp. See you tomorrow, Lu Li said, noticing that Lin Mo had completed the formalities. With that, he ended the video call. Lin Mo, do your best. You're the pride of Jiangqing's second high school. They'll be waiting to hear your good news. Also, the school will be awarding you a bonus of 5 million yuan, Yang Ziqing added with a warm smile before hanging up. 5 million? Heh, that's a nice little bonus, Lin Mo chuckled softly. After exchanging a few words with Wang Xiao, he said his goodbyes and headed home. The day had left him feeling drained. After returning home, he freshened up, lay down on his bed, and replayed the events of the day in his mind. Tomorrow marked a new beginning. Early in the morning, before the sun had even risen, Lin Mo was jolted awake by the chaotic noise outside his door. Irritated, he cursed under his breath, climbed out of his warm bed, and, dressed only in loose shorts, yanked open the creaky door. What he saw instantly cleared his groggy mind. A large group of teenagers, all dressed in the Jiangqing No. 2 high school uniform, stood neatly in rows outside. Their expressions varied. Some looked excited and eager, others visibly reluctant, and a few were still yawning sleepily. Even more surprising was the crowd of neighbors gathered nearby, pointing and whispering about the unexpected visitors. What's going on? A slum district tour? This place is full of poor families. What's there to see? Have you ever seen a tour group with a drum and gong team? That creepy old guy grinning at the front, is he the principal of No. 2 high school? As the residents speculated, Lin Mo's movement at the door drew everyone's attention. When he finally took in the scene before him, a startled "what the hell" escaped his lips. The elderly man with a beaming smile, clearly the principal, was just about to speak when Lin Mo slammed the door shut with a loud bang. What the heck is going on? Lin Mo muttered in confusion, quickly pulling on some clothes before reopening the door. Principal, what exactly is this about? Ahem, haha. Good morning, Lin Mo. Principal Yang Ziqing coughed awkwardly before regaining his cheerful demeanor and waving his hand dramatically. Immediately, the sound of drums and gongs erupted, and 2 large banners were unfurled. Farewell to the pride of No. 2 high school Lin Mo, departing for the Wu League elite camp. Best wishes to Lin Mo for a smooth journey and a triumphant return. Lin Mo stared at the scene, speechless. The neighbors, however, were abuzz with excitement, chattering among themselves. The Wu League elite camp? That sounds impressive. That Lin kid is finally making it big. If even the principal came to send him off, this must be a huge deal. The entire neighborhood was buzzing with pride, as if Lin Mo's success was their own. On the outskirts of the crowd, reporters clicked their cameras non-stop, eager to capture this rare spectacle. Before Lin Mo could fully process what was happening, Principal Yang Ziqing spoke again. Lin Mo, as a reward for your outstanding performance, our school is presenting you with 5 million. At this moment, the principal stepped forward, holding an oversized check in his hand, his face beaming with a wide smile. He gestured enthusiastically toward the nearby reporters, striking various poses for the cameras. Lin Mo mechanically responded with a soft acknowledgement, but inwardly, he sighed helplessly and cursed under his breath. Principal, didn't you say the class teacher would be presenting the check? Why is this turning into such a high-profile spectacle? Do we really need to be this flashy? On the other hand, Yang Ziqing felt an immense sense of satisfaction. If Lin Mo hadn't been selected for the Martial Alliance elite camp, his information would have been kept confidential, and Yang Ziqing would have had to celebrate in private. But now that Lin Mo had been chosen, there were no more concerns. The Martial Alliance elite camp was guarded by grandmaster-level experts, and no heretics, no matter how audacious, would dare to intrude. By the time Lin Mo graduated, he would already be a formidable grade 7 warrior, fully capable of protecting himself. There was no need to fear those heretics anymore. That's why Yang Ziqing personally delivered the check and orchestrated such a grand event. The students he brought along were those from Jiangqing No. 2 High School who had been selected for the martial arts training program. At this moment, they gazed at Lin Mo with a whirlwind of emotions. Most of them didn't know Lin Mo well, as he had always kept a low profile during the past 3 years. Of course, there were a few exceptions, such as Wang Shouchuan and Lin Yaya, who were familiar with him. Wang Shuken's expression was particularly conflicted. He was filled with frustration, but after Lin Mo's trust education last time, coupled with his parents' stern warnings, his thoughts of revenge had long been extinguished. Truth be told, he still felt indignant at first. However, when the principal announced late last night that the entire martial arts training class would gather this morning to send off Lin Mo, and after learning about Lin Mo's incredible strength, he was left speechless. Just one day of not seeing this guy, and now he's stronger than my parents? And to top it off, he's even awakened as a martial artist? It's unbelievable. Lin Yaya's feelings were even more complicated. At school, she had always been proud of her exceptional talent and never regarded anyone else as her equal. Although she had paid some attention to Lin Mo, it was mainly because of his good looks and quiet demeanor. He spent nearly all his time focused on rigorous training. She had never imagined that Lin Mo would surpass her, especially after the recent tests, where Lin Mo's blood energy value seemed far from qualifying for Martial University. She had already dismissed him as someone she'd never interact with again. After all, the path of martial arts was a vast ocean, and their futures were destined to diverge entirely. Lin Mo was never going to catch up to her. Yet now, in just a few days, Lin Mo had suddenly become the pride of No. 2 high school and one of the representatives of the Southern Province's Martial Alliance elite camp. While others might not fully grasp what the elite camp represented, Lin Yaya, with her family background, understood its significance all too well. Every person accepted into the camp was an awakened martial artist, destined to reach at least grade 7 after graduation, with some even considered preeminent candidates for the title of grandmaster. When Lin Yaya learned that Lin Mo had secured this spot, she was utterly shocked and couldn't sleep all night. As she watched Lin Mo from a distance, being pulled close by the principal for endless photos, her gaze was filled with a complex mix of emotions. The truth was undeniable: Lin Mo had stepped into a completely different world, one she could no longer hope to reach. Finally, at the principal's signal, the martial arts training class students stepped forward one by one to congratulate Lin Mo. At this moment, regardless of whether they knew him personally, everyone wore expressions of respect and admiration, eagerly trying to strike up a rapport. After all, who wouldn't want to befriend a genius like this? Someone destined to ascend to the ranks of the great warriors, and perhaps even become a grandmaster in the future. Meanwhile, Lin Mo could only groan internally. This is absolutely ridiculous. At 9 a.m., Lin Mo finally arrived at the entrance of the Warrior Tower after nearly 2 hours of bustling activity, accompanied by the principal and his classmates from the martial arts training program. This scene immediately caught the attention of many warriors present, who cast curious glances in their direction. Who's this? Lin Mo? From the Martial Alliance elite camp? Impressive. I can't believe Jiangxing produced someone eligible for the Martial Alliance elite camp. When they noticed the 2 banners hanging at the entrance, the truth became clear, and they began to inquire about Lin Mo's background. Wang Xiao had been waiting at the entrance for a while, but seeing Yang Ziqing's ostentatious display, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. Yang Ziqing, you old show-off, can't you keep it low-key? Are you not aware there's an organization called the heretics in this world? Are you deliberately drawing their attention to Lin Mo? Wang Xiao thought to himself with a displeased expression. Yang Ziqing, however, paid no mind. Although he couldn't understand Wang Xiao's reaction, he gave an awkward smile. Overcome with excitement, he had completely overlooked the potential threat of the heretics. To him, Jiangxing was too insignificant for the heretics to bother with. Besides, with Lin Mo about to join the Martial Alliance elite camp, why should they fear the heretics? In Yang Ziqing's mind, Wang Xiao's disapproval was merely due to his high-profile behavior, but he didn't care. When it's time to show off, you show off properly. Miss this chance, and it's gone forever. Last night, he'd hosted a dinner with several principals, proudly taking on the role of the host, and spent the evening flaunting his connections. Words like Martial Alliance elite camp and awakened ones casually slipped into the conversation, leaving the other principals green with envy. The principal of the first high school, in particular, clenched his teeth in jealousy throughout the evening. Just a few days ago, he had been showing off at a dinner, only to be thoroughly outdone by Yang Ziqing, now a double blow to his pride. All right, it's time to get moving, Wang Xiao finally interjected, unable to tolerate Yang Ziqing's smugness any longer. Oh, all right, then I'll leave the rest to you, Director Wang. Yang Ziqing replied. Though his martial rank was higher than Wang Xiao's, the latter's position still commanded respect. Lin Mo quickly moved to Wang Xiao's side, feeling like a monkey being gawked at by the crowd, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Hello, Lin Mo, we meet again, came a crisp, melodious voice from behind Wang Xiao, immediately catching Lin Mo's attention. He turned to see a young girl in a pale yellow dress. Her face lit up with a bright smile. Her slightly curled long hair swayed gently in the breeze. You are? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. You forgot me already? The girl's expression changed slightly, showing a hint of displeasure. She was the one who had helped Lin Mo with his warrior certification paperwork the day before, and she hadn't expected to be forgotten so quickly. Inwardly, she thought, I'm not bad-looking, and I have plenty of admirers. How could you be so forgetful when it comes to me? Oh, it's you, Lin Mo finally remembered. It turned out that she had kept her head down the entire time yesterday, so he hadn't gotten a clear look at her. Suddenly being asked like that, he couldn't recall anything right away. She was Lu Yingying, the granddaughter of Commander Lu. At that moment, Wang Xiao began introducing her. Huh? Commander Lu? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo took another look at Lu Yingying. He hadn't expected this girl to be Lu Li's granddaughter. Ha, Miss Lu, I've heard so much about you. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. It turns out you're Commander Lu's granddaughter. You really resemble him, cough cough. Anyway, Director Wang, shouldn't we get going? Lin Mo trailed off mid-sentence, realizing he might have misspoken. Noticing Lu Yingying's expression darken, he quickly coughed twice, attempting to change the subject. Wang Xiao, standing nearby, was both amused and exasperated, while Lu Yingying's face grew even gloomier. Heard so much about me? Familiar? Yet you couldn't recognize me just now? I resemble my grandfather? My grandfather has a long horse face. How do I look like him? What nonsense, she thought, fuming silently. Just as Lu Yingying was about to lash out, Lin Mo grabbed Wang Xiao and bolted. Lin Mo, you just wait. Lu Yingying shouted after him, surprised by how abruptly he ran off. As she watched his retreating figure, a deafening cheer erupted behind her, startling her. It turned out that the students and staff of the second school were cheering enthusiastically for Lin Mo. Phew. Lin Mo heaved a sigh of relief after hopping onto the vehicle. Once the car started moving, he exclaimed, that was so awkward. Wang Xiao, sitting next to him, looked at him with a teasing smile, holding back his laughter. Director Wang, sorry for making a fool of myself, Lin Mo said with a wry smile. Wang Xiao chuckled. No worries. Who told you to be the pride of the second school? Please, don't tease me. Pride of the second school? More like a monkey being stared at all morning. I didn't even get time for my morning run, Lin Mo grumbled. Oh, you go for a run every morning? Wang Xiao asked curiously. Of course, I've been running for over 10 years. If I skip a day, I feel restless, Lin Mo replied. Wang Xiao nodded to himself, thinking, with talent like his and such dedication, no wonder he's so impressive. Where are we heading now? Lin Mo asked. To Lingjiang Base City. Once we arrive, you'll meet up with the other trainees, and then we'll head to the next location together, Wang Xiao explained. Oh, so the elite camp isn't in Lingjiang? Lin Mo asked, puzzled. Of course not. Each province has its own martial alliance training base, but the elite camp? There's only one in all of Huaxia, Wang Xiao replied. Oh, so are we heading to the capital? Lin Mo pressed on. No, stop asking. You'll find out when we get there, Wang Xiao said with a mysterious smile. It's still a 2-hour drive to Lingjiang. Why don't you take a nap? Didn't get much sleep this morning, did you? Wang Xiao suggested when Lin Mo stopped questioning. Yeah, I didn't sleep well. Got woken up so early. All right, I'll take a nap, Lin Mo said, leaning back and quickly dozing off. 2 hours later, they arrived at their destination, the Southern Province military base. Lin Mo followed Wang Xiao to a plaza crowded with hundreds of people, all around 18 years old, just like him. Here's your badge, South 666. Go line up and find a spot to stand. Commander Lu will give you all instructions later, Wang Xiao said, handing Lin Mo his badge after completing the registration process. Wow, this number is awesome, Lin Mo exclaimed, grinning at the badge. 666, that's really lucky. And the South must stand for Southern Province. Holding the badge, Lin Mo entered the plaza and found an empty spot in the back to stand. Those who had arrived earlier turned their attention to Lin Mo, observing him curiously. There was curiosity, disdain, provocation, and even disregard in their eyes. Lin DeBeo greeted them cheerfully. Hey buddy, how are you? My name is Lin DeBeo, but just call me DeBeo. I'm from Suching. Where are you from? As soon as he finished speaking, a chubby boy nearby casually patted himself and introduced, Hi, I'm Lin Mo, from Jiangxing. Lin Mo's response caught the attention of the others around them. They glanced at him, their eyes filled with a hint of confusion, but mostly contempt. Jiangxing? Nice place. Is it far from here? Any special products from there? Lin DeBeo showed no concern for their reactions and instead seemed genuinely curious. However, his enthusiasm made Lin Mo roll his eyes. It was clear that Lin DeBeo knew nothing about Jiangxing but was pretending to be familiar with it. Not too far. As for specialties, does rice count? Lin Mo thought for a moment before replying. Jiangxing was a small, remote-based city known for its abundant rice production, which supplied much of Huaxia. What? Rice? Lin DeBeo was momentarily stunned, and a few people nearby sneered, their expressions of disdain becoming even more pronounced. Someone even mocked. I can't believe this year's elite camp admitted country bumpkins. What a disgrace to my standards. To them, a place like Jiangxing was nothing more than a rural backwater, unworthy of mention. In reality, Most geniuses in the elite camp came from major base cities, and martial artists from smaller, remote cities were almost unheard of. So what if it's the countryside? Without us growing rice, what would you eat? Lin Mo frowned and retorted sharply, refusing to back down to such arrogant remarks. What did you just say? The person, now enraged by Lin Mo's response, turned and glared at him furiously. Seeing the man storming toward him with anger written all over his face, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Looking for trouble? He wasn't afraid. Hey, we're all in the same camp here. Let's talk it out. Lin Bao suddenly stepped in, positioning himself between the man and Lin Mo, playing the peacemaker. Get out of the way. This has nothing to do with you. The man barked angrily, shoving Lin Bao hard. However, despite the force, Lin Bao stood firm, unmoving. The man froze for a moment, clearly surprised, his brows furrowing in confusion. At first glance, Lin Bao looked like a chubby, easygoing guy who would be easy to push around. But now, it seemed he might have some hidden strength. Come on, we're all on the same side here. If there's a fight, it should be against outsiders, not each other, Lin Bao said, still smiling warmly, completely unbothered by the shove. Humph. Kid, watch your mouth from now on. The man sneered at Lin Bao before turning his glare back to Lin Mo, his voice full of menace. Idiot, Lin Mo muttered coldly, his expression unchanging. He was mildly surprised by Lin Bao's resilience, but had no intention of showing any respect to this troublemaker. You little punk. Enraged by Lin Mo's insult, the man exploded with fury. Flames burst to life around his fists as he charged directly at Lin Mo, bypassing Lin Bao with impressive speed. A fire element awakener. Humph. Lin Mo snorted, his feet shifting into position as he raised a fist to meet the attack heat. Bang! Their fists collided, sending a shockwave rippling through the air. Both men staggered back a step, their strength evenly matched. The man's eyes flickered with astonishment, and his expression darkened. He hadn't expected this country boy to be on par with him. Though he hadn't gone all out, his punch had been infused with fire element power, with a combat strength of at least 2,000. His blood energy had already reached 800 calories, and his combat strength was at 2,400, far above the average third-tier warrior. Most of the third-tier awakeners who came here had blood energy levels between 500 and 600, with combat strength under 2,000 even when enhanced by their awakened powers. In his mind, a 2,000 strength punch should be enough to overpower the majority of them. Yet, this rural kid had matched him blow for blow. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was also making calculations. Just now, he had only used military-style boxing, without any amplification from his lightning powers, and not even his full strength. That punch was mostly a test. After all, Luli had mentioned that everyone who made it into the elite camp was a third-tier awakener or higher. Lin Mo wasn't sure how strong these so-called geniuses were, so he held back, using only 70 of his strength. But the result was unexpected. To his surprise, even 70 of his military-style boxing was enough to stand toe-to-toe with this guy. So this Jiangxing kid has some skill, the man thought, clenching his fists. Huazaheo isn't weak, but for him to meet an equal punch like that, this Lin Mo guy shouldn't be underestimated, someone in the crowd murmured. I think Huazaheo might lose this one. Didn't you notice that Lin Mo hasn't even used his awakened power yet? Another whispered. A wave of knowing smiles spread through the onlookers. After all, everyone here was a genius, and they could see the truth of the situation the moment the two clashed. Lin Mo from Jiangxing wasn't just strong, might even be stronger than Huazaheo. Huazaheo listened to the murmurs around him, his face alternating between shades of green and red. His attempt to assert dominance had backfired, turning him into a laughingstock. He was both angry and embarrassed, but he knew Lin Mo was not someone to be trifled with. As the others had said, the earlier exchange appeared evenly matched, yet Lin Mo hadn't even used his awakened power. This left Huazaheo in a bind. If he continued to fight, he wasn't confident of victory. If he backed down, it would be humiliating since he was the one who initiated the confrontation. Huazaheo hesitated, anxiety evident in his expression. Just then, Lin Mo made the first move. Huazaheo's heart tightened, and he gritted his teeth to respond. At this point, he had no choice but to go all out and maintain his composure. In an instant, he unleashed his full strength to meet Lin Mo's attack. However, as they closed in on each other, a flicker of fear flashed in Huazaheo's eyes. The overwhelming pressure from Lin Mo's approach made his eyelids twitch, and the force of the incoming punch stung his skin. This is bad. If this punch lands, he'll lose for sure. Huazaheo's face turned pale. He didn't dare take the hit heat, so he quickly turned to dodge and counter from the side. But just as he moved, he realized Lin Mo was faster, much faster. Lin Mo's massive fist seemed to grow larger and larger in his vision. Stop! A powerful aura suddenly enveloped both of them, halting the fight. At the same time, a figure seemed to appear out of thin air between the two. Boom! A wave of energy blasted them apart. Commander Lu. The onlookers, who had been enjoying the spectacle, immediately greeted the newcomer with respect. Lin Mo and Hua Zihao staggered back several steps before regaining their footing. When they saw it was Lu Li, they both bowed in acknowledgement. Brats, you haven't even entered the elite camp yet, and you're already so full of energy? Settle down, Commander Lu scolded, casting a sharp glance at the two of them before heading toward the platform. Although Hua Zihao was still rattled, he managed to throw a parting threat at Lin Mo. Just you wait. Idiot, Lin Mo spat, thinking to himself that if Lu Li hadn't intervened, Hua Zihao would have already lost. And yet, he still had the audacity to act tough. What a hypocrite. Lin Mo glanced at the others around him. The fact that they were here meant they were all exceptional, but that was no reason for arrogance. In the South Province, they might stand out, but compared to the entirety of Huaxia, they were nothing special. Hua Zihao, do you think you're so impressive just because your blood vitality has reached 800 calories at 18 years old? Do you even realize how many resources your Hua family has poured into you? And yet, you couldn't even beat Lin Mo. Let me tell you something, doesn't have a wealthy family backing him. His blood vitality is only 594 calories. What? The revelation left everyone stunned as their gazes turned toward Lin Mo. No background, only 594 calories of blood vitality, and yet he had managed to overpower Hua Zihao without even using his awakened ability? Everyone present was smart enough to connect the dots. Lin Mo was incredibly strong. If his blood vitality ever reached 800 calories, Hua Zihao wouldn't stand a chance against him. And considering the blood vitality levels of those present, which were undoubtedly high, Lin Mo's potential was truly monstrous. No wonder he had qualified for the elite camp. At that moment, Lin Mo felt a bit irritated. Damn it. Why did you have to bring me up? Great. Now I'm the center of attention again. The looks everyone was giving him weren't just admiring or envious, there was a distinct intensity, like they were sizing him up as a target. It was as if he had suddenly become the person everyone wanted to challenge. Seriously, what did I do to deserve this? Lin Mo now understood what Wang Xiao had casually mentioned during their chat on the road. A true genius is fundamentally different from an ordinary martial artist. That statement was undeniably true. Not only were their talents worlds apart, but so were their ways of thinking. When faced with formidable opponents, most martial artists instinctively chose to retreat, submit, or admire. In contrast, a genius would view such opponents as targets to surpass, igniting a fighting spirit within. At this moment, as Lin Mo observed the fiery determination in the eyes of those geniuses, he deeply grasped the meaning of those words. They had already regarded him as a challenge to overcome. On stage, Lu Li looked at the group of spirited young individuals with satisfaction and nodded approvingly. He was about to send them off to the Martial Alliance elite camp, hoping they would perform well in each round of assessments. Lu Li reminded them that no matter what their future achievements might be, they should never bring shame to the Southern Province. As soon as he finished speaking, the evaluation for the Martial Alliance elite camp officially began, and everyone boarded the buses in order according to their assigned numbers. The transportation consisted of large buses, each with a capacity of 40 passengers. A total of 25 modified buses had been parked beside the square, ready for departure. Lin Mo got on one of the buses and noticed that Lin Bao, who had spoken to him earlier, happened to be seated next to him. Lin Bao greeted him cheerfully. Hey, brother Lin Mo, what a coincidence. We're seatmates. Lin Mo replied with a chuckle. Haha, it really is a coincidence. Must be fate. We even share the same surname, maybe we were family 500 years ago, haha. Lin Bao seemed to be in high spirits. Soon, the bus was filled, and the vehicle started its journey toward the Martial Alliance elite camp. Along the way, Lin Mo realized that Lin Bao was quite the chatterbox. While most people, after exchanging a few words, closed their eyes to rest, Lin Bao talked non-stop from the moment Lin Mo sat down, jumping from one topic to another with a lively enthusiasm. However, Lin Mo also noticed that Lin Bao seemed to know a lot of insider information, hinting at an unusual background. Meanwhile, in the shanty town of Jiangxing, Zhang Heping limped home with the help of his cane, exhaustion written all over his face. Old Zhang, you're back? Aunt Lu called out from her doorstep. Yes, Aunt Lu, Zhang Heping replied, feeling a wave of fatigue in his heart. Oh, you missed some big news today. Aunt Lu continued. Oh, what news? Zhang Heping asked curiously. Your nephew Lin Mo really shone today? The principal of second high school, along with the teachers and students, came to send him off in style. Aunt Lu's words left Zhang Heping puzzled. Send him off? What do you mean, he asked. What? You don't know? Aunt Lu was taken aback. Normally, Zhang Heping and Lin Mo were as close as father and son. How could he not know about this? Lin Mo has been selected for the Martial Alliance elite camp, Aunt Lu said, her words striking Zhang Heping like a bolt of lightning. As a former second-rank martial artist, he was well aware of the significance of the Martial Alliance elite camp. It was the top training ground for the most exceptional talents in Huaxia. Lin Mo had been selected? Could it be true? Isn't the requirement to reach third rank or higher as an awakened individual by the age of 18? Could it be that my nephew has already reached the third rank? And he's awakened too? Zhang Heping's mind was filled with questions. Are you sure about this? He asked again for confirmation. Of course. Everyone in our neighborhood knows about it. Early this morning, Xiao Mo's house was bustling with activity. The sound of gongs and drums was deafening, and reporters were weaving through the crowd. The entire shantytown was buzzing with excitement. Xiao Mo had brought honor to everyone, and the scene was truly inspiring. Aunt Lu pointed into the distance, and Zheng Heping followed her gaze. Sure enough, a few reporters with cameras and microphones were conducting interviews. While Zheng Heping stood there, bewildered, a group of people approached him. Mr. Zheng, right? One of them asked. Zheng Heping found the person somewhat familiar, but couldn't immediately recall where they had met. Hello, I'm Wang Xiao from the Wuxia building. Wang Xiao introduced himself with a smile. Wang Xiao. Zheng Heping frowned slightly, trying to remember. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in surprise, Director Wang? That's right, it's me. I'm here on behalf of Lin Mo to deliver this to you. Wang Xiao handed him a box with a smile. Lin Mo? For me? Zheng Heping asked in confusion as he accepted the box. Opening it, he found 3 items. A card, a bottle of medicine, and a contract. This is Zheng Heping looked up at Wang Xiao. This bottle is MOU ointment, which can heal bone injuries when applied externally. The card contains 1 million yuan, all of which Lin Mo left for you, Wang Xiao explained. Hearing the words MOU ointment, Zheng Heping was stunned. This medicine was worth 10 million yuan per bottle and was incredibly rare, a top-tier remedy for healing broken bones. With it, he wouldn't need crutches anymore. Adding the 1 million yuan in the card, the total value was 11 million? This was priceless. But where did Lin Mo get so much money? Actually, not that much. Lin Mo won a 5 million yuan award from his school today and asked me to purchase this MOU ointment. In fact, Wang Xiao chuckled. Thanks to my connections, I managed to get him a 70 discount through a special channel, buying this 10 million yuan ointment for just 3 million. He saved 1 million as your living expenses. Over the years, Lin Mo has worked hard for you. Now that he's doing well and has money, it's only natural he'd want to repay you. After hearing Wang Xiao's explanation, Zheng Heping's eyes welled up with tears, and he was deeply moved. That silly boy. He gets money but doesn't keep it for himself. What good is giving it to a cripple like me? Martial arts training requires so much money down the road. Despite his joy, he couldn't help but grumble. Haha, no need to worry about that. Once he joins the Martial Alliance Elite Camp, resources will be provided for free. Besides, with his talent, do you think earning money in the future will be difficult? Wang Xiao said with a hearty laugh. Director Wang is right. Haha, I was overthinking it, Zheng Heping replied, smiling. He then opened the last item, the contract. The 10 bold words on it read, Employment contract for Jiangxing Wuxia building. This is for me. Zheng Heping looked at Wang Xiao in shock. Getting into the Wuxia building required significant backing. Everyone there had connections. Ordinary people had to go through rigorous assessments and screenings, with almost no chance of getting in. Yet now, this coveted contract was right in front of him. That's correct. Lin Mo prepared this for you. For a moment, Zheng Heping was choked with emotion, unable to speak. Wang Xiao continued. Lin Mo asked me to tell you something, said that one day, he will make sure you truly stand on your own again. These words broke Zheng Heping's composure, and tears streamed down his face. While the MOU ointment was precious, it could only heal his bone injuries. The severed and long-blocked meridians in his body couldn't be fully restored with just this medicine. Legend had it that a certain heavenly treasure could cure such conditions, but obtaining it was perilous and nearly impossible. For someone like Zheng Heping, an ordinary martial artist, acquiring it in a lifetime was an unattainable dream. Yet Lin Mo was determined to help him recover and stand tall once more. How could Zheng Heping not be moved? Hello? Uncle Zheng. On the car, Lin Mo answered Zheng Heping's call. Xiao Mo, I thank you. On the other end, Zheng Heping hesitated for a long time before finally expressing his gratitude. Uncle Zheng, what are you doing? Why are you being so polite with me? We're family, aren't we? If we start thanking each other like this, I'd probably have knocked my head silly with all the bows I've given you over the years. Lin Mo joked, his tone lighthearted. You cheeky kid. Zheng Heping chuckled, but then quickly changed the topic. By the way, Xiao Mo, you've awakened, haven't you? Huh? Haha, yeah, I did. It just kind of happened. Lin Mo laughed awkwardly, trying to mask his nervousness. You rascal. You awakened and didn't even tell me. I only found out when I got off work today, Zheng Heping said, sounding a bit surprised. Haha, it happened so suddenly. I thought I'd go get it certified, and well, here we are, Lin Mo replied casually. Your awakening was so abrupt, it doesn't even seem scientific, Zheng Heping remarked, still finding it hard to believe. Yeah, maybe it's because of that potion you gave me. Lin Mo suddenly remembered the bottle of medicine and teased. Huh? Could it be? Zheng Heping sounded puzzled. Why not? I've never had such a high-quality blood vitality potion before. Maybe that's what triggered my awakening. Not long after drinking it, I felt something unusual in my body, Lin Mo said seriously, as if it were a plausible explanation. Oh, that's the first time I've heard of such a case, Zheng Heping said, intrigued. Uncle Zheng, we'll talk to you later. We're almost at the elite camp. Once I've settled in, they'll give you a call. Lin Mo quickly interrupted, sensing that Zhang Heping might continue probing. All right, take care of yourself at the elite camp. If anything comes up, call me, Zhang Heping reminded him. Will do. After hanging up, Lin Mo let out a long sigh of relief. Moj, your lying skills are pretty bad. A chubby face suddenly leaned in. Lin DeBeo grinned mischievously, raising his eyebrows. Awakening from drinking a blood vitality potion? Who are you trying to fool? You little punk, don't get so close. I'm not into guys, Lin Mo retorted as he pushed Lin DeBeo's pudgy face away, opting to ignore him. But Lin DeBeo wasn't about to give up. He leaned in again, grinning slyly. I'm telling you, do you have some special hobbies or something? Why do you keep leaning in so close? Wait, listen to me, Lin DeBeo said, glancing around before leaning in even closer, acting all mysterious. This time, although Lin Mo frowned, he didn't push him away. Hey, race the deal. Follow my lead later, and make sure to stick close to me, Lin DeBeo said mysteriously. Hearing this nonsensical remark, Lin Mo was full of confusion. What signal? Why should I stick close to him? Is this guy out of his mind? But before he could dwell on it, a sudden screeching sound of brakes pierced the air. In an instant, the students inside the bus were thrown around, falling over each other. Let's go. Follow me. Lin DeBeo's voice came again, just as Lin Mo was still in a daze. The next second, Lin DeBeo smashed the bus window with a single punch, shattering the protective barrier as well. Despite his hefty size, he moved with astonishing agility, leaping out in an instant. Whoosh! Without time to think, Lin Mo, still puzzled, quickly followed him and jumped out as well. Just as Lin Mo leaped out, he was surprised to see that many people from the 25 vehicles, just like Lin DeBeo, were smashing windows and sprinting towards the dense forest nearby. Boom! As he was processing the situation, 2 buses ahead suddenly exploded with a deafening roar. The vehicles were instantly blown apart, and flames spread rapidly. Help! Run! Lin Mo then noticed that the canyon walls on both sides were suddenly swarming with figures dressed in black, armed and charging towards them. Enemy attack! One of the military personnel accompanying the convoy shouted and immediately rushed forward, engaging the attackers. Chaos erupted as the battle began. Lin Mo was still in a daze when Lin DeBeo shouted at him from a distance. Lin Mo, what are you waiting for? Run! Hearing this, Lin Mo snapped out of it and quickly followed. What was happening? Cultists? Lin Mo's first thought was of the cultists. He had heard that cultists often targeted geniuses or important figures across the regions for assassination and ambush. Could they have become the cultists' target? After all, the passengers of these 25 vehicles were all the top talents of the southern province. Yes and no. We'll talk as we run, Lin DeBeo said while running. Despite his bulky frame, Lin DeBeo's speed was impressive. What do you mean, yes and no? Lin Mo asked, puzzled. It's all staged, Lin DeBeo replied. Staged? What do you mean? Do you remember the last thing Commander Liu said? Lin Mo pressed on. What did he say? Lin DeBeo answered. From this moment, the Martial Alliance Elite Camp assessment begins. Huh? Are you saying this is part of the assessment? Lin Mo asked in shock. So those people who look like cultists are just pretending? All of this is for the assessment. Exactly. But since it's staged and part of the assessment, shouldn't we unite with all the other participants to fight back? Lin Mo questioned further. Fight back? This assessment isn't about fighting. Didn't you notice that even the weakest among them are 5th rank? There are plenty of 6th rank individuals, and look at the 3 on the mountaintop, Lin DeBeo said, pointing to 3 figures standing at the peak of the canyon. 7th rank, Lin Mo exclaimed. Exactly. With their strength, what are you going to fight them with? Are you asking to be humiliated? Lin DeBeo said with a hint of exasperation. Then what exactly are they testing? Lin Mo asked. They're testing our ability to trek through the wilderness and reach the camp. Lin DeBeo rolled his eyes and replied. Wait, ahead is the Star Beast Forest. Lin Mo suddenly recalled the map he had been given before departure. Their destination was located north of the Star Beast Forest. He quickly pulled out the map and confirmed it while running. Sure enough, it was true. However, the distance from their current location to the destination was nearly 200 kilometers. And now, being forced into this situation, they could only pass through the Star Beast Forest to reach their goal. Covering 200 kilometers on flat terrain at full speed would take hours, let alone traversing the Star Beast Forest. The forest was teeming with 3rd and 4th rank exotic beasts, with occasional appearances of 5th and even 6th rank beasts. In its depths, there were even 7th rank king-class beasts, making it extremely dangerous. For a group of 3rd rank martial artists to traverse 200 kilometers through such terrain was nearly impossible. However, they were all awakened, with combat power far exceeding ordinary 3rd rank martial artists, so the assessment was naturally set at a different level. This is insane. Lin Mo finally understood everything and couldn't help but curse. At the same time, he glanced at Lin DeBeo suspiciously. This guy seemed to have known about the assessment beforehand. Don't look at me like that. I'm not into men, Lin DeBeo said. grinning as he glanced back at Lin Mo. Get lost, Lin Mo snapped. Fight them with everything we've got. Near the bus, the young geniuses who hadn't fled immediately shouted in unison and charged at the men in black. However, in the next moment, they suffered a crushing defeat. Although they were all awakened individuals, they were only 18 years old and had just stepped into the third rank. Compared to their peers of the same rank, they were indeed stronger. Yet, the weakest of these men in black were of the fifth rank, making them far superior opponents. The gap in strength was insurmountable. Retreat. Some students quickly realized the dire situation and coordinated their retreat. However, a few stubborn ones continued to charge recklessly, while others were so terrified that they collapsed on the ground, crying and wailing, completely devoid of the will to fight. At the mountain peak, 3 seventh-rank warriors stood silently, observing everything below. When they saw the mindless rushing and the students begging on the ground, without even the courage to run, they shook their heads in disappointment. What a bunch of useless fools. One of them, a man with a buzz cut who appeared to be around 40, sneered with disdain in his eyes. Well, they're just a group of 18-year-old kids after all, said an elderly man with a kind face, speaking calmly. Knock them out and send them back. They're eliminated. Strength without intelligence will only produce brutes, useless in the long run. As for those cowards who lack the courage to fight or flee, they definitely don't deserve to proceed to the next round of the assessment. The third figure was a regal-looking woman with an icy demeanor, her expression distant and unapproachable. Her voice was cold and decisive as she announced the fate of the students. Before long, 1/3 of the talented students from the 25 buses were eliminated outright. The remaining students rushed toward the Star Beast Forest. At this point, the men in black ceased their pursuit, standing in formation at the forest entrance. The 3 figures on the mountain exchanged glances before vanishing in a flash. Within 3 breaths, they reappeared beside the buses, their speed astonishing. Team A, follow them closely. Do not intervene or reveal yourselves unless their lives are in grave danger. If intervention is needed, eliminate them immediately. The regal woman ordered coldly, her face devoid of emotion, as if carved from ice. Understood, Instructor Luo, one team responded. Team B, stay at the entrance. Knock out anyone who tries to run back and eliminate them, she continued. Understood, came the response from another team. Instructor Luo cast a glance at the man and the elder beside her before disappearing again. The man remained expressionless and vanished shortly after. The elder chuckled softly, shaking his head slightly, before stepping forward and disappearing instantly as well. Inside the Star Beast Forest, the group of young talents were herded to a clearing on the forest's outskirts. As they gathered and saw the other students, a distant, ethereal voice echoed around them. Welcome to the Star Beast Forest. Reaching this place means you've passed the first assessment. Those who cannot discern the strength of their enemies or blindly charge into danger have no place in the elite camp. And those who lack the courage to fight or flee certainly don't belong here. First, congratulations on passing the initial test. Now, the second assessment begins hunting beasts. Within 5 days, you must accumulate 500 points and safely reach the elite camp marked on the map to pass. Failure will result in elimination. Level 1 and 2 beasts earn no points. A level 3 beast is worth 1 point each. In this assessment, points are awarded based on the level of the beasts. 2 points for each level 4 beast, 10 points for each level 5 beast, and 50 points for each level 6 beast. All points are automatically recorded on the contestants' ID cards. The content of the assessment shocked everyone. It turned out that the earlier scene was actually the first part of the test. Many people voiced their frustration, finding it absurd that mere fleeing was considered part of the assessment. However, the few who had already leaped out of the windows seemed unfazed, clearly having prior knowledge of the test's nature. Lin Mo cast a deep glance at Lin Debeo beside him, silently pondering that this chubby guy was no ordinary person. Being able to know the details of the elite camp's assessment in advance indicated he must have a remarkable background. Such confidential information could only be accessed by those with a certain status and position, which the eliminated signs of noble families evidently lacked. Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel if even Guangnan province had so many powerful family heirs. One could only imagine the scene when elites from all other provinces converged in the camp. The assessment required contestants to accumulate 500 points within 5 days, meaning they needed to earn at least 100 points per day. Considering that a level 3 beast was worth only 1 point, Lin Mo realized he would need to kill 100 of them daily. For level 4 beasts, it would still require slaying 50 per day, a daunting task. As for level 5 beasts, though their points were much higher, defeating one with his current strength seemed almost impossible. The others quickly realized the same. Completing the assessment would require teamwork. Facing groups of beasts alone was practically a pipe dream. As time passed, people began forming teams, knowing that with limited time, failing to gather enough points would mean elimination. Lin Mo, however, was unbothered. He had confidence in his ability to face groups of level 3 and level 4 beasts on his own. At that moment, Lin Mo approached him and quietly suggested, Linmo, let's find a few more people to form a team. Initially inclined to refuse, Lin Mo reconsidered. Lin Mo seemed to know a lot, and keeping him close might prove beneficial. Moreover, his earlier display of decisiveness in breaking through the window showed he was no weakling, might even be stronger than Huazaheo. In the end, Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lin Mo beamed and went off to gather teammates. Before long, he returned with 3 people. However, upon seeing their appearances, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel exasperated, thinking that this chubby guy might not be as reliable as he had hoped. 3 women, all of them. One was tall and elegant, embodying the classic queenly type. Another was petite and adorable, dressed in a Lolita outfit, undoubtedly fitting the lowly archetype. And the last one wore a martial artist's uniform, with neat, shoulder-length short hair, skin so fair it was enviable, and a face so pretty it had an almost naive charm. Lin Mo thought to himself, is she a sweet but clueless type? Seriously, what's with this fat idiot? Is this a beauty pageant or a teammate selection? Why does it feel like he's picking 3 burdens? Hee, brother Mo, how about the teammates I found? Not bad, huh? Lin Mo ran over, winking and grinning like he deserved a medal. Lin Mo rolled his eyes and thought, dude, this is a wilderness assessment, not a nightclub outing with your little sisters to show off. Sure, walking around the base city with these 3 beauties would turn heads, but now they were about to face mutant beasts. Being pretty wasn't exactly helpful. Lin Mo, hello? I'm Lu Peipei. Nice to meet you. The elegant beauty was the first to step forward, offering her right hand. Lin Mo hesitated but eventually gave her a reluctant handshake. He wanted to decline but couldn't find the words. After all, she was being polite, and it wouldn't be right to be rude. Hee, I'm Xiaoya. The way you beat Huazaheo earlier was so cool. I've been annoyed with that guy for ages. You're pretty awesome. The petite girl in the Lolita outfit cheerfully bounced over, stood on tiptoe, and patted Lin Mo's shoulder with a grin. Her playful demeanor left Lin Mo momentarily stunned. This little loli was quite the character. Chinjia, you're strong. Being my teammate means you're qualified. The woman in the martial artist's uniform spoke up, leaving Lin Mo speechless. She sounded like she thought she was a big deal. Aside from Lu Peipei, who at least spoke normally, what was up with these other 2? Lin Mo leaned in and whispered, these 3 are absolute gems. It wasn't easy convincing them. Lin Mo was at a loss for words yet again. Gems. Sure, they were stunning, but he couldn't even be bothered to finish the thought. At that moment, Huazaheo approached with his team. Lu Peipei, join my squad. With them, you might not even earn enough points, he said, completely ignoring Lin Mo and Lin Mo as he tried to poach a teammate. Sorry, I already have a team, Lu Peipei replied bluntly. From behind Huazaheo, a dark-skinned man with dyed blonde hair, his teammate Lu Dong stepped forward. Pointing at Lin Mo, he sneered, Peipei, sure, this guy has some skills, but relying on just him isn't enough. Bullshit. Do you even hear yourself? What do you mean just Lin Mo? Are we not people? Xiaoya immediately jumped in, clearly offended. Her words were rough, but the way she scrunched her nose in anger somehow made it impossible to take her seriously. Well, this little girl is cute. How about joining our team? Big brother here can take care of you, Lu Dong said, his eyes lighting up as he looked at the petite girl. Who needs you to take care of me? Do you even deserve it? Xiaoya shot back without hesitation, her tone sharp and unyielding. Looking at the adorable little girl, Lu Dong's eyes flashed with a hint of mischief. Xiaoya was just too cute, especially with her slightly chubby, babyish cheeks that made one want to pinch them. Lu Dong, that's enough. We already have a team. You can do as you wish, Lu Peipei said coldly, stepping forward to shield Xiaoya. And don't call me Peipei. We're not that close. Her gaze was icy as she stared him down. Lu Dong frowned and was about to retort when Huazaheo stopped him. Lu Peipei, we're only trying to help you. If you fail the assessment, you won't make it into the Martial Alliance elite camp, Huazaheo explained. Thanks for your concern. Lu Peipei replied with a cold glance before turning to Lin Mo and Lin Mo. Shall we head out? Sure. Let's go, brother Mo. Lin Mo nodded enthusiastically and looked at Lin Mo. All right, let's go, Lin Mo said, though he felt a bit annoyed by the girl's attitude. Still, seeing their determination, he didn't resist the idea of teaming up. Wait, did we say you could leave? Lu Dong stepped forward, trying to grab Xiaoya. Get lost, Lu Peipei shouted angrily. Lin Mo didn't move, but Chenjia acted immediately. A violent burst of energy erupted from her as she struck Lu Dong with a single punch, sending him staggering back 7 or 8 steps before he managed to steady himself. Lin Mo was startled. Chenjia's strength was clearly formidable. That one punch was even more powerful than Huazaheo's earlier display. You're asking for it. Humiliated and enraged, Lu Dong roared and charged again. This time, he drew the blade at his waist and attacked Chenjia. However, Chenjia showed no fear. Instead, her eyes gleamed with excitement. With a hum, an orange glow enveloped Chenjia. She pushed off the ground with her toes, her body shooting toward Lu Dong like a cannonball. Her petite frame twisted and extended as she delivered a sharp, precise kick. The speed and angle were so unexpected that Lu Dong had no time to react. Thud! Her kick landed on his side, and his face turned pale instantly. Before he could even cry out in pain, her second and third kicks followed in quick succession. Thud, thud, thud. 7 consecutive kicks struck their mark, each one precise and unrelenting. Lu Dong's body was sent flying, twisting midair as his screams mixed with the sound of cracking bones. He hit the ground hard and lay there, unable to get up. Lin Mo was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe this seemingly naive and sweet girl was so powerful. Those 7 consecutive kicks were so ferocious that even he wouldn't have walked away unscathed. Moreover, that kicking technique was no ordinary martial art. At the very least, it had to be a high-tier skill. How dare you be so ruthless? Hua Zihao exclaimed, shocked that Xinjia had broken several of Lu Dong's ribs in one go. Lu Dong was practically incapacitated. Humph, I told him to leave, and he didn't. He brought this on himself. Besides, you're mistaken. My sister Jia didn't use ruthless hands, she used ruthless feet. Xiaoya retorted disdainfully, stepping forward with a sneer. You little brat, you're looking for trouble. Hua Zihao growled, ready to step in. But the next moment, he froze, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Suspended in the air before him were several golden throwing knives, all pointed directly at his head. He could feel it if he dared to move. Those knives would pierce his skull in an instant. A psychic. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the seemingly harmless little girl standing beside Lin Mo. Who would have thought that this innocent-looking child was actually a psychic? Everyone was utterly astonished at this moment, especially those other than Lin Debao, Lu Peipei, and Xinjia. They never expected Xiaoya to be a mentalist in existence, so rare that it is scarcely found among millions, even rarer than awakeners. Becoming a mentalist means being invincible among peers of the same level, and defeating stronger opponents is almost second nature to them. Their swift and unpredictable attacks leave others defenseless, and facing a mentalist as an enemy is nothing short of a nightmare. Lin Mo stared at Xiaoya in shock, then glanced at Xinjia before finally fixing his gaze on Lu Peipei. Xiaoya and Xinjia's strength had already surpassed his expectations, so what kind of extraordinary ability might Lu Peipei possess? The thought made him turn to Lin Debao, who remained composed, a faint smile always playing at the corners of his mouth. This chubby guy was clearly not as simple as he seemed. It was evident that he wasn't included in the team just for his looks. A teammate like him wouldn't be a burden, in fact. He might even make things much easier. Sensing Lin Mo's gaze, Lin Debao turned his head and gave him a cheeky grin. Lin Mo discreetly gave him a thumbs up, to which Lin Debao raised his chin with a smug look, as if to say, do you think I'd choose someone who's not up to par? Meanwhile, Xiaoya glared angrily at Hua Zihao, her voice trembling with fury as she said, I surrounded by a flurry of flying knives? Hua Zihao stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Cold sweat drenched his entire body as he cursed inwardly. This is just my luck every time I pick a fight. I hit a brick wall. When Hua Zihao was first selected for the elite camp, he was exceedingly arrogant. After reviewing the profiles of the other recruits, he became even more dismissive, fantasizing about dominating the camp and overshadowing everyone else. However, reality hit hard as he faced defeat after defeat, leaving him questioning his own abilities. Surrounded by these monstrous individuals, he thought bitterly to himself, are these people even human? The so-called useless chubby guy couldn't be pushed around. The country bumpkin Lin Mo, with lower vitality stats, couldn't be beaten, and now even this seemingly innocent little girl turned out to be an even more terrifying mentalist. What kind of rotten luck was this? Xiaoya, looking every bit like a stern teacher, continued to lecture Hua Zihao. On the other hand, Hua Zihao was utterly panicked, not daring to make a sound. With so many flying knives pointed at him, how could he not be nervous? One wrong move, and he might end up with a few extra holes in his head. He hadn't even completed the 5th stage of bone refinement. His head certainly couldn't withstand an assault from flying knives. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, Xiaoya seemed to have vented enough and finally withdrew her knives. Hua Zihao almost collapsed to the ground, his legs barely supporting him. Without saying a word, he slunk away with his teammates, carrying the still unconscious Lu Dong. How about that? Not bad for this young lady, huh? At this moment, Xiaoya playfully glanced at Lin Mo, seemingly waiting for his praise. Impressive, truly impressive. Lin Mo gave her a thumbs up, generously complimenting her. Xiaoya chuckled, linked arms with Lu Peipei and Xinjia, and headed in the designated direction. Lin Mo and Lin Debao exchanged a look before following them. Debao, what ability did Xinjia awaken just now? Lin Mo asked curiously. Lin Debao replied, Xinjia? She awakened a mutated strength attribute. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. Mutated? How exactly is it mutated? Lin Debao explained, think of her as a berserker. Her strength doubles, and under certain conditions, she can have a few seconds of invincibility, completely immune to any attacks. Lin Mo looked at Lin Debao in shock. What? Invincible? Immune to all attacks? It was the first time he had heard of such a power. Heh, she's special. You can't compare her to ordinary people. Her ability is a result of a rare opportunity, and it's not something that can be easily explained, Lin Bao continued. Oh, then what about Lu Pei? What ability did she awaken? Lin Mo asked. Lin Bao grinned and said her? Light-based. A top-tier healer. Lin Mo was astonished. What the heck? This chubby guy has some serious connections, bringing in all these top-notch people. Lin Bao elaborated. Light-based abilities not only provide a significant speed boost, but also excel in healing and recovery. A team with a light-based fighter has unparalleled endurance. As they grow stronger, their healing abilities become even more powerful. As long as the injury isn't catastrophic or irreversible, a light-based fighter can heal it. After hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but look at Lin Bao. Bao, what's your ability? Lin Bao proudly said, me? Earth-based. Heh, a top-tier tank. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Makes sense. With your chubby build, being a tank suits you perfectly. Brother Mo, we've been asking about everyone else. What's your ability? Last time when you fought Huazaheo, you didn't use your awakened power, Lin Bao asked curiously. Lin Mo smiled. You want to know? Of course. Lin Bao eagerly replied. Lin Mo playfully said, since you're so sincere, fine, stretch out your hand, and he'll tell you. Lin Bao hesitated for a moment, but obediently extended his hand despite his confusion. Lin Mo's lips curled into a mischievous grin as he grabbed Bao's hand. Instantly, a powerful electric current surged through Lin Bao's body. Ah! He screamed, with his hair standing on end, his body smoking slightly, and his lips trembling uncontrollably. I'll be damned, Brother Mo. That's not fair. You nearly electrocuted me. Lin Mo burst into laughter and walked away. Wait for me. Lin Bao finally recovered. Although his hair now looked bizarrely spiky, he still chased after Lin Mo. Lin Mo, what's that chubby guy yelling about back there? Xiaoya asked curiously as she noticed Lin Mo catching up, but didn't see Lin Bao. Lin Mo suppressed a laugh and replied, oh, nothing. He just asked me to give him a trendy new hairstyle. Xiaoya became intrigued. You can style hair? When will you do mine? Lin Mo casually replied, your current hairstyle is great. No need to change it. That won't do. Hairstyles need to be switched up often to create different looks. What kind of trendy hairstyle did you give him? Xiaoya asked curiously, turning to catch a glimpse of Lin Bao's new look. However, when Lin Bao came into view, she was stunned. Oh my gosh, never mind. I don't want one anymore. How is this trendy? He looks like a porcupine, covered in spikes. Everyone burst into laughter, but Lin Bao wasn't pleased. Uft, you're the porcupine. Your whole family are porcupines. Xiaoya raised an eyebrow, and a flying dagger hovered into the air. All right. I was wrong. I'm the pig. I'm the porcupine. The moment he saw the dagger, Lin Bao instantly admitted defeat. Now that's more like it. Let's go, Piggy Bao, lead the way. Lin Bao felt like crying, but had no tears. He shot a resentful glare at Lin Mo and trudged to the front of the group in silence. In the distance, a group of exotic beasts was tearing apart a freshly captured prey. Lin Bao and the others crouched in the tall grass, intently observing the commotion. Green-backed porcupines, 8 of them. 2 are level 4, the rest are level 3. Are we doing this? Lin Bao turned and asked. Xin Jia was the first to respond, her tone brimming with excitement. Of course. Perfect. 8 of them, 2 for each of us. Her eagerness was evident, her eyes gleaming with a thirst for battle. Lin Mo couldn't help but twitch at the sight, realizing this seemingly innocent woman was definitely a battle junkie. Just the mention of a fight, and she was brimming with energy. Well, Pai Pig, looks like your first fight is going to be against your relatives, Xiaoya teased Lin Bao with a chuckle. Lin Bao rolled his eyes and chose not to respond. Though he was talkative, he rarely won verbal exchanges with Xiaoya. It wasn't that he couldn't argue back, but this mischievous girl would resort to threatening him with her flying daggers whenever she felt she was in the right. Who would dare to challenge her? 6 level 3s for me. Can you handle the 2 level 4s? Lin Mo asked after a brief pause. What he needed right now was combat and rigorous training. The more targets, the greater the gains. The others froze momentarily, surprised at Lin Mo's boldness. Xiaoya, in particular, smirked and teased. Well, look at you. Lin Mo didn't realize you were this fierce. No wonder you're the man I set my sights on. Her tone and demeanor were a stark contrast to her youthful, doll-like appearance, making her words all the more striking. Xin Jia glanced at Lin Mo and decisively said, Page, yeah, you're on standby. I'll take that level 4. Without waiting for a response, she charged directly at one of the level 4 porcupines. Lu Pei could only shake her head helplessly, resigned to the impulsiveness of her teammate. Swish, swish, swish. The others sprang into action. Lin Mo was the second to charge into the pack, drawing aggro towards himself. Xin Jia quickly locked down one of the level 4 beasts, maneuvering to the side. Lin Bao, meanwhile, charged at the other level 4 porcupine, slamming his palm down forcefully. The green-backed porcupine roared in fury, its eyes turning bloodshot as it lunged at Lin Bao. Whoosh whoosh. 2 flying daggers shot out, relentlessly attacking the porcupine. In the blink of an eye, deep gashes appeared across its body, exposing bone. Yet, as a level 4 beast, its ferocity was undiminished. Lin Mo stood his ground, his feet firmly planted as a yellow glow enveloped his body. A black and gold shield suddenly appeared in his hands, ready to absorb the impact. Black Radiance Shield? Linmo noticed it and raised an eyebrow. It was his first time seeing Lin Mo's weapon, and he hadn't expected it to be a shield. Bang! The massive impact didn't budge Lin Mo an inch. The Earth Elemental defense boost was evident. Behind him, Xiaoya didn't let up, her golden flying daggers seizing the opportunity to strike at the porcupine's forehead. Squelch! The golden dagger pierced straight through the beast's skull. The level 4 green-backed porcupine collapsed to the ground without so much as a final cry. A mentalist's prowess was truly formidable, easily dispatching a level 4 beast. Lin Mo's defense was equally impressive. The green-backed porcupine's defenses were tough, and breaking through them wasn't easy. Yet Xiaoya had done so with ease. In comparison, the porcupine's charging strength far surpassed the thunderhorn giant wolf Lin Mo had encountered before. However, Lin Mo effortlessly withstood the impact, emerging completely unscathed. Such defensive capabilities were extraordinary, even among those of the same rank. Meanwhile, Chun Jia had engaged in an intense battle with a 4th-tier greenback porcupine. In comparison, Lin Mo's ability to endure attacks seemed insignificant. Chun Jia faced the formidable creature head-on without flinching, delivering blow after blow with her fists. Not only did she confront the beast directly, but she also counterattacked with punches and kicks, forcing the greenback porcupine to retreat repeatedly. Go Jia Jia! Xiaoya cheered from the sidelines. Before long, the greenback porcupine's forehead caved in under Chun Jia's relentless punches, and it collapsed with a thunderous thud, killed by a single strike. In stark contrast, Chun Jia remained unharmed after the battle and seemed to be in high spirits. Despite being only 3rd-rank martial artists, they had effortlessly taken down a 4th-tier beast, showcasing their formidable strength. Huh, is Lin Mo honing his movement skills? Lu Pei asked, puzzled, as she looked at Lin Mo. At that moment, it seemed Lin Mo wasn't focused on killing the beasts but rather playing with them. His movement skills had reached a proficient level, and upon seeing this, Chun Jia's eyes gleamed with a competitive spirit. If Lin Mo's movement techniques reached the micro level, even her throwing knives might struggle to land a hit on him. Xiaoya was equally astonished as she watched Lin Mo and murmured, the attacks of a spiritual force practitioner are cunning and unpredictable, making them difficult to defend against. But if they encounter a martial artist with micro-level movement skills, killing them becomes a real challenge. Hearing the system notification, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and noticed that the growth of his vitality and movement skills had slowed down. It seemed that the higher one's rank, the more challenging it became to increase vitality. It's the same for normal martial artists. The higher the rank, the harder the progress, Lin Mo thought to himself. Nonetheless, he felt satisfied with the current pace of improvement. In the past, he had to train arduously for a long time to gain just 10 points of vitality, but now the process was much easier. Since Xiaoya and Chun Jia had already finished their battles, Lin Mo decided not to delay further and aimed to gather enough points before refining his skills further. His entire demeanor shifted as his strength surged. With a series of powerful punches, 6 greenback porcupines fell to the ground instantly, lifeless. The group gathered to distribute the points, and then set off again. Shortly after they left, a nameless figure dressed in black appeared at the scene. These kids, except for Lu Pei, their talents are quite remarkable, he mused to himself. Although Lu Pei, as a light element awakener, was somewhat weaker in combat, her contributions to the team were indispensable. That's right, but that girl named Xiaoya is truly the most impressive one. A psychic, huh? Well, she's a prodigy from the Shao family of the southern province, with limitless potential ahead of her. But isn't that obvious? She's only 18, and she only awakened her psychic abilities recently. Psychics experience rapid growth in power within the first 3 years after awakening. This is just the beginning. Check back in 3 years, and she'll probably be terrifyingly strong. As for Chun Jia, don't underestimate that little martial arts fanatic. It's said that a significant portion of her mutation ability has been sealed by her grandfather to protect her body from being overwhelmed. Even so, her combat power is already exceptional among her peers. If the seal were fully lifted, who knows how powerful she could become. By the way, have you noticed something strange about that chubby kid from the Lin family? I can't seem to figure him out. I was just about to say the same thing. I can't see through him either. That kid must have some hidden treasure enhancing his abilities. Considering he's the young master of the Lin family's treasure pavilion, it's not surprising he'd have such an artifact. It's not unusual for Lin Mo to carry a treasure, but what really surprises me is how these top talents from the southern province ended up gathering together. Now that's rare. Honestly, how did they all come together? The Lin family, Chen family, Lu family, and Shao family, it's not like they usually interact much. Isn't it obvious? It must be that chubby kid from the Lin family. Don't be fooled by his simple, naive appearances sharp as attack, and has an exceptional eye for talent. But what puzzles me the most is Lin Mo. Why was Lin Mo so quick to pick him out? Lin Mo is from Jiangsheng in the Southern Province, and even Southern Province Commander Lu Li seems to think highly of him. You don't know? I've seen his records. He's an awakened lightning user, and his combat power amplification has reached fivefold. Oh, lightning element? Fivefold amplification? That's definitely a promising talent. Alright, enough talking, they're getting farther away. Let's follow them and make sure nothing goes wrong. With that, a group of black-clad individuals began tracking Lin Mo's direction. On the other side, Huazaheo and his group carried the injured Lu Dong out. Huazaheo was seething with rage and cursed. Damn it, Lin Mo, Chunjia, Xiaoya, just you wait. His hatred for Lin Mo and the others grew deeper, and the repeated setbacks filled him with fury. Brother Hao, Lu Dong won't be able to fight for a while, one of his teammates whispered cautiously from behind. Useless, Huazaheo said coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Dong, who was writhing in pain on the ground. Without hesitation, he ordered, "Get two others to replace him," and left Lu Dong behind as he led the others away. Brother Hao, don't leave me behind," Lu Dong called out desperately, fear gripping his heart. The Star Beast Forest was full of dangers, and in his severely injured state, he had no way to protect himself. Without the team, passing the assessment was nearly impossible. However, no matter how much he shouted, Huazaheo and the others didn't look back, quickly disappearing from his sight. "Huazaheo, you bastard!" Lu Dong roared helplessly, overcome with anger and despair. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure dressed in black suddenly appeared beside him. "Who are you?" Lu Dong cried out in panic, instinctively crawling backward. "Lu Dong, South 124, eliminated," a cold voice declared, freezing Lu Dong in place. He turned back to look. "I'm eliminated?" he murmured in disbelief. The black-clad figure didn't respond, grabbing him firmly and carrying him out of the Star Beast Forest at high speed. Years of hard work, the joy of finally being selected for the elite camp of the Martial Alliance, all reduced to nothing. He thought of his family's excitement, the envy and praise of his friends and classmates when he was chosen. Now, it was all gone, vanishing like a dream. He hadn't even stepped foot into the camp before being eliminated. And it was all because of Huazaheo. If it weren't for his instigation, how could Lu Dong have dared to offend Qinjia and the others? Overwhelmed with regret, tears of bitterness and frustration streamed down Lu Dong's face. Meanwhile, the Star Beast Forest was bustling with activity as battles between trainees and beasts raged on. "What are you doing?" "These are the beasts we killed." At the base of a hill, two groups confronted each other. 5 trainees, clearly battered from a fierce fight, stood with wounds covering their bodies, their eyes full of vigilance and anger as they glared at the 10 individuals surrounding them. The 5 had just managed to kill 10 beasts, including a formidable 4th-tier one. But as they were about to collect their hard-earned spoils, the group of 10 suddenly appeared and attacked without hesitation, injuring 2 of their members. "What's the meaning of this?" the lone woman among the 5 demanded angrily. "Isn't it obvious? We're taking your spoils," a red-haired boy from the group of 10 sneered. "Be smart and hand over your points, and we might spare you some pain." "Why? On what grounds?" the woman retorted furiously. "Because we outnumber you, and you don't stand a chance," the red-haired boy scoffed, his tone mocking. "What? Are you planning to report us to the elite camp later?" "Report you? Are you joking?" The red-haired boy laughed coldly. "Haven't you read the assessment rules carefully? All methods of obtaining combat points are allowed." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of 10 burst into raucous laughter. The 5 of you were furious, recalling the announcement at the start of the second assessment, which had mentioned the distribution of points. The team leader glanced at the opposing group with resentment and, with a reluctant expression, prepared to leave with his teammates. However, at that moment, the red-haired man's eyes flickered. The next second, their group struck suddenly, launching a surprise attack so swift it was impossible to react in time. "You cowards!" The unexpected ambush left the 5 utterly shocked, unable to defend themselves in their panic, and they were all struck down. "You went back on your word. We gave you the prey, and yet you still attacked us. How despicable. The fewer recruits from your southern province that make it into the camp, the more resources we'll have in Ning province. Knock them all out." Hearing this, the red-haired man sneered disdainfully. In the Martial Alliance elite camp, competition among the recruits was already fierce, let alone the rivalry between provinces. In every camp session, the more recruits from a province who made it into the top 1,000, the more rewards that province would gain, and the more resources its recruits would receive. The entrance assessment was their first battle, determining the initial treatment for new recruits in the camp. While most participants were unaware of this, those from prominent families and major factions had long been informed. Without giving the 5 any chance to speak further, the group swiftly knocked them unconscious, showing no mercy, even to the lone female member of the team. After transferring the points from their number plates, they prepared to face the next group. The red-haired man smirked, resting his hands behind his head as he leisurely turned and walked in another direction. Accumulating points by hunting beasts? That was nothing compared to seizing points from other recruits. It was faster and more effective. Not only could they gain a large number of points, but they could also eliminate potential future competitors in this session. In the Star Beast Forest, anyone knocked unconscious or rendered unable to fight would naturally be dealt with by the hidden instructors. The red-haired man had no worries about this. After all, once the instructors intervened, it meant those recruits were disqualified and had lost their chance to join the camp. After the red-haired group departed, 5 figures dressed in black appeared at the scene. Looking at the unconscious, incapacitated recruits, one of the black-clad individuals shook his head helplessly. Aren't those kids from Ning province going too far? They've already eliminated so many people along the way. Another person chimed in. Yeah, and some of the teams had recruits with decent potential. If this keeps up, won't the other provinces' recruits end up being wiped out? There's nothing we can do. Those are the rules. The leader of the black-clad group cut off the discussion. After collecting the number plates of the unconscious recruits and recording their elimination, they carried the group away. Brother Mo, why don't you use your awakened power? Just zap them with electricity, it'd be so much easier. Elsewhere, as night began to fall, Lin Mo couldn't help but complain. Every time they fought, Lin Mo relied on his footwork and military-style boxing to take down the beasts. While he didn't make any mistakes, his efficiency was clearly lacking. If Lin Mo used his lightning-based abilities, he could kill the beasts in an instant, saving time and effort. What's the rush? You have to take things one step at a time. Besides, isn't this a good chance to practice my footwork? After several rounds of hunting, the team's coordination had improved significantly, and they had become familiar with each other's combat styles. Throughout the day's battles, Lin Mo had received multiple system rewards, increasing his vitality by 280 and improving his footwork by 23 points. As of now, Lin Mo's vitality had reached 884, surpassing the previous record held by Hua Zihao, and his footwork had risen to 25,100. His combat strength had improved considerably. On top of that, each member of the team now had over 140 points, a significant gain. Suddenly, a piercing roar echoed through the air. Hearing a thunderous roar, Lin Mo and the others instantly stopped laughing and turned their eyes toward the source of the sound. With a few swift movements, they arrived outside a nearby valley. The roar echoed again, accompanied by an angry growl. Listening carefully, they realized it was the sound of 2 fierce beasts locked in an intense battle. The noise came from deep within the valley. Lin Mo spoke softly. Let's go take a look. After scanning the surroundings to ensure there were no other beasts nearby, he led the group silently into the valley. Before long, they reached a corner. Using the rocky cliff as cover, Lin Mo peeked around to observe what was happening inside. The sight before him made his heart skip a beat. 2 massive beasts were engaged in a brutal fight. A golden armored bear and a light hunting leopard. As soon as Lin Mo and Lu Peipei recognized the creatures, they gasped in astonishment, their eyes gleaming with excitement, their bodies unconsciously tensing with anticipation. However, their enthusiasm quickly faded as they assessed the beasts' levels. Damn it! Level 5. Lin Mo muttered under his breath. Although each member of the group was powerful, there was still a significant gap between them and level 5 beasts. A level 5 beast was equivalent to a 5th-rank human martial artist, and beasts of the same rank were often even stronger than their human counterparts. While Xiaoya and Shunjia possessed extraordinary combat abilities and could effortlessly defeat 4th-rank opponents, the power threshold for 4th rank was only 3,000, whereas 5th rank required a staggering 9,000, an immense difference of 6,000. Starting from the 4th rank, the gap between levels was far greater than that of the first 3 ranks. As it stood, even if they worked together, taking down one level 5 beast would be nearly impossible, let alone facing 2. Yet, the beast cores of these 2 creatures were exceptionally valuable, especially to Lin Mo and Lu Peipei. The golden armored bear's core could significantly enhance Lin Mo's strength by boosting his earth element abilities and physical constitution. Meanwhile, the light hunting leopard was even rarer. Beasts with light attributes were exceedingly uncommon, making every one of them priceless. Warriors who awakened light-based abilities were even harder to cultivate. Encountering such a beast now was a tantalizing opportunity for them. In the end, the 2 sighed and prepared to give up. Though it was rare to come across such beasts, the overwhelming strength of level 5 creatures loomed like an insurmountable mountain, leaving them helpless. Wait! Just as they were about to leave in disappointment, Lin Mo stopped them. Moj, forget it. Both of them are level 5 beasts. Even if we all work together, we wouldn't be able to take down one, Lin Mo said with a dejected expression. Why rush? Those 2 creatures are still fighting. We might be able to take advantage of the situation, Lin Mo said, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Xiaoya, however, shook her head, her tone mature and composed. Level 5 beasts don't fight recklessly. They possess intelligence on par with humans and would never fight to the point of mutual destruction, leaving themselves vulnerable. Just watch. In a little while, those two beasts will stop fighting. Sure enough, as soon as Xiaoya finished speaking, the golden armored bear and the light hunting leopard let out a final roar at each other, and then stepped back, creating distance between them. The two colossal beasts stood their ground, glaring at each other from a distance. Their deafening roars filled the air, but neither seemed willing to strike again, as if their physical battle had turned into a war of insults. They bared their teeth, spittle flying as their confrontation grew increasingly intense. At that moment, Xiaoya softly uttered, "Huh," catching Linmo's attention. Normally, after a fight, the beasts would depart, but these two remained rooted in place, neither willing to leave. Could it be? Xiaoya closed her eyes, sensing a mysterious force surging forth as her spirit probed inward. Lin Mo marveled at the profound power of spiritual detection. Though it was intangible and invisible, its presence could undoubtedly be felt. Moments later, Xiaoya opened her beautiful eyes, her face filled with astonishment. The others looked at her in confusion as she announced, "There's a cave around that corner, and inside are 3 Baisheng flowers about to mature." Her words left everyone in shock, especially Lin Mo, whose face lit up with delight. The Baisheng flower was one of the rare treasures capable of helping Zheng Heping rebuild his meridians. To think they would encounter it in such a remote place. Not only could it restore meridians, but it was also a vital material for 6th grade martial artists in their tendon tempering process. With these flowers, combined with the right techniques, the chances of success would increase significantly. Finding even one of these flowers was already extremely difficult, but to discover 3 at once here was beyond belief. How unlucky, Lin Bao muttered under his breath. To stumble upon a treasure trove but be forced to leave empty-handed. Despite the incredible value of the flowers, their current strength was no match for the 2 5th-level beasts guarding them. Obtaining the Baisheng flowers was simply impossible. Few things were more frustrating than having treasures within reach, but being unable to claim them. Lu Peipei gave a bitter smile and said, "All right, let's go. We should find a place to rest and recover our energy. We'll finish the points mission tomorrow." But just then, Lin Mo suddenly sprang into action. Lin Bao shouted in alarm, "Lin Mo, what are you doing? Don't be reckless." He never expected Lin Mo to charge toward the 2 beasts at such a critical moment. Xiaoya, Lu Peipei, and Xunjia all gasped in shock. Who would have thought that the usually calm and composed Lin Mo would make such a bold move now? "The Baisheng flowers, I will have them," Lin Mo declared without looking back. His figure had already appeared before the hunting light leopard. Roar, the sudden presence of a human startled both 5th-level beasts. When the hunting light leopard realized it was a mere human, its fury ignited. This insignificant human, whose vitality didn't even match that of a 4th-grade martial artist, dared to challenge its authority. Already irked by the earlier fight, the leopard now faced a human defying its dignity. It could not tolerate this insult. With an enraged roar, the leopard swiped a massive claw at Lin Mo with astonishing speed. As the enormous paw hurtled toward him, Lin Mo showed no fear. In an instant, his body became enveloped in intertwining silver and purple currents of electricity. With a resounding shout, he roared, "Dominating fist." With a low growl, the body of the shadow leopard suddenly froze, a flicker of human-like fear flashing through its eyes. It sensed an inexplicable danger, its fur standing on end in an instant. Danger! Alarms blared in its mind. It mustered all its strength to retract its claws to evade the threat, but it was already too late. Underestimating its opponent had cost it the perfect chance to escape. Even with its renowned speed, it was of no use now. Boom! A heavy punch landed, and the shadow leopard let out a pained screech as its right forepaw was shattered into fragments. But it wasn't over yet. Lin Mo's domineering fist surged forward once more, slamming into the leopard's head. Bam! For an instant, the entire valley seemed to freeze in time. The wind stopped, all sounds faded into silence, and the leopard's cries vanished. A massive, headless body stood for a few seconds before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Dead? It's dead? Impossible. That was a level 5 shadow leopard, and it died just like that? Is this man truly that powerful? Behind the rocky wall, Lin Bao, Xunjia, Xiaoya, and Lu Peipei all stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they had just witnessed in the valley. Their minds were in disarray. Lin Mo retracted his stance and turned his gaze toward the golden armor bear on the other side. At this moment, his blood energy had reached 884 units, with his dominating fist amplifying his power 12-fold, further boosted by a 50 increase from his lightning attribute. His combat strength now stood at a staggering 15,912. With just an additional 2,000 points, he could rival the power of a newly advanced Tier 6 martial artist. Taking down the level 5 shadow leopard effortlessly was well within his capabilities. Lin Mo had chosen to eliminate the shadow leopard first with careful consideration. The golden armor bear had formidable defenses, comparable to that of a level 6 beast. Though his black obsidian gauntlets could easily pierce the defenses of a level 5 beast, they might not guarantee a one-hit kill against the bear. On the other hand, the shadow leopard, being a light attribute beast, was exceptionally fast. If he had targeted the golden armor bear first, the shadow leopard would not have stood idly by. It would likely flee or engage in hit-and-run tactics. Despite his combat strength nearing that of a Tier 6 martial artist, his speed still fell short of a genuine Tier 5 martial artist. Blood energy determined his attack power, but it did not proportionally enhance his speed. When it came to speed, he was no match for the shadow leopard. Therefore, only by exploiting the beast's overconfidence and catching it off guard could he ensure a one-hit kill. The results proved his judgment correct and his actions flawless. Lin Mo's gaze shifted to the golden armor bear, which instinctively took 2 steps back, a look of fear flashing in its eyes. It hadn't expected the shadow leopard, which had been evenly matched with it moments ago, to be instantly killed. This seemingly insignificant human, with blood energy levels barely reaching that of a Tier 3 martial artist, had managed to obliterate a level 5 shadow leopard. Even Lin Mo and the others couldn't comprehend what had just happened, let alone the golden armor bear. Everything had happened so quickly that no one, not even the bear, had time to react. As Lin Mo's footsteps quickened, everyone's heartbeat seemed to synchronize with his pace, growing faster and faster. Lin Mo and the others watched his every move with bated breath, their eyes widening by the second. Previously, Lin Mo had instantly taken down the light hunting leopard with such speed that no one present could even see how he did it. This time, they didn't want to miss a single moment. Sizzling sounds filled the air as Lin Mo quickened his steps, and the crackling electricity around him surged in intensity. Like a god of thunder, he charged toward the golden armored violent bear under the dazzling lightning. The golden armored violent bear, a notoriously ferocious beast, found itself retreating step by step. Its eyes betrayed fear, and its massive frame trembled visibly. The nervous growls it emitted seemed to plead, "Stay back. Don't come any closer." But behind it lay the entrance to the cave where the rare Baishing flower was located. Finding such a treasure was no easy feat, and the bear had already been guarding it for days, waiting for it to mature. The earlier battle had started when the light hunting leopard discovered the flower. Although the leopard, also a level 5 beast, was challenging to deal with, the golden armored violent bear had been confident in its ability to protect its prize. That confidence was shattered when Lin Mo appeared out of nowhere and instantly killed the leopard, whose strength was comparable to its own. And now, Lin Mo was coming for it, his terrifying lightning aura pressing down relentlessly. If it retreated, it would have to give up the Baishing flower it had worked so hard to protect. If it didn't, it would likely meet the same fate as the leopard. Torn between life and death, the bear let out an unwilling roar before finally choosing to back down. However, Lin Mo had no intention of letting it escape. Killing a level 5 beast would earn him 10 points, and since his strength had already been revealed, there was no reason to hold back. A missed opportunity was no opportunity at all. The golden armored violent bear, already turning to flee, was filled with rage and panic when it realized the human wasn't letting it go. It had already chosen to retreat, yet this relentless human still pursued it. Furious, the bear decided it was done running. With an enraged roar, it entered a berserk state. Did this human really think it, the mighty bear, was a pushover? The bear suddenly reared up on its hind legs, its massive paws swinging wildly at Lin Mo. A single hit from those paws could easily shatter bones. But Lin Mo had no intention of dodging. He faced the attack head-on. Once again, his powerful Ba Fist technique, enhanced by crackling lightning, exploded forward. The terrifying energy seemed to ignite the very air, producing a sharp, sizzling sound. In that moment, the entire world seemed to focus on that one punch. Even in its berserk state, the golden armored violent bear's eyes flickered with a brief moment of clarity as the punch approached only to be overtaken by sheer terror. Its defiant roars turned into pitiful whimpers. Boom. With a single punch, the bear's massive body, as solid as a steel fortress, was sent flying through the air. Lin Mo and the others watching were utterly stunned, their jaws dropping in disbelief. The bear's sheer size and weight were enough to inspire fear, yet Lin Mo had sent it airborne with a single punch. Just how strong was he? Despite the devastating blow, the golden armored violent bear proved why it was considered one of the toughest earth element beasts. Though it had been severely injured and knocked back, its tough outer hide showed no visible wounds. Its ability to withstand damage was leagues beyond that of the light hunting leopard. The bear, now sprawled on the ground, growled weakly as Lin Mo approached again. It felt as though the punch had shaken its internal organs so badly that it was on the verge of collapsing. It wanted to run, but its lack of speed made escape impossible. Struggling to its feet, it prepared for one final, desperate counterattack. But before it could act, Lin Mo struck again. The glow of his lightning-imbued fist filled the bear's vision, growing larger and larger. Bang! 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 Lin Mo's fists rained down on the bear's head like a relentless storm. The once mighty beast's consciousness began to fade, its resistance fading into nothingness. And in its final moments, its awareness vanished entirely, forever frozen in that instant. Hiss. Lin Bao and the others couldn't help but gasp, utterly shocked. Lin Mo's performance just now was downright brutal. 2 consecutive headshots left the 2 level 5 mutant beasts without even a chance to retaliate. The fight was raw and direct, every punch landing with precision, hitting critical points, making the onlookers' eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Only Chinjia seemed completely unfazed. Instead, her eyes burned with admiration as she stared at Lin Mo. This kind of straightforward and violent combat style was exactly to her liking. With a crisp ding, a yellow beast core dropped to the ground, rolling a few times before coming to a stop opposite a white beast core. Lin Mo straightened up and bent down to pick up the 2 beast cores with satisfaction. He thought to himself that the destructive power of his thunder-augmented dominating fist was indeed impressive. However, the golden-armored berserk bear's skull had been exceptionally tough. It had taken 6 solid punches, even with his black obsidian gauntlets, to finally crush it. If Lin Bao and the others knew what he was thinking, they would have rolled their eyes. Being able to crush the skull of a golden-armored berserk bear, known for its defensive strength, with 6 punches at a mere 3rd-tier level, how was that not already heaven-defying? Whoa, whoa. Lin Bao came running over, his face filled with astonishment. Lin Mo, brother Mo, my dear brother, I had no idea you were this strong. Lu Pei followed closely behind, asking in amazement, Lin Mo, what tier are you exactly? She still seemed a bit dazed, as if she hadn't fully recovered from the intense battle she'd just witnessed. Chinjia silently observed Lin Mo, a complex gleam flickering in her eyes. Meanwhile, Xiaoya exaggeratedly began poking and prodding Lin Mo all over, as if trying to find something. Xiaoya, what are you doing? Lin Mo jumped back 2 steps, visibly uncomfortable and on guard. Tisk, TSK. I thought I was already a freak, but it turns out you're an even bigger freak. You're a total monster. Xiaoya clicked her tongue in amazement. Lin Mo was speechless. You're the monster. Your whole family are monsters, you brat. Suddenly, Xiaoya pulled out 2 golden throwing knives and provocatively said, So, do you think my knives can take you down? Whoa, easy there, Grandma. Don't mess around. I can't keep up with your games. Lin Mo immediately leapt several meters away. He had already experienced Xiaoya's mischievous and unpredictable nature during their journey and was genuinely afraid she might actually throw the knives at him. While he was confident in his own strength, he wasn't sure he could handle a psychic blade master like her. So you're admitting that this young lady is stronger than you, huh? Xiaoya teased with a playful grin. Yes, you're the strongest, Lin Mo replied with an exaggerated eye roll, reluctantly humoring her. At that moment, Lin Bao and Lu Pei exchanged a glance before Lin Bao hesitantly spoke up. Lin Mo, can we talk about something? What is it? Well, could you let me and Lu Pei have these 2 beast cores? Their attributes match ours perfectly. Lin Bao said somewhat embarrassedly. Beast cores are essential materials for every warrior to refine weapons and enhance their cultivation. They come with different attributes. However, warriors with matching attributes can absorb them more effectively, especially beast cores above level 5, which contain pure energy. These 2 beast cores are quite rare. While there are many earth attribute beasts, their species and grades vary. The golden armored violent bear stands out among earth attribute beasts and is extremely valuable. As for the hunting light leopard, a light attribute beast, it is even rarer. That's it. No problem at all, Lin Mo readily agreed after listening. For him, as long as it's not a thunder attribute beast core, it isn't of much use. Exchanging it for money or resources was actually more practical. Besides, these 2 were his teammates. After journeying together for some time, they had developed a good rapport. Great. Give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer the money right now, Lin Bao said excitedly. Beside him, Lu Pei also smiled with delight. In such a hurry? Lin Mo looked at Lin Bao amusedly, thinking the guy seemed afraid he might change his mind. Shaking his head, Lin Mo recited his account number. Lin Bao and Lu Pei glanced at it and quickly completed the transfer. Ding. You have received a transfer from account ending in 5669, amount 80 million. Ding. You have received a transfer from account ending in 7888, amount 100 million. What the? Seeing the 2 notifications, Lin Mo was stunned and then looked at the 2 with confusion. Isn't this too much? Too much? Not at all. Lin Bao waved his hand, his eyes shining as he held the beast core. Brother Mo, this is the beast core of a golden armored violent bear, level 5. It's worth the price. Then Pei, what's with the 100 million? Aren't both level 5 beast cores? Lin Mo asked, puzzled. Lin Mo, this is a light attribute beast core, 100 times rarer than others. It's absolutely worth this price. To be honest, I'm actually getting a bargain here. If you put this thing on the black market, the price would be much higher, Lu Pei explained with a cheerful smile. Hearing this, Lin Mo was surprised. He had underestimated the value of these beast cores. He hadn't expected the 2 cores to fetch such astronomical sums. Brother Mo, let me tell you, for warriors, money isn't the most important thing. Treasures like rare herbs, martial techniques, and matching beast cores are what truly matter. When these things are high in quality and rare in attribute, no amount of money can buy them. And look, this over 100 million may seem like a lot, but spending it to significantly boost your strength is worth it. Once your strength improves, you'll earn money much faster, and wealth will come in no time. Lin Mo nodded in understanding. He hadn't expected to suddenly have over 100 million in funds. No wonder people always said that warriors could make money easily. It was true. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have dared to dream of such a thing. The saying, poor scholars, rich warriors, really hit the mark. Let's go check out the 100-life flower, Xiaoya urged at this time. Although she wasn't particularly interested in beast cores, the 100-life flower was a treasure sought after by all warriors. Sure, Lin Mo smiled and led the way toward the cave entrance around the bend. The cave was not very large, and Lin Mo and the others had to crouch to enter. Thinking about the massive bodies of the golden-armored violent bear and the hunting light leopard, Lin Mo speculated to himself. If they wanted to get in, they would surely have to break through the entrance. Inside the cave, 300 life flowers stood quietly. Their emerald green stems exuded vitality, while 7 snow-white petals appeared so pristine and delicate, as if a mere touch could harm them. In the center of the petals, the crimson stamen was strikingly vivid, tempting enough to make one want to devour it in a single bite. Lin Mo reached out to pick one, but Lin Bao stopped him abruptly. Wait, it's not time yet. He realized that the 2 exotic beasts outside hadn't forcibly taken the flowers because the 100-life flowers were not fully matured. Harvesting them now would cut their efficacy in half. Lin Mo suddenly understood. Such rare treasures were not thoroughly explained in class. Firstly, they were incredibly scarce and almost non-existent in the market. The herbs that martial artists usually use to strengthen their muscles were other varieties, far less effective than the 100-life flowers. Secondly, back in high school, when the teacher mentioned 100-life flowers, they had dismissed them as unimportant. Most ordinary people couldn't even meet the threshold to become martial artists, let alone reach the 6th rank. As a result, rare items like these were seldom discussed in class. Moreover, when harvesting such treasures, they must be stored in jade containers. Otherwise, once uprooted, they might become semi-wasted or completely useless, an absolute waste of such a precious resource. Therefore, when traveling, hunting beasts, or completing missions, it was essential to carry jade storage vessels. At this moment, Lin Bao transformed into a scholarly lecturer, explaining the details meticulously. Lin Mo glanced at him with a grin. Didn't expect you to know so much. Impressive. Of course. They don't call me the walking encyclopedia for nothing, Lin Bao replied proudly, lifting his chin. But immediately, Xiaoya shot him a sidelong glance. You've been talking for ages. Did you even bring any jade containers? Lin Bao froze. Oh well, actually no, I didn't. Lin Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking, this guy really can't be relied on. Here you go. Xiaoya pulled 3 long jade boxes out of her backpack and handed them to Lin Mo. Lin Mo took them without hesitation. Thanks. He looked at the nearly mature 100-life flowers and decided to wait. In less than an hour, we'll be able to harvest them. As for how well divide these 300-life flowers, Xiaoya interrupted. Why divide? They're all yours. If it weren't for you killing those 2 5th-level exotic beasts, we wouldn't have been able to get these flowers in the first place. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned, not expecting Xiaoya to be so straightforward. She's right, Lu Pei added with a smile. The 100-life flowers are yours. You did all the work, we didn't do anything. I'm already thrilled to have the beast core from the hunting light leopard. Lin Mo glanced at Lu Pei, then looked at Chun Jia and Lin Bao, who also nodded in agreement. He couldn't help but smile. Despite not knowing these people for long, their camaraderie was genuinely heartwarming. If it had been someone else, they might have been tempted by the 100-life flowers and caused a commotion. After all, these flowers were the best material for 6th-rank martial artists to strengthen their muscles. Meanwhile, on a hill in the distance, Hao Go asked, where to next? Hua Zihao sat quietly to the side, carefully wiping the bloodstains from his hands, while his teammates busied themselves collecting the spoils of battle. To his right lay 5 slain beasts, their bodies sprawled in pools of blood, creating a grim and harrowing scene. After a moment of thought, Hua Zihao suggested, let's take a break and then head south. There's a river nearby, and staying there should help us encounter more beasts. In the Star Beast Forest, there were 3 rivers where beasts came to drink water. Guarding one of these spots was far easier than scouring the forest. After all, water was essential for the beasts, and they needed to drink daily. Just as he finished speaking, a rustling sound came from the forest to their left. Hua Zihao immediately tensed, standing up swiftly and drawing his weapon. His teammates quickly followed suit, gripping their weapons tightly and fixing their gazes on the dense woods. Within moments, 10 figures emerged from the shadows of the forest. Among them, a red-haired young man stood out conspicuously. Hua Zihao froze for a second before putting away his weapon and stepping forward with a smile. Oh, Chinga. The red-haired youth paused upon seeing Hua Zihao, his eyes flickering as if lost in thought, before a faint smile appeared on his face. Well, what a surprise meeting you here. I thought only candidates from the southern province were taking the assessment here. Haha, how could that be? This is the elite camp students from all provinces gather here, Huazaheo replied, his eyes briefly scanning the people behind Chinga. Although they were unfamiliar, he chose not to question further and turned his attention back to Chinga. Come on, brothers, let me introduce you. This is my good elder brother, the number 1 from Ning Province Lu Chun, a Tier 4 awakener. What? Tier 4? Huazaheo's words left his teammates utterly shocked. The students chosen for the elite camp were all 18 years old. At that age, becoming an awakener and achieving the level of a Tier 3 warrior was already considered an extraordinary feat, yet now, a peer who had reached Tier 4 had appeared, leaving them in awe. Greetings, Chinga. Without missing a beat, they all greeted him respectfully. Hello. The red-haired youth replied with a faint, almost insincere smile, though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. The 9 individuals behind him stood motionless, their expressions cold and detached, as if they were oblivious to their surroundings. A sense of unease crept over the group as they noticed the peculiar, almost murderous glint in the stranger's eyes. Huazaheo, does your southern province have any exceptional talents this time around? The red-haired youth asked with a casual smile. Talents? Our Huaga is one himself. His blood energy is at 800 calories, definitely one of the best among us. One of the teammates eagerly chimed in, flattering him. However, they failed to notice the subtle change in Lu Chen's gaze as he looked at Huazaheo. Don't listen to their nonsense. I'm just average nothing compared to you. Chinga, Huazaheo said modestly, though his tone quickly shifted. But Lu Chen's smile widened as he glanced at Huazaheo, his right hand slowly moving to the curved blade at his waist. Behind him, the 9 individuals began to reach for their weapons as well, their expressions growing increasingly menacing. Huazaheo spoke to himself, but in our southern province, there are a few really strong ones this time. He didn't notice the odd expressions on Lu Chun and the others' faces. A glint of sharpness flashed through Lu Chen's eyes as he rested his hand on the hilt of his blade, without making any other move, looking rather intrigued. Oh, how strong, he asked. To my shame, I've been beaten by them a few times, Huazaheo continued, as if trying to justify his defeats. Oh, stronger than you? Tell me more, Lu Chan said as he withdrew his hand from the blade and stroked his chin, his interest clearly piqued. Huazaheo began elaborating with exaggerated details about Lin Mo, Chunjia, Xiaoya, and Lu Peipei, completely skipping over Lin Debao. In his account, these individuals were depicted as arrogant and unpredictable, always ready to act due to their formidable strength. Beyond them, Huazaheo also mentioned a few others with comparable abilities. Lu Chen listened patiently, the glint in his eyes growing sharper. Less than 600 blood energy, and they can still overpower you? Are they strength mutation types? Psychic manipulators? Light-type awakeners? Lu Chen muttered to himself, a devilish smile spreading across his face, as if he found these powerhouses immensely intriguing. He licked his lips, an air of excitement emanating from him. At this moment, Huazaheo suddenly spoke up. Brother Chun, I have a favor to ask. Lu Chen looked up at him. Go on, he said. Huazaheo eagerly continued. Could you help me regain my dignity? You're asking me to deal with Lin Mo and the others? Lu Chen asked. Yes, they've pushed me too far, and I can't swallow this humiliation, Huazaheo said, his expression full of indignation. All right, since you're my brother, I'll handle it. But while we're at it, could you introduce me to those others you mentioned? Lu Chen asked with a smile. No problem. I know roughly where they can find them easily. Huazaheo agreed immediately. Though he wondered why Lu Chun was interested in meeting those others, he didn't dwell on it. As long as Lu Chun was willing to deal with Lin Mo, that was enough for him. Then let's go, Lu Chun said decisively. Right now? Have you finished collecting your mission points? Huazaheo asked, happy but also concerned, as he hadn't gathered enough points yet. Getting even is one thing, but if we don't collect enough points and fail the assessment, we won't make it into the camp. That would be a disaster, Huazaheo reminded him. How much time could it possibly take to teach those people a lesson? Do you really think we won't have time to gather points after that? Lu Chan said dismissively, though a flicker of impatience crossed his face before he quickly masked it. All right then, follow me. Huazaheo nodded. After thinking it over, he realized Lu Chun was right. He was well aware of Lu Chen's strength. Their fathers were close friends, so he knew what Lu Chun was capable of. Lin Mo's group was troublesome, especially Xiaoya, but he trusted Lu Chun to handle them without fear. For most people, psychic manipulators were nightmares before they advanced to the stages of refining skin and bone. But Lu Chun had already completed the skin refinement stage, making him an absolute powerhouse. Huazaheo hadn't mentioned this when introducing Lu Chun, but he understood it clearly in his heart. After all, just being a 4th-rank warrior wouldn't be enough to claim the title of the number 1 in Ning Province. Ning Province was vast, with resources far richer than those of the southern province. The overall strength of martial artists in the southern province undeniably holds an advantage. Among the geniuses selected each year from the southern province, very few managed to rank within the top 1,000 of the Martial Alliance's elite camp. For this reason, when Lin Mo was discovered to be a lightning element awakener with such astonishing combat power, Lu Li paid close attention to him. However, his expectations were limited to hoping Lin Mo could secure a place within the top 1,000 of the elite camp. This was because the talent reserves of other provinces were overwhelmingly strong, often producing prodigies that defied belief. Even with talents like Lin Mo, Chen Jia, and Xiaoya being exceptionally outstanding, Lu Li still couldn't be entirely at ease. Before long, their group encountered the team led by Zhang Qi, the formidable genius mentioned by Huaziheo. Huaziheo, what are you up to? Seeing Huaziheo's group of 15, including 10 unfamiliar faces, Zhang Qi and his team immediately grew wary. Those 10 unfamiliar faces were clearly not from the southern province, as all the participants from the southern province in this year's elite camp had already met at the provincial military plaza, and these 10 were not among them. Zhang Qi, relax. I just want to introduce you to some of my friends, Huaziheo said with a cheerful smile, preparing to introduce Lu Chun. However, before he could say another word, the red-haired Lu Chun strode forward. You're Zhang Qi. Yes, and you are? Zhang Qi was just about to respond when Lu Chun suddenly drew a curved blade from his waist and dashed forward like lightning. A sinister smile appeared on Lu Chun's face as he closed the distance in an instant. Slash. Without hesitation, the curved blade flashed several blinding silver arcs, slicing through Zhang Qi's limb joints. Blood splattered everywhere. Zhang Qi collapsed to the ground instantly, writhing in agony. His limb joints had been severed, rendering him immobile. The excruciating pain drained the color from his face, leaving him drenched in cold sweat and unable to form coherent words. His eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. The scene fell into a stunned silence. Both Zhang Qi's teammates and Huaziheo's group were left speechless, staring in shock at what had just unfolded. Apart from Zhang Qi's cries of pain, not a single sound could be heard. You bastards! How dare you do something so cruel? After a few moments, Zhang Qi's teammates snapped out of their shock. They rushed to Zhang Qi's side to check his injuries, glaring at Lu Chun and Huaziheo with hatred and vigilance. Huaziheo, you scum! You actually brought people here to ambush Zhang Qi. We will definitely report this to the elite camp instructors. Seeing Zhang Qi's limbs rendered useless, his teammates shouted furiously at Huaziheo. This has nothing to do with me. Huaziheo stammered, his face full of confusion and panic. He never expected Lu Chun to act so ruthlessly. He had invited Lu Chun mainly to suppress Lin Mo and his group, hoping to disqualify them from entering the elite camp. But he had never intended to cripple anyone, let alone Zhang Qi, someone with whom he had no personal grudge. Huaziheo looked at Lu Chun in shock and doubt. At that moment, Lu Chun seemed like a complete stranger to him. Was this really the same Lu Chun he knew? However, facing the angry accusations, Lu Chun's voice turned cold and sinister. Report it. You won't get the chance. As soon as Lu Chun finished speaking, Zhang Qi's teammates erupted in anger and shouted furiously. Four figures dashed out from behind Lu Chun without a word and charged straight at them. Thud, 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 thud. Before they could even react, all four were swiftly knocked down and rendered unconscious. Huaziheo and his companions looked at Lu Chun and his group with a mix of shock and uncertainty, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Everything had happened so quickly that they could hardly process it. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Qi was crippled, the other 4 were knocked out, and all 5 were effectively eliminated. The sheer strength displayed by Lu Chun's group left Huaziheo and the others in awe. While Zhang Qi's teammates weren't much of a threat to Huaziheo, taking them all down in an instant was no small feat, especially Zhang Qi, who was on par with Huaziheo in strength, yet he didn't even last a single move against Lu Chun and had his limbs crippled outright. Too strong. Lu Chun's gaze alone prompted his team to step forward and collect Zhang Qi and his teammates' badges, transferring points, and even looting any valuable items they carried. What are you standing there for? Next, Lu Chun said excitedly, looking at the stunned Huaziheo. Huh? Oh, but, Brother Chun, isn't this a bit too much? Huaziheo hesitated. Too much? Stop talking nonsense and get moving. The fewer people left, the more resources there are for the rest of us, Lu Chun said impatiently. Huaziheo thought for a moment and eventually gritted his teeth, nodding in agreement. Lu Chun wasn't wrong. Among the elite camp trainees, competition was the norm. The fewer opponents, the more resources they could claim for themselves. With that, the group headed in another direction. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just as Lu Chun's group left, 5 figures dressed in black appeared beside Zhang Qi. That red-haired punk went way too far. What a scumbag, one of them said angrily. Exactly. In Ning Province's trials, knocking someone out is enough to eliminate them. Why cripple Zhang Qi's limbs? Another chimed in. Yeah, this is just a training assessment. There was no need to go that far. The others echoed in dissatisfaction. Captain, why did you stop us from intervening earlier? A team member asked, puzzled. What are you thinking? The assessment rules are clear. Unless there's a life-threatening situation, We can't interfere. This is exactly the kind of scenario warriors will face in the future. Do you have any idea what it's like on a real battlefield? The captain replied with a furrowed brow. Though he was deeply angered by Lu Chen's actions, he was powerless to act within the constraints of the assessment rules. Enough. Get Zhang Qi treated immediately. If we delay, his future as a warrior will be severely impacted, the captain said, cutting off their complaints and leading the team away with the injured Zhang Qi. Damn it, don't the instructors in Ning province care about this? One team member grumbled. Now that you mention it, did any of you notice where the instructors with Lu Chen's group were? Another asked. Huh? Come to think of it, no? I scanned the area earlier, and there was no one nearby. Someone replied, exchanging glances with the others. So where did their instructors go? The captain pondered. Probably monitoring from outside their detection range, one of them speculated. Enough chatter. Move faster. The captain snapped, silencing their discussion. Inside a mountain cave, the Baisheng flowers finally reached maturity. Under Lin Debao's guidance, Lin Mo carefully placed the 3 Baisheng flowers into jade containers. Brother Mo, you've really hit the jackpot this time. Just 1 Baisheng flower is enough for you to complete your muscle refining stage. Lin Debao chuckled and said, a hint of envy in his eyes. With the other 2 plants, you can trade for other rare treasures for refining skin and bones. That way, your path to the 6th rank will be smooth sailing. Lin Mo replied, haha, I need to save 1 for my uncle. Huh? Your uncle has reached the 6th rank and needs to refine his tendons. Lin Debao asked curiously. No, my uncle suffered a leg fracture and torn tendons years ago during a mission to fend off a beast tide. I plan to use this to help him fully recover, Lin Mo explained. What? You're planning to use the 100 life flower to regenerate his tendons and heal his injury? Lin Debao asked in astonishment. Yes, that's right, Lin Mo nodded. Then, what rank is your uncle? Lin Debao continued to inquire. Him? He used to be at the 2nd rank, but after being injured for over a decade, his vitality has declined. He's barely at the peak of the 1st rank now, Lin Mo sighed. What? A single petal would be enough to heal your uncle completely. Using an entire plant would be such a waste. Lin Debao said, utterly speechless. Do you think the 100 life flower is as common as cabbage? Using an entire plant to treat a 2nd rank warrior's leg injury? Aren't you afraid of being cursed by the heavens? Lin Mo retorted. What? A single petal is more than enough. Not just enough, it's overkill. I'd say even half a petal would suffice. Lu Peipei, standing nearby, said with a wry smile. The effects of the 100 life flower are that strong? Lin Mo was shocked. Of course, the 100 life flower is incredibly rare, Lin Debao said. How about this? If your uncle only needs 1 petal for treatment, then trade the rest of the plant to me. I'll give you 2 portions of purple spirit crystal powder, which will be more than enough for your 4th rank skin refining. Lin Debao took out 2 boxes and slowly opened them. A brilliant purple light filled the cave, casting a violet glow everywhere. Inside the boxes was a shimmering purple powder. Lin Mo immediately felt his skin come alive, as if it were desperately craving the powder. 100 life flower is more than enough for you. Any extra can only be used to trade for materials. Right now, what you need most are materials for refining your skin, bones, and tendons. What do you think? Lin Debao continued to persuade him. This? Are you sure an incomplete 100 life flower will be enough for you? Lin Mo asked. Of course. While it's said that refining tendons requires an entire plant, most people don't even use half of one. Losing a petal won't make any difference to me, Lin Debao said confidently. Wow, our young master Lin is certainly rich and generous, carrying purple spirit crystal powder around like it's nothing. Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise, watching Lin Debao casually take out 2 portions of the powder. Hee of course. Lin Debao laughed, then turned to Lin Mo. So, what do you say, brother Mo? All right, deal. Lin Mo agreed without hesitation. He took out the jade box containing the 100 life flower, plucked a single petal, and placed it in another jade box before handing the rest to Lin Debao. After the exchange, Lin Debao held the flower and inspected it with satisfaction, laughing heartily. With this, he now had all the materials needed for refining his skin and bones, and now even the materials for refining tendons. He was in an excellent mood, having unexpectedly obtained everything he needed here. Lin Mo also felt delighted. He hadn't expected to not only acquire the spiritual medicine to heal Uncle Zheng's leg injury, but also gather the materials he needed for refining his skin and tendons. With the purple spirit crystal powder and the 100 life flower, he could smoothly complete his 4th and 6th rank refinements. All that remained was to find the materials for refining his bones in the future, and he would successfully finish the entire process of 6th rank refinement, laying the strongest foundation to advance to the 7th rank. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! The host has obtained purple spirit crystal powder through personal effort. Would you like to refine it now to complete skin refinement? Lin Mo froze, utterly astonished. Even though Lin Mo had not yet advanced to the 4th rank, he was able to begin the skin refinement process, which left him feeling astonished. He immediately communicated with the system through his thoughts. The system prompted yes. Ding, skin refinement will begin in 1 minute. It requires some time, so please find a quiet and safe place to proceed. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo glanced at Lin Mo and the others and hesitated before saying, I seem to have a sudden insight into combat techniques and need to train for a while. You all Lin Mo and Lu Pei immediately understood and walked out of the cave. Even the usually mischievous Xiao Yu obediently followed them out, apparently due to the respect Lin Mo had earned after single-handedly defeating 2 fifth-level beasts earlier. Ding, consuming purple spirit crystal powder 2. Skin refinement begins. The system's voice rang out again, followed by another notification. Ding, critical hit triggered. 10,000-fold return activated. Skin refinement success rate increased by 10,000 times. Skin refinement speed accelerated by 10,000 times. Estimated remaining time for skin refinement, 30 minutes. Lin Mo sat cross-legged, stunned by the system's announcement. Another 10,000-fold return? And on 2 fronts? He was taken aback. This was the second time he had triggered such a phenomenon since the first occurrence. What surprised him even more was that the 10,000-fold return not only increased the success rate by 10,000 times, but also accelerated the process by the same magnitude. With a 10,000-fold success rate, Lin Mo could complete the skin refinement effortlessly without any chance of Falurian unexpected boon. Skin refinement was a process reserved for 4th-rank martial artists and came with a low success rate. Failure would result in a significant loss of strength and a decline in vitality. Even with the help of rare treasures and guidance from experienced predecessors, success was never guaranteed. But now, Lin Mo had no such concerns. He had learned from Lin Mo and the others that even under ideal conditions, skin refinement would take at least a month, and in some cases, several months. Yet here he was, completing it in just 30 minutes, a truly miraculous feat. Delighted, Lin Mo closed his eyes and focused on the process. Suddenly, an unusual sensation surged through him. His skin began to tingle lightly at first, but the intensity quickly increased until it felt like countless ants were biting him. The pain was excruciating. His skin cracked, and his flesh began to reconstruct. Within just a few breaths, Lin Mo's entire body was covered in blood, and the searing pain of tearing flesh overwhelmed him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. He had not anticipated the skin refinement process to be so agonizing. Were it not for his unwavering determination, he might have cried out in pain. However, he gritted his teeth and endured. Gradually, the tearing sensation subsided. Lin Mo could feel his skin undergoing a transformation, following a mysterious rhythm as it regenerated. The blood on his surface quickly scabbed over, then flaked off, revealing new skin underneath. The fresh skin was smooth and white like that of a newborn, radiating a brilliance comparable to white jade. Its defensive properties and resilience had been enhanced immeasurably. After 30 minutes, the system notification sounded again. Ding, skin refinement complete. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the process. Vitality 150. Current vitality, 1,034 calories. Lin Mo never expected to advance to the 4th rank so quickly while also completing the skin refinement stage. His heart was filled with joy. The minimum blood vitality threshold for the 4th rank was 1,000 calories, but when he assessed his condition, a sense of doubt arose. Had skin refinement only increased his blood vitality by 150? That seemed too little. Upon carefully examining his body, he discovered that aside from a slight boost in combat power, there were no other significant changes at most. His skin had become smoother and fairer. Immediately, Lin Mo checked his status panel. Host, Lin Mo. Rank, 4th rank martial artist. Blood vitality, 1,034 calories. Combat power amplification limit, 17. Martial artist's 6 refinement stage, skin refinement. Elemental power, lightning. Martial techniques, military boxing mortal grade, perfected. Dominating fist profound grade, perfected. Movement skill, beginner 2, 5100. Lin Mo quickly noticed that his combat power amplification limit had increased by 5. Previously, the limit was 12, but now it had risen to 17. It turned out that after skin refinement, the combat power amplification limit could increase 5-fold. Suddenly, it all made sense to Lin Mo. The difference in combat power between a 4th rank martial artist with and without skin refinement was immense. Based on his current blood vitality of 1,034 calories, using dominating fist could amplify his combat power 17 times, meaning the power of a single punch could reach 17,578 points. This was only a few hundred points shy of the 6th rank combat power threshold of 18,000, an almost negligible gap. With the additional support of his lightning abilities, his maximum combat power could even reach 26,367, which was truly astonishing. Although there was still a gap compared to 7th rank martial artists, he would undoubtedly rank among the top tier of 6th rank martial artists. Brimming with confidence, Lin Mo realized that even his military boxing had seen an improvement, with its amplification limit increasing by 5 to reach 10. He tested it and found that the combat power of military boxing had exceeded 10,000, reaching the 5th rank level. With the lightning amplification, its combat power could surpass 15,000, equivalent to the previous maximum power of dominating Fistan outcome. He found very satisfying. Furthermore, Lin Mo discovered that his defensive capabilities had also multiplied several times. Despite his fair and delicate-looking skin, it had become nearly impervious to blades and bullets. Ordinary weapons could no longer pierce his skin, and his body's resilience to attacks had significantly increased. After skin refinement, he could even stand his ground against a 6th-rank martial artist. He never imagined that he could directly enter the skin refinement stage before even fully stepping into the 4th rank. System, now that I have the 100 life flower, can I proceed directly to tendon refinement? Lin Mo asked. The system responded, ding. The 6 refinements of martial artists must be completed step by step and in order. The host must first complete bone refinement before proceeding to tendon refinement. Lin Mo suddenly understood. The system didn't care whether he reached the 6th rank or not. He could indeed refine his tendons in advance, but only after completing bone refinement first. As long as he collected the necessary materials for bone refinement, he could proceed directly to tendon refinement afterward. System, you're amazing, Lin Mo exclaimed in excitement. At this rate, he just needed to gather the materials to complete the 6 refinements ahead of schedule. The thought of possibly completing what typically required a 9th rank martial artist to achieve, while still in the 4th or 5th rank, was exhilarating. Just then, a furious shout echoed from outside the cave. It was Xiaoya. Huaziheo, are you courting death? With a swift movement, Lin Mo appeared outside the cave. The scene before him instantly put him on high alert. Xiaoya stood glaring angrily, several flying knives hovering around her, their sharp edges glinting menacingly. Opposite her stood a group of uninvited guests, among them a familiar face Huaziheo. However, what truly caught the eye was the red-haired youth standing in front of Huaziheo. His excited gaze was fixed on Xiaoya, and he occasionally licked his lips, exuding a disturbing and twisted desire. Nearby, 2 unfamiliar youths clutched their wounded arms, their faces contorted with pain and fear. Fury surged within Lin Mo as he shouted coldly, Huaziheo, you dare show up again. If it weren't for the rules Lin Debao had mentioned, this scum would have been dealt with long ago. To his surprise, Huaziheo stammered, unable to form a coherent response. His eyes, filled with sheer terror, darted toward the red-haired youth. This unusual behavior caused Lin Mo and the others to frown, their gazes shifting to the red-haired youth. The red-haired youth, Lu Chun, lit up with excitement when he saw Xiaoya. His eyes gleamed with a hint of madness as he exclaimed, a psychic master? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to find such a treasure here. Excellent. Huaziheo was filled with dread. Along the way, under the coercion of Lu Chun and his group, they had already eliminated several batches of top talents from the southern province. Those on par with Huaziheo in strength were left either crippled or gravely injured. Without rare medicinal elixirs, recovery would take at least 6 months. The number of eliminated participants had already exceeded 100, accounting for more than 1/10 of the southern province's selections. Huaziheo was acutely aware that even if he managed to reach the camp, he wouldn't escape unscathed. Yet Lu Chun was indifferent, forcing him to continue leading the way. Huaziheo dared not refuse. From Lu Chun's gaze, he could sense that defiance would lead him to the same fate as those who had been eliminated. Burdened with unease, Huaziheo reluctantly guided Lu Chun and his group to this location. He had noticed Lin Mo and the others heading in this direction earlier, and, sure enough, they soon spotted Xiaoya and her companions in the valley. What Huaziheo hadn't anticipated was that the moment Lu Chun saw Xiaoya, he launched an immediate attack. Moreover, their approach was far more ruthless than before, clearly aiming to kill. Huaziheo had only intended to teach Lin Mo's group a lesson, expecting them to accept elimination at most, but he had never considered taking lives. Witnessing Lu Chun's actions, Huaziheo's heart leaped into his throat. Fortunately, Xiaoya was a psychic master. The moment the ambush began, she sensed the danger. Not only did she counter their attack, but she also managed to injure 2 of them in an instant. Xiaoya looked at Lu Chun with disgust, her voice sharp and unyielding. What kind of creature are you? Just looking at you is revolting. You sick freak. Hearing her words, Lu Chun's expression darkened, his brows furrowing deeply. One of his subordinates immediately bellowed. How dare you insult our young master Lu? Meanwhile, one of the men behind him suddenly shouted angrily and charged toward Xiaoya. Don't touch her, she's mine. Lu Chun shot the subordinate a glare before turning his gaze back to Xiaoya, a trace of arrogance flashing in his eyes. Xiaoya, enraged by his words, wasted no time and struck first. 5 golden throwing knives seemed to teleport through space, appearing around Lu Chun in an instant and aiming directly at his limbs. Thud thud. The knives swiftly pierced into Lu Chun's limbs. However, just as Xiaoya was about to smirk in triumph, a sudden sense of unease gripped her. Without hesitation, she quickly retreated. Quick reflexes. In the next moment, Lu Chen appeared in the exact spot where Xiaoya had stood moments before, a playful smirk curling his lips. Shock coursed through Xiaoya's mind. She had clearly sensed her knives hitting Lu Chen's limbs, so why was he completely unharmed and unaffected? Lin Mo and the others were equally stunned. Xiaoya was a spiritual mind master, and her attacks were overwhelmingly powerful against those of the same level. Fourth rank? The term flashed simultaneously through their minds. Only someone of a higher rank than Xiaoya could withstand or evade her attacks. This realization darkened their expressions. Xiaoya's strikes were not something an ordinary fourth-rank warrior could easily dodge or endure. For Lu Chun to emerge unscathed like this meant his strength was far beyond the initial stages of the fourth rank. Perhaps he had even completed the skin refinement stage. Only then could he remain unharmed under such an assault. This is trouble, Xiaoya thought to herself, but she refused to stand idly by. Her throwing knives once again shot toward Lu Chun. This time, the 5 knives formed a straight line, aiming directly at Lu Chen's left leg. Against an opponent of equal strength, she could spread her attacks across multiple points to suppress them. But against a stronger foe, especially one who had likely completed skin refinement, the only way to prevail was to focus on a single point. If one knife couldn't break through his defense, then 5 knives combined might. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 5 throwing knives merged into one, transforming into a single golden blade that whistled through the air with a piercing sound, targeting Lu Chen's right knee. Good move, Lu Chen exclaimed, showing no sign of panic. Instead, he seemed even more exhilarated. Not only did he make no attempt to dodge, but he also charged straight toward the knives, delivering a roundhouse kick. Clang, 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 clang. A series of metallic clashes echoed as Lu Chen's leg emerged completely unscathed. Meanwhile, Xiaoya's face turned pale as her 5 knives were sent flying. Before she could even process her shock, Lu Chun had already closed in like a ferocious beast. After deflecting her knives, his momentum remained unchecked as he transitioned from a kick to a punch aimed squarely at Xiaoya's face. The sudden shift in the fight was too fast for Xiaoya to react in time. Just as the punch was about to land, a petite figure suddenly darted out from her side, positioning itself between her and Lu Chun. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, accompanied by a powerful shockwave. Oh, you must be Chun Jia, the one Huazaheo mentioned. Impressive indeed. Excellent, haha. Lu Chun laughed. With just one punch, the 2 opponents were forced back a step, evenly matched. This only seemed to excite Lu Chun further, his gaze shifting between Xiaoya and Chun Jia. Come on, let's go again. He licked his lips and launched another attack. Step back, I'll handle this. Chun Jia said firmly, her voice steady as she charged forward to confront Lu Chun Heiden. Chun Jia was once again enveloped in an orange glow, instantly feeling an incredibly heavy force, as if the power of her punch carried the weight of a mountain. Lu Chun, upon seeing this, had a glint of excitement in his eyes. Boom. Their fists collided, and both took a step back. Chun Jia's expression turned serious, not daring to let her guard down. She had awakened a mutation-based power attribute, making her highly sensitive to combat strength. That punch just now had already utilized 80% of her power, and she understood that Lu Chun in front of her must be a martial artist who had completed the skin hardening stage. Otherwise, an ordinary peak 4th grade fighter would never display such strength. While mutation-based power was impressive, it seemed insufficient if that was all there was. Lu Chun smirked darkly and attacked again. Chun Jia stared at him without fear. Oomph. Let's go again. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the 2 exchanged several more punches, each strike heavier than the last, their oppressive force radiating outward. Unexpectedly, Chun Jia's strength was even greater than a typical 4th grade peak fighter. Lin Mo, observing from the side, was also surprised. Chun Jia's combat ability had been decent before, but now she was fighting at her full strength. On the other hand, Lu Chun was equally formidable, showing no signs of being at a disadvantage. The more Lin Mo watched, the deeper his frown grew, an uneasy feeling creeping into his mind. It was clear that Lu Chun had not yet exerted his full power. Though the fight seemed evenly matched, Lin Mo could tell from their breathing that Chun Jia's rhythm was starting to falter, and she occasionally gasped for air. In contrast, Lu Chen's breathing remained steady and controlled, indicating he had yet to reach his limits and was still holding back his true strength. Suddenly, Lu Chen's speed surged, and his power multiplied several times over in an instant. Bang! Chun Jia was caught off guard and sent flying, stumbling back 10 steps before barely managing to steady herself. However, to Lu Chen's surprise, despite taking such a powerful blow, Chun Jia didn't cough up blood. I didn't expect your resilience to be this strong. Ha ha ha. Let's see how many more punches you can take. Lu Chen laughed heartily, giving Chun Jia no time to recover as he rushed forward again. Humph. Chun Jia gritted her teeth, ignoring the churning blood in her chest, and charged back at him. But this time, she underestimated Lu Chun. In an instant, she felt the terrifying force of his blow. blocking just one punch. The sharp pain in her hand and arm bones made it feel as though they were on the verge of shattering. Her face turned pale. Lu Qin showed no mercy, delivering punch after punch, forcing Chen Jia to retreat step by step. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and she nearly fell. Just as Lu Qin's next punch was about to strike her head, Lin Mo gasped and instantly dashed to Chen Jia's side. But before he could intervene, another figure appeared even faster in front of her. Bang! Lu Qin's attack was blocked. Oh, instructor? Lu Qin's lips curled into a wicked smile upon seeing the newcomer. Lu Qin, what do you think you're doing? This is an assessment. You are not allowed to endanger the lives of other students. Are you ignoring the rules? The instructor glared at Lu Qin, his voice cold. Earlier, while observing the fight, the instructor hadn't seen any signs of life-threatening danger and thus hadn't stepped in. But just moments ago, Chen Jia was already at her limit, her strength depleted, her breathing rapid and uneven. Her arms drooped noticeably, clearly showing signs of severe injury. If no one intervened, Lu Qin's next punch could very well be fatal. Rules? Would they matter if she died? Yet Lu Qin looked at the instructor with a mocking expression and retorted, "If I don't step in, and your punch lands on her head, can you guarantee she won't die?" The instructor's anger flared instantly as he roared, "Only death counts." However, Lu Qin remained unfazed, his words sharp and arrogant. "Yunf, instructor from Ning province, step out and face me." The instructor bellowed in frustration, his voice echoing around. Each student had a shadowing instructor hidden nearby for protection, ensuring their survival. Even if these students didn't pass, their talents would still secure them a place at the Martial University, making them invaluable assets to the nation. Naturally, their lives couldn't be risked. However, after a brief moment of silence, there was no response. The instructor's brows furrowed deeply, unease creeping into his heart. "You're looking for our shadowing instructors?" At that moment, Lu Qin's face twisted into a sinister smile, his gaze locking onto the instructor. "Sure, bring them out." With a wave of his hand, two men stepped forward from behind him, opening a large backpack on their backs. Thud, thud, thud. Several heads rolled out of the bag, their eyes wide open in anger and terror, their faces frozen in disbelief. Clearly, they had endured something horrifying before their deaths. "Who the hell are you people?" The instructor immediately assumed a defensive stance, his vigilance heightened. The 10 severed heads represented 10 instructors, Lu Qin's shadowing instructors, no less. All of them killed? How was that even possible? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, 9 more figures appeared on the scene. They were the shadowing instructors for Lin Mo and Hua Ziheo's teams. Including the first instructor, a total of 10 surrounded Lu Qin and his men in an instant. "Who are we? Ha! Kill them all." Lu Qin cast a disdainful glance around before bursting into a maniacal, arrogant laugh. As his words fell, the 9 subordinates beside him lunged at the instructors without hesitation. "How dare you? Courting death." Each team had a captain at the 6th rank and 4 team members at the 5th rank formation strong enough to handle almost any situation. Seeing Lu Qin's men counterattack, the instructors were furious. But as soon as the fight began, they were left stunned. Peak 5th rank. They could never have anticipated that the 9 individuals Lu Qin brought with him had all been concealing their true strength. Now that the fight had begun, their peak 5th rank combat abilities were on full display. Even more alarming was the fact that among the 9, there were actually 2 at the 6th rank. "Heretics," one of the instructor captains shouted in realization. By now, they understood who these attackers were. Only heretics would go to such lengths to disguise themselves and launch an assault on the nation's elite students. "No, this has nothing to do with me." Hua Ziheo collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. He had only wanted to find someone he knew to teach Lin Mo and Xiaoyu a lesson for embarrassing him. How could he have known that this Lu Qin was an imposter, a heretic no less? He had brought them here, and if he were linked to the heretics, his future would be utterly ruined. You all are as good as dead." With his subordinates keeping the instructors occupied, Lu Qin turned his attention to Xiaoyu, Chen Jia, and the others. These prodigies, they had to be killed to satisfy his thirst for destruction and to earn recognition and favor from those above him. As his words resounded, Lu Qin finally unleashed his true power. A suffocating aura spread across the area, leaving everyone in shock. Bone refining realm. He was not in the skin refining stage but had reached the peak of the bone refining stage at the 5th tier. Xiaoyu looked at Lu Qin in shock, suddenly realizing the truth. No wonder her attack just now had no effect on him, so this was the reason. Who would have thought the gains this time would be so substantial? The southern province has truly given me a pleasant surprise. A manic grin spread across Lu Qin's face as he burst into wild laughter. He had come here with a mission, having already killed the real Lu Qin and his group earlier, then infiltrated the examinees by disguising himself as one of them. To ensure smooth operations, he had even devised a plan to kill their accompanying instructor, all for the purpose of eliminating or crippling as many geniuses as possible, thereby weakening the Martial Alliance's reserve of elite fighters and delaying the growth of these talents. However, They hadn't anticipated encountering an extraordinary genius like Xiaoya here. Even more unexpected was the fact that the southern province, which had consistently underperformed in previous years, had produced such exceptional talents this time. An 18-year-old mental force master, an 18-year-old mutated strength-based berserker, and even a rare light attribute awakener. For their heretical organization, these individuals were threats that couldn't be allowed to mature. Simply crippling them wouldn't suffice, they had to die. Even if it meant exposing their identities, killing these absolute prodigies was far more worthwhile than eliminating a few other geniuses. As Lu Chun charged toward Xiaoya, the two squad captains, Lu Sheng and Wang Qian, were filled with anxiety. Xiaoya was the most promising prodigy in the southern province this year, the daughter of the Xiao family, the foremost martial clan in the province, and the child of the southern province branch minister of the Martial Alliance. If anything happened to her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Stay where you are. Lu Sheng and Wang Qian tried to break free from their opponents to rush to her aid. However, their adversaries were also sixth-tier bone refining stage fighters, just like them, making it impossible to escape. The situation for their team members was even worse. The members Lu Chun had brought along were all at least at the peak of the fifth-tier skin refining stage, while the accompanying instructors were only at the mid-fifth-tier skin refining stage. The disparity in levels left them completely suppressed, struggling to hold on. Realizing they couldn't provide assistance, the two captains grew increasingly desperate. One of them even sent out a distress signal. Everything was happening so quickly that they hadn't had the chance to call for help earlier. Now, it seemed too little, too late. To hell with it, I'll fight you to the death. In an instant, the two captains began burning their vital essence, ready to risk it all. A wave of violent energy surged across the battlefield, and their strength soared dramatically. Fight to the death? Who's afraid of that? To their shock, the heretics were even more fanatical. As Lu Sheng and Wang Qian burned their vital essence, their opponents did the same, but to an even greater extent. The captains had burned only a portion of their essence in an attempt to break free and rescue Xiaoya. But their adversaries burned at least half of their essence, showing no concern for the severe consequences of such an act. It was well known that burning such a large amount of vital essence could lead to severe setbacks. At best, a loss of strength and irreparable damage to their foundation, making further progress impossible. At worst, permanent paralysis and the end of their martial careers. Lunatics. Lu Sheng and Wang Qian's eyes were filled with rage, but they could only watch helplessly as Lu Chun launched an attack on Xiaoya from a short distance away. Ha ha ha, die. This time, Lu Chun did not toy with his opponents as he had before. Instead, he went all out, his momentum unstoppable. The overwhelming aura he emitted made Xiaoya, Chenjia, and the others unable to even look directly at him. The absolute gap in level and strength left them powerless to resist. Let's give it everything we've got. Xiaoya and Chenjia exchanged a determined glance. At that moment, Chenjia's entire body radiated a brilliant red light, her trump card, ready to be unleashed with full force. Invincible. For 3 seconds, she would be impervious to all attacks. Meanwhile, 3 purple gold lotus flowers appeared beside Xiaoya, their buds tightly closed, floating and spinning in midair. As the lotuses rotated, their petals began to slowly open. However, with every fraction they opened, Xiaoya's face grew redder, and a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. Clearly, this ultimate move was a heavy burden on her body. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Before the two women could react, a figure appeared before them and dashed toward Lu Chun. Boom. Fists collided, creating an earth-shattering sound. The figure remained unmoved, but Lu Chun staggered back a dozen steps before barely managing to steady himself. What? This scene left everyone present in utter shock, even causing those locked in fierce battles to pause momentarily. No one had expected someone to withstand a punch from Lu Chun. Not as wasn't just withstanding it, was outright domination. 5th grade peak. Lu Chun steadied himself, his gaze fixed incredulously on the figure. That punch just now had at least reached the power level of a 5th grade peak. Otherwise, how could it have forced him back? Nearby, Huazaheo, who had just regained his senses while slumped on the ground, was stunned into silence by what he had just witnessed. His mouth hung open as if he were dreaming. That brat, when did he reach 5th grade peak? Impossible. Despite his disbelief, his emotions were conflicted. On one hand, he should have been glad that someone capable of countering Lu Chun had appeared after all. Lu Chun was a heretic in disguise. If no one could stop him, everyone present would face certain death. But the person who emerged to challenge Lu Chun turned out to be Lin Mo. For a moment, Huazaheo was overwhelmed by jealousy and frustration. You're Lin Mo? I didn't expect you to be the biggest surprise here. Lu Chun's shock gradually gave way to excitement and fervor. He had initially thought that Xiaoya, Chenjia, and Lu Peipei were the highlights of this encounter. But to his astonishment, there was someone even more extraordinary hidden among them. At just 18 years old, Linmo's strength was comparable to a 5th grade peak, and Lu Chun could tell that the young man still had untapped potential. Lin Mo glanced at him, but said nothing. choosing instead to respond with action. Whoosh. In a flash, he was in front of Lu Chun. One punch. Overwhelming and domineering, leaving no room for evasion. Kid, you're too arrogant. Lu Chun sneered. Earlier, he hadn't used his awakened power, but this time, he activated it without hesitation. Crackle. Instantly, white electricity enveloped Lu Chen's entire body. Not good, it's lightning. Lu Sheng and Wang Qian exclaimed in alarm. Lightning renowned as the most destructive elemental force. They hadn't expected Lu Chun to possess such a rare and fearsome lightning-based power. This is bad. Watching as the two prepared to collide, the captain's heart sank, sensing impending disaster. But in the next moment, silver and purple lightning erupted from Lin Mo's body. What the? He also wields lightning powers? Since when did lightning abilities appear in pairs? That silver and purple hue, his lightning quality surpasses that heretics? Is this the Lin Mo that old Lu from the southern province mentioned? Truly a prodigy. Haha, excellent. The Xiao family girl is saved. In an instant, joy spread across the faces of all the accompanying instructors. Lin Mo had given them a huge and unexpected surprise. On the other hand, the people on Lu Chen's side stared at Lin Mo in utter disbelief, as if they had seen a monster. Who would have thought that such a formidable figure was hiding here? Boom. Crackle. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo and Lu Chen's fists collided, sending sparks of electricity flying. It was clear that Lin Mo's lightning element was more powerful. Lu Chun was sent flying backward, his body scorched both inside and out by the silver-purple currents. Fortunately, his skin and bones had been tempered, allowing him to recover quickly. Otherwise, such a strike would have left him crippled, if not dead. Good. Lin Mo, you're impressive. Ha ha. Despite being knocked away, Lu Chun burst into wild laughter, his demeanor almost deranged. In the back, Lin Mo stood dumbfounded, thinking, has Lu Chun gone mad? He's been knocked back by Lin Mo twice in a row, yet he's laughing like that, shouting excellent. He's completely unhinged. Wait. Lin Mo, watch out. Xiaoya and Chunjia cried out simultaneously. At the exact moment of their warning, Lu Chun vanished from his spot, moving at a speed that left everyone astonished. Bang. As if teleporting, Lu Chun appeared beside Lin Mo, launching a fierce punch. This strike was even more powerful than before. Lin Mo raised his right arm to block, stumbling back 3 steps before steadying himself. But before he could fully recover, Lu Chen's next attack was already upon him. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Mo forcibly adjusted his stance, engaging in a heated exchange. This time, Lin Mo's expression turned more serious. Lu Chun, on the other hand, laughed maniacally, each punch more powerful than the last, as if his strength knew no bounds. Boom. A ferocious punch sent Lin Mo staggering 7 or 8 steps backward. By now, Lin Mo's arms were throbbing with pain. As he looked at Lu Chen's almost crazed expression, his own face grew even graver. Is that all you've got? Can't you make me feel more excited? Lu Chun smirked wickedly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he stared at Lin Mo. He hadn't expected Lin Mo to also have awakened lightning powers, and even more potent than his own. However, Lu Chun misunderstood, assuming Lin Mo's lightning ability was naturally awakened. After all, Lu Chen's own lightning power was acquired later in life, a result of a fortunate encounter. He had absorbed the essence of a third-grade lightning beast back then, so his power naturally couldn't compare to Lin Mo's. Yet this realization didn't disappoint him, it only made him more exhilarated. The stronger Lin Mo was, the greater the thrill of defeating him, and the more rewards he would receive from his organization. Lu Chun was confident in his ability to kill Lin Mo. After all, he was already at the bone refinement stage. How could Lin Mo possibly match him? This round of combat left Lu Sheng, Wang Qian, and the others utterly shaken. When they saw that Lin Mo's lightning abilities surpassed Lu Chen's, they had believed victory was within reach. But now they realized Lu Chun still hadn't shown his full strength. Meanwhile, Xiaoya and the others were shocked not because of Lu Chen's hidden potential, but because of Lin Mo. He had completed the skin refinement stage in such a short time? Was he even human? Half an hour to finish skin refinement. Unbelievable. Could he really have completed the skin refining process in such a short time? This was the shared doubt lingering in the minds of Xiaoya and the other 3. After all, they had personally witnessed Lin Mo picking the 100-life flower, and not long after, the skin refining process was already done. At this moment, their shock was beyond words. Moj, keep going. Suddenly, Lin Mo tossed a box over. Lin Mo, who was currently pondering how to deal with Lu Chun, caught the box out of reflex. Lu Chen's strength had surpassed his expectations, and defeating him seemed nearly impossible. However, the box thrown by Lin Mo quickly drew his attention. What's this? Lin Mo opened the box and was stunned to find 3 golden pills inside. These were the 100 beast bone refining pills, crafted from the skulls of 99 beast kings combined with rare treasures of nature. They were the best materials for bone refining. Lin Mo seemed to realize that the gap in bone refining between Lin Mo and Lu Chun was Lin Mo's current weakness. If Lin Mo lost before reinforcements arrived, the consequences would be unimaginable. The instructors were currently suppressed and unable to provide any assistance. At this critical moment, they could only gamble on a slim chance. Although these materials were incredibly valuable, letting them go to waste and death would only benefit others. Instead, giving Lin Mo this opportunity might yield unexpected results. Since he managed to complete skin refining in half an hour, perhaps the 100 beast bone refining pills would work wonders for him too. Ding! Sufficient materials for bone refining detected. Would you like to begin refining and absorption now? The current situation was dire. The strength disparity between the two sides was evident, and there was no certainty on when reinforcements would arrive. Without absorption, Lin Mo's combat power clearly wouldn't be enough to defeat Lu Chun. The opponent had reached the peak of the 5th rank, having completed both skin refining and bone refining, and with the added boost from lightning abilities and martial techniques, his strength far exceeded Lin Mo's. However, the thought of the excruciating pain he endured during skin refining last time made Lin Mo hesitate. Experiencing such agony in the midst of battle would almost certainly mean death. Ding! Strong enemy detected. Host is in combat mode. Absorption will proceed in background mode. Background mode. Lin Mo was taken aback. Background mode meant he could temporarily avoid all adverse effects during the bone refining process, which would only manifest once he was in a completely safe state. Ding! Would you like to begin absorption now? A surge of joy filled Lin Mo's heart. Such a feature existed? Without hesitation, he chose to proceed with absorption. His worries dissipated instantly, and he thought to himself, I must get stronger quickly. I hope this bone refining process finishes soon. With that, he swallowed the 300 beast bone refining pills and connected his thoughts to the system. Ding! Absorption started. Ding! Bone refining initiated. Ding! Host determination to grow stronger detected. Critical hit triggered, granting a 10,000-fold return. Lin Mo froze upon hearing this notification. He had thought a 1,000-fold return was the limit, but 10,000-fold? This was beyond his imagination. The system truly was the ultimate companion for a transmigrator, reliable and timely. Haha. Boy, do you really think swallowing those 100 beast bone refining pills now will make a difference? Lu Chun sneered as he watched the actions of Lin Bao and Lin Mo. He remained unfazed, showing no concern about Lin Mo consuming the 3 pills. Bone refining? It's not that simple. For him, witnessing the despair and terror in his prey's eyes was his greatest pleasure. Haha, thank you. Lin Mo didn't mind Lu Chun's mockery at all. Instead, he smiled and offered his thanks. Thank me. Lu Chun froze for a moment. Why would this kid thank him? Of course, I should thank you for giving me the time to refine my bones. Lin Mo replied with a grin, while silently starting a countdown in his mind. Kid, are you out of your mind? You don't actually think swallowing the 100 beast bone refining pill will instantly let you succeed in refining your bones, do you? Lu Chun burst into laughter, clearly amused by Lin Mo's words. 5 seconds. Lin Mo ignored him, raised his hand, and began to count down aloud. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As Lin Mo counted down, the smile on Lu Chun's face gradually faded. He had initially assumed Lin Mo was bluffing, but as the countdown progressed, something fell off. The aura emanating from Lin Mo was growing stronger and stronger. The moment Lin Mo reached 1, Lu Chun's smile completely disappeared, replaced by sheer terror. What the? Impossible. Die. In that instant, Lu Chun felt as though he was staring into an abyss of horror. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his earlier arrogance vanished completely. He was panicking. Bone refinement realm? He had actually broken into the bone refinement realm. How was this possible? He had just swallowed the 100 beast bone refining pill, and in only 1 minute, he had completed the refinement? Was this guy even human? The onlookers were utterly stunned, their gazes fixed on Lin Mo. What kind of monster was standing before them? To complete bone refinement in such a short time was unheard of. Die. Lin Mo paid no attention to the murmurs around him. His priority now was to kill Lu Chun. The moment his words fell, he transformed into a whirlwind and charged toward Lu Chun with lethal intent. Impossible. For the first time, the usually arrogant Lu Chun displayed a serious expression. What had happened to Lin Mo was simply too abnormal. Bone refinement typically required at least 3 months to complete. Even for prodigies, it would still take no less than 2 months, provided they had access to high-quality materials and guidance from experienced mentors. Otherwise, 3 months, 3 years, or even 30 years might not be enough. Lu Chun himself had spent over 2 months completing his bone refinement. But Lin Mo? Lu Chun had personally witnessed Lin Pang handing Lin Mo the 100 beast bone refinement pill and had seen him swallow it. Yet, in just 1 minute, this kid had completed the bone refinement? It was utterly unbelievable. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, Lu Chun struggled to accept this reality. If he knew that Lin Mo had completed skin refinement in just 30 minutes, he would have been even more shocked. Among the 6 stages of martial training, the first stage, skin refinement, was the simplest yet also the most time-consuming. Typically, It took over 200 days to complete. Even with rare elixirs and experienced guidance, it would still require at least 3 months. Only spiritual practitioners or extraordinary geniuses could cut that time in half. However, Lin Mo, with the help of his system, condensed the process to the speed of an ordinary martial artist, completing skin refinement in just half an hour. If Lu Chun or anyone else knew about this, their jaws would drop, and their shock would far surpass what they felt now. At that moment, Lu Chen's fist was already closing in, the fierce gust of his strike snapping Lin Mo out of his thoughts. So what if he had succeeded in bone refinement? Meteor Fist. Lu Chun unleashed his strongest power yet, executing one of his martial techniques. A fierce and overwhelming pressure formed in an instant as his fist roared toward Lin Mo's direction. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen's fist seemed to transform into countless meteors, hurtling toward Lin Mo from all directions. In contrast, Lin Mo's move was straightforward, just one punch, but it carried an overwhelming dominance. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as both of them staggered backward. This time, Lin Mo only took 2 steps back, while Lu Chun stumbled a dozen steps before barely managing to steady himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. Lu Chun was truly stunned now. He could sense that while Lin Mo previously possessed strength comparable to a 5th-grade peak martial artist, his vitality was far from that level at best. It matched a 4th-grade martial artist. Now, with both of them having completed skin and bone refinement, and with Lu Chun using a profound grade martial technique, his vitality should have surpassed Lin Mo's. But the result? Not only had he failed to overpower Lin Mo, but he had actually been suppressed by him. This outcome was unacceptable. Could it be? Was Lin Mo also using a profound grade martial technique? The thought flashed through Lu Chen's mind, but judging by Lin Mo's appearance, he didn't seem like a member of a prestigious family. How could he possibly have access to a profound grade martial technique? Even for a profound grade martial technique, mastering it is no easy feat without guidance. Relying solely on oneself, it would take months just to reach the entry level, let alone achieve a level comparable to one's current proficiency. When Lu Chen first acquired the profound grade Falling Star Fist, he was only 18 years old. It took him a decade of rigorous practice to rise from entry level to the peak of minor mastery at the age of 28, just a step away from the grand mastery stage. This progress was largely attributed to his exceptional comprehension ability. For an average person, elevating a profound grade martial technique to such a level would take an even longer time. Lu Chun had great confidence in his understanding of martial techniques. However, Lin Mo was only 18 years old. Could his comprehension of martial techniques truly surpass Lu Chen's? At this moment, Lin Mo himself was also astonished. Although he had given his all and managed to defeat his opponent, killing Lu Chun was far from easy. He realized that his vitality was insufficient, preventing him from unleashing the full power of his martial techniques and physical abilities. Reflecting on this, Lin Mo grew even more eager to become stronger. It felt as though he possessed a vast treasure trove, but lacked the proper tools to retrieve all the treasures at once. Only by greatly enhancing his vitality could he fully harness the power of his profound grade martial techniques. Moreover, he could sense that as his vitality and cultivation grade improved, his lightning abilities would exponentially increase, and the enhancements from skin and bone refinement would also become significantly stronger. While Lu Chun and Lin Mo were each lost in their own thoughts, the instructors nearby erupted in cheers. Lin Mo had given them one surprise after another. They had been held back by the enemy and were unable to intervene. Initially, they believed this to be a hopeless situation. Even though they had sent out a distress signal, they feared that reinforcements would not arrive in time. A peak 5th-grade bone refinement cultivator wielding a profound-grade martial technique was more than capable of killing Xiaoya, Chenjia, and the others with ease. Who would have expected that, in their moment of despair, an extraordinary prodigy Lin Mo would appear? His repeated interventions bought them precious time. Lin Mo had held the enemy at bay, and reinforcements were now on the way. At this moment, Lu Xing shouted. Though Lin Mo's astonishing bone refinement performance had left them in awe, and they saw Lu Chun being suppressed by Lin Mo, they were well aware that Lin Mo could not yet kill Lu Chun. Suppressing an opponent and killing them were two entirely different matters. They didn't expect Lin Mo to kill Lu Chun. Just holding him off until reinforcements arrived would be enough. Such a powerful heretic could not be allowed to escape. Killing even one of them would be a significant victory. Otherwise, they would remain a grave threat. Moreover, they needed to extract answers from these heretics about how they had infiltrated the examination grounds. Think you can stop us? Dream on. Lu Chun sneered, letting out a burst of laughter as a red pill appeared in his hand. At the same time, his teammates also pulled out identical red pills, their faces twisted into eerie and cruel smiles. Stop them from swallowing those pills. Lu Sheng and Wang Qian shouted in unison, charging toward their respective opponents. However, their evenly matched adversaries made it impossible to intervene. In the blink of an eye, all 10 of them, including Lu Chun, swallowed the red pills. The next moment, a violent surge of energy erupted, sending Lu Sheng and the others flying as they attempted to attack. You all deserve to die. Lu Chen's face contorted with rage, his eyes bloodshot. The sheer pressure of his aura created shockwaves that stung the faces of everyone around him. The game is over. Now you can die. Lu Chen's slightly hoarse voice rang out, laced with bloodlust and killing intent, as if he were staring at a lifeless corpse. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chun and his 10 followers launched their attack simultaneously, their power amplified to the point of being unstoppable, like raging beasts. Several level 5 instructors were caught off guard, sent flying in an instant, blood splattering in the air as they coughed uncontrollably. Just one strike left them in utter disarray. Damn it, they've taken forbidden drugs. Their strength has skyrocketed, can't face them heathen. Hold on, reinforcements are on their way. Lu Sheng and Wang Qian shouted as they engaged 2 6th-rank fighters charging toward them. The drug-enhanced cultists were no longer opponents they could easily contend with. Meanwhile, Lu Chen paid no attention to the chaos around him, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Mo as he charged forward. Lin Mo frowned, his eyes darting quickly as he tried to track Lu Chen's movements and presence. This time, Lu Chen's speed was simply too fast. Bang! Lu Chen suddenly appeared on Lin Mo's right side, throwing a punch that tore through the air with explosive force. However, Lin Mo was no ordinary fighter. He swiftly pinpointed Lu Chen's position and managed to respond in time. I didn't expect you to be this strong, but that just makes you more deserving of death. Lu Chen sneered, his words barely finished before his figure disappeared again, his speed increasing even further. Lin Mo's brows knitted tighter this time. He could barely keep up with Lu Chen's movements. The strength of these cultists was indeed formidable. Bang! Without warning, a punch struck from behind. Lin Mo had no time to dodge and had to take the hit heathen. He stumbled forward several steps, pain radiating through his back. Fortunately, his skin and bone training had prepared him. Otherwise, this punch would have shattered his bones or even pierced through him. At that moment, Lin Mo realized that Lu Chen's combat strength had far surpassed his own. The pill Lu Chen had taken was incredibly potent, significantly boosting his abilities. Lin Mo was astonished. He had heard of illegal drugs that could temporarily enhance strength, but seeing it firsthand was a different matter. However, the greater the boost from such drugs, the more severe the side effects, potentially causing irreversible damage, ending a fighter's career, or even resulting in death. Yet, the cultists were willing to take them without hesitation. It was sheer madness. After taking the punch, Lin Mo used the momentum to dash forward. With Lu Chen's speed and strength now greatly enhanced, tracking his movements had become a struggle. If Lin Mo stayed in place to defend, he would be at a disadvantage. He decided to go on the offensive instead. Do you think you can run? Lu Chen snarled with a twisted grin as he saw Lin Mo darting away, quickly giving chase. Lin Mo ran while shouting to Xiaoya, Lin Bao, and the others ahead. Don't just stand there, head for the 100-life flower. The group froze for a moment before realizing what Lin Mo meant. He was signaling them to retreat to the cave. The cave where they had previously gathered the 100-life flower had sturdy rock walls and a narrow entrance. If they defended themselves inside, the enemy would be forced to enter one by one. This way, with everyone inside attacking simultaneously, Lu Chun and his cultists would stand no chance. Lin Bao and the others realized the urgency of the situation and quickly retreated into the cave, assuming defensive positions to prepare for any challenges from the heretics. Lin Mo, on the other hand, turned decisively and threw a punch behind him. Although he didn't care whether it hit Lu Chun, he swiftly dashed toward the battle near the instructor. Earlier, if they had acted rashly, Lu Chun might have ambushed them, but now that they were inside the cave, even if Lu Chun tried to pursue them, it would be difficult for him to attack through the narrow entrance. Don't run if you dare. Lu Chun roared in fury. Lin Mo's movements were as agile as a monkey's. Whenever Lu Chun was about to catch up, Lin Mo would unexpectedly throw a punch and then change direction to evade, leaving Lu Chun at a loss. The chase between the two seemed endless. Why should I stop just because you told me to? That would be embarrassing for me. Lin Mo replied, swiftly sidestepping and changing direction again to continue evading. Lu Chun grew increasingly anxious. The rescue team was about to arrive, and those coming were surely 7th-grade experts. Although Lu Chun and his men were strong and had consumed forbidden drugs, the gap in strength against a 7th-grade expert was still immense. The 3rd grade was already a major threshold, and the leap from the 6th to the 7th grade was like crossing a chasm that numbers alone couldn't bridge. Meteor Fist. Lu Chun unleashed a wide-range attack in frustration, trying to restrict Lin Mo's movements. However, Lin Mo's basic-level footwork showed its advantages at this moment. It was as if he could predict the attacks, always managing to dodge them with precision. A thought crept into Lu Chen's mind. Could it be that Lin Mo's footwork had already reached the basic level? Though he was reluctant to admit it, the evidence was clear. Lin Mo moved with the agility of an eel, consistently evading Lu Chen's attacks, which only made Lu Chen more infuriated. What angered him even more was that Lin Mo had successfully broken into the battlefield between his subordinates and the instructor. While Lu Chen couldn't suppress Lin Mo himself, Lin Mo easily handled his subordinates, knocking several of them down in an instant and throwing the battlefield into chaos. "I'll kill you," Lu Chen shouted, enraged as he watched his subordinates fall one by one. Yet every time he tried to pursue Lin Mo, the latter skillfully dodged and refused to engage in direct combat. Lu Chen's fury was reaching a boiling point, almost consuming him entirely. The situation grew increasingly tense, and Lin Mo's nimble footwork left Lu Chen feeling utterly defeated. Retreat. After a prolonged battle with no success, Lu Chen's forces were suffering heavy losses, and the situation was turning increasingly unfavorable. The opposing instructor was starting to free up to join the fight, and reinforcements were on the way. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chen finally decided to retreat. He shouted decisively, "Hold them off. Don't let them escape." Lu Sheng and Wang Qian immediately responded, charging forward to engage the enemy. The situation was changing rapidly, and with reinforcements imminent, they couldn't let the enemies slip away. Each cultist taken down would be a victory. Suddenly, Lu Chen turned back and charged directly toward Huazaheo and his group. Everyone's hearts tightened as they realized Lu Chen's target was Huazaheo. Among the awakened ones, Huazaheo had the highest vitality, and he was already a key target on the southern province's elimination list. Die! Lu Chen's fist shot toward Huazaheo's head like a bolt of lightning. Huazaheo's face turned pale as he screamed in terror. "No! Save me!" He had never expected Lu Chen to turn his attack on him. Wang Qian and Lu Sheng roared, trying to intervene, but everything happened too fast, leaving them no time to react. Bang! Lu Chen's fist struck Huazaheo's forehead with a sickening force, sending blood splattering everywhere. Huazaheo's body collapsed with a thud, convulsing briefly before going still. Lu Chen cast a cold glance at Lin Mo before bolting away. However, Lin Mo refused to let him go, shouting furiously, "Think you can escape?" Dominating fist. He unleashed a punch, perfectly blocking Lu Chen's escape route. Lu Chen roared in frustration. After deflecting the punch, he chose not to confront Lin Mo and instead cursed under his breath before fleeing again. He could feel a powerful aura rapidly approaching and knew that if he didn't leave now, he'd lose his chance. But fate was against him. Lin Mo appeared at his side again, launching another punch. "You bastard!" Lu Chen snarled, forced to block the attack. Though seething with anger, he had no choice but to keep running. Boom! A third punch came crashing down, and Lu Chen was infuriated. Lin Mo's strikes were so precise, it was as if he could predict Lu Chen's every move, leaving him with no way to evade. The overwhelming aura behind him was drawing closer and closer. With a fierce determination, Lu Chen endured another punch from Lin Mo, blood spraying from his mouth as he used the impact to propel himself forward. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment before giving chase once more. "Damn it! Can't you give it a rest?" Lu Chen cursed, thinking bitterly about how the tables had turned. He used to chase Lin Mo, but now Lin Mo was relentlessly pursuing him. Just then, Lu Chen felt himself locked onto by a dreadful aura. His heart sank, and with a roar of desperation, he turned to attack Lin Mo. There was no doubt the approaching aura belonged to a powerful 7th-rank rescuer. At this point, escape was no longer an option. If he was going to die, he was determined to take someone down with him. Just as Lu Chen launched a counterattack, Lin Mo swiftly retreated, moving even faster. Seeing Lu Chen's bewildered expression, Lin Mo smirked and playfully raised his middle finger, thinking to himself, "Only a fool would fight him, Hedon. Stalling him is already a victory. The real fight should be left to the approaching 7th-rank expert." Without hesitation, Lin Mo darted toward the other fleeing cultists, his thoughts sharp. "If you're going to kill, pick the weakest targets. You scum. Shameless." Lu Chen roared, his face twisting with rage as he watched Lin Mo's actions. He was so furious that it seemed he might explode, wanting nothing more than to tear Lin Mo apart. It was all because of Lin Mo that he couldn't escape. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended upon the area. Lu Chen's body felt unbearably heavy, and he nearly fell to his knees. The 7th-rank expert had arrived. The figure who appeared was tall and elegant, exuding an air of majesty like a queen. However, her stunningly beautiful face was cold and devoid of emotion, her gaze icy and unfeeling. She stood not far from Lu Chen, saying nothing, yet the oppressive aura she radiated made it nearly impossible for him to move. So this is the power of a 7th-rank expert, Lin Mo thought, watching from a distance, awestruck. 7th-rank warriors were on a completely different level, their base combat strength nearly 3 times that of 6th-rank fighters. Director Du. Upon seeing her, Wang Qian, Lu Sheng, and the others despite still pursuing the fleeing cultists called out respectfully. The newcomer was none other than Du Yufei, a mentor from the Martial Alliance's elite training camp. She was also one of the 3 top-tier experts who had appeared earlier on the mountain peak outside the Forest of Star Beasts, a 7th-rank peak expert at the bone refining stage. Du Yufei did not respond to their greetings. With a light motion of her fingers, she pointed toward the other escaping cultists. Crack! In an instant, ice crystals formed on the ground, freezing the legs of several cultists in place. Ice element. Lin Mo realized with a start, noting that this mentor had awakened a mutated ice ability. With the cultists immobilized, Lu Sheng and the others quickly caught up to them. Above and below, only our divine cult reigned supreme. As the cultists were about to be surrounded, they suddenly let out a furious shout, their voices echoing with zeal. The next moment, their bodies began to swell rapidly. No, they're going to self-destruct. Get back, Lu Sheng and Wang Qian shouted, retreating at once. None of them had expected the cultists to be so extreme, willing to self-destruct rather than be captured. It was madness, utter insanity. In the blink of an eye, the self-destruction unleashed a massive, terrifying shockwave. Some of the instructors who were too close couldn't escape in time, their faces filled with despair. These cultists were all at the peak of the 5th rank or higher, and there were many of them. The sheer destructive power of their self-detonation was no small matter. It was far beyond what these few 5th-rank instructors could withstand. If caught in the blast, they would either die or be severely crippled. At that critical moment, several walls of ice materialized out of nowhere, blocking the force of the explosion. Despite the violent blast, the ice walls remained unshaken. Thank goodness for Director Du. The instructors, still reeling from the close call, expressed their gratitude to Du Yufei. Without her, they would have lost their lives. Lin Mo witnessed everything, his heart filled with shock. Meanwhile, 2 6th-rank cultists had taken advantage of the chaos caused by the explosions to flee far away. Their self-destruction had also served as a diversion to ensure their escape. Du Yufei let out a cold snort. Without any visible movement, she vanished from her original position. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared in front of the 2 fleeing 6th-rank cultists, blocking their path. Swish! With a graceful wave of her hand, the 2 terrified cultists were instantly turned into ice sculptures. Damn, that's intense. Lin Mo now possessed the strength to contend with a 6th-rank martial artist, but compared to Du Yufei, he was still insignificant. While he could defeat most 6th-rank opponents, instantly killing them was still out of reach. On the other hand, Du Yufei treated 6th-rank martial artists like mere ants, effortlessly crushing them. With a slight wave of her hand at the ice sculptures, an invisible force erupted instantly. Crack, crack, crack. The ice sculptures shattered on cue, dissolving into pools of crimson ice water. Lu Chen witnessed this scene, his pupils contracting sharply. Yet, instead of fear, a trace of madness appeared on his face. If escape was impossible, then he would kill. At that moment, he swallowed 3 red pills in quick succession. His face twisted, veins bulged, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Ignoring Du Yufei entirely, he locked his gaze on Lin Mo. It was all because of him. His inability to escape was Lin Mo's fault. If that was the case, they'd go to hell together. With his blood and energy surging, Lu Chen broke free from Du Yufei's oppressive aura in an instant, launching himself toward Lin Mo like a cannonball. Die! The sudden turn of events shocked everyone present. Even Du Yufei spoke for the first time, her cold face now filled with anger. But even with her speed, it was too late to intervene. Lin Mo's heart sank. He wanted to dodge, but it seemed impossible now. He hadn't expected Lu Chen to break free from Du Yufei's suppression. Act! Lin Mo braced himself, gathering all his strength to take the hit head-on. Just then, a powerful pulling force yanked him sideways several meters, narrowly avoiding Lu Chen's attack. What? Lu Chen froze in disbelief. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the culprit. It was Xiaoya, who had previously run into the cave. Rage consumed him instantly. It turned out she had come back out at some point. Seeing Lin Mo in danger, Xiaoya had immediately used her psychic power to perform an extreme displacement, saving him. How dare you ruin my plans? You'll die with him. Lu Chen's eyes swept over the scene, noticing Du Yufei closing in on Lin Mo. With a loud roar, he pivoted and charged toward Xiaoya. The distance of several dozen meters vanished in a flash. Xiaoya! Bastard! Lin Mo and Du Yufei shouted simultaneously. Boom! Lu Chen's fist struck the spot where Xiaoya stood, creating a massive crater as dust filled the air. Ha! Feeling his punch connect, Lu Chen burst into maniacal laughter, exhilarated. To kill a prodigy of Huaxia right under the watch of a 7th-rank powerhouse, this was an achievement worthy of eternal glory within his sect, even in death. However, as the dust settled, Lu Chen's laughter abruptly ceased. Xiaoya stood there unharmed, though her face was filled with worry. Chenjia, are you okay? She asked with concern. I'm fine. Cough, cough, Chenjia replied, her body surrounded by a faint orange glow. With her arms raised defensively, she coughed twice, her eyes betraying a trace of fear. Earlier, she had activated her unique 3-second invincibility ability. Even so, after taking that punch, the sheer force left her shaken to the core. If not for the invincibility ability, that single punch would have spelled her demise. Invincible? You actually possess the invincible golden body. At this moment, Lu Qin's shock was beyond measure. He understood that Chun Jia had awakened a mutated power, making her a prodigy, but even such an existence was, at best, an ordinary prodigy. Strictly speaking, Chun Jia could only be considered a genius, not yet reaching the level of a monster. However, with the addition of the invincible golden body, everything was different. This small southern province had unexpectedly produced so many monstrous-level geniuses, which was clearly a major oversight on their part. They had initially believed that someone like Huazaheo was already an exceptional talent for this region. Who could have imagined that Huazaheo would seem utterly insignificant compared to these individuals? These few were the true core geniuses of the southern province. If they had known how extraordinary these individuals were, this operation would not have been planned so hastily. Xiaoya, Qinjia, and Lin Mo had repeatedly shocked him. He cast a glance at the remaining Lin Debao and Lu Peipei, and a flicker of madness flashed through his eyes. Anyone capable of teaming up with Xiaoya, Qinjia, and Lin Mo was definitely not ordinary. His peripheral vision caught Du Yufei, who seemed equally stunned by the scene just now. Lu Qin's eyes narrowed slightly before he sprang into action. This time, he charged straight at Lu Peipei. Lin Mo had Du Yufei by his side, so it would be foolish to target him. Xiaoya was a psychic master, and eliminating her instantly wasn't guaranteed. Every psychic master had their own deadly countermeasures when facing death, and he couldn't ensure a clean kill. As for Qinjia, he had no idea how many more times her invincible golden body could be used, and he didn't dare to take the risk. If he failed again, Du Yufei could easily take him out. Thus, the remaining targets were Lin Debao and Lu Peipei. Between the two, Lu Peipei seemed like the easier target. That chubby guy looked like he had strong defenses and might not go down with one hit. So he decisively chose Lu Peipei. Not good. At the moment Lu Qin moved, everyone realized something was wrong. Du Yufei teleported immediately, and an icy, bone-chilling frost rapidly extended toward Lu Qin's back. Xiaoya's flying daggers shot out instantly, aiming straight for him. Qinjia, having just used her invincible golden body, was unable to move and could only watch helplessly. Lin Debao gritted his teeth, his body enveloped in the power of earth, forming a shield as he stood in front of Lu Peipei. Want to get to Lu Peipei? You'll have to step over my dead body first. TCH. Lu Qin sneered at Lin Debao, completely ignoring him. Just as Lin Debao's body enlarged and his movement slowed, Lu Qin tapped his toes and swiftly maneuvered around him, heading straight for Lu Peipei. Bright Phoenix. The sudden turn of events left Lu Peipei pale with fear, her mind blank as her survival instinct activated automatically. A dazzling white light erupted, and the phantom of a bright phoenix appeared out of thin air, instantly enveloping her. Bang! Lu Qin's punch struck, but it hit an invisible barrier, stopping half a meter away from Lu Peipei. No matter how much force he used, he couldn't break through. What the hell? Lu Qin cursed inwardly. He had only ever heard of light-based powers excelling in healing. When did they gain such a ridiculously strong defensive ability? And that wasn't the end of it. Just as Lu Qin was cursing, Lu Peipei, seemingly spurred by the earlier shock, suddenly gripped her sword and unsheathed it with a sharp motion. The blade emitted a radiant beam 3 meters long, forming a massive sword of light. In a panic, Lu Peipei swung it wildly in Lu Qin's direction. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Anything the light sword touched was instantly vaporized, its destructive power terrifying. What the? Not only was Lu Qin forced to dodge frantically, but even Lin Debao, who had been shielding Lu Peipei, immediately backed away. In her current berserk state, Lu Peipei seemed to have lost her senses. If anyone got hit by that sword, there would be no saving them. After much deliberation, Lu Qin finally chose what seemed to be the weakest and easiest opponent to deal with. However, after engaging in a battle, he realized that Lu Peipei was, in fact, the most terrifying existence. The power radiating from her lightsaber was so intense that Lu Qin could feel a stinging sensation on his skin just by being near her. Du Yufei, standing nearby, was equally stunned by the series of unexpected events. As a 7th-grade powerhouse, she had encountered many geniuses before. She could comprehend someone like Xiaoya, a spiritual mind master, as such abilities were inherently extraordinary, and miracles were not uncommon for them. But someone like Qinjia, with an invincible golden body, was a first for her. As for Lu Peipei, a light element awakener, Du Yufei had never even heard of someone so formidable. Light element abilities were rare and typically leaned towards healing and speed, with almost no prominent figures excelling in defense or offense. At this moment, Lu Qin, having consumed multiple forbidden pills, had temporarily attained the strength of a pseudo-7th grade. Yet even he was wary of Lu Peipei's power. Lu Peipei, however, seemed out of her senses, her eyes vacant as the lightsaber in her hand swung wildly through the air. The surroundings were left in utter chaos, and no one dared to approach her. Even Lu Qin retreated repeatedly in fear. Du Yufei, shocked by the sudden turn of events several times, narrowly avoided letting Lin Mo and the others get hurt. Her gaze towards Lu Qin grew colder. For a powerhouse at the peak of 7th grade to nearly allow this heretic to kill a student in front of her was utterly unforgivable. In an instant, Du Yufei's figure blurred and appeared right beside Lu Chun. Sensing her presence, Lu Chun immediately unleashed all his strength and shifted to the left in an attempt to escape. But Du Yufei had no intention of giving him the chance, even with his pseudo-7th grade power. In a flash, the area seemed to freeze over, and an icy blue prison rapidly formed, sealing off all possible escape routes. With a single pointed gesture, Du Yufei sent icy pillars wrapping around Lu Chen's legs, immobilizing him completely. Speak. How did you infiltrate this place? Du Yufei demanded. Wanna know? Maybe in your next life, Lu Chun replied with a wicked grin. A surge of intense red light began emanating from his body, signaling an imminent self-destruction. Seeing this, Du Yufei let out a cold snort. With a graceful motion of her hand, Lu Chen's body was locked in place, as though bound by invisible chains. The dense red light was instantly dispersed. Having nearly caused irreparable damage earlier, Du Yufei was determined not to let this heretic die so easily. For the first time, fear flashed across Lu Chen's face, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Death itself did not terrify him, but the thought of what awaited him, brutal interrogation by the Martial Alliance, was a fate worse than death. The unrelenting torment was something he might not endure. At this moment, even the ability to self-destruct had been stripped from him. The thought of the impending torture filled him with terror. The Wu Alliance had always been ruthless and inhumane in dealing with heretics. Such madmen couldn't even be considered human. Their hands were stained with the blood of countless warriors of Huaxia. Too many geniuses and key figures had fallen victim to their cruel methods. Facing such enemies, the Wu Alliance naturally showed no mercy. Take him away. Du Yufei couldn't be bothered to listen to Lu Chen's excuses any longer. With a wave of her delicate hand, she instantly froze him into an ice sculpture, leaving only the area above his nose exposed. She deliberately left 2 breathing holes to prevent him from biting his tongue and ending his life. Lu Sheng immediately arranged for people to drag the human-shaped ice sculpture away. At the same time, Lu Peipei seemed to collapse to the ground from exhaustion, her gaze gradually regaining clarity. She looked around in confusion at the chaotic scene and couldn't help but ask, what happened? Was there an earthquake? Lin Mo and the others exchanged helpless glances, shaking their heads with wry smiles. They hadn't expected that this seemingly gentle older sister would become so formidable after losing her memory. Lin Debeo stuck out his tongue repeatedly, secretly thinking to himself that when he had gathered information back then, he had chosen Lu Peipei because she was a light-type healer. With her in the team, their recovery and endurance capabilities would greatly improve, increasing their chances of survival. However, he hadn't anticipated that this healer would be so unconventional. Her attack power was monstrous, and that Phoenix Shield defense ability earlier seemed even stronger than his own Earth-type defensive skills. Yet, Lu Peipei seemed completely unaware of what she had done after losing her memory. Could it be that her family and friends had never mentioned any of this to her? Oh no, Jia, Lin Mo, you're injured. Let me heal you. Lu Peipei suddenly exclaimed as she noticed the injuries on Chun Jia and Lin Mo. Her flustered reaction left Lin Mo and the others unsure whether to laugh or cry. Where's the elegant older sister we expected? Why does she seem so clueless after losing her memory? At that moment, Du Yufei walked over, gave them a deep look, and slowly uttered a few words, Du Dao. The group respectfully saluted her, even though they didn't know the name of this peak 7th-rank powerhouse. They had heard Lu Sheng and the others address her as Du Dao, so they followed suit. Lu Sheng, make a note of this and award them extra points later, Du Yufei said with a nod, pointing at Lin Mo and his group. Lu Sheng's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Earning extra points meant the students had caught Du Dao's attention. As a supervising instructor, the better the students under his protection performed in the assessment, the higher his rewards would be. Standing nearby, Wang Qian was filled with envy, thinking to himself that as a supervising instructor, he had failed to notice the problem immediately and would surely have to accept punishment upon returning. Just then, Du Yufei pointed at the remaining 4 members of Huaziheo's team and instructed Wang Qian, take them away. Wang Qian nodded bitterly, suppressing his frustration. The assessment rules were clear, and Lu Chen's group hadn't violated them. He simply couldn't intervene, especially since he hadn't known that Lu Chun and his gang were disguised heretics. Escort them out, Wang Qian ordered, his frustration evident as he glanced at Huaziheo's team. The other supervising instructors, equally displeased, quickly restrained the group and led them away. We're innocent, the students cried out in protest. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's face grew increasingly pale, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Lin Mo, are you okay? Lu Peipei immediately noticed his pale face and the cold sweat dripping down, and asked with concern. Lin Mo was briefly startled but quickly responded, I'm fine. It's probably the side effects of the bone refinement kicking in. I'll go to the cave for a while. He cast a quick glance at Du Yufei before turning and running toward the cave. Lu Peipei hurriedly called out, Lin Mo, I. But Lin Mo interrupted her, not now. We'll talk when I come out. Enduring the intense pain, he quickly disappeared into the cave. By this time, the battle had ended, and the side effects of the bone refinement began to manifest. Lin Mo's entire skeleton emitted a cracking sound that sent chills down one's spine. Amid the pain, he started to examine his bones internally. After the refinement, the outer layer of his bones had taken on a faint golden hue, clearly much sturdier than before. The strengthened skeletal framework allowed him to unleash even greater power. Simultaneously, his flesh also underwent changes. His muscle definition became more pronounced, with no trace of excess fat on his body. Every muscle was brimming with explosive strength. As the pain gradually subsided, Lin Mo's furrowed brows began to relax. Outside the cave, Du Yufei, after learning some details about Lin Mo's team, finally showed a change in her usually icy demeanor, that of shock. Lin Mo completed bone refinement in just 1 minute. She stared intently at Lu Sheng, her disbelief evident. The news left her utterly stunned. How is that possible? This is bone refinement we're talking about. Most people can't even complete this stage. Even those with resources and connections take at least 2 months, and the success rate isn't guaranteed. For geniuses, under the guidance of top mentors, the fastest time is still over a month. Du Yufei continued to ponder. The processes of bone refinement and skin refinement were quite similar. They required the entire skeleton to be tempered inch by inch, repeatedly hammered and renewed. Even with rare treasures and expert guidance, the speed couldn't be drastically improved. Rushing through the process was highly risky and prone to failure. If it were that easy, the streets would be full of warriors who had successfully completed bone refinement. She recalled her own experience, which had taken over a month. If not for Lu Sheng, Wang Qian, and others confirming it, she wouldn't have believed it. Such a prodigy, and Lu Li kept it under wraps. Du Yufei frowned slightly, her gaze sweeping over Xiaoya, Chunjia, Lu Peipei, and Lin Bao, and suddenly she understood. Not only had Lin Mo's true capabilities gone unreported, but even the data on Xiaoya and the others hadn't been disclosed. At least, the instructors were unaware. If she hadn't come in person, she wouldn't have known that the Shao family from the southern province had produced another remarkable spiritual psychic in this generation. The Shao family had once been illustrious, but after the fall of their last genius decades ago, no descendants had awakened spiritual psychic abilities until now. It seems the Shao family is on the rise again, Du Yufei thought to herself. At the same time, Chunjia's unique, invincible golden body ability was equally extraordinary. From what Du Yufei knew, there were fewer than 5 warriors in the entire world with this ability. It was undoubtedly a rare treasure. This ability, as her strength grows, will allow her invincibility to last even longer. By then, with her indestructible golden body, defeating opponents of the same level would be as effortless as crushing weaklings. As for Lu Peipei, the burst of her light-based power just now even posed a slight threat to Du Yufei, who was at the peak of the 7th grade. It's worth noting that Lu Peipei is currently only a 3rd-grade martial artist, and hasn't even reached the pinnacle of the 3rd grade. Meanwhile, Du Yufei is at the peak of the 7th grade, and the gap between the two is self-evident. Even so, Lu Peipei's ability to make Du Yufei feel threatened speaks volumes about the immense strength of her light-based power, far surpassing that of ordinary light ability users. Lin Bao's strength didn't seem particularly remarkable, but among this group, Du Yufei was most familiar with this chubby young man. He was the young master of the Baoji Lin Trading Company, a name well known among martial artists. Although their family hailed from the southern province, Baoji Lin's branches were spread across every province and city in China, amassing immense wealth. If she had known he would be here, Du Yufei wouldn't have rushed over so anxiously. Lin Bao might not appear strong, but he undoubtedly carried numerous treasures, especially life-saving ones. Even without her intervention, those heretical cultists like Lu Chen wouldn't pose much of a threat to him. With this in mind, Du Yufei scanned her surroundings as if sensing something. Then, she glared at Lin Bao. Seeing this, Lin Bao gave a sheepish grin without saying a word. Du Yufei muttered to herself and shook her head. After all, Baoji Lin was backed by several grandmasters, and as the young master, Lin Bao naturally had powerful protectors watching over him in secret. However, what shocked her most was Lin Mo. She had, of course, gone through this young man's files. There were 3 sets of records on him, 2 from his initial martial artist evaluation, and 1 from his re-evaluation for admission into the Martial Alliance elite camp. The first 2 sets had caught her attention because they included a public record and a classified one. While the first 2 were rather ordinary to her despite Lin Mo's combat power being far superior to others of his rank, they didn't particularly impress someone like Du Yufei, a peak 7th grade awakener. But the 3rd set left her astonished. It wasn't his combat power or blood vitality that shocked her, but rather the timeline of his awakened abilities and rapid power surge. Lightning abilities, without a doubt, are among the most destructive forces. However, even that paled in comparison to the speed of Lin Mo's growth. From the time of his initial evaluations to his elite camp retest, how much time had passed? Not even a full day. In other words, this kid awakened his lightning ability at the first grade and jumped straight to the third grade within a single day. Then, within another day, Lin Mo managed to contend with Lu Chun, who had consumed a forbidden drug, and even completed bone refinement in under a minute. This also meant that, within that same day, Lin Mo had simultaneously completed skin refinement. Skin refinement typically takes much longer than bone refinement. To achieve both in a single day, what kind of monster was this? The southern province was destined to rise this time. Thinking about these young talents, Du Yufei couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. With them, the southern province was sure to achieve remarkable results. Pei, what were you trying to tell me earlier? At this moment, Lin Mo emerged from the cave. The side effects of bone refinement had finally passed, and he looked refreshed and full of energy. Oh, I was going to say that my healing ability can help you avoid the pain caused by the side effects, Lu Pei said softly, blinking her large eyes. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Mo looked exasperated. The excruciating pain from bone refinement had been unbearable, something most people wouldn't have been able to endure. He had just barely managed to get through it, only to hear Lu Pei casually mention that her ability could have spared him all that agony. Well, I tried, but you didn't let me speak, Lu Pei replied, looking innocent. Lin Mo could only shake his head helplessly, while Lin Bao and the others burst into laughter. This encounter brought Lin Mo's team closer together. After giving a brief explanation, Du Yufei left without hesitation. Tilting her head, Xiaoya looked at Lu Sheng and the others following behind and asked, Captain Lu, aren't you leaving? Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question. He thought to himself, technically, they should remain hidden and ensure the team's safety. However, after the recent incident, their presence had already been exposed. Continuing to stay in the shadows seemed redundant. So, they decided to follow at a distance. You guys should stay hidden. Otherwise, if we walk around with you trailing us, people might think we're pulling strings to get special treatment, Xiaoya said, her teasing remark leaving Lu Sheng and his team both amused and speechless. Were they being dismissed? With a helpless nod, Lu Sheng and his teammates vanished from sight, returning to their concealed positions. That's much better. Just imagine us, a group of young men and women of the new era, being followed by a bunch of old Timursids, just too awkward, Xiaoya said with a cheeky grin, linking arms with Lu Pei. Lu Pei lightly tapped Xiaoya on the forehead, smiling in response. Lin Mo and the others were left speechless, thinking how this girl always seemed to have quirky and wild thoughts running through her mind. From a distance, Lu Sheng and his team, now hidden, were left with dark expressions. Seriously? I'm only 30, not even 40 yet, and we're being called oldtimers? I'm just 26. How am I already considered old? One of them muttered indignantly, their gaze accidentally meeting Lu Sheng's. The group froze instantly. Lu Sheng's expression was particularly grim, had just turned 40. Did turning 40 automatically make him an old-timer? Though Xiao Ya's words were careless, did his team have to agree with her? A man in his 40s is in his prime, haven't you heard that? Ignorance is truly terrifying, Lu Sheng grumbled to himself. Pei, I didn't realize you were so amazing, Chen Jia suddenly said, her eyes sparkling with admiration. A martial arts enthusiast, she always held great respect for the strong. Earlier, Lu Pei's invincible light sword had left Lu Chun, who was clearly enhanced with some sort of stimulant, too scared to approach, forcing him into a pitiful retreat. The display had left Chen Jia in awe. Well, not really. To be honest, I don't remember much of what happened, Lu Pei replied with a faint smile. She explained calmly. I was so nervous that my mind went blank, and I actually passed out. My parents mentioned something similar happening before. They said it was related to a unique situation during my awakening, though they weren't sure of the specifics. They just told me to focus on improving my abilities. Maybe one day, when my strength reaches a certain level, they'll uncover the reason behind it. I see. Everyone said, finally understanding. It seemed that Pei's body contained an overwhelming amount of light energy, far beyond what her current physical and mental capacity could handle. Xiaoya rested her chin on her hand, thoughtfully analyzing the situation. As a psychic, she found Lu Pei's condition easy to comprehend. Awakened abilities varied greatly in strength. Some powerful forces can be awakened, but if the awakened individual's body cannot endure the strain, a portion of the power will be sealed off, only to be gradually unlocked as they grow stronger. This is a unique ability inherent to awakened individuals. Clearly, warriors who experience such phenomena are exceptional, standing out even among the extraordinary. By the way, Pig, Director Du looked at you differently just now. Do you two know each other? Xiaoya suddenly turned to Lin Bao, who was standing nearby. Hey, I have a name. What's with the Pig? That's too much. Lin Bao protested indignantly. Cut the nonsense, fatty, and spit it out, Xiaoya urged impatiently. Lin Bao was about to argue back when he noticed a gleaming throwing knife flying straight at him. Wait, let's talk this out. Gentlemen resolve conflicts with words, not violence. He quickly defended himself. I'm a woman, not a gentleman, Xiaoyu retorted, then smacked Lin Debeo twice on the butt with the flat side of the knife. Ow, you little brat, I didn't think you'd be so pervy. Lin Debeo yelled in pain, clutching his backside. Lin Debeo, you fat idiot, looks like you're asking for it. And I'm not a brat, your whole family's full of brats. Xiaoyu shot back angrily. Though petite and adorable, often referred to as a little lowly, the mere mention of the word brat made her go into full enrage mode, exuding an intimidating aura. The two immediately started bickering and tussling. Fortunately, Lin Debeo had thick skin, or he might have been worse for wear after the scuffle. All right, you two. You're like a pair of squabbling kids always at it. Lin Mo intervened with a wry smile, pulling them apart. Seeing it was Lin Mo stepping in, the two begrudgingly relented. After all, Lin Mo's prowess from their previous battles had earned him a newfound respect. His terrifying combat strength and unheard-of techniques for refining skin and bone were nothing short of awe-inspiring. Debeo, I'm curious Tito, you know Director Do? Lin Mo asked. Well, sort of. Actually, she knows my dad. Lin Debeo hesitated, clearly unsure how to explain. Hey, don't look at me like that. It's not what you're thinking, he added quickly upon noticing the strange looks from the others, guessing their thoughts. Come on, spill it. What's her relationship with your dad? Don't tell me she's your dad's sweetheart. Wow, your dad's impressive. Director Do is a total beauty talk about an older man snagging a younger woman, someone teased. So Director Do is your stepmom? Even Chinjia, who was usually quiet, chimed in with a rare contribution to the gossip, leaving Lin Debeo speechless. What are you all talking about? How did Director Do suddenly become my stepmom? Lin Debeo protested helplessly. Moj, look at them. They're all being ridiculous, making stuff up. Lin Mo, the only one silently observing, finally spoke up. Debeo, you don't seem to get along with your stepmom, huh? The way she glared at you earlier, she didn't look too happy. Lin Debeo's jaw dropped in disbelief. You're not serious, are you? You're buying into this too. Frustrated, he squatted in a corner, drawing circles in the dirt as if cursing them all, which only drew more laughter from the group. Xiaoyu gave Lin Mo a big thumbs up, clearly impressed. Her expression seemed to say, nicely done, bro. She hadn't realized until now that Lin Mo had a humorous side, and his deadpan delivery added to the hilarity. Amid the laughter, the group resumed their hunt for points. After their earlier battles, they had grown more confident, primarily targeting 4th and 5th level beasts. 3rd level beasts were dismissed outright if encountered on the way, they were dealt with casually. Their points climbed at an astonishing rate. In the southern province, within a private dining room of a small homestyle restaurant in Linjiang Bay City, Lu Li, Wang Xiao, and Yang Ziqing were seated together. Yang Ziqing's face was as red as an apple. Raising his glass, he smiled and said to Lu Li, Old leader, let me toast to you again. I'll drink first. It was clear he had already had quite a bit to drink. Recently, his school had produced an outstanding student, Lin Mo, which allowed him to hold his head high in front of the principal of First High School and others. The pent-up frustration he'd carried for years was finally released. Over the years, that old principal had always mocked and ridiculed him, but now it was his turn to strike back. Thinking of the principal's disgruntled expression brought Yang Ziqing immense satisfaction. This time, he had specifically invited Wang Xiao to join him in expressing his gratitude to his old leader. Hey, you, take it easy on the drinking. You're not as young as you used to be, Lu Li said, shaking his head with a smile as he looked at Yang Ziqing. Ignoring the advice, Yang Ziqing downed 2 bottles in one go, laughing heartily. No worries. I'm in a great mood these days, and I owe it all to Director Wang and you, old leader. Don't credit me for this. It's all thanks to Lin Mo's own hard work, Wang Xiao said with a modest wave of his hand. You're still the same as always. What opportunity did I give you? If Lin Mo didn't have the ability, I couldn't have created an opportunity for him even if I wanted to. This time, I'm counting on that kid to bring glory to our southern province, Lu Li said with a smirk, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. Old leader, how far do you think Lin Mo can go this time? Wang Xiao asked suddenly, his eyes gleaming with expectation. As Lu Li's former subordinate, Wang Xiao held great respect for him. Well, it's hard to say. The talents from other provinces are no pushovers, and this year, a few extraordinary individuals have emerged as well. But I do have a plan, Lu Li replied with a mysterious smile, hinting at something. Oh, what kind of plan? Yang Ziqing and Wang Xiao's curiosity was piqued, and they both turned their inquisitive gazes toward Lu Li. In previous years, the individual abilities of our participants weren't particularly weak. The issue has always been the first-round team battles. Our scores in that round have consistently been poor, which drags down our rankings in the second round of individual competitions, Lu Li explained. That's true. If the final rankings in the elite camp weren't determined by combining scores from both individual and team competitions, we wouldn't have struggled to make it into the top 1,000, Wang Xiao said with a frown, clearly concerned about the issue. So, old leader, are you saying that this year, you're confident of achieving good results in the team competition? Yang Ziqing raised an eyebrow, asking eagerly. Exactly. I've arranged everything. Now it's up to these young ones to see if they can work well together, Lu Li said with a confident smile. What exactly is the plan? Wang Xiao and Yang Ziqing were filled with curiosity, feeling as though a mystery was being dangled just out of reach. That's a secret for now. You'll find out soon enough, Lu Li said, maintaining an air of secrecy. Old leader, that's not fair. We're comrades who've been through thick and thin together, and you're keeping us in the dark. Wang Xiao protested. We're not exactly loudspeakers, are we? Yang Ziqing chimed in. Wang Xiao rolled his eyes in exasperation. Hey, don't drag me into this. I'm not like you. You? A loudmouth like no other, how can you even say that? When Lin Mo left, you made such a big fuss. What were you trying to do? Announce it to the whole world? Did it not occur to you that the heretics might notice? Lu Li glared at Yang Ziqing, the old man, and began scolding him. Isn't he the one who got accepted into the elite camp? Those heretic bastards wouldn't dare go there, would they? Even so, you were way too high profile. You even called in reporters? Sure, you might have felt great about it, but now those heretics from other provinces probably know too. If it weren't for those freakish geniuses from other provinces distracting them and the timing of the camp entrance being just right, giving us a bit of an information gap, they might have already made their move. Otherwise, Lin Mo would have been one of their prime targets, and his journey would have been dangerous. Alright, I admit I was careless. I guess I got a little too excited back then. Yang Ziqing's face turned red with embarrassment after being lectured by Lu Li. Thinking back, he realized he had been a bit too impulsive at the time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, Lu Li's phone began to ring. Glancing at the caller ID, Lu Li frowned and quickly answered. Hello, this is Lu Li. What? Heretics? Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Lu Li instantly stood up, his expression a mix of anger and alarm. Oh, really? Alright, I understand. Thanks. After hanging up, Lu Li's face turned blank, as if he was still processing the conversation. What's wrong, Chief? Both Wang Xiao and Yang Ziqing leaned in curiously. That was a call from the Martial Alliance's elite camp. Lin Mo and the others were attacked during their assessment by heretics in disguise. These heretics were at least at the peak of the 5th rank in the skin refining stage, and there was even a 6th rank heretic among them. What? Wang Xiao and Yang Ziqing were immediately unsettled by the news, especially Yang Ziqing. His school had finally produced a genius, and now he was targeted by heretics. And not just any heretics, the weakest among them was a peak 5th rank skin refiner. Even with all his confidence in Lin Mo, a 3rd rank fighter against peak 5th rank opponents, it wasn't even a contest. Not to mention there were also 2 6th rank heretics involved. Against them, Lin Mo would have no chance of survival. In an instant, Yang Ziqing slumped into his chair, his eyes blank. This is all my fault. I must have drawn the heretics' attention to Lin Mo with my earlier showboating. It's my fault. I shouldn't have done it. Regret consumed Yang Ziqing as he lamented his actions, assuming the news must mean Lin Mo had been killed by the heretics. Lin Mo and the others are fine. In fact, they managed to kill those heretics instead. Lu Li's voice suddenly broke the silence. What? What did you just say? Lin Mo is fine. And they even killed the heretics? Yang Ziqing shot up like a spring, staring at Lu Li in disbelief. Chief, you're not messing with me, are you? Why would I lie to you? That's what they said on the phone. How is that possible? Lin Mo might be a genius, but those heretics were at least peak 5th rank skin refiners. How could he possibly defeat them? Well, apparently, Du Yufei, their mentor, stepped in. Lu Li paused before explaining further. Oh, Du Yufei? The 7th rank peak ice element awakener? Well, that explains it. Yang Ziqing suddenly understood. If it was her, then it made sense. Du Yufei was incredibly powerful 5th and 6th rank fighters were no match for her. But it seems Lin Mo has completed both skin refining and bone refining stages, reaching the 4th rank. He even killed 2 peak 5th rank heretics himself. What? Yang Ziqing's eyes widened in shock once more as he stared at Lu Li. Can't you just say everything at once? Why do you have to keep me in suspense? Lu Li then recounted all the details he had just learned. Both Wang Xiao and Yang Ziqing were left exclaiming in amazement at every twist and turn. While the group was still reeling from the shocking news about Lin Mo and the others, Lin Mo and his team encountered a group blocking their way. Judging by the badges they wore, it was clear these people were not from the southern province. Hand over your number plates if you don't want to get beaten up. A young man stepped out from the group surrounding Lin Mo and his companions, speaking bluntly. This group consisted of 3 teams, totaling 15 people, all students from the northern province. Since they were from the same province, they had joined forces and decided to engage in highway robbery. After all, the rules allowed any means necessary as long as no one was killed. Why waste time hunting monsters for points when robbing was faster? Using the map, they picked a spot along the path to the elite camp and set their ambush. It just so happened that Lin Mo and his group passed by and were stopped. As the boy finished speaking, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, pressing down on Lin Mo and his companions. 4th tier. Feeling the intensity of the aura, Lin Mo's group froze for a moment, exchanging surprised glances. Another 4th tier? Before they could react further, Golden light began to radiate from the boy's fists, signaling his awakened element gold. The gold element boosts attack power and sharpness, making it a natural counter to earth-based defensive abilities. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Hand over your plates and don't make Nan angry, or else. One of the people behind the boy, Nan, stepped forward and threatened menacingly. But before he could finish his sentence, Lin Mo suddenly made his move. What the? Does he have a death wish? Seeing Lin Mo dare to fight back, Nan and his group were furious. A fourth tier was already considered a lead among the participants, and with 15 against 5, no one had ever dared to resist them. They had already robbed 3 or 4 groups here, and with one more, their combined points would undoubtedly place them high in the rankings. Bang! Seeing that Lin Mo was the only one charging forward while the rest of his group stayed still, Nan was even more enraged. Who did he think he was looking down on? But in the next second, Lin Mo's fourth tier aura erupted, causing Nan to falter and his breath to hitch. Damn it! No wonder he's so cocky. Charging in Alona, he's also a fourth tier. Nan cursed under his breath and unleashed his full power. Both were fourth tier. What was there to fear? Without a word, Lin Mo launched a punch. Boom. As soon as their fists collided, Nan's expression changed drastically. The sheer force coming from Lin Mo's punch was overwhelming. What the hell? Is this really a fourth tier? Nan almost cursed aloud. The power behind that punch was far beyond what a fourth tier should possess. It was a massive gap. Before he could process what was happening, Nan was struck and sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground and unable to get up for a long time. The others stood frozen, staring at the scene in complete shock. No way. He's a fourth tier too? How can there be such a huge difference between 2 fourth tiers? One of them muttered, swallowing hard. Or could he actually be a fifth tier? Looking at Nan, who was still lying on the ground, the group couldn't hide their fear. One punch, that's all it took to knock out their strongest member, Nan. This was terrifying. When did the southern province produce such a monster? They hadn't heard anything about it. Earlier, when they saw Lin Mo's group approaching, they had deliberately checked their number plates and confirmed they were from the southern province before deciding to strike. Despite their numbers, they had been cautious. After all, you had to assess your target's strength before robbing them. The southern province hadn't produced any notable powerhouses in recent years, and this year's batch didn't seem to have any outstanding contenders either. That was why they had felt confident enough to act. Unexpectedly, it seemed like they had hit a wall. At this moment, Lin Mo walked toward Nango, who was lying in the distance. What do you want? We surrender. You can go ahead, Nango stammered as he struggled to his feet, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. A true expert's strength is evident with just one move, and it was clear to him that Lin Mo's power was not something he could contend with. Even if all 15 of them attacked together, they wouldn't stand a chance. This much he knew. A good man knows when to back down. Admitting defeat when necessary is the smart choice. Oh, if that's the case, hand over your number plates, Lin Mo said with a carefree smile, extending his right hand. What? If I can take yours, why can't I take theirs? Lin Mo interrupted before Nango could retort. Don't push it too far, someone nearby couldn't help but shout. Bang! Before the words even settled, Lin Mo appeared right in front of the speaker and sent him flying with a single punch. Casually grabbing the number plate from the fallen person, Lin Mo swiped the points onto his own plate and tossed the empty one to the ground. Hurry it up, I don't have much patience. Or do you all need me to knock you out one by one to make it easier? Lin Mo said, extending his hand again with an air of impatience. Seeing their teammate lying on the ground unable to get up, everyone else felt a chill in their hearts. Lin Mo was far too strong. If they refused, and he really did knock them all out, it wouldn't just be a loss of points, they would be directly eliminated. Points could still be earned later, but getting eliminated meant the end of the road. The choice was clear. As for fighting back, forget it. He was too strong, and they didn't stand a chance. Even Nango couldn't last a single round against him. What could they do? Everyone present was a top talent from their respective provinces, and the smarter they were, the more they understood the futility of resistance. Reckless bravery was for fools. It wasn't about lacking courage, it was about being rational. When the gap in strength was so vast, blindly fighting back would be sheer stupidity. We'll do it ourselves. Though they felt humiliated, faced with Lin Mo's overwhelming dominance, the group reluctantly handed over their plates one by one. Lin Bao stepped forward gleefully, transferring all the points from their plates into his team's. So many points. Xiaoya, who hadn't paid much attention earlier, widened her eyes in shock when she saw the total. We've worked ourselves to the bone to earn just over 1,000 points, and these guys had this much? Her eyes lit up as an idea struck her. She quickly ran over to Linmo's side. Little Lin, I've got an idea. She whispered excitedly into his ear, while Lin Mo could only smile helplessly. He glanced at the defeated Northern Province students and silently offered them his condolences. We've handed over all our points. Can we leave now? Nango asked miserably after they finished transferring their points. The others looked equally despondent. After 2 days of hard work, they'd been completely wiped out in an instant. Wait! Xiaoya suddenly called out, stopping them in their tracks. Are you going back on your word? Nangu and the others were furious. They had already handed over their points. What more could these people want? Why so much nonsense? Who said anything about going back on our word? Little Lin just said he'd knock you out if you didn't hand over your plates. He never said you could leave after handing them over. If you assumed that, that's on you, not me, Xiaoya said with a smirk. Nangu and his team were speechless. She was right. Lin Mo hadn't explicitly said they could leave after surrendering their plates. What do you want now? Nangu asked, his voice trembling slightly as he braced himself. What does Lin Mo want? Ha ha ha. Xiaoya laughed, but the smile on her face sent chills down Nangu and his group's spines. I think you guys should just continue robbing here. What? Nangu and his group thought they must have misheard. This girl actually suggested they keep robbing? That's right. Whatever you rob, we split it 90% for us, 10 for you. Impossible. Hearing Xiaoya's proposal, Nangu and his men immediately protested. Was she trying to use them as cheap labor? 90-10 split? How could she say that with a straight face? Kid, what are you talking about? In the blink of an eye, Xiaoya's flying knives appeared right in front of the men who spoke. The sharp tips pointed directly at them, as if ready to pierce them at the slightest resistance. What the hell? A psychic? Damn it. What kind of monsters have we run into? Nangu and his group were in a terrible mood. This was like hitting the jackpot, except it was the kind you didn't want. One of them had terrifying strength, capable of taking down everyone here with a single punch. Another turned out to be a psychic, someone who could single-handedly dominate 100 people. And then there were the three standing off to the side, calm and relaxed, not even sparing them a glance. Just by association, they must be just as freakishly strong as Lin Mo and Xiaoya. You guys really aren't the sharpest tools in the shed. Think about it. You lot, just a bunch of drunks and cowards, trying to rob people here? Sooner or later, someone would turn the tables on you. What's with that look? Still not convinced? Look at yourself, Shaven, you already been robbed in return. Xiaoya's words hit them like a slap. Of course, you're lucky you ran into us. Otherwise, you'd all be knocked out cold and already eliminated. Am I wrong? She pointed at one of them, waiting for an answer. Why wise? You're right. The man stammered, nodding quickly as the flying knife inched closer to his neck. All right, back to the point. Why did you fail? Why were you overpowered? At the end of the day, it's because you're just too weak. But now, things are different. You've met us. She grinned, her excitement growing. You've seen our strength. With us as your backup, you can rob to your heart's content. If you run into someone too tough to handle, call him. She pointed dramatically at Lin Mo, winking exaggeratedly. Lin Mo rolled his eyes. Was she seriously turning him into some kind of golden hitman? With us as your support, your success rate will skyrocket tenfold, 100-fold. Sure, you're only getting 10%, but think about it. You need 500 points to pass this assessment. 10% of 500 is 50 points. With 10 people, that's 500 points right there. 10 people, that's just 2 small teams. You could get that done in no time. She paused for effect. There are still almost 3 days left until the deadline. Plenty of time for you to hit 500 points, and even have some left over. Of course, I'm very democratic about this. You can choose to refuse. Now, make your decision. Xiaoyan narrowed her eyes at them, her flying knives hovering menacingly near the ones who looked like they were about to refuse. The cold steel and the glint of the blades froze them in place. I agree. Me too. I agree. In the end, under Xiaoya's overwhelming pressure, everyone reluctantly agreed. They didn't dare to refuse. After all, the strength difference was clear. Escaping was simply impossible. Just the little witch in front of them, as a psychic, could knock them all unconscious with a single thought and her flying knives. They wouldn't stand a chance to resist. The gap in power between the two sides was on an entirely different level. Moreover, what Xiaoya said made sense. Having these prodigies as backup wasn't a bad idea. During confrontations, they wouldn't have to worry about running into other formidable opponents. Lin Mo and Xiaoya alone were enough to suppress all the known prodigies Nangu had encountered. Under Xiaoya's command, Nangu and his group once again occupied the path leading to the elite camp, lying in wait. Hey, you two, go hunt a couple of small beasts for us to feast on, Xiaoya ordered without hesitation, pointing at 2 of them. As for whether they might try to escape, Xiaoya wasn't worried at all. She had already confiscated their tokens. If they ran, they'd have to come back for the tokens. Otherwise, they'd have to give up their chance to enter the elite camp. The two quickly realized their situation and obediently complied, knowing resistance was futile. Before long, they encountered the first group of delivery people. A team of 5 had just arrived when they were surrounded by Nanji's group. Naturally, the newcomers tried to resist, but it was futile. While Nanji's group was no match for Lin Mo and the others, they were more than capable of dealing with other competitors. After all, anyone who could reach the 4th tier at this age was a top-tier talent. The team was swiftly defeated, their token points completely emptied, and they were sent away. Muttering threats, the defeated group retreated dejectedly, preparing to start over. Seeing their points suddenly increase, everyone in the group burst into laughter. This method of earning points while barely lifting a finger left them all thoroughly satisfied. Moj, could you and Chunjia keep watch for me and Lu Pei while we absorb the beast cores we got earlier? Lin Debao approached Lin Mo and asked. They hadn't had a chance to absorb the cores since acquiring them, and with less than 3 days left, waiting around would be a waste of time. It was better to use the time to enhance their strength. Sure, you two go ahead, Lin Mo and Chunjia agreed with a nod. At that moment, Xiaoya, standing nearby, voiced her dissatisfaction. What do you mean? You asked Lin Mo and Chunjia, but not me? Are you looking down on me? She glared at Lin Debao, clearly displeased. Of course not. It's just that I saw you busy supervising the people from the northern province. You've been working so hard, so I thought we'd leave this small task to Lin Mo and Xinjia. Lin Debao quickly explained. That's an acceptable explanation. Fine, I'll keep an eye on you and pay Piaji too. Go ahead and focus. Xiaoya finally relented. Lin Debao was speechless, thinking, what does focus even mean? Why does it sound so awkward? But he didn't bother arguing further and quickly went to absorb the beast core before Xiaoya could keep going. As Lin Debao and Lu Pei closed their eyes to absorb the beast cores, Lin Mo and Chun Jia sat nearby to guard them. Feeling bored, Xiaoya wandered off to tease Nanji's group, killing time during the lull. Of course, while some were enjoying themselves, others were having a hard time. With the little witch targeting them, Nanji's group was once again in for some misfortune. Watching Lu Pei and the others absorb the beast cores, Lin Mo suddenly remembered the lightning element beast core he had obtained from the Wolf King in the wild. He took it out. Ding! A notification sounded in his mind. Lightning element beast core detected. Would the host like to absorb it now? Lin Mo felt momentarily dazed. The system's prompt made him realize that absorbing a beast core was far from a simple process. Unlike the lei pin pearl he had previously swallowed whole, beast cores contained impurities. If these impurities were accidentally absorbed into his body, they could cause harm. Normally, the process involved using special materials to remove the impurities first, followed by the use of a neutralizing agent before absorption. At this moment, Linmo's friends, Lu Pei and Lin Debao, were busy nearby, diligently working to extract the impurities from the beast core. However, Lin Mo noticed that his system directly asked if he wanted to absorb the beast core, catching him off guard. He hadn't prepared the necessary materials or neutralizing agents for the process. If not for the system's reminder, he might have already started absorbing it. Ding! Host, please rest assured. You can directly absorb the pure energy from the beast core using this system without any concerns. The system's voice reassured him like a dose of confidence. Oh, then let's absorb it directly. He communicated with the system through his thoughts, deciding to proceed. Meanwhile, Lu Pei and Lin Debao continued their preparations. Ding! Absorbing beast core. In the next moment, Lin Mo felt a peculiar surge of energy flowing into his body. The tingling sensation made him aware that this power was enhancing his lightning abilities. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a critical hit and receiving a 1,000-fold return. Lightning ability upgraded. The system's notification left Lin Mo stunned. He quickly checked his status panel. Host, Lin Mo level, 4th rank martial artist. Vitality, 1,534 calories. Combat power amplification limit, 32x, including the increase from the lightning ability upgrade. Lin Mo mentally calculated his current abilities. His martial techniques included the perfected army combat fist and the Xiangrade tyrant fist, which provided 5x and 12x amplification, respectively. After successfully completing skin and bone refinement, his amplification limit had increased to 22x. But now, with the advancement of his lightning ability, his amplification limit had soared to 32x. Although his previous rapid bone refinement didn't increase his vitality, this lightning upgrade had boosted his vitality by 500, bringing it to 1,534 calories. Lin Mo calculated further. If he used the Tyrant Fist combined with his lightning ability, his combat power could reach a maximum of 49,088, nearly hitting the threshold of a 7th rank martial artist. Even without utilizing the lightning amplification, his combat power amplification limit remained at 22x. Using the Tyrant Fist alone would still yield a combat power of 33,748, placing him firmly in the mid-6th rank range. These transformations filled Lin Mo with exhilaration. His strength was growing rapidly, and the challenges ahead seemed all the more thrilling. If Lin Mo only used the military boxing technique, his power would increase by 15, bringing his combat strength to around 23,010, far surpassing the initial level of a 6th grade warrior. In other words, despite Lin Mo's blood energy value still being at the 4th grade level, his actual combat strength had already reached beyond 6th grade, with peak performance even capable of rivaling a 6th grade peak warrior. Lin Mo was secretly delighted as he calculated his combat strength range, thinking that even when facing a newly advanced 7th grade expert, he should be able to hold his ground. Next, Lin Mo turned his attention to the newly unlocked skill from the lightning attribute advancement speed enhancement. His heart leaped with joy. as speed had always been his weakness. While his combat strength had improved, his blood energy value had yet to catch up. Although his explosive combat strength was higher than others of the same grade and could rival 6th grade peak warriors, he would still struggle to keep up with 6th grade opponents using Hitandran tactics. Just as he was worrying about how to improve his speed, he unexpectedly acquired the skill Thunder Dash. It was as if the solution had been delivered right to his doorstep, perfectly timed and incredibly thoughtful. Feeling the increasingly refined power of the lightning attribute within him, Lin Mo couldn't wait to test out the Thunder Dash skill. However, at that moment, Liu Peipei and Lin Debao were still in the process of purifying their energy and absorbing it, so it wasn't the right time for him to leave. Meanwhile, the 25 members of the team all wore green number tags on their waists, each starting with the character Liao, indicating that they were students from Liaoning province. In front of them, 5 disheveled students squatted on the ground, bruised and battered, obediently handing over their number tags. A short-haired boy inspected their points and cursed. Damn it! Why are there so few points? What the hell have you been doing these past 3 days? The 5 students had accumulated less than 50 points in total, and with the 4th day approaching, it was simply unacceptable. We couldn't help it. You're the second group to rob us, one of the 5 students said pitifully. Second group? The short-haired boy raised an eyebrow, scanning them with a look of disbelief. Where are the people who robbed you? Which province are they from? How many of them are there? What's their strength? At this moment, the leader of the 5 stepped forward and spoke slowly. They have 20 people, one of whom is a 4th grade warrior, likely awakened with the metal attribute. The others call him Nange. The rest are 3rd grade warriors, about as strong as us. But they outnumbered us, so we couldn't fight back. They even robbed another team while we were there. The person added honestly, though a sly glint flashed in his eyes. Their resentment toward Nange and his group ran deep. If this current group could take them down, it would at least feel like some form of payback. North Province? Nange. Never heard of him. They only have one 4th grade warrior, the short-haired boy asked. That's right, just that Nange guy? The main issue is their numbers. But compared to you guys, they're way out of their league, the person added, throwing in a flattering remark. Hearing this, Qin Hao, the team leader, showed a glimmer of interest. Knowing that the opposing group had 20 people with only one 4th grade warrior, while the rest were of similar strength, Qin Hao was confident they wouldn't be a match. In terms of numbers, his team of 25 had the advantage. In terms of strength, they had 3 4th grade warriors, with Qin Hao himself being at the peak of the 4th grade, awakened with the rare wind attribute. Additionally, since the other group had been robbing points for some time, taking them down would surely result in a significant boost to his team's score. Let's go, brothers. Time for a big haul. Qin Hao exclaimed with enthusiasm. With such an easy target in front of him, there was no reason to hold back, especially given his confidence in his own abilities. At this moment, Lin Debao was enveloped in a layer of earthy yellow light, his brows furrowed as if enduring some kind of pain. In stark contrast, Liu Peipei appeared calm, her body emitting a faint, fluctuating white glow that alternated between bright and dim. As time passed, the aura emanating from both of them grew increasingly powerful. Lin Mo observed the two intently, feeling a sense of amazement. It was his first time absorbing a beast core, and naturally, also his first time witnessing others do so. Only now did he realize how time-consuming the process was and how the sensations varied depending on the type of beast core. Having a system truly made a difference. For him, absorbing beast cores was almost effortless. Meanwhile, not far away in the dense forest, Qin Hao was interrogating a member of the team they had previously ambushed. The man nodded, a trace of schadenfreude flashing in his eyes, and pointed at Nange. That's right, it's him, the 4th grade one. They secretly felt smug, thinking that those who dared to rob their points would now face the same fate. Noticing that the individuals in question didn't seem to belong to the same team, Qin Hao asked, who are those others? They don't look like they're together. The man glanced over quickly and replied, they are. They were there earlier as well. All right, brothers, get ready. Dainyu, take your men and flank them from behind, Qin Hao commanded. As he turned his gaze back towards the situation, Lin Mo and Xiaoya also sensed the unusual activity. Sharing a glance, Xiaoya quickly moved to Lin Mo's side and whispered, 30 people. Looks like they came prepared. Lin Mo nodded and said, understood. Prepare for battle. At that moment, Qin Hao's voice rang out. Kids from the northern province, hand over all your badges. Immediately after, 30 figures emerged before them, and the atmosphere grew tense. Nange, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, quickly shouted for everyone to be on high alert. However, just as Qin Hao's group was about to make a move, a massive shadow appeared in their line of sight. A deafening roar shook the air, causing those closest, including Nange, to pale instantly. It was the Zhentian Ho, a 6th grade beast king. 5th grade beasts ruled among their kind, but 6th grade beasts were the strongest below the royal tier beasts. The sudden appearance of this creature brought Qin Hao and his group to an abrupt halt. He shouted decisively, retreat. No way was he going to take on a 6th grade beast king. In the blink of an eye, Qin Hao and his men, who had arrived so swiftly, vanished just as quickly into the forest. The Zhentian Ho's gaze locked onto Lin Mo. As an earth element beast, it was particularly sensitive to his presence. Xiaoya immediately understood, clicking her tongue in frustration as her expression turned grim. A 6th grade beast king's strength surpassed even that of human martial artists of the same level, especially one like the Zhentian Ho, known for its formidable defense. Though their abilities allowed them to challenge opponents of higher levels, she wasn't confident they could break through its defenses. Nanji's group, meanwhile, scrambled away in a panic, fleeing in the opposite direction. They, too, had noticed that the Zhentian Ho had set its sights on Lin Mo, but didn't dare intervene. Come back and fight together, Xiaoya shouted angrily upon seeing the situation. However, Lu Pei and Lin Mo were at a critical moment of absorbing the beast core and couldn't move at all. Fight together? Against a Zhentian Ho? No way. Nan Ge gritted his teeth and turned to flee. He understood that points could be earned again, and the ones they'd already gained were enough for most of them to pass. But going back to fight? That would only lead to death. Should we intervene? In a hidden spot, the instructors accompanying Nanji's group began to discuss. What do you think? Just sit back and watch them all get wiped out. The team leader gave them a sharp glance and spoke in a deep voice while drawing the saber from his waist. Earlier, they had watched as Nan Ge and his group were subdued by Xiaoya and Lin Mo, surprised but choosing not to step in since no killing intent was involved. But now, with a level 6 king beast like the Zhentian Ho appearing, they couldn't just sit idle. If these prodigies were killed by the beast, the consequences would be dire. After all, even their captain had trouble dealing with such a creature. Meanwhile, in the area where Lu Sheng and his team were located, their captain asked, "Should we step in?" "Step in? Just eat your bread. Those kids can even take down drugged-up cultists. They can handle this Zhentian Ho. It's just a bit tougher to deal with." True, those brats are monsters. Just as the instructors accompanying Nanji's group were about to act, someone moved even faster. Lin Mo suddenly erupted with deep purple lightning, crackling loudly like an explosive surge of electricity. In an instant, he appeared right in front of the Zhentian Ho. The sizzling sound of electricity filled the air. Break! Lin Mo, wearing obsidian gauntlets, threw a punch that streaked across the air with a dazzling purple light. Crack! 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 7 consecutive impacts from a single punch. The ferocious Zhentian Ho was sent airborne by the force. All 7 strikes landed on the same spot, and before the excruciating pain could even register in its brain, it was overwhelmed by the paralyzing electrical currents. Boom! Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, twitching uncontrollably as purple lightning coursed through it. A howl of pain mixed with rage echoed through the area. The Zhentian Ho struggled to its feet. Tough hide. Lin Mo smirked, a faint curve forming at the corner of his mouth. His figure moved again, so fast that the Zhentian Ho couldn't even track his shadow. Everyone around was stunned by the scene, their eyes glued to the flashes of purple lightning darting across the battlefield. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, boom, boom. The rapid movements, accompanied by sharp crackling sounds and the dull thuds of punches, created a symphony of destruction. Each strike reverberated in the hearts of the onlookers. The level 6 king beast Zhentian Ho had no chance to fight back and was completely overpowered. Known for its formidable defense, the Zhentian Ho was now covered in gaping wounds, its body battered and bleeding profusely. Its once proud roars of fury and defiance had turned into pitiful cries of fear and despair. It was terrified. Never in its wildest imagination did it think this tiny human could be so powerful. It tried to flee, but just as it turned, that devilish figure appeared before it once more. Bang! Bang! 2 punches knocked it back to the ground. Linmo's fists rained down like a relentless storm, accompanied by its unending cries of anguish. Moments later, everything fell silent. The Zhentian Ho, a creature on par with a peak 6th grade human warrior, lay lifeless on the ground. The sound of collective gasps filled the air as everyone stared at the young man standing there, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Is Lin Mo really that strong? That was the Zhentian Ho, and it got utterly crushed. What rank is he even at? His combat power is absolutely unreal. I've never heard of someone this monstrous in this year's competition. Oh my god. The Zhentian Ho looked like a helpless kid in front of him. It didn't even have a chance to fight back. For Nang's group, this was only the second time they'd seen Lin Mo in action, but this time he was on a whole other level absurdly powerful. Especially Nange, who couldn't help but shudder. Thank goodness this was just an assessment with rules and placino killing allowed. If this were out in the wild, wouldn't he be wiped out in an instant? Thinking back to how they all fled at the mere sight of the Zhentian Ho earlier, Nange and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Would Lin Mo get mad at them for that? If he did, they'd be done for. The next moment, Nange and the others scurried back, standing to the side, not daring to make a sound. Damn, Lin Mo seems even more terrifying than before. That's right, didn't you notice the color of the lightning energy around him has changed? Could he have advanced his abilities? No way. Advancing abilities is no easy feat. How did he manage it? Lu Sheng and the others were equally shaken. They knew Lin Mo was strong, and dealing with the Jintian Ho shouldn't have been too much of an issue at most. It takes some effort to wear it down. But who could have imagined that the Jintian Ho would be completely overwhelmed, unable to fight back at all? That was a level 6 Beast King. Even if Lu Sheng and his group had taken it on themselves, they weren't confident they could kill it. The ones most terrified, however, were Qin Hao and his group. They had immediately fled into the forest but hadn't gone far, choosing instead to observe from a distance. After all, the Jintian House target was Lin Debao's group, and it hadn't paid them any attention. But what they witnessed next left them utterly stunned. What the hell? Are you trying to get me killed? After finally snapping out of it, Qin Hao turned and slapped the guy who had led them there. Didn't you say the strongest one was that Nange, a 4th-ranked warrior? Then who the hell is this Lin Mo? 4th-ranked? He just annihilated a level 6 Beast King. 4th rank my ass. You're trying to get us all killed. Furious, he pummeled the guy again to vent his shock. Stop. I didn't lie to you. He hadn't made a move before, so I didn't know either. Besides, back then, Nange seemed to be the leader. Shut up. Lucky for us, we didn't make a move earlier, or all our efforts these past few days would have been wasted. Qin Hao ignored the guy's protests and kept hitting him while cursing. Suddenly, his movements froze. A cute little girl appeared not far from him, smiling cheerfully. It was Xiaoya. After the Jintian Ho was defeated, Xiaoya immediately thought of Qin Hao's group. She had seen them earlier, charging out and shouting about stealing points from her team. Sensing someone approaching, Qin Hao's heart skipped a beat. But when he saw it was just a harmless-looking little girl, and not Lin Mo, he relaxed. Still, he didn't plan to linger. His first thought was to retreat. If this girl was here, that terrifying guy would surely show up soon. He couldn't waste any time. Retreat. He ordered immediately. But just as he turned to leave, Xiao Ya's voice rang out. Did I say you could go? At the same time, 7 golden flying knives suddenly hovered beside them, like the call of death itself. A psychic master. This scene made everyone's hearts tighten involuntarily, sending chills down their spines. Chao Ni's grandmother, yet another freak. Qin Hao's feelings were extremely complicated at this moment, cursing the ancestors of the guy who had led the way. To hell with a 4th rank. And Lin Mo, let's not even mention him now, there's a psychic master on top of everything else. How could anyone survive this? What do you want? Qin Hao took a step back, nervously looking at Xiaoya. What do I want? Just hand over your number plates, and anything valuable you're carrying, Xiaoya said with a playful smile. You think you alone can stop all of us? Qin Hao frowned, speaking slowly while his eyes darted around, searching for possible escape routes. The psychic master filled them with fear, but there were 30 people on their side. Those 7 flying knives wouldn't be able to handle all of them easily. If they could just buy a little time, they could escape. Besides, Xiao Ya's aura didn't seem as powerful as the rumors suggested. She was only 3rd rank. Unknown, they might not stand a chance, but with many against one, their odds weren't hopeless. Who said she's alone? Qin Hao had barely finished speaking when Lin Mo's voice rang out. His figure appeared behind them like a ghost. Seeing him, Qin Hao and the others instinctively took a few steps back. Brother, let's not go overboard. We might cross paths again in the future. My brother is. Qin Hao tried to build some rapport. I don't care who your brother is. Hand over the number plates. I'm not going to say it a 3rd time. Xiaoya interrupted impatiently. Although Qin Hao was unhappy about being cut off, he frowned and looked at Lin Mo. Faced with this formidable figure, he didn't dare to act rashly. Why are you looking at me? Just do as she says, Lin Mo said casually, leaning against a tree. By this time, Nangu and the others had also surrounded them. Seeing Qin Hao, they were momentarily stunned. They recognized him because of his older brother, Qin Tian. Both brothers had been selected for the elite camp this time. Despite being siblings, their talents and strength were worlds apart. Qin Hao's older brother, Qin Tian, was the real Prodigy, one of the few 5th-rank martial artists among the many geniuses. An awakened 5th-rank fighter at the age of 18, who had completed both skin and bone refinement, was a rarity. He was undoubtedly one of the most outstanding talents in Huaxia. Qin Tian wasn't someone to mess with, and he was fiercely protective of his younger brother. Previously, Nangu and the others would have been flustered, rushing to intervene, or even risking their lives to help Qin Hao resist. However, after witnessing Lin Mo's terrifying combat power, they no longer had such thoughts. Qin Tian's strength might be daunting, but if it came down to a fight with Lin Mo, the outcome was far from certain. In fact, they now believed that Lin Mo might have the upper hand. So when they saw Qin Hao, they were briefly startled but had no other reaction. Give it to them. Qin Hao frowned, but ultimately chose to hand over the number plates. No matter how powerful his older brother was, he couldn't save him from this predicament. Even if he invoked his brother's name now, Xiaoya and Lin Mo wouldn't care. Besides, after witnessing what had just happened, Qin Hao wasn't entirely sure if his brother could really defeat Lin Mo. A wise man knows when to retreat, he could settle the score with them later. Soon, Qin Hao and his group were completely stripped of their points and left dejectedly. This time, they had truly suffered a major loss. Wow, who would have thought? These guys were real cash cows. Now we've got enough points. Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully as she looked at their updated score. Buzz. At the same time, brilliant light emanated from Lu Peipei and Lin Debao's direction. Are they about to break through? Lin Mo and Xiaoyu exchanged a glance, sensing the unusual atmosphere on the other side. They couldn't be bothered to deal with Qin Hao any longer and turned to walk toward Lin Debao instead. Qin Hao stared at their backs, a shadow flickering in his eyes as he thought to himself, "We'll see about this." He made a mental note of the incident, planning to bring it up with his elder brother Qin Tian when they met. At that moment, Nangu caught up with Lin Mo and leaned in to say, "Moj. Just letting you know if there's anything." Earlier, the person they encountered was Qin Hao, whose elder brother, Qin Tian, was also one of the participants this time. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and stopped in his tracks. Nangu continued, "His brother is one of the top talents of this cohort. He's already completed bone refinement and is about to break through to the 6th rank." Although Nangu didn't believe Qin Tian could be a match for Lin Mo still felt a bit concerned. After all, Qin Hao had been watching them closely and would likely exaggerate the situation once he returned. Qin Tian, being notoriously protective of his younger brother, would undoubtedly come looking for trouble. So what if he's 6th rank? Our little Linzi won't be scared of him, Xiaoyu said dismissively. Lin Mo wasn't afraid, of course, but having someone constantly causing trouble was undoubtedly frustrating. Moreover, Qin Hao was known for his vengeful nature. "You're not wrong," Nangu nodded in agreement. Just then, Xiaoyu suddenly vanished from sight. "What are you, In the distance, Qin Hao's angry shout was followed by a pained cry. Nangu turned to look, his mouth twitching in disbelief. In just a short moment, Xiaoyu had already knocked Qin Hao unconscious, systematically taking down his teammates one by one as well. The scene left Nangu utterly speechless, and even the instructors who had been secretly observing Qin Hao's group were at a loss for words. In an instant, 30 people had been eliminated, especially unfortunate for the pair of students who had already been targeted twice by Qin Hao and Nangu earlier. "What are you?" Linmo looked at Xiaoyu, half amused and half exasperated. You have to pull up the weeds by the roots. Since we've already made enemies, sparing them would only invite more trouble later. Might as well clean things up now," Xiaoyu said smugly. Nangu gave her a thumbs up, praising, "Sister Xiao, you're amazing. Let's go check on Prodigy and Debao," Linmo said, nodding in agreement with Xiaoyu's approach. He also disliked being targeted, and since Qin Hao was bound to retaliate, it was better to eliminate the threat now. Meanwhile, Lin Debao and Lu Peipei were on the verge of a breakthrough. Their auras fluctuated unpredictably as they pushed through the barriers of advancement. Moments later, two powerful waves of energy spread out. They're about to break through. Nangu, sensing the surge, quickly turned his attention to them. In the next instant, both of them trembled slightly, their powerful auras retracting back into their bodies as they slowly opened their eyes. "It's done." The two stood up with joy, and Lin Mo's group went over to congratulate them. "Congratulations, Prodigy Debao." Lin Debao and Lu Peipei expressed their gratitude together. "Thank you for keeping watch for us." Xiaoyu pulled Lu Peipei aside to recount the events that had just transpired, while Lin Debao eagerly followed behind them like a happy puppy. Linmo looked at Lin Debao and Lu Peipei, smiling as he said, My ability leveled up, and I even gained a new skill." Lin Debao, brimming with joy and a hint of showing off, replied, Leveling up abilities can grant extension skills, but whether they're strong or weak is hard to say. A lot of them are pretty useless." Xiaoyu, noticing Lin Debao's boastful tone, immediately retorted, "Are you kidding me? Do you even know who I am? There's no way I'd get a useless extension skill. Watch this." Lin Debao puffed up his cheeks, took a deep breath, and suddenly raised both arms, slamming his palms onto the ground. A wave of force erupted, and the ground rippled forward like it had been plowed, forming a massive wall that surged from beneath the earth and pressed forward with immense force. Anyone caught in its path would be seriously injured, if not killed. Seeing this, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with amazement. An area effect group attack skill, and it comes with gravity manipulation? Enemies within the attack range would be pulled by the intense gravity, making it nearly impossible to escape quickly. They'd be heavily injured in no time. Feeling the power of the skill, everyone was awestruck and looked at Lin Debao with envy. The odds of gaining such a strong skill from an ability upgrade were slim, and having this kind of power was undeniably impressive. However, Xiaoyu remained unimpressed and continued to mock him. "Look at you acting all smug." Lin Debao shot back. "I say, Xiaoyu, why are you always picking on me? Could it be that you've got a thing for me? Let me tell you, don't fall for me. I'm just a legend, Talk if you want, but don't get handsy." Lin Debao was just about to fight back when Xiaoyu, not one to tolerate nonsense, immediately took action, leaving Lin Debao yelling and running for his life. Watching the two, Linmo couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Still, with their lively antics, the team had become more energetic and cheerful. Over the next 2 days, Lin Mo and his group didn't encounter any major incidents. Instead, they managed to rack up a significant amount of points. Each of the 5 team members had scored over 15,000 points, which was astonishing. Meanwhile, Nanji's team of 15 had also gathered at least 500 points per person. Realizing that today was the day to report their scores at the elite camp, they gathered their things and headed in that direction. On the way to the elite camp, other teams of students were also making their way there. However, very few chose the same route as Linmo's team. Many had previously encountered Linmo's group and suffered at their hands during robbery attempts. After several teams had been defeated, most avoided this path entirely, except for a few stubborn individuals. These encounters were the primary reason Linmo's group had managed to accumulate over 15,000 points in just 2 days. Before long, Linmo and his team arrived outside the elite camp. In front of them stood an imposing fortress stretching endlessly into the distance. The sheer scale of it left them all in awe. "What a masterpiece!" someone exclaimed in amazement. The elite camp was located in the southeastern part of the Star Beast Forest. On the way, Linmo learned from Nangu that the so-called 200 kilometers only referred to the distance for students from the southern province. For those from the western and northern regions of Huaxia, the journey to this place was far more challenging than traversing a 200-kilometer forest. Thus, the students from the southern province were relatively fortunate. What shocked Lin Mo and the others even more was that the entire elite camp resembled a space fortress, brimming with a sense of advanced technology and futurism. Surrounding the fortress were massive artillery installations, and its perimeter was protected by a shimmering barrier-like shield. There were 4 entrances, one in each cardinal direction. Lin Mo and his group headed toward the southern entrance, scanned their ID plates, and passed a series of security checks before being allowed inside. Wow, those 6 tall towers look so unique. What's that mushroom-like structure for? As they followed the guide deeper into the camp, everything they saw filled them with amazement. However, Lin Bao seemed completely indifferent, as if none of these new and fascinating sights surprised him in the slightest. "You've been here before?" Lin Mo noticed Lin Bao's unusual reaction and asked. "Yeah, I've been here a few times with my old man," Lin Bao replied, his tone carrying a hint of annoyance. Xiaoya leaned in eagerly and asked, "What are those 6 towers for?" Lin Bao rolled his eyes and answered, "This space fortress was excavated from an ancient ruin." "A real space fortress?" Lin Mo was taken aback. He glanced again at the fortress, and memories of sci-fi cartoons from his past life flashed through his mind. "Those 6 towers correspond to the 6 stages of martial cultivation," Lin Bao continued. "6 stages of cultivation?" Lin Mo and the others looked at him in confusion. What most people know about the 6 stages of martial cultivation barely scratches the surface. The true 6 stages are far more profound, Lin Bao explained, glancing at Lin Mo. "You've completed skin refinement and bone refinement. But that's only the superficial part. Right now, your condition merely grants you enhanced combat capabilities and a slight increase in vitality, correct?" Lin Mo nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed the case. Lin Bao went on, "Actually, that's just one aspect of skin and bone refinement. According to ancient texts from the ruins, this is only the beginning. Only by clearing the 6 towers of ascension can one truly complete the 6 stages of martial cultivation and further enhance vitality, defense, and speed. Completing all the ascensions here allows you to achieve the most perfect state and step beyond the 9th rank to become an extreme grandmaster." Lin Bao's words left everyone in shock. Extreme grandmaster? The group stood stunned. Was there such a title beyond grandmaster? Yes, an extreme grandmaster is far stronger than an ordinary grandmaster. To put it simply, the combat power of one extreme grandmaster can rival that of 100 regular grandmasters, Lin Bao explained. This doesn't mean their strength is literally 100 times greater, but rather that they possess an extreme body, and their internal vitality can unleash the power of extremity. I see. Then why doesn't the outside world talk about this? Why isn't it promoted by the state? Linmo couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. With the existence of the refining tower, if it were to be implemented nationwide, wouldn't that mean China could produce many more ultimate grandmasters? However, the refining tower isn't something that just anyone can use. First of all, activating the tower requires an enormous amount of rare natural treasures and energy, something that ordinary people simply can't afford. Even the major families and financial conglomerates would struggle to bear such a huge cost alone. Secondly, only awakened individuals are eligible to enter the tower. Awakened individuals are chosen not only because they possess special abilities, but also because their bodies undergo a significant evolution at the moment of awakening. Self-awakened individuals, in particular, experience a remarkable enhancement in their physical attributes and combat power. Although martial artists who awaken later are relatively weaker, with sufficient resources and unique opportunities, they might not only catch up to, but even surpass self-awakened individuals. However, such opportunities are incredibly rare. Hearing this, Lin Mo suddenly understood why the entry requirements for the refining tower were so stringent. No wonder every elite camp only recruits awakened individuals without such qualifications. One simply cannot take advantage of the facilities here. At the same time, Lin Mo realized that his understanding of the 6 stages of martial training was incomplete. He now saw that his current stages of skin refinement and bone refinement still had room for further advancement. The title of Ultimate Grandmaster truly sparked his aspirations. His gaze shifted to the 6 towering spires in the distance, piercing the clouds, and a burning desire ignited in his eyes. Just then, Xiaoya pointed to a mushroom-shaped building on the other side and asked, "What's that giant mushroom over there?" "That's the gravity chamber, a place to train physical strength. Under intense gravitational pressure, it stimulates your bodhi's potential and accelerates the enhancement of your qi and blood. Do you think everyone who comes to the elite camp advances to grade 7 or higher purely because of talent?" Lin Bao explained. "Lin Bao, I didn't expect you to know so much," Qinjiao remarked, unusually offering a compliment. "Hehe, I'm not bragging. When it comes to strength, I may not be on par with you guys, but when it comes to knowledge, if I claim second place, no one dares to claim first," Lin Bao said smugly, lifting his head proudly. "All right, you really climbed up the ladder I gave you. Aren't you afraid of falling from such heights and breaking your neck? Look at how full of yourself you are," Xiaoya teased, rolling her eyes at him. "Xiaoya, why do you always have to poke at me? Could it be you've fallen for me?" Lin Bao shot back playfully. "Ridiculous. I'd rather like a dog than like you. Want a beating?" Xiaoya retorted mercilessly. "Hey, I was just joking, don't hit me. I admit defeat." Lin Bao quickly backed down, panicking. Before long, more and more students arrived at the elite camp. An hour later, a broadcast announcement rang out. "All enrolled students, please gather at the Western Square for final score verification and ranking." Hearing this, everyone began heading toward the Western Square. Lin Mo glanced at the crowd of students gathered in the square. Before him was a dense sea of people. With just one look, he realized that a significant number had been eliminated, this time several thousand, in fact. Although it's not unusual for many to be eliminated in each round, here, being eliminated wasn't particularly daunting. At most, it meant falling behind in rankings and receiving fewer resources. Still, Lin Mo couldn't help but wonder what would happen to those eliminated students afterward. It turned out they would be granted direct admission to Wuda University without further exams. After all, these individuals were all third-grade awakeners, considered top-tier geniuses in the context of college entrance exams. He pondered silently about the rankings this time. Who would take first place? Perhaps it would be one of Qin Tian, Hua Dongqing, or Xiao Tingxian. The three of them were undoubtedly the strongest in this cohort, having all reached the 5th grade. However, the point rankings didn't necessarily reflect their true strength. Lin Mo didn't dwell on it much, as he knew he had no chance of claiming the top spot. What intrigued him more was the mysterious Tower of Refinement mentioned in the rewards. He had never heard of such a term before. Could it be related to the 6 towering structures? As discussions buzzed among the crowd, the large screen in the square began displaying information about the Tower of Refinement, leaving everyone in shock. It turned out that the 6 stages of martial refinement had a perfect upgrade version, and among grandmasters, there was even the concept of extreme grandmasters. In that instant, it felt as if a door to a new world had been opened, and excitement surged among the crowd. The Tower of Refinement offered 5 hours of free usage daily for the top-ranked students, while others only received 1 hour and had to exchange points for additional time. Moreover, the top 10 students could use the gravity chamber for free, 5 hours a day, an excellent way to enhance their vitality. The first place student benefited the most, enjoying 10 hours of free usage daily in both the Tower of Refinement and the gravity chamber, allowing their strength to skyrocket at an astonishing pace. The second place student received 8 hours daily, while the third got 6 hours. Among all the rewards, the usage time for the Tower of Refinement and the gravity chamber became the most coveted, while treasures and potions were largely overlooked. "Everyone quiet down. We will now begin the point verification process," an elderly man announced from the stage, his voice booming like a bell. "The rewards you just saw will be re-ranked every month. Your mentors will inform you of the ranking criteria for future rounds. For now, the mentors will select students based on your initial point performance. A monthly re-ranking? Not bad. I still have a chance," Lin Mo thought happily to himself. Around him, his classmates echoed similar sentiments. "Yeah, that's pretty decent. The second round of assessments involved temporary teams, and my teammates were utterly useless, dragging down my scores. But next time, things might be different. I might even make it into the top 10. Following the elder's announcement, the students began checking their points one by one. Most students had scores around 600, which was already quite respectable after 5 days of effort. Just then, someone exclaimed, "Look, it's Hua Dongqing. Damn, 1980 points? So close to breaking 2000. As expected of Hua Dongqing, the pride of Jin Province's reputation is well-deserved. The stark difference elicited gasps of astonishment and envy from everyone. Hua Dongqing remained calm and composed, descending the stage steadily after checking his score, his demeanor suggesting no emotional fluctuation. Shortly after, Xiao Tingxian stepped forward. When his number card was verified by the machine, the screen flashed the number 2025. A score of 2025 truly formidable. It seemed certain now that Xiao Tingxian would claim the top spot. Who could possibly surpass a score exceeding 2,000? The murmurs of the crowd reached Xiao Tingxian's ears, and he allowed a faint smile to curve his lips, basking in the admiration and awe directed at him. However, at that very moment, a thunderous uproar erupted near another verifier. No way, 2,500 points? Tiangu, you're incredible. Tiangu is the best. First place is secured for sure. Xiao Tingshuan's expression immediately darkened as he turned his gaze in that direction. Qin Tian stood tall, his face radiating arrogance, while the scoreboard clearly displayed 2,500 points. Both Xiao Tingxian and Hua Dongqing exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with defiance and competitive determination. The first-round rankings didn't mean everything they both thought this to themselves. Among the nearly 20,000 students below the stage, a wave of helplessness swept through the crowd as they stared at the scores. In just 5 days, achieving even 2,000 points from hunting alien beasts was an extraordinarily challenging feat. Moreover, the Star Beast Forest had limited territory, and participants not only had to focus on hunting, but also guard against interference and point stealing from other teams. Simply surviving with a qualifying score and making it back safely was already a significant accomplishment. Among all the students present, who had made it through without any obstacles, not a single team. Judging by their expressions, it was clear that this outdoor assessment had already sown seeds of rivalry and resentment among many. This was something the elite camp instructors were more than happy to see. Without competition, there could be no progress. If everyone pursued peace, how could they improve their combat skills and strength? For warriors, conflict was their essence. Only through continuous struggle could they grow stronger. You performed well, the instructor in charge of recording scores remarked, casting an approving glance at Qin Tian. The compliment swelled Qin Tian's pride even further. Among the crowd, Xiaoyu observed Qin Tian and commented, "It must be him." Lin Debao glanced over and nodded. "That's right. Getting cocky over just 2,500 points? What a frog in a well. Pippi Zhu, you're up." Xiaoyu suddenly said to Lin Debao. "What? Why me?" Lin Debao protested incredulously. "If you don't think much of Qin Tian, fine, but why drag me into it?" Lin Debao tried to argue, but upon reflection, he realized Xiaoyu had a point. Resigned, he let out a bitter chuckle and made his way to the stage. It was their team's turn to verify their scores. As Lin Debao stepped onto the stage, his round, chubby face lit up with a grin as he handed over his number card. The instructor glanced at Lin Debao without comment and took the card to scan it. Beep. The numbers on the screen leapt dramatically before finally settling at 15,002 points. What? The instructor's eyes widened in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and checked again, but the number remained the same, 15,002 points. This was insane. In all his years as an elite camp instructor, having taught multiple cohorts of talented students, he had never seen such a high score in the second-round assessment. This was utterly unprecedented. Qin Tian stared at the score on the screen, utterly incredulous. 2,500 points. This was already the highest score in this round. Other participants had attempted to steal points from others as well, but they usually stopped after doubling their team's score. Everyone understood the risks. Walking by the river often enough, you're bound to get your shoes wet eventually. There's always someone stronger out there, and no one wanted to run into a tough opponent. Even Qin Tian, Hua Dongqing, and Xiao Tingshuan's teams shared this cautious mindset. But Lin Mo's team? They had actually captured 3 teams and relentlessly drained their points. No one had seen this coming. "Mentor, it's our turn now." Before anyone could react, Chun Jia, Lu Peipei, Xiaoyu, and Lin Mo stepped forward, each handing in their number cards. The score calculation was done by team. 15,080, 15,188, 15,327, 15,888. Watching as one shocking number after another appeared on the screen, the mentor froze. What kind of monstrous scores were these? It would already be unbelievable if one person in the team had such an absurd score, but how could all 5 of them have numbers this high? It was insane. How many beasts did they have to kill to achieve this? Over 5 days, did they slay more than 70,000 Tier 3 beasts? Or 30,000 Tier 4 beasts? Even if they only targeted Tier 5 beasts, they would have had to kill over 7,000 of them. What kind of joke was this? Such a feat would require the combined efforts of dozens of teams. There was no way this was possible. They must have cheated. There was no other explanation. The students in the audience erupted into chaos, shouting their protests. Lin Mo's team scores were simply too outrageous. On stage, the mentor turned to Lin Mo's supervising instructor with a bewildered look. If Lin Mo's team had cheated, surely the supervising instructor would step forward to expose them now. However, Lu Sheng and the other instructors merely shook their heads with bitter smiles. their expressions full of helplessness. The mentor cursed silently to himself. Did this reaction from Lu Sheng and the others confirm that Lin Mo's team scores were legitimate? But how? With each team member scoring over 15,000 points, how on earth had they managed it? Instructor Lu, could you come up and explain their score situation? The chaos in the audience left the mentor no choice but to speak up. Lu Sheng nodded and stepped onto the stage. Everyone, please quiet down. My name is Lu Sheng, and I am the supervising instructor for their team. I can confirm that their team's points were earned without violating any of the assessment rules. What? That's impossible. I don't believe it. How did they do it? Lu Sheng's statement caused an uproar. Apart from a few students who recognized Lin Mo's team and remained silent, some even glaring at them with anger, the rest of the audience was in disbelief. Instructor Lu, could you explain how they managed it? I'm curious as well, the mentor said again, trying to calm the crowd. Their points were stolen. After a long pause, Lu Sheng finally revealed the truth, his expression a mix of helplessness and embarrassment. For the first time as an instructor, he found himself on stage defending the legitimacy of a team's score, most of which had been taken from others. The funniest part was that he didn't even dare to admit it. Lin Mo and his team had snatched so many points, yet others were the ones doing the hard work. They were practically winning while lying down. Snatched? What the heck? Just how many people did they rob? The students in the audience started shouting, looking around to see who had been the victims. With so many points involved, it was clear that the number of people who got robbed wasn't small. It was only now that they noticed many students in the crowd were silent, glaring angrily at the 5 people on stage. No way, was it really you guys? Did you seriously get robbed? Oh my god. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the robbed students turned red with embarrassment, while the rest, now understanding the situation, were stunned. Among the victims were even familiar faces. Some of them were top talents in their respective provinces, known for their exceptional strength. Even they had been robbed? This realization instantly silenced those who had been shouting indignantly just moments ago. For Lin Mo's team to defeat these strong contenders and take their points, it was undeniable proof of their formidable strength. Damn, they actually stole that much? If I'd known, I would have taken more myself. Ugh, where's the honor of a warrior anymore? Qin Tian, Hua Dongqing, and Xiao Tingxian glared at Lin Mo and his team, clearly dissatisfied. They felt confident in their own abilities to take down so many teams and claim their points, but their pride had stopped them from resorting to such actions. As a result, Lin Mo and his team had taken the lead. Ahem, since they didn't violate the rules, the points stand, the instructor announced after clearing his throat, trying to mask his own surprise. He couldn't deny the results since everything had been within the rules. Lin Mo and his team didn't care about the stares from others. After confirming their points, they stepped off the stage and returned to their original seats, calmly waiting for the rest of the results to be tallied. All eyes followed them as they moved, and while Lu Pei seemed a bit uncomfortable, the others seemed completely indifferent. Time ticked by, and after over an hour, the final scores were calculated. As expected, no other team managed to produce such shocking numbers. Naturally, Lin Mo, Xiaoya, and Chunjia claimed the top 3 spots, with Lu Pei in 4th and Lin Debao rounding out the top 5. Qin Tian, who could have taken 1st place for Liao Province, ended up in 6th. Xiao Tingxian from the capital placed 7th. Hua Dongqing from Jin Province took 8th, while 9th and 10th went to Liu from the capital and Huang Pingxi from the Magic City, respectively. The rankings left everyone in shock. For years, Southern Province hadn't even made it into the top 10, but this time, they not only had 5 people in the top 10, but also swept the top 5 spots. Meanwhile, perennial powerhouses like the capital, the Magic City, and Liao Province were left in the dust. The capital managed to secure 2 spots, but the Magic City and Liao Province only had 1 person each, and both ranked below 5th. Provinces like East, West, and North didn't even make it into the top 10. The fact that the entire top 5 came from Southern Province was unprecedented. Southern Province is really shining this time, someone muttered. Exactly. The capital only got 7th and 9th, and the Magic City barely scraped into 10th. Poor Qin Tian, Thuff was supposed to win it all, and now he's stuck in 6th. What's the rush? This is just the beginning. That team only won because of their disgraceful tactics. There are plenty of assessments and competitions ahead, someone else added. Yeah, they just got lucky. If they'd come across Qin Tian, Hua Dongqing, or Xiao Tingxian during their little robbery spree, any one of those 3 5th rankers could have wiped them out. The discussions continued, but Qin Tian's face remained cold as he strode toward Lin Mo and his team. Qin Tian walked up to Lin Mo, his voice heavy as he said, "Don't think that using dirty tricks to get 1st place makes you something special." Lin Mo froze for a moment, then glanced at him with a look one might give an idiot. In his mind, he thought, "Are you out of your mind? Is this your way of trying to get attention?" Just as Lin Mo was about to respond, Xiaoya cut in, angrily rebuking, "This moron comes over and says something so ridiculous? I can't hold back anymore." She waved dismissively, signaling for him to leave. "I don't have time to waste arguing with a kid." Qin Tian glanced at Xiaoya, his face showing disdain as he muttered, "Wow, Idiots seem to be everywhere this year. Inwardly, he thought. So this clown is the Qin Tian that Wang Nin mentioned earlier? And they call him a prodigy? He's even more of a fool than his brother Qin Hao. Xiaoya, seething with anger, rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront him. Although her rank was lower than Qin Tian's, she wasn't afraid of a fight. Besides, Lin Mo was here. There was no way he'd let this idiot bully her. You know my brother Qin Hao? Qin Tian asked, his expression shifting as he finally turned his gaze toward Xiaoya. I don't know him. Who would bother to know an idiot like that? He's already been eliminated. Xiaoya replied mercilessly. Qin Tian was taken aback, suddenly recalling that during the earlier point tally, he hadn't seen his brother Qin Hao listed. If he wasn't here, there could only be one explanation: been eliminated. Was it you? Qin Tian's face darkened, his eyes glaring with rage. That's right. It was me who eliminated your brother, Xiaoya said defiantly. Ridiculous. My brother is at the 4th rank. You. Qin Tian scoffed, but his gaze shifted toward Lin Mo, Lu Peipei, and Lin Debao. Among them, these three had the aura of 4th rank cultivators. What a joke. With your brother's skill level, I could easily take him down, Xiaoya retorted, standing tall and meeting his gaze with fierce determination. A mere 5th rank, and you're this arrogant? Even if my rank is lower than yours, I'm not afraid to fight you, Xiaoya declared boldly, her voice unwavering. Just as Qin Tian was about to argue back, the instructor on the stage spoke up again. The rankings are now finalized. The points recorded will serve as your fixed points upon entering the camp. Points can be used to purchase services and supplies within the elite camp. Starting today, each student will have 3 chances to challenge others, but challenges can only be made to students ranked higher. If you succeed, you'll gain all of your opponent's rewards and privileges. Similarly, each student can only be challenged a maximum of 3 times per day unless they personally agree to additional challenges. Each failed challenge will result in a deduction of at least 100 points, which will be awarded to the victor. However, the top 10 ranked students are granted a 7-day immunity period, during which they can refuse any challenges and enjoy their ranking privileges. Be mindful of your points. Everything here requires them. That's all for now. Feel free to explore the camp and familiarize yourselves with its facilities. The dormitories are located in the area to your left. Simply scan your badge to find your assigned room. Starting tomorrow, there will be a week of group lessons. The schedule will be provided in your dormitory, where you can check and select the courses you wish to attend. Additional information can also be found on the dormitory computers or by asking your instructors during class. With that, the instructor left the stage. The students below didn't disperse. Instead, they began gathering around, their eyes fixed on Lin Mo. Hey, you seem pretty confident, one of them sneered. I'm challenging you right now. Do you dare accept? Upon hearing that the top 10 had immunity, Qin Tian frowned slightly, but still issued a challenge to Xiaoya. That arrogant little girl, earlier perfect timing to teach her a lesson. With so many people watching, even with immunity, Qin Tian believed that if she had any pride left, she wouldn't refuse. Challenge? You? Do you even know your place? How dare you challenge me? Go sit in a corner. To his surprise, Xiaoya completely ignored him. You? What? You, a mere peak 5th stage, have the nerve to challenge me, a peak 3rd stage? Do you even have any shame? Xiaoya retorted sharply. Wait until I finish enjoying my 7 days of immunity. Then, he'll decide whether I feel like playing with you or not. Oh, the rewards for 2nd place are quite generous, aren't they? She smirked provocatively, clearly trying to get under Qin Tian's skin. Qin Tian's anger flared, but he was powerless. He hadn't expected Xiaoya to be so infuriating. With 7 days of immunity, she indeed had the right to refuse him. Frustrated, Qin Tian turned toward Lin Mo. Hey, kid, what about you? How many points do you have? Lin Mo responded indifferently. Caught off guard, Qin Tian hesitated for a moment before replying. 2,500 points. What? If you want to challenge me, wager all your points, Lin Mo said calmly. Earlier, the instructor had mentioned that the loser would lose at least 100 points, but there was no cap on how many could be wagered. The points could be negotiated between both parties. Since it was still the immunity period, Lin Mo could easily ignore Qin Tian. He wasn't interested in things that didn't benefit him. Qin Tian frowned again, reassessing the handsome young man before him. Huh, you've got quite the appetite, kid. Do you really think you're strong enough to take all my points? He sneered. Cut the nonsense. Are you in or not? If not, get lost. Lin Mo replied bluntly. You? Fine, they'll take you on. You think I'm scared? Qin Tian's anger boiled over at Lin Mo's arrogance. One after another, these people were treating him like a nobody. He vowed to make Lin Mo pay and leave him humiliated. Boss Qin, crush him. Boss Qin, we're rooting for you. Show that manipulative guy who's boss. A group of students rallied behind Qin Tian. He was already recognized as one of the strongest, and Lin Mo's high point total had incited their jealousy. After accepting the challenge, Lin Mo didn't say another word. He walked straight toward one of the nearby arenas. The elite training camp had multiple arenas for students to spar and challenge each other. The two approached the arena, set the rules for their wager, scanned their ID badges, and stepped onto the platform in turn. The arenas were fully automated, simplifying the process by calculating rewards and penalties automatically after a match. Kid, they'll make you understand the cost of arrogance, Qin Tian said with a sinister grin as he stood on the stage. Lin Mo, uninterested in idle talk, attacked without hesitation. The cheers and shouts of support for Qin Tian from the audience abruptly ceased. Qin Tian was now sprawled on the ground, unconscious, his eyes rolled back. Lin Mo, standing tall, retracted his fist and gave Qin Tian a cold glance. Idiot, he muttered inwardly. Without sparing another look, he stepped down from the platform and walked to the machine to scan his badge. Winner, Lin Mo. The mechanical announcement echoed across the arena, leaving the crowd in shock. The outcome was completely unexpected for everyone. Qin Tian lost just like that? How did Lin Mo make his move? I didn't even see it clearly. One punch, just one punch, me goodness. This can't be real, can it? No one could believe the reality before their eyes. Yet the truth was right there in front of them. Everything had gone far beyond their expectations. Qin Tian, widely recognized as one of the strongest students this year, couldn't even withstand a single punch from Lin Mo, someone they had never even heard of before. Hua Dongqing and Xiao Tingxian were equally stunned. Qin Tian, someone on par with their own strength, lost so easily? Where did this guy even come from? Could it be that the southern province produced such a prodigy this year? In the monitoring room, several instructors sat watching the scene on the screen, their astonishment evident. They even pulled up Lin Mo's profile, but the information recorded paled in comparison to the strength he had just displayed. Could it be that this kid had been holding back during the earlier tests? His real capabilities clearly surpassed what they had seen so far. At this moment, Du Yufei, who had remained silent on the side, finally spoke up. Oh, Yufei, you know him? All eyes immediately turned to Du Yufei. She smiled faintly and said, this kid is one of the team members I mentioned earlier. He's only at the 4th rank in vigor, yet he's completed bone refinement and awakened lightning-type powers. He even managed to take on a heretic with strength close to a peak 6th rank. What? It's him. The other instructors were shocked upon hearing Du Yufei's words. Just moments ago, she had been recounting the events of the heretic-killing mission without mentioning Lin Mo's name. Then, this scene played out on the monitoring screen, prompting her to point him out. This revelation left all the instructors speechless, their minds racing with thoughts. A student of such exceptional talent was coveted by all. Luckily, this was a general class. If it were about taking on disciples, there would undoubtedly be fierce competition. Outside the arena, Xiaoyu was the first to give Lin Mo a thumbs up, winking at him. Moj, you're amazing. Lin Debao laughed heartily, while Lu Peipei and Chun Jia greeted him with smiles. Meanwhile, Wang Nan and the others had expressions that seemed to say, of course. They weren't surprised at all. After all, Lin Mo had previously taken down a 6th-rank Beast King, the terrifying Zhen Tianhou. A peak 5th rank? That was nothing but a novice in front of Lin Mo. As Lin Mo stepped down from the arena, he scanned the crowd. The students who met his gaze quickly averted their eyes, especially those who had been taunting him earlier. They didn't dare look him in the eye. If even Qin Tian had been defeated with a single punch, what chance did they have? Hua Dongqing and Xiao Tingxian stood silently, their faces grim. Though they found the scene hard to believe, the reality was undeniable. At their level, they wouldn't think it was a fluke caused by Qin Tian being unprepared when Lin Mo struck. Lin Mo was quite satisfied with the crowd's reaction. The reason he acted now was to prevent future trouble. Without setting an example, he would only invite endless challenges. Today this person would challenge him, and tomorrow someone else would. How would he find time to train then? As for points, the over 10,000 points he currently had were more than enough for now. And now, he had just gained another 2,500 points. With that, Lin Mo and his 4 companions headed directly back to the dormitory. The other trainees stepped aside, watching the group of 5 leave in silence, not daring to utter a word. That punch just now had truly left everyone present in awe. A seasoned expert's skill is evident at first glance. Those who made it here naturally had exceptional talent. Yet, without seeing someone in action, doubts and unwillingness to submit might linger. However, the moment a real confrontation occurred, the gap in strength became clear, and no one would foolishly step forward to provoke trouble. Despite their respect and awe, Lin Mo had now become their target to surpass. The way every trainee looked at him had changed from disdain, disgust, and mockery to reverence, admiration, and fiery determination. Even though Lin Mo's displayed strength far exceeded theirs, it only fueled their fighting spirit. Surpassing Lin Mo had become the collective goal of all the trainees. Wow, I didn't expect the living conditions here to be this good. Lu Peipei exclaimed in excitement upon arriving at the dormitory. She hadn't anticipated the dorm to be so spacious. The entire elite camp was set up within this massive space fortress, and the dorm rooms resembled individual space pods. Earlier, when she was outside, Lu Peipei had worried that the interior might be too basic. To her surprise, as the door opened, the room revealed itself to be spacious and well-equipped, even featuring separate rooms for a vanity area and a walk-in closet. The large whirlpool massage bathtub was the icing on the cake, leaving her thrilled. Girls naturally love cleanliness and looking good, and even the martial arts enthusiast Chinjia couldn't help but light up at the sight of such a room. After a day of intense training, being able to enjoy a relaxing bath was simply delightful. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was immediately drawn to the room's mini fridge and dedicated snack cabinet. Wow, I can't believe there are so many snacks and drinks here. Lin Mo was a foodie through and through, as evident from his physique. Not only did he eat plenty of main courses, but he also had a penchant for snacks and especially loved ice-cold carbonated drinks. That refreshing burst of fizz in his stomach after taking a big gulp was utterly satisfying. Lin Mo, however, was captivated by the room's private training chamber. The equipment and facilities were comprehensive, and the entire room could be controlled intelligently. Everything could be operated through voice commands, making it incredibly convenient. Meanwhile, Xiaoya walked into the study and turned on the computer, where the homepage immediately caught her attention. It displayed a detailed introduction to the elite camp, including the schedules for various courses, the rules and functions of the camp's facilities, and more. Additionally, it outlined the camp regulations and methods for earning points. These resources provided the trainees with a clear understanding of how the elite camp operated. Points exchange area? Linmo's interest was piqued when he noticed this option. Clicking on it, he couldn't help but marvel indeed. Everything here required points. The screen displayed multiple sections listing items that could be exchanged for points. For instance, access time to camp facilities could be redeemed, such as the refinement tower, which cost 200 points per hour. Judging by this, the points most trainees had earned so far would only allow them to train in the refinement tower for about 2.5 hours. The weapon exchange section, however, left Lin Mo amazed. The weapons available here were nothing like the ones he had seen at the martial artists building. These were called source weapons, made of special materials that were more durable and sharper than the weapons sold outside. Furthermore, they could be embedded with beast cores. The higher the level of the embedded beast core, the stronger the weapon's combat power. High-grade source weapons could even break through a grandmaster's defense effortlessly. How terrifying was that? However, their prices were equally astonishing. A top-tier source weapon required a staggering 1 million points to exchange. It was absurd. Linmo couldn't help but wonder if anyone could actually afford such an amount. Finally, his gaze shifted to the martial arts techniques section. Linmo stared at the points required to exchange for martial techniques in his hand, feeling a surge of shock. A Huang-grade martial technique required 3,000 points, while a Xian-grade technique demanded 10,000 points and could only be exchanged after passing the first refining tower. As for a degrade martial technique, it required a staggering 100,000 points and clearing the third refining tower, while a Tian-grade martial technique needed a jaw-dropping 1 million points, obtainable only after conquering the sixth refining tower. The sheer amount of points needed left him momentarily stunned. He thought about how even Qin Tian, widely recognized as a genius, likely hadn't accumulated enough points in previous assessments to exchange for even a single Huang-grade martial technique. Beyond Huang-grade techniques, obtaining higher-grade ones required passing through the refining towers, which was clearly no easy task. Although these point requirements left Lin Mo feeling helpless, the existence of Tian-grade martial techniques filled him with awe. Previously, he had only heard that achieving exceptional results here might grant access to degrade techniques. Now, the revelation of Tian-grade techniques made him realize that he not only had to aim for top rankings, but also strive to amass points as much as possible. He also recalled the top-tier source weapon he had seen earlier. Acquiring that weapon and a Tian-grade martial technique would require a total of 2 million points. Additionally, the cultivation process would demand rare resources, which would be another significant expense. With this in mind, Lin Mo opened the methods for earning points and began calculating his options. In the elite camp, there were several ways to earn points. 1. Participating in extracurricular combat training by venturing into the wilderness and hunting beasts to exchange for points. This was the simplest method but also the most time-consuming. Relying solely on this method to gather 2 million points might take several years. 2. Clearing the refining towers. Each tower awarded points based on the level of completion, offering generous rewards. This was the fastest way to earn points, but clearing the towers was undoubtedly challenging. 3. Gambling challenges. Winning against opponents allowed one to claim their points. Lin Mo had tried this earlier, but most students had limited points in average of only 500 to 600 each. With over 20,000 students in total, unless more than 20 of them lost all their points to him, it was impossible to reach 2 million points. This was unrealistic, especially since he had already demonstrated his strength by defeating someone earlier. Now, no one would foolishly challenge him and risk losing their points. However, the rules also mentioned the possibility of challenging instructors. Defeating a 6th grade instructor would earn 10,000 points, a 7th grade instructor 100,000 points, an 8th grade instructor 300,000 points, and a 9th grade instructor 800,000 points. This opportunity sparked Lin Mo's interest. Although he wasn't considering 8th or ninth grade instructors for now, challenging a 6th grade instructor seemed worth a try. 4. Achievement rewards. Points were awarded for breakthroughs in cultivation. 1,000 points for reaching the 4th grade, 10,000 for the 5th grade, 50,000 for the 6th grade, 100,000 for the 7th grade, 300,000 for the 8th grade, and 800,000 for the ninth grade. Lin Mo carefully calculated his path forward. The road ahead was destined to be filled with challenges, but he resolved not to hesitate any longer. He had to give it his all. Looking at the highest tier of points, Lin Mo was filled with emotion. From Lin Mo, he had learned that typically, being able to break through to the 7th rank within 3 years at the elite camp was enough to graduate, while achieving the 8th rank was exceedingly rare. As for the 9th rank, only one person had ever reached it, and that individual was now an undisputed powerhouse in the military. Thus, obtaining the highest tier of points was an incredibly difficult feat. However, Lin Mo's fighting spirit only grew stronger. He firmly believed that just because others couldn't do it didn't mean he couldn't. With the system aiding him, as long as he trained diligently and triggered the system's rewards, reaching the 9th rank was not an unattainable goal. Next, he reviewed the privileges of being in first place. In addition to 10 hours of free daily access to the refining tower and the gravity room, he also received a 30 discount on all items that required points for exchange. Second place received a 20 discount, third place a 10 discount, and ranks 4 to 10 only received a 4 discount. Those ranked lower had no discounts at all. Seeing this, Lin Mo was secretly delighted this would save him a significant number of points. Indeed, warriors thrive through competition. Achieving a high rank ensures access to better resources. Before long, everyone returned to their rooms to freshen up and agreed to meet at the dining hall. Over the past few days in the Star Beast Forest, they had endured rough conditions and hadn't enjoyed a proper meal. Today, they decided to treat themselves. At the entrance of the dining hall, Lin Mo met up with the other 4 members of his group. Upon seeing them, students from other provinces quickly avoided them, whether out of respect or isolation. Only the 15 students who had followed Wang Nan greeted them with smiles, while the students from the southern province eagerly came forward to say hello. After all, Lin Mo and his group had brought honor to the southern province, and everyone was naturally pleased. Lin Mo paid no attention to this. True geniuses are often solitary. As they entered the dining hall, Lin Mo's eyes lit up as though he had arrived at his own domain. Before Lin Mo and the others could say anything, Lin Mo enthusiastically took charge of ordering food, moving deftly between the food stations. "Uncle, give me 2 servings of that." "Auntie, they'll take 10 portions of that leg meat before long." Their table was piled high with a feast of dishes. "Pippy Pig, aren't you going to order some fruits and vegetables?" "It's all meat," Xiaoya said helplessly. Lin Mo, with his mouth full and greasy from a large piece of exotic beast leg meat, replied, "Why bother with vegetables? If you want to boost your vitality quickly, exotic beast meat is the best. Plus, these are all from beasts above the 5th rank, absolutely nourishing. Wow, the food here is amazing. The flavors are incredible. Dig in, everyone." Lin Mo exclaimed excitedly. Xiaoya rolled her eyes at him but then picked up a piece of meat and began eating gracefully. To her surprise, the taste was indeed exceptional. It awakened her taste buds. As the meal went on, she eventually gave up on her chopsticks, using both hands instead. Lin Mo and the others joined in with laughter, and the 5 of them devoured nearly 20 dishes in no time, licking their lips in satisfaction. The food here was genuinely remarkable. If not for the fact that exotic beast meat was so filling, they might have gone for another round. Meanwhile, at a secret base, a group of men dressed in black and red battle robes stood respectfully in 2 rows, waiting silently for the figure seated at the head to speak. "Still no news from Wang Lin's team?" one man asked in a low voice. "None," another man replied, his brow furrowed. "It doesn't make sense. Their mission in the Star Beast Forest wasn't supposed to be difficult. Report to the commander." Suddenly, a man burst through the door, shouting as he ran in. "The team led by Master Wang in the Star Beast Forest has been completely wiped out." "What?" Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, the commander immediately stood up, his face filled with disbelief. "Wang Lin and his team are dead? What happened?" The commander had been confident in his plan to have Wang Lin and his team infiltrate the elite camp's initial assessment, disguised as trainees. He believed everything had been flawlessly arranged, and that there was no way the elite camp would uncover their true identities. The mission's purpose was simply to exploit the assessment rules to eliminate as many talented individuals as possible. Wang Lin, a formidable warrior at the peak of the 5th grade, was known for his eccentric behavior but was also extremely cautious in his actions. The commander thought to himself that this mission should have been effortless for someone like him. During the first 2 days, several trainees were indeed seen being carried out unconscious or injured, which the commander assumed was Wang Lin's doing. However, there had been no further updates, and Wang Lin and his team had not reappeared. The commander's mind was filled with doubt. "How are you certain that Wang Lin is dead?" he asked. The subordinate replied, "Today, Our people stationed outside the Star Beast Forest saw the corpses of Wang Lin and his team being carried out. Judging by the state of their bodies, it's evident they chose to self-destruct. The commander furrowed his brows, deep in thought. He knew that Wang Lin carried forbidden drugs that could temporarily elevate his strength to the peak of the 6th grade, allowing him to face even typical 7th grade opponents. To force Wang Lin into self-destruction, their adversary must have been at least at the peak of the 7th grade. He recalled the instructors for this assessment. The strongest among them was only at the mid-6th grade, clearly incapable of driving Wang Lin to such an extreme. That means they must have been exposed, the commander concluded. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, approximately how many people were eliminated this time? The subordinate answered, a total of 4,456 individuals were eliminated. He erased the list. As he spoke, he handed over a detailed document that recorded the eliminated trainees' names, genders, blood energy combat strength, awakened abilities, and specific information about their families. It even outlined which martial academies they were assigned to, showcasing the extensive intelligence network of these heretics. All right, distribute this information to the leaders of the other sub-branches in the sect. Have them compare it with the trainee lists in their respective regions and arrange for attacks. The more we can eliminate, the better, the commander ordered. He then added, also, the nationwide college entrance exams are in 3 months. Start preparing now. This time, we need to give them a proper gift. The subordinate nodded and left the room. The commander, however, remained staring at the list in his hand, lost in thought. As for the demise of Wang Lin and his team, it seemed he had already cast it aside. Meanwhile, in the Southern Province military headquarters, inside the office of the chief commander, Luli paced back and forth anxiously with his hands behind his back, occasionally glancing toward the door. Report. A loud voice suddenly came from outside the door. Luli immediately turned, his eyes fixed on the entrance. Report, Commander. The list is out, the voice announced. Quick, let me see it. Luli demanded urgently. Luli quickly took the list handed to him by his subordinate. Without even returning to his seat, he began reviewing it carefully on the spot. Only 315 people eliminated from the Southern Province this time. His face lit up with joy, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, only 315 eliminated. Not bad at all. In previous years, the Southern Province would send students to the elite camp of the Martial Alliance, and at least 500 of them would be eliminated. This time, nearly half of that number had made it through, which left him quite satisfied. The more people who passed the assessment, the more talents would return after graduation. These individuals were the future pillars of the Southern Province, and the more, the better. What about the ranking for the points assessment? Has the report come in yet? Luli asked. Not yet, sir. Didn't you say to inform you as soon as the elimination report was out? As for the rankings, that might take a little longer, the subordinate replied. Oh, I see. I was being impatient. Luli nodded, understanding that since the elimination list had just been released, the points ranking would naturally take some more time. He waved his subordinate away, returned to his seat, and took a sip of tea. His thoughts drifted to Lin Mo, Xiaoya, Chenjia, and Lu Peipei. I went to great lengths to get that rascal Lin Debao to team up with you all. Don't let me down now. For this assessment, Luli outwardly claimed he would be satisfied if they made it into the top 1,000. In truth, his real goal was the top 100. To achieve this, he had already arranged for Lin Debao to form a team with those promising youngsters. A lineup consisting of the berserker Chenjia, the tank Lin Debao, the psychic Xiaoya, the light-based healer Lu Peipei, and the enigmatic and lightning-powered Lin Mo was nothing short of perfect in terms of offense, defense, and endurance. Luli firmly believed that Lin Mo and his team had a real chance of breaking into the top 100. However, as the assessment began and the lists of candidates from other provinces were revealed, his worries began to grow. His team of prodigies wasn't unique, other provinces had their own as well. What's more, this year's assessment saw the addition of several 5th-tier and dozens of 4th-tier candidates. According to his sources, these extra candidates were hidden powerhouses inserted by top-tier families. Luli wasn't too concerned about the 4th-tier candidates, but the 5th-tier ones, especially 3 who were at the peak of the 5th tier, gave him a headache. Report. A shout came from the doorway, interrupting his thoughts. Sir, the rankings are out. The subordinate rushed in, panting heavily, clearly having sprinted all the way. His face was flushed with excitement. How is it? Luli's heart skipped a beat as he saw the expression on his subordinate's face, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. Good news, sir. You'd better see for yourself. The subordinate handed over the report with a wide grin. Lin Mo first? Xiaoya second? The top 5 are all from our southern province. Luli exclaimed as he glanced at the rankings. He couldn't hold back his laughter, his voice booming so loudly that even the soldiers stationed far outside the office could hear him clearly. They exchanged curious glances. What's going on? The commander sounds so happy. Could it be that our students performed exceptionally well in the Martial Alliance elite camp this time? At the same time, command offices in other provinces were also receiving the initial ranking reports from the assessment. Lin Mo first? Xiaoya second. The top 5 are all from the southern province. Where did these people come from? Commanders across the provinces were in disbelief. Investigate this immediately, especially this Lin Mo. Why haven't we heard of him before? Only 2 of our candidates made it into the top 10 this year. Xiao Tingxian only ranked 7th? Li Yu is 9th? How is this possible? Qin Tian only got 6th place. Is this for real? What? Our magic city only has Huang Pingxi in the top 10 this time? Look into it. I want a thorough investigation of this Lin Mo here on Earth. Did he come from? The ranking of the elite camp in the Martial Alliance sparked intense curiosity and attention toward the name Lin Mo from various factions. The top 5 participants were placed on the key observation list. The outstanding performance of the southern province this time came as a surprise to many. Lin Mo, Xiaoya, Chunjia, Lu Peipei, Lin Debao, Qin Tian. The profiles of the top 10 names were all requested for preparation. At a heretic stronghold, the leader frowned as he examined the newly acquired ranking data. He was quite familiar with the names of those ranked in the latter half, such as Qin Tian. However, Lin Mo and the other 4 who had suddenly appeared on the list were new to him, except for Lin Debao, whose name rang a bell. Lin Debao, the young master of Bao Zealand Chamber of Commerce, was not a stranger to him. Previous intelligence suggested that Lin Debao was merely an awakened individual with strong defensive capabilities, and since he was protected by a master-level guardian, the leader had chosen to leave him alone. Eliminating Lin Debao would first require dealing with his protector, a grandmaster-level figure, and the cost of such an operation was simply not worth it. Leader, here is their information, a subordinate soon reported, handing over profiles of Lin Mo and the others. The leader reviewed the data and discovered that Lin Mo and his companions were awakened individuals with abilities such as lightning, psychic power, light, and mutated strength, all ranking at grade 3. This puzzled him greatly. While their awakened abilities were remarkable, their strength was only at grade 3, whereas Qin Tian and others were at the peak of grade 5. Yet, the rankings placed these grade 3 individuals ahead of them, which was highly unusual. They must be hiding their true strength. Keep a close eye on these youngsters. This list is too abnormal. Also, send someone to the southern province to gather more information on them. The leader issued his orders, unwilling to believe that Lin Mo and his group could rank in the top 5 based solely on the information at hand. The southern province, a seemingly remote place, appeared to be on the verge of significant change this year. The next day, before dawn, while everyone else was still lost in their dreams, Lin Mo had already risen early to begin his morning training. Over the years, this had become a habit for him. On the training field, he was the only one running laps with weights. What had once been a routine habit now came with the added benefit of triggering system rewards as long as he persisted. An hour later, a pleasant notification sound chimed. Ding! The host's consistent weighted morning run has triggered a critical hit, granting a 1000x reward. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 37.2 points to vitality. Current vitality, 1,571.2 points. Seeing the system's feedback, Lin Mo smiled. He recalled how, after his first morning run, the system had triggered a 100x reward, increasing his vitality by 3.72 points. Today, however, he had directly received a 1000x reward, boosting his vitality by 37.2 points, an impressive improvement. Determined to keep going, Lin Mo decided to continue his efforts. The morning was still young, and he resumed running. Another hour passed, and the system notification sounded again. Ding! The host's consistent weighted morning run has triggered a critical hit, granting a 100x reward. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 3.72 points to vitality. With his current vitality at 1,574.92 units, Lin Mo let out a wry smile, realizing that the critical hit returns triggered by the system were purely reliant on luck. Although it only increased by 3.72 units, he was still content. Every little bit counts. Relying solely on morning runs and practicing martial arts to boost vitality would have been far more challenging. After freshening up and changing clothes, Lin Mo headed to the dining hall. As soon as he entered, Lin Debao's voice rang out. Moj, over here. This guy could procrastinate with anything, but when it came to meals, he was always the first to arrive. He had already snagged a great spot and ordered a table full of breakfast dishes, devouring them with gusto. Lin Mo couldn't help but ask, Xiaoya and the others aren't up yet? Lin Debao, munching on a meat bun, replied, Nope, doesn't seem like it. I knocked on your door earlier. Where were you? I went for a run. It's a habit. I feel uneasy if I don't. Lin Mo replied with a smile. Lin Debao clicked his tongue in admiration. That's so like you. No wonder you're so strong. Lin Mo just smiled, grabbed a bun, and started eating. Taking a bite, he immediately noticed that the meat filling was made from exotic beast meat, and the flavor was exceptionally savory. The food here is top-notch. Even the meat buns are made from exotic beast meat, Lin Debao said with a mouth full of food, looking completely satisfied. If it weren't for the good food here, I wouldn't have wanted to come. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself that what others fought tooth and nail to enter, this guy saw merely as a place with great meals. Before long, Xiaoya and the others arrived at the dining hall one after another. Xiaoya yawned, lazily saying, "You two are up so early." Chen Jia looked flushed, as if she had just finished a morning workout, while Lu Peipei immediately took out her makeup kit to touch up her makeup as soon as she sat down. "So, which major lecture are you planning to attend today?" Chen Jia asked while eating. Lin Bao was the first to respond. Easy, whatever you guys decide." Xiaoya took a sip of porridge and said slowly, "I'll naturally attend the lecture on spiritual mind practitioners." Her unique status required her to study content different from the others. Last night, her mentor had even contacted her directly to map out a detailed plan for her future. Every spiritual mind practitioner was considered a treasure in Huaxia, receiving special treatment, though this made Xiaoya, who had just started getting familiar with Lin Mo and the others, feel a bit uneasy. "You're the prize gem here. Of course, the mentor wouldn't miss the chance to shower you with special attention," Lin Bao teased, secretly pleased that this meant he could enjoy some peace and quiet for a while. Xiaoya shot him a fierce glare in response, clearly displeased. "What about you, Moshe? Which lecture are you attending?" Lin Bao quickly shifted the topic to avoid Xiaoya's wrath. Lin Mo replied, "I'll start with the lecture on the Tower of Refinement." For him, courses on increasing vitality were less critical. Instead, understanding the Tower of Refinement was key to achieving the 6 refinements of a perfect martial artist and stepping into the realm of an ultimate grandmaster. This was his current priority. Moreover, successfully passing the tower's challenges came with generous point rewards, and he was eager to obtain top-grade martial techniques and source weapons. After breakfast, Xiaoya headed alone to the classroom designated for spiritual mind practitioners. Meanwhile, the other students followed Lin Mo to the lecture hall of the 6 Refinement Tower. However, upon reaching the entrance, they discovered that only students ranked at the 4th tier or above were allowed inside. Chen Jia frowned slightly at this realization and had no choice but to attend another class. Among their group, only she and Xiaoya remained at the peak of the 3rd tier. Nevertheless, breaking through this bottleneck would be a simple task for them. Upon entering the lecture hall, Lin Mo and his group found that it was already packed with hundreds of 4th tier students. During the previous points tally, they hadn't noticed just how many 4th tier students there were, but now it was evident. To their surprise, aside from familiar faces like Qin Tian, Hua Dongqing, and Xiao Tingxian, there were also several 5th tier students present. Although these 5th tier students hadn't yet reached the peak of their rank, their presence was notable. As Lin Mo and his group entered, the other students turned to look at them in unison. Naturally, those ranked high in the points system drew attention. However, after learning from Qin Tian's earlier misstep, no one dared to act rashly for the time being. Some viewed Lin Mo as a rival out of jealousy and frustration, while others were too awed to approach. Lin Mo and his group, however, welcomed the peace and quietly found seats. Not long after, a male instructor entered the room. He appeared to be in his 40s, tall and broad-shouldered, with meticulously groomed hair. "Hello, everyone. I'm Gu Ming, an 8th-tier peak-level blood refinement practitioner." He introduced himself, prompting gasps of astonishment from the students. Such strength was exceedingly rare, especially at the peak of the 8th tier in the blood refinement stage. Lin Mo, too, was taken aback. This seemingly ordinary man was even more formidable than Du Yufei, possessing unparalleled power at the 8th tier peak. In a remote place like Jiangcheng, even a 5th tier peak practitioner would be awe-inspiring, let alone a 7th or 8th tier expert. "All right, quiet down," Gu Ming said, his voice commanding. "I know you are eager to learn how to advance further through the 6th refinement tower and become the perfect 6th refinement martial artist. But before we get to that, let's talk about the origins of the 6th refinement tower." As his words resonated through the room, every student sat up straighter, ears perked, fully attentive. "When you first arrived at the camp, you may have noticed that our elite camp resembles a massive space fortress. That's because it is a space fortress," Gu Ming explained. "The area you're in now was once a mysterious ruin coded as PC-119. His revelation left the students stunned. "What? This place is actually a ruin? The camp is a real space fortress?" A flurry of questions filled the air. Gu Ming continued. "To be precise, this space fortress is the ruin. However, at the time, it was surrounded by a protective shield that created an illusion and self-defense mechanism, making it impossible to breach. Later, through relentless efforts, Dr. Chun and other experts from Huaxia managed to dismantle the shield and gain access to this space fortress. The refining tower is a built-in feature of this space fortress." "What? The refining tower is actually part of the fortress itself? A space fortress? Aliens? If the refining tower is on the fortress, does that mean aliens also have their own cultivation systems? And moreover, are their systems even more advanced than the martial path of Earth's 6 refinements?" The students were shaken by Gu Ming's words, and their thoughts immediately leapt to a startling conclusion. When they voiced their speculations, their astonishment was even harder to conceal. Linmo also fell into deep thought. After crossing into this parallel Earth, he had already been amazed by the high martial culture embraced by everyone. Now, to discover that life existed beyond Earth, and that extraterrestrial beings possessed cultivation systems far superior and more advanced than Earth's, was utterly mind-blowing. You're not wrong, Gu Ming continued. Based on the relics discovered through Waxia's explorations, there is indeed extraterrestrial life beyond Earth. Their technology and cultivation systems are incredibly sophisticated. Take this refining tower as an example. Its capabilities are astonishing, far surpassing the limits of our conventional cultivation methods. As we all know, in the 6 refinements of martial artists, starting from the 4th grade, each grade corresponds to a specific body refinement stage, and you cannot skip stages. However, in the refining tower, that limitation doesn't exist. What does that mean? No limitations? Does it mean a 4th grade martial artist can refine not only their skin, but also their bones and even tendons? A student speculated aloud. You're absolutely correct. In the refining tower, even if you're only at the 4th grade, as long as you complete the skin refinement process, you can immediately proceed to refine your bones and even your tendons without waiting to advance to the next grade. If your abilities allow, it's even possible to complete all 6 stages of martial refinement while still in the 4th grade, Gu Ming explained, his voice tinged with anticipation. Of course, while the refining tower possesses such capabilities, the speed at which human martial artists currently cultivate is far from reaching such an extreme level. Especially in the refining tower, achieving the so-called first stage of skin refinement means perfecting it beyond what we traditionally define as skin refinement. Accomplishing this is no easy feat, Gu Ming added. There's no point in discussing this further for now. When the time comes, you'll experience the refining tower for yourselves, Gu Ming said with a faint smile. The refining tower consists of 6 towers, each corresponding to a stage: skin refinement, bone refinement, tendon refinement, marrow refinement, blood refinement, and spirit refinement. Each tower has 9 levels, representing 9 stages of transformation within each refinement phase. 9 stages of transformation? Does that mean after completing our standard skin refinement, we'll still need to undergo 9 additional tempering transformations before it's truly complete? A student exclaimed in shock. Exactly. Gu Ming's confirmation left everyone stunned once again. Completing skin refinement even once was already a tremendous challenge, and the thought of going through 9 additional tempering stages was terrifying. Yet, this revelation only fueled the students' excitement. Teacher Gu, now that Huaxia has this refining tower, does that mean we'll be able to completely crush those weaklings from the pretty country, kimchi country, and Sakura country? One student joked. Heh, you're oversimplifying things, Gu Ming said, shaking his head. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, countless relics have appeared across the globe. While Huaxia has managed to unearth this space fortress, other nations have also discovered their own relics. In terms of cultivation systems, the various countries are actually quite evenly matched. There's no single dominant power. I see. Everyone murmured in realization. It made sense. They had all heard about relics appearing worldwide. Over the years, if Huaxia could uncover treasures like this, it was only natural that other nations had their own significant discoveries. Now, back to the main topic. Let me tell you about another fascinating aspect of the refining tower. Gu Ming paused, smiling as he looked at the eager faces before him. Something magical? What is it? Mr. Gu, don't keep us in suspense. As Gu Ming suddenly paused, everyone eagerly urged him to continue. This old fox always knew how to pique curiosity. Our trial refinement tower, Gu Ming began, grants random rewards each time you clear a level. These could be weapons, martial techniques, rare materials, or even some extraordinary treasures. And the most fascinating part? These rewards are not something you can find on Earth. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Rewards not from Earth. Did that mean these were products of an alien civilization? Alien martial techniques? What would the weapons and materials look like? Gu Ming's earlier statement had already made it clear. Just this trial refinement tower aboard the space fortress showcased a cultivation system far beyond Earth's martial arts civilization. Naturally, the rewards it provided would also surpass Earth's existing weapons and techniques. Instantly, everyone's anticipation and curiosity reached their peak, and they were brimming with excitement to give it a try. Seeing that the group's enthusiasm had been sufficiently stirred, Gu Ming smiled faintly, raised his hand, and continued. All right, calm down for now. You've got the gist of the rewards. Besides the tower's inherent prizes, each level you clear also grants you additional points. These points are crucial, since using the trial refinement tower requires a considerable amount of points. Maintaining the tower's operation demands a significant supply of beast cores and special materials. And keep in mind, clearing the levels won't be easy. You'd better prepare yourselves mentally. A refinement process in the tower is both grueling and painful. Mr. Gu, we're not afraid of hardship or suffering, as long as we can gain stronger combat abilities and martial techniques. The students responded enthusiastically. That's right, a little pain is nothing. Their voices were filled with determination. Before Gu Ming could finish, the students had already begun animated discussions among themselves. The prospect of such abundant rewards left them fearless. Since that's the case, I won't say more about it. You'll experience it for yourselves in due time. For now, let's talk about the 6 refinements of a martial artist. To enter the Trial Refinement Tower, you first need to master the foundational techniques and precautions of the 6 refinements. He glanced around the room and noticed that many had already completed the initial stage of skin refinement, which pleased him. Next, he'll start with skin refinement and explain in detail the key points and requirements for each stage of the 6 refinements. As you may know, the fastest way to refine your skin is not only through the wisdom of those who came before, but also with the aid of special and corresponding rare materials. However, in the Trial Refinement Tower, even without such treasures, you can still undergo skin refinement. But keep in mind, this will require greater effort and involve more intense suffering. Gu Ming began his detailed explanation, and the students below listened attentively. As an expert at the 8th stage of the blood refinement realm, Gu Ming's insights were exceptionally profound, leaving the students enlightened. The 3-hour-long lecture was packed with valuable knowledge, and every student gained immensely from it, relishing the ideas and techniques they had learned. Let's go to the Trial Refinement Tower, one of the students exclaimed excitedly. Haha, count me in. I've got to give it a shot. Those rewards are just too tempting. After class, the students rushed toward the tower with great enthusiasm. Stimulated by Gu Ming's lecture, other courses were momentarily set aside, as everyone eagerly prepared to challenge the tower. Brother Mo, what about us? Should we head to the Trial Refinement Tower now? Lin Mo leaned in, looked at Lin Mo, and suggested, let's not go there yet. Let's check out the gravity chamber and other subjects first. Lin Mo thought for a moment, suppressing his urge to explore the Tower of Refinement, and decided to hear about the other subjects first. With that, the group headed to the gravity chamber. A few hours later, they arrived at the first tower of the Tower of Refinement. Lin Mo was amazed to discover how powerful the gravity chamber was. It was definitely worth the visit. Lin Mo agreed, saying, if we train well, our agility will improve significantly. Not only that, but combining skin refinement with gravity chamber training will enhance not just speed, but also our defensive capabilities several times over. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. In battle, the first thing is to be able to take hits. Otherwise, facing a strong enemy, we wouldn't even have the chance to counterattack. Chatting as they walked, they arrived at the entrance of the Tower of Refinement. After swiping their cards, they stepped inside. The moment Lin Mo entered, he couldn't help but exclaim, damn, 200 points an hour? That's crazy expensive. I only have enough points for 2 hours of indulgence. Despite the hefty price, he felt the effects almost immediately. Just 1 hour, and I feel like my skin refinement has improved significantly. Lin Mo, however, sighed. Improved, yes, but I got beaten up so badly that I'm traumatized now. The others chimed in, amazed. This thing is incredible. Who would have thought training could work like this? They quickly decided to complete this round of training and earn more points. Getting beaten up was a small price to pay if it meant their skin refinement would keep improving. Lin Mo reflected. If I hadn't experienced this, I would have thought my skin refinement had reached its peak. Turns out, it's just the basic level. He marveled at the peculiarities of the Tower of Refinement, wondering how advanced this alien cultivation civilization must be. As they entered the gravity chamber, Lin Mo and the others overheard some other trainees discussing their experiences. It was clear they had already gone through the Tower of Refinement's training mode. Lin Mo frowned slightly, puzzled by what he heard. Getting beaten up? These people say they were beaten badly, but they look perfectly fine, no injuries at all. Lin Mo, equally curious, walked over and asked, hey, what's the training like in there? The group of trainees quickly fell silent upon seeing Lin Mo and left in a hurry. Seriously? Do I look contagious or something? Lin Mo rolled his eyes, visibly annoyed. Never mind, let's just go in and see for ourselves, Lin Mo said with a smile. The group then approached the trial entrance. The entrance was a pair of double metallic doors of unknown material, with a swirling, deep vortex-like light curtain inside. Lin Mo examined it closely, thinking to himself, this entrance looks just like the ones in the secret realms from the cartoons and movies I used to watch, like a teleportation portal. See you on the other side, they said to one another before stepping in one by one. A moment of disorientation followed, and in what felt like a time warp, Lin Mo found himself standing on a desolate plain. The area was vast and empty, with no end in sight. He wondered, what's supposed to happen here? Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly, and in the distance, dust and fog rose like a tidal wave. Soon, massive dark shadows emerged from within the swirling dust. Scarlet yaks? As the massive shadows revealed their true forms, Lin Mo immediately recognized them. Were they all at the 3rd tier? Sensing the aura of these scarlet yaks, Lin Mo was puzzled. However, after a moment of thought, he understood. There were over 30 scarlet yaks surrounding him. Even though they were all at the 3rd tier, for an ordinary 4th-rank martial artist, facing this mini Tier 3 beast would still be extremely challenging, especially in the skin refining tower, where the focus was on tempering the flesh and skin. These beasts were not meant for killing, but were used to withstand attacks with their physical bodies. Come on. Lin Mo adjusted his stance, ready to face the challenge. One by one, the scarlet yaks charged at him wildly. Although these beasts were not primarily known for their ramming attacks, the combined force of over 30 of them charging at once was immense. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Mo did not dodge, but endured the damage heaped. Even though his combat power had reached the level of contending with peak Tier 6 beings, and he had made preliminary progress in skin and bone refinement, the intense collision still caused his blood and energy to churn. After all, his actual rank was only 4th. Having overwhelming combat power didn't mean his defense was equally unmatched. Interestingly, amidst the continuous impacts, he faintly felt his physical defense slowly improving. As time passed, 30 minutes went by. Suddenly, the surrounding air was filled with a peculiar gas. Lin Mo took a single breath and immediately felt a wave of comfort throughout his body, as if all his previous exhaustion had been replenished in an instant. At the same time, the 30 scarlet yaks around him suddenly raised their heads and roared, their entire bodies emitting a red glow. In the next moment, they all advanced to the 4th tier. How incredible! Lin Mo was both astonished and uncertain as he witnessed this scene. These beasts could actually advance on their own? The 30-something 4th tier scarlet yaks began charging again. This time, the force Lin Mo endured was even greater. After all, his blood and energy levels were still at the 4th rank. Facing the collision of over 30 4th tier beasts, he still found it somewhat overwhelming. Ding. Host's relentless effort has triggered a critical hit, granting tenfold returns. Ding. Blood and energy 10. Ding. Defense increased, skin refinement effect 3. Seeing this notification, Lin Mo immediately checked his status panel. On the panel, under these 6 refinements of the martial artists section, the skin refinement progress now had a bracketed note. First stage, 3100. First stage? Seeing these words, Lin Mo instantly recalled what his mentor, Gu Ming, had said earlier. Each refining tower was divided into 9 levels, with 9 checkpoints. According to the system's prompt, one level equated to 1 stage, with a total of 9 stages. The progress of 3,100 meant that reaching 100,100 would complete the first stage of skin refinement. Half an hour, with tenfold returns, had yielded 3 progress points. For others, wouldn't half an hour only yield a maximum of 0.3 points? Doing the math, Lin Mo couldn't help but be astonished. Ordinary students only had enough points to use the refining tower for 2 hours. Without any multiplier effects, 2 hours would only allow them to reach 1.2 progress points. To reach 100 points would take 167 hours, roughly 7 days. Lin Mo acquired a powerful system that granted him a 100-fold return each time, allowing him to make tremendous progress in just 17 hours. This rapid advancement created a significant gap, leaving him exhilarated. Facing the blood-red yak that repeatedly charged at him, Lin Mo felt a sense of joy. The slight pain from the impacts was replaced by his good mood. With the system's returns, his defense improved once again, and the pain caused by the collisions diminished several times, to the point where it barely affected him. About 20 minutes later, the system's notification sounded again. Ding. Host's relentless training has triggered a critical hit, granting a 100-fold return. Ding. Vitality 102. Ding. Defense increased, skin refinement effect 30. Lin Mo was pleasantly surprised to find that the process seemed to have accelerated, possibly due to the blood-red yak's level increasing. His stats surged rapidly, and his proficiency reached 33,100. With only 67 points left to complete the first stage of skin refinement, less than an hour had passed. Just as he was reveling in his progress, the blood-red yak before him underwent a transformation. Dozens more yaks suddenly appeared, bringing the total number of level 4 blood-red yaks to 60, double the previous amount. To Lin Mo's delight, the pain from their alternating charges was even less than when there were only 30 yaks. He mused to himself that the higher his skin refinement level, the stronger his defense would become. At this point, Lin Mo decided to take the initiative and confront the yaks. With the system being so reliable, he found the yaks' efficiency too low. He began charging toward them, and within just a quarter of an hour, the system's third notification sounded again. Ding. Host's persistent training has triggered a critical hit, granting a 100-fold return. Ding. Vitality 108. Ding. Defense increased, skin refinement effect 32. Lin Mo did not stop, seizing the moment to continue strengthening his body. Fortunately, these blood-red yaks were intelligent constructs within the Tower of Rituals. Otherwise, if he encountered such beasts in the wild, the yaks would have long fled after failing to take him down. As Lin Mo continued his relentless training, the system notifications came at regular intervals. The blood-red yaks around him had all been replaced with peak level 4 yaks, and their numbers had surged to a staggering 100. Despite this, their charges caused him no harm. instead enabling him to achieve a perfect conclusion to the first stage of skin refinement. Finally, his proficiency reached 100. Lin Mo smiled and checked his status panel. Host, Lin Mo. Level 4 martial artist. Vitality, 2188. Maximum combat power amplification, 32 including the lightning-based advancement bonus. Martial artist 6 refinement stage. Skin refinement, stage 1 perfected. Lightning extension skills. Thunderbolt martial technique. Military fist mortal grade, perfected. Dominant fist profound grade, perfected. Movement technique. Beginner, 45100. Just as his thoughts began to wander, his body suddenly trembled, starting a subtle transformation. Simultaneously, an entrance to the second level appeared out of thin air, accompanied by a mechanical voice. Congratulations, Student South 666, for passing the first stage. You have earned 1,000 points and a clearance reward. The rewards offered were two choices, a degrade longsword or a psychic energy activation stone. Upon hearing these options, Linmo's attention immediately turned to the rewards. The degrade longsword, crafted from a special cosmic metal, could easily penetrate planetary level defenses and was incomparably sharp. Planetary level? What did that even mean? Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. Here, he was merely a 9th rank martial artist. Above the 9th rank were grandmasters, and beyond grandmasters were even higher levels. He had asked about the highest level before, and it was certainly not planetary level. Clearly, this represented a ranking system within a cosmic framework. He couldn't determine what planetary level might correspond to in Earth's martial arts system. Regardless, the degrade longsword was evidently of a higher quality than any weapon on Earth. Choosing this reward would undoubtedly provide him with a powerful weapon for slaying monsters or battling foes in the future. With it, fighting opponents of a higher rank would become significantly easier. However, Lin Mo resisted the urge and shifted his focus to the second reward. The Psychic Energy Activation Stone was a rare and unique artifact from the universe. Consuming it could unlock the brain's potential and form the foundation of psychic power. Lin Mo was astonished. Wasn't this essentially a way to artificially awaken psychic abilities and become a psychic warrior? Psychic warriors were exceedingly rare. In all of Huaxia, there were fewer than 10. Even in the current Martial Alliance elite camp, which gathered the nation's most talented 18-year-olds, only one person, Xiaoya, was a psychic warrior. This highlighted just how rare they were. Furthermore, once a psychic warrior matured, they were virtually unbeatable within their tier when facing other types of martial artists. Without hesitation, Lin Mo chose the Psychic Energy Activation Stone. Although activating psychic energy wouldn't immediately make him powerful, as it would require time and training to develop, this power would be inherently his. On the other hand, choosing the Grade Longsword would indeed boost his combat abilities instantly, and few could withstand its armor-piercing attacks. However, it was an external tool. If the longsword were lost or damaged, his combat strength would plummet drastically, making it an unreliable long-term solution. Moreover, as his strength grew and he reached planetary level, or even higher, the weapon would eventually become obsolete. Lin Mo understood that there must be levels beyond planetary. The weapon's classification as grade made it clear that there were likely grade, and even higher levels. However, those advanced levels were not something he needed to concern himself with right now. After weighing his options, Lin Mo decisively chose the Psychic Energy Activation Stone. True power lies in what is inherently yours. As soon as Lin Mo made his choice, a silver-white crystalline stone appeared in his hand. The crystal was about the size of a tennis ball, completely transparent, with dense silver-white mist swirling inside it. He examined the crystal curiously, wondering, how does this thing work? Just then, without any warning, the crystal suddenly moved. As fast as lightning, it shot straight into Lin Mo's forehead. What the? Lin Mo exclaimed. By the time he reacted, the crystal had already fully merged into his forehead. In the next instant, an icy, bone-chilling sensation swept through his brain. Lin Mo couldn't help but gasp sharply, feeling as if his mind had been instantly frozen. He collapsed to the ground unconsciously and passed out. The entrance to the second level remained wide open, while Lin Mo lay motionless to the side. However, within his mind, a dramatic transformation was taking place. In the control room of the elite camp, a red warning light suddenly lit up, catching the staff off guard. When they checked and discovered that someone had cleared the first level of the skin refining tower, they were completely stunned. What the heck? Is this for real? Today was the first day the elite camp opened the refining tower, and it hadn't been long before someone managed to pass the first level? The staff double-checked the data, and the result remained unchanged. Shocked, they immediately called the elite camp instructor's office. Hello, this is Xiao Chun from the control room. Someone has cleared the first level of the skin refining tower. Instructor Huang, who answered the call, was so shocked that he stood up, his face full of disbelief. What happened, Lao Huang? The other instructors looked at him curiously. Stammering, Instructor Huang said, it's a call from the control room. They said someone cleared the first level of the skin refining tower. What? Several gasps of astonishment echoed through the office. Classes started this morning at 9 a.m., and it had only been a little over 7 hours. Dinner time hadn't even arrived, and yet someone had already passed the first level of the skin refining tower? What kind of joke was this? Even for the most talented individuals, the skin refining tower was a level playing field. Even a sixth-rank martial artist who had completed bone refining or muscle refining wouldn't take significantly less time to clear it if they'd never entered the tower before. Otherwise, wouldn't those who had already reached 7th rank or higher before acquiring this space fortress be able to breeze through it? The 6 refinings for martial artists had no shortcuts. While the refining tower could accelerate and enhance the process, it wasn't so overwhelmingly powerful. Yet now, the control room claimed that someone had passed the first level of the skin refining tower in just 7 hours. This left all the instructors in disbelief. In the next moment, the group of instructors rushed towards the control room. Among them was Du Yufei, her brows slightly furrowed. For some reason, Lin Mo's figure surfaced in her mind. Outside, a group of curious students noticed the instructors rushing out of the office in such a hurry. What's going on? Why are the instructors in such a rush? They glanced in the direction of the control room. Could something have happened at the camp? Could it be a beast attack? After all, this was the Star Beast Forest, home to many 7th or 8th level king beasts. It was said that the assessment area had been sealed off to prevent beasts above level 6 from entering. No way. What should we do? Let's go check it out. Following the instructors, a large group of students trailed behind them. The control room doors were flung open, and the instructors stormed in. Where is it? Let me see. Who cleared the level? Instructor Huang was the first to rush in, calling out to Xiao Chun. I'm here, Xiao Chun replied. I just checked. The student's ID number is Nan666. Nan666? From the southern province? Instructor Huang was taken aback. Another one from the southern province? Weren't the top 5 in the score rankings also from the southern province? Who is Nan666? That number seems so familiar. While the other instructors were puzzled, Du Yufei, standing at the back, couldn't hide the change in her expression. Her usually cold demeanor had shifted, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. She knew that the student with ID number Nan666 was none other than Lin Mo him again. Student number 666 from the south, named Lin Mo. Xiao Chun in the control room, said to old Huang. Lin Mo? Again? The Lin Mo who ranks first in the points leaderboard. Upon hearing the name, old Huang was once again stunned. The geniuses sent from the southern province this year are truly extraordinary. He cleared the first level of the skin refining tower in just over 7 hours. Not quite, Xiao Chun corrected. In fact, Lin Mo took less than 5 hours to clear the first level. Hearing this, old Huang and the others were shocked once more. Huh? If he's already cleared it, why is he still staying on the first level? One mentor noticed something unusual. Lin Mo's red marker was still on the first level and hadn't moved directly to the second. Maybe he's reflecting on something? Another mentor speculated. In the first level of the skin refining tower, Lin Mo slowly regained consciousness after being unconscious for over half an hour. As he opened his eyes, the surroundings appeared unusually vivid. His vision seemed sharper, and his senses more acute by several folds. A subtle sensation emerged in his mind, but he didn't feel any other significant changes. Mental power? He tried to use his thoughts to control the scattered stones on the ground, but no matter how hard he tried, it didn't work. What's going on? Could it be that mental power requires a special method to activate? After a few failed attempts, Lin Mo decided to move on to the next level. After gathering himself, he approached the portal leading to the second level. A moment of dizziness later, Lin Mo found himself in the second level. The landscape was identical to the first, desolate and barren. But this time, instead of the blood-colored yaks, there were 2 horned rhinos, a total of 100 of them, all at the peak of the 4th tier. The first level had also ended with 100 peak tier 4 beasts, but the combat strength of the blood-colored yaks and the 2 horned rhinos was on an entirely different level. The second level's intensity right from the start explained why so few people managed to clear it. Lin Mo understood now why he had heard so many stories of people getting beaten badly in the skin refining tower. He had the system's assistance, which allowed him to surpass his own rank, making it relatively easy for him to clear the level. For a newly awakened 4th tier individual, surviving the final wave of 100 blood-colored yaks in the first level would be anything but easy. Getting beaten was almost inevitable. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo was engulfed by the herd of beasts. However, during the battles on the previous level, he had learned an important lesson. There was no need to foolishly endure the attacks heat in. It was entirely possible to dodge most of the beast's assaults and only absorb the impact of their collisions. This still triggered the system's return effect. Although getting hit by these beasts was still painful, minimizing the number of blows was definitely worthwhile. Moreover, this approach also helped improve his movement technique proficiency. Ding! Hard work pays off, critical hit triggered, receiving a 1,000-fold return. The system's notification sounded in Lin Mo's ear. Ding! Vitality 115. Ding! Defense increased. Skin refining effect 25. Ding. Movement technique 7. The system alert interrupted Lin Mo's train of thought. He carefully reviewed the return data and noticed that his vitality had increased significantly, while the effects of skin refinement had relatively diminished. This change made him realize that as his level advanced, the difficulty of skin refinement grew exponentially, but the growth of vitality accelerated due to a stronger foundation. Linmo did not pause and proceeded to challenge the next level. The number of beasts surged from 100 to 150, with the difficulty increasing geometrically. Fortunately, this was within the virtual space of the skin refinement tower, where a restorative gas would instantly recover him after each round, allowing him to maintain peak condition. Although the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, their attacks were monotonous and their movements rigid, making them relatively easy to evade. When 300 peak level, 4-star dual-horned rhinos appeared simultaneously, Lin Mo couldn't help but gasp. The scene resembled a miniature beast tide, far beyond what ordinary people could handle. While dodging the rhino's charges, he recalled what Mentor Gu Ming had once said: even highly skilled 4th-grade awakened individuals struggled to clear the 4th stage. Those who ultimately conquered the 9th level often returned to challenge it only after reaching the 6th, 7th, or even higher grades. Meanwhile, outside the skin refinement tower, Lin Debao and Lu Peipei had been anxiously waiting for 10 hours. Lin Debao glanced at his watch and frequently peered toward the exit. Lu Peipei curiously asked about his own progress in the challenge. Lin Debao gave a bitter smile and shook his head. I spent 1,000 points to buy 5 hours, barely making it to the final round. But those 100 peak level, 4-star blood-colored yaks were a nightmare. He shuddered as he recalled being chased across the map by the yak herd, eventually collapsing from exhaustion and being overwhelmed. Though failure resulted in a full recovery and teleportation out of the tower, the memory of repeated deaths left a lasting scar on his mind. Lu Peipei also looked troubled. I didn't even make it to the final round. Just 50 blood-colored yaks were enough to leave me scrambling. As the two spoke, Lin Mo emerged from the teleportation portal and waved at them. At the same time, a group of mentors hurried over, their footsteps echoing through the spacious hall. Following behind the mentors was a group of anxious trainees, their expressions tense as they kept glancing over, their eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. Suddenly, a middle-aged man strode quickly toward Lin Mo, his face adorned with a formal smile. Lin Mo, hello? I'm Huang Qifa, the director and mentor of the elite camp. We have a matter we'd like you to come and help us understand. Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly, casting an uncertain glance at Huang Qifa, but eventually nodded. At that moment, Lin Debao and Lu Peipei hurried over, concern evident on their faces. Director Huang, what's this about? They asked. Huang Qifa chuckled warmly and explained, no need to worry. We just need to consult Lin Mo about something. It won't take long. His gaze swept over Lin Debao and Lu Peipei, clearly recognizing them as Lin Mo's teammates. Lin Debao turned to Lin Mo and asked, Moj, should we go find Xiaoya and Chunjia to order food first and wait for you to join us? Lin Mo glanced once more at Huang Qifa and the others, then nodded to Lin Debao. Sure. The group of mentors and Lin Mo headed off in a large, purposeful procession toward the mentor's office, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered trainees. Whispers broke out among them as they speculated about what had just happened. It's not a beast siege? Then why do they look so tense? It must have something to do with this Lin Mo. Did he cause trouble in the trial tower? But why do the mentors look so excited when they look at him? Who cares? Let's eat first. As long as it's not a beast siege, we're fine. After a while of fruitless conjecture, the trainees gradually dispersed. In the mentor's office, Lin Mo stood in the center, surrounded by mentors who were staring at him intently. Their eyes were filled with astonishment, as though they were observing a rare specimen. Finally, Lin Mo couldn't help but break the silence. So what do you need me for? Huang Qifa cleared his throat and spoke seriously. Hey, race the situation, Lin Mo. You just cleared the first level of the skin refining tower in under 5 hours. This is the first time we've seen someone achieve this since we discovered the tower's benefits. Normally, a 4th-grade awaken would take several days to pass. Even martial artists of the 7th, 8th, or 9th grade returning for a trial don't come close to your speed. We want to understand, how did you do it? Lin Mo scratched his head and replied honestly, well, I'm not exactly sure. Isn't it just about standing there, taking hits, and waiting it out? Once the time's up, the next round starts. The room fell silent as every mentor stared at him in stunned disbelief. Lin Mo's explanation sounded casual, but achieving it was anything but simple. Standing there and taking hits? Enduring the time? The key was being able to withstand it. For an average Tier 4 awakened, no matter how outstanding their strength, it would be nearly impossible to withstand the ferocious onslaught of so many Scarlet Yaks during the final 2 trials of the first level. The purpose of this trial is to continuously temper the body, enhancing skin refinement while improving vitality and defensive capabilities. However, How could one achieve the desired results and significant improvements in such a short period? A middle-aged man in a black martial arts uniform frowned and asked, how did you withstand the impact of 100 peak tier 4 Scarlet Yaks in the final round of the first level? Lin Mo, looking relaxed, shrugged and replied, I just dodged and endured. My body is only so big and surrounded on all sides. I only had to handle the attacks of 12 Scarlet Yaks at a time. That was manageable for me. The gathered instructors exchanged looks, momentarily speechless. 12 peak tier 4 Scarlet Yaks. While their impact force might be considered relatively weak among peak tier 4 beasts, for a newly advanced tier 4 awakened, it would still be a grueling challenge. Let alone enduring such continuous impacts for an extended period. How could Lin Mo possibly withstand it? Suddenly, Huang Qifa squinted his eyes, asking tentatively, Lin Mo, what's your current vitality level? This question prompted Lin Mo to glance involuntarily at his status panel. Host, Lin Mo. Level, Tier 4 Martial Artist. Vitality, 2,845 calories. Combat Power Amplification Limit, 32 including the increase from the Lightning attribute upgrade. Martial Artist 6 Refinement Stage. Skin Refinement Level 2125200. Bone Refinement. Lightning Attribute Skill, Thunderbolt. Martial Arts. Military Boxing Mortal Rank, Mastery. Dominator Fist Profound Rank, Mastery. Movement Technique. Beginner 88100. In the second level of the trial, Lin Mo had spent over 4 hours, raising his vitality to 2,845 calories. His Skin Refinement Level 2 proficiency had reached 125, just 75 points away from completion. His movement technique had also improved significantly, jumping from 45 to 88, only 12 points shy of breaking into the micro level. If it weren't for the limited free time in the refinement tower each day and his growing hunger, he might have completed Skin Refinement Level 2 and advanced his movement technique before leaving. After a moment of thought, Lin Mo replied honestly, my vitality is currently 2,845 calories. He knew that vitality levels would inevitably be tested, so there was no point in hiding it. What? 2,845 calories? Huang Qifa exclaimed, unable to hide his astonishment. He vividly remembered that Lin Mo's initial camp report listed his vitality at only 594 calories. Even after hearing Du Yufei mention Lin Mo's feats in the Star Beast Forest against heretics, which hinted at hidden strength suggesting tier 4 vitality, they had only speculated his level to be between 1,500 and 2,000 cal. Who could have imagined that Lin Mo's vitality had skyrocketed to 2,845 calories, just 155 away from the tier 5 threshold? This leap was as if he had taken a rocket ride. In just a few short hours, his vitality had surged from over 1,500 to 2,845 calories. Even more shocking was that Du Yufei had previously mentioned that this young man had completed bone refinement before reaching tier 5, and it seemed to happen almost instantaneously, a truly astounding feat. Earlier, they had been in the instructor's office discussing this very matter after receiving a report from the central control room. Little did they expect to also witness Lin Mo's incredible achievement of completing the first level of the refinement tower in just 5 hours. Now, with all these extraordinary developments coming together, everyone present was left in profound disbelief. Huang Qifa exchanged a glance with the other instructors, all thinking the same thing. This young man is far too extraordinary. Lin Mo stood on the training grounds of the Huaxiao Martial Alliance elite camp, surrounded by a group of stern-looking instructors and trainees. The atmosphere was thick with tension as everyone waited for his response. Huang Qifa, a burly instructor with a curious glint in his eyes, cautiously asked, Lin Mo, we heard that you completed the bone refining stage directly during your battle with the cultists. Is that true? Lin Mo nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present before finally resting on Du Yufei. Taking a deep breath, he answered frankly, yes, that's correct. Huang Qifa's eyes lit up immediately, and he eagerly pursued. Can you explain how you managed to do it? Why was it so fast? He quickly added, of course, if it's inconvenient, that's fine. I was just thinking, if you've discovered some unique shortcut for the 6 refinements of martial artists, perhaps we can explore it further together to cultivate more strong warriors for Huaxia. His tone grew more solemn as he scanned the surroundings and lowered his voice. You know as well as I do that the global situation is complicated right now. Beyond the chaos caused by the mutated beasts, conflicts between nations over resources and power have never ceased. Not to mention the unique nature of this elite camp. It's a space fortress on an unknown planet. While we don't yet know why it's here, one thing is certain. There is life beyond Earth, and their cultivation systems far surpass ours. Lin Mo listened, his expression turning complex as he looked at Huang Qifa. He understood the instructor's concerns, but couldn't help feeling a trace of helplessness. Slowly, he began. Instructor Huang, I understand your point. But to be honest, I don't fully know why it happened so quickly. At the time, I was in a desperate situation and just took a gamble. He paused, as if recalling the events, then continued. Maybe it's an effect of my awakening to lightning-based abilities? I noticed something unusual even during the skin refining stage. Since skin refining worked so quickly, I thought I'd test if bone refining would too. So, I took the 100 beast bone refining pill that Lin gave me, and to my surprise, it worked almost instantly. Honestly, even now, I'm still a bit bewildered. After hearing Lin Mo's explanation, Huang Qifa and the others exchanged uncertain glances, their brows furrowed. Lin Mo's account sounded plausible, yet it left them feeling somewhat disappointed. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Qifa sighed and said, "All right, it's a bit of a pity, but the fact that you possess such an ability is still a blessing for Huaxia. In light of this, we've decided to grant you special privileges." He paused briefly before adding, "But before that, we do have one more question for you." Lin Mo straightened his posture, his demeanor serious as he replied, "Instructor Huang, please go ahead." Lin Mo nodded slightly, feeling secretly relieved that no one was pressing the issue of how to quickly complete the 6 refinements. His gaze swept across everyone present before he spoke. "You want to know how far I can push through in one go?" Huang Qifa and the others held their breath, awaiting Lin Mo's answer. Lin Mo's lips curved into a confident smile as he replied, "Naturally, I aim to clear all the levels. But as for how long ITLL take, that's hard to say. After all, I only have just over 10,000 points right now, which isn't nearly enough for a continuous sprint." As soon as he said this, the entire room fell into shock. A flicker of surprise crossed Huang Qifa's face, and he asked cautiously, "If you had enough points, or if the trial time in the refinement tower were unlimited, do you think you could clear the 9th level in one go?" Lin Mo nodded without hesitation. "Yes, I believe I can." The moment those words left his mouth, the room descended into a stunned silence. Everyone gasped, staring at Lin Mo in disbelief. They couldn't help but think to themselves, this guy doesn't seem to be bluffing. If he's serious, this is extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Huang Qifa spoke with solemn determination. "Lin Mo, we've decided to grant you special privileges. From now on, when you attempt trials in the refinement tower, you won't need any points. It will be open to you 247. Lin Mo's eyes lit up with excitement. What? Really? He was thrilled internally. If he didn't have to spend points, he'd gladly stay in the refinement tower until he cleared every level. Huang Qifa nodded affirmatively. "It's true, but the privilege is only valid for 3 years. After that, ITLL coincide with your graduation from the elite camp. Additionally, 3 years from now, during the World Genius Exchange Conference, you'll need to represent Huaxia in the competition." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. The World Genius Exchange Conference. Huang Qifa proceeded to explain the significance of the conference and the potential rewards it offered. However, before he could finish, Lin Mo interrupted decisively. "All right, I agree." Then, Lin Mo added a new request. "But he'll also need unlimited access to the gravity chamber and other training facilities." Huang Qifa chuckled helplessly. "Huh, do you even have enough time to use all of that?" Lin Mo grinned. "Better to be prepared, right?" In the end, Huang Qifa nodded in agreement. "All right, deal." Huang Qifa made a decisive decision and immediately arranged for personnel to upgrade Lin Mo's identity badge permissions on the spot. Looking at the 18,388 points remaining in his balance, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. This substantial amount of points no longer needed to be spent on facility usage fees. Now, he could allocate them to more valuable endeavors. As he was about to leave, Lin Mo suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, is there any material here about psychic masters or their combat techniques?" Huang Qifa was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. "Psychic masters? Why are you suddenly interested in that?" Lin Mo casually explained, "Oh, just curious. My teammate Xiaoya is a psychic master, right? Her abilities seem pretty mysterious and intriguing. I thought I'd look into it." Huang Qifa's expression grew serious, and he spoke earnestly. "Psychic masters do have strange and mysterious abilities, but your most important task right now is to focus on clearing the refining tower trials. Only by completing all the trials can your future strength become truly unparalleled. Once you reach the grandmaster level, the threat posed by psychic masters will be greatly reduced. If you can step into the realm of an extreme grandmaster, you might even be able to counter them." Lin Mo gave a wry smile and nodded, understanding that his mentor was concerned about him losing focus. It seemed he would have to find another opportunity to learn about psychic masters. He bid farewell to the mentors and left the office. In the dining hall, Lin and the others had already ordered food and were waiting for Lin Mo to arrive. The moment he walked in, Lin immediately started complaining. "Moj, why did you take so long? I'm starving." "If you're hungry, then just start eating," Lin Mo replied helplessly. "It's not like I didn't want to, but the 3 ladies wouldn't let me. They insisted on waiting for you." Lin grumbled, casting a resentful glance at Xiaoya and the others. Xiaoya shot him a glare before dramatically saying to Lin Mo, "Xiao Linzi, I heard you got dragged away by a bunch of mentors. Xinjia and I almost went to demand your release. Then Pippi Zhu said you were invited, so we let it go. Lin Mo inwardly rolled his eyes. This girl is way too dramatic. Demand my release? With those skinny arms and legs of yours, which 7th grade mentor could you possibly take on? Lu Peipei asked with concern. Lin Mo, what did they want with you? Although Chun Jia remained silent, her curiosity was evident. Nothing major. They just said I need to spend points for the next trip to the refining tower. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. What? Lin Debao shot up from his seat, his face full of shock. No points. There's such a thing. Xiaoya and the others were equally dumbfounded. Lin Mo chuckled and explained. Maybe it's because I cleared the first level of the skin refining tower. You cleared the first level of the skin refining tower? Are you serious? Lu Peipei's eyes widened in disbelief. She knew Lin Mo's combat power was strong enough to take on a peak 6th grade opponent, but the skin refining tower's trials weren't directly related to combat ability. The skin refining trial tested endurance against attacks, not offensive power. She herself hadn't lasted more than a few minutes during the penultimate round of attacks by the beasts, let alone cleared the level. According to Lin Debao, the final round involved a Fulin assault by 100 peak 4th grade blood-red yaks. Even Lin Debao, known for his strongest defense, couldn't endure it. Yet Lin Mo directly cleared the first level of the skin refining tower. This astonishing news caused an uproar among the students. Wow, you're insane. I seriously doubt if you're even human. One student exclaimed with wide eyes, utterly incredulous. Xiaoya couldn't help but recall Lin Mo's previous remarkable feats, completing skin refining in half an hour, successfully refining bones during battle in just 1 minute. And now, he had cleared the first level of the skin refining tower in a single day, a feat that supposedly took a week to achieve. Lin Mo, this is just ridiculous. Xiaoya said enviously, her bright eyes flickering with a mix of emotions. Lin Mo smiled faintly without responding, and instead asked Xiaoya, Xiaoya, I want to ask you something. What is it? Xiaoya looked at him curiously. How do you spiritualists control mental power to make objects float and attack? Lin Mo inquired. Without hesitation, Xiaoya replied, how do we control it? Just a thought, and it's controlled. Huh, don't you need some kind of technique or skill? Lin Mo pressed further. Of course, there are cultivation techniques, but no combat skills, Xiaoya explained. The attack with mental power is simply manipulating objects to float and attack using your mind. As for variations in attacks, it's not a skill but relies entirely on battle experience to plan strategies and angles of attack. It's all controlled by your thoughts. Lin Mo furrowed his brows in thought. What if someone has mental power but can't control it to manipulate objects? Can't control it? Xiaoya analyzed. That could mean there's too little mental power in the brain, or the object is too heavy. Generally, when a spiritualist first awakens, their mental power is limited and needs to be accumulated or enhanced through specialized cultivation techniques. Once the mental power is sufficient, they can control external objects. Lin Mo suddenly understood it, seemed his recently activated mental power was still too weak to manipulate objects effectively. By the way, do you have any cultivation techniques for spiritualists? Could I borrow one to take a look? Lin Mo asked tentatively. Xiaoya readily agreed. Sure. Why are you suddenly interested in spiritualists? She pulled a booklet from her bag, with the title Thousand Mechanism Guide written on its cover. Lin Mo opened the booklet and saw a large Xian character inside, indicating it was a Xian-grade cultivation technique. He glanced at Xiaoya in surprise, thinking how easily she was willing to lend him such a valuable technique. After dinner, Xiaoya was even more generous, allowing Lin Mo to take the technique back for further study. Lin Mo explained that he wanted to research it in case he ever encountered an enemy spiritualist, so he could be better prepared. Once back in his room, Lin Mo sat cross-legged and began his first mental power cultivation as guided by the technique. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and tried to sense the faint but unmistakable spiritual energy within him. As Lin Mo practiced the Thousand Mechanisms technique, he immersed himself in meditation. At first, he noticed nothing unusual. Half an hour passed quietly, and the technique had completed 3 cycles. It was then that a faint, mysterious force emerged in his mind, seamlessly merging with the psychic power he had previously awakened. So this is the psychic power developed through cultivation? Lin Mo thought to himself, but did not stop his practice. Another half hour passed, and the same phenomenon occurred again. Lin Mo couldn't help but let out a wry smile. With such a minimal increase in psychic power after 2 sessions, it seemed unlikely that he could achieve a significant breakthrough in less than half a year. However, Lin Mo did not feel discouraged. He knew how rare psychic practitioners were only a handful of elites existed in the world. Keep going. Lin Mo resolved silently. With years of disciplined training behind him, he had confidence in surpassing ordinary limitations. Closing his eyes to focus, Lin Mo plunged back into cultivation. Time flowed by, and another hour passed quietly. Suddenly, the system's notification sound shattered the silence. Ding! The host's diligent meditation and effort have triggered a critical success, granting a 10,000-fold return. Ding! Congratulations, host. Psychic power quality has advanced to high-grade yellow tier. Before the notification had even finished, Lin Mo's mind underwent a dramatic transformation. In an instant, it felt as though his head was about to explode. The searing pain caused him to collapse onto the bed. Ah! Lin Mo clutched his head with both hands, writhing in agony. Immense psychic power surged and coalesced within his mind, causing his brain domain to expand rapidly. Cold sweat soaked his entire body, and his face turned as pale as paper. Lin Mo's body convulsed as he gritted his teeth, enduring the unbearable pain. Finally, after about 15 minutes, the convulsions ceased. Gasping for air and drenched in sweat, Lin Mo was overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of relief. The expansion of his mind brought his sensory perception to an entirely new level. Within a 1,000-meter radius, every subtle movement of the wind and grass was now within his awareness. Interesting. Lin Mo's lips curled into a faint smile as he relished the changes in his mental domain. His gaze fell on the teacup on the table. With a single thought, the teacup slowly floated into the air. It worked. Lin Mo was ecstatic, astonished that he had so quickly mastered the psychic practitioner's ability to manipulate objects remotely. What surprised him even more was that he had directly advanced to high-grade yellow tier psychic power, equivalent to the combat strength of a 6th-tier martial artist. Lin Mo recalled the information Xiaoya had once shared with him. Upon awakening, the size of one's brain domain and the tier of psychic power are both random. The higher the psychic power tier at awakening, the stronger the initial combat strength. Although psychic power could be gradually improved through meditation techniques, the ultimate limit still depended on the innate talent of the practitioner. The ranks of psychic power are classified from low to high as mortal, yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. Each rank is further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. At this moment, Lin Mo had already reached the advanced level of yellow rank, equivalent to the strength of a 6th-rank martial artist. Among those of the same level, he was unrivaled and could even contend with 7th-rank experts. He was secretly delighted, never expecting the system to offer a 10,000-fold return right from the start. This progress far surpassed that of ordinary people. Thinking back, Xiaoya had awakened as a psychic master at the age of 16 and spent nearly 2 years cultivating the 1,000 Mechanisms Guide to barely reach the peak of the beginner level of yellow rank. Yet, he had surpassed her in such a short time. Lin Mo began testing his control over the cup in front of him. The cup seemed to come alive, flipping and weaving through the air as if performing a sword-controlling technique straight out of a fantasy novel. Although his control was still somewhat clumsy, with occasional stutters, Lin Mo was confident that with practice, he would master it with ease. He was well aware of what was mentioned in the 1,000 Mechanisms Guide, that psychic power could be utilized not only for attack, but also for defense and mental assaults, proving equally formidable in those areas. However, today's advancement had left him utterly drained. Lin Mo withdrew his psychic energy, and the cup landed steadily back on the table. He changed the sweat-soaked bedsheets, took a bath, and soon drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, his internal clock woke him up right on time. He put on his workout clothes and started his usual morning run. The system's notifications kept chiming, steadily accumulating his vitality points. After breakfast, Lin Mo headed straight to the Skin Refinement Tower. Swiping his identification card, he was pleased to find that his access permissions had been updated. From now on, he could enter without needing to spend points. He silently planned to dedicate the next few days to focused training here. Stepping into the teleportation portal, his vision blurred for a moment, and Lin Mo found himself on the second level of the Skin Refinement Tower. Before him appeared 105th-level Snow Ridge Berserk Bears, roaring thunderously. Each Snow Ridge wild bear was a colossal creature, standing over 5 meters tall when upright, its entire body as white as freshly fallen snow. Their attacks were not only imbued with immense physical strength, but also carried a piercing frost element, far surpassing mere brute force. Lin Mo gazed at the 100 Snow Ridge wild bears before him, a trace of solemnity flashing through his eyes. He had already faced these behemoths in battle the day before and was well aware of their terrifying power. At this moment, Lin Mo could barely withstand the sheer force of these wild bear strikes. But what truly troubled him was the pervasive assault of the frost element. His outer skin defenses had not yet reached the point of fully insulating against elemental forces, and each hit felt like thousands of icy needles stabbing into his body. "Come on!" Lin Mo roared, his figure instantly transforming into a blur. Utilizing his entry-level movement technique to its fullest, he weaved through the wild bears like a wisp of smoke, skillfully evading simultaneous ice and snow attacks from multiple beasts. Yesterday, Lin Mo might not have been confident in handling such a situation. However, with the awakening of his mental power, his perception had become extraordinarily sharp. Every attack trajectory of the wild bears seemed to be preemptively revealed to him, allowing him to respond with precision the moment the bear struck. This significantly eased the pressure on him, enabling him to fight with remarkable agility and poise. Haha, This mental power is incredible. Linmo couldn't help but exclaim amidst the fierce battle. The intense combat revealed countless practical uses for his mental power. When he couldn't dodge in time, he could forcibly shift himself or a wild bear several body lengths using mental energy. Alternatively, he could concentrate his mental power into a pinpoint strike on a bear's head, causing the massive creature to momentarily freeze in place. Through constant experimentation, Lin Mo gradually mastered the nuances of mental power attacks. As a high-level yellow-grade mental power wielder, he had to carefully control his strength against these fifth-level beasts. A full-force strike could easily render them unconscious or even kill them outright. This battle reaffirmed that real combat was the best path to improvement. Lin Mo showed no rush to clear the trial. Instead, he fully utilized the beasts in the skin refining tower to steadily enhance his vitality, refine his movement technique, and explore new applications of his mental power. He was fully immersed in the process, relishing every moment, knowing that no matter how much time he spent in the tower, it wouldn't cost him additional points. Hours flew by, and Lin Mo realized that the Snow Ridge wild bears before him could no longer provide him with meaningful growth. It was time to end this. He thought to himself. Combining his lightning techniques with his dominant fist, he aimed to extract every last bit of value from these beasts. System notifications began to chime incessantly. Ding. Host's diligent effort triggers a critical hit, yielding a 1,000-fold return. Ding. Host's diligent effort triggers a critical hit, yielding a 100-fold return. Ding. Host vitality 20. Ding. Host movement technique proficiency 6. Ding. Host skin refining proficiency 31. Within the refining tower, Linmo's strength was steadily advancing, with periodic updates from the system marking his progress. Meanwhile, in the control room, several elite camp instructors were gathered, their eyes fixed intently on the screen displaying the red dot representing Linmo's position. Judging by the red dot, Linmo should be on the final round of the second level, right? That's right, and it's only been a bit over 9 hours. His speed is incredible. This kid is a monster. He's about to clear the second level already. Let's not jump to conclusions. The first 2 levels aren't too challenging. The real test will be on the 4th level. Many top talents have stumbled at the final round of the 4th level before. Lin Mo had given them so many surprises that the instructors couldn't help but discuss him fervently. They watched with a mix of anticipation and apprehension, eager to see how this prodigious young man would perform next. As a result, mentors who didn't have classes all gathered in the control room, their eyes fixed on the large screen, watching Lin Mo's progress through the challenge. The air was filled with tension and anticipation. Old Huang, do you think we should inform the top 3 about this? One mentor asked in a low voice, his eyes still glued to the screen. Huang Qifa pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. No rush. Old Lu was right earlier. Although he's the fastest in history to clear the skin refinement tower, it's still just the first 2 levels. Let's observe a bit longer. If he clears the 4th level, then it'll be time to inform them. As soon as he finished speaking, another mentor couldn't help but exclaim, I have to say, I'm getting more and more curious about what kind of results this kid will achieve at the Global Genius Tournament 3 years from now. I'm looking forward to it too. Someone nearby chimed in, though their tone carried a trace of worry. In recent years, Huaxia has been targeted by the combined forces of the beautiful country, Sakura country, Kimchi country, and Asen country. This has caused us to fall short in the last 2 tournaments. Hopefully, this time will be different. A cold snort interrupted the discussion. If it weren't for that incident at the ruins, where we lost so many geniuses, we wouldn't have faced such setbacks in the last 2 tournaments. The mentor who spoke had a look of anger on his face. If you ask me, the explosion in the ruins was definitely caused by those countries. There's no way it happened without reason. The atmosphere grew heavy for a moment, but the anticipation quickly dispelled the tension. Huang Qifa glanced around the room, a trace of satisfaction in his tone. This year's batch has several promising talents. Besides Lin Mo, Xiaoya, Lu Peipei, Chun Jia, Qin Tian, Lin Debao, Hua Dongqing, and Xiao Tingxian are all quite impressive. Especially Xiaoya and Chun Jia, he continued. It's only the 2nd day, and they've already reached the 4th rank. Their combat power is enough to defeat a peak 5th rank opponent. I even think they could take on a 6th rank fighter. Xiaoya is a psychic, so that makes sense. Someone nodded in agreement. But Chun Jia's performance was unexpected. That girl awakened a mutated power talent, Huang Qifa explained. I sparred with her briefly in class before. Her awakened power mutation is a bit peculiar. It's not as simple as it seems on the surface. At this moment, Du Yufei, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. In my opinion, Lu Peipei is the most extraordinary among them. All eyes immediately turned to her. Du Yufei calmly continued. I personally witnessed her go berserk while unconscious. Even a heretic who had temporarily boosted their combat power to peak 6th rank with forbidden drugs didn't dare to take her attack heed. Her lightsaber strike vaporized the ground. It was truly terrifying. Honestly, in that moment, I felt like I couldn't withstand that attack myself. What? Huang Qifa raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why didn't you mention this before? Du Yufei shrugged. I must have forgotten. Huang Qifa rolled his eyes in exasperation but pressed further. Tell us more about it. Du Yufei recounted the events in detail once again. After hearing her account, the mentors in the control room fell silent, their faces filled with shock. Every year there are extraordinary talents, but this year is exceptional. Someone finally broke the silence. This batch has so many prodigies, it's a blessing for Huaxia. If we nurture them well, how could Huaxia not rise again at the Genius Tournament 3 years from now? Huang Qinian made a decisive decision and immediately arranged for Liu Peipei, Qinjia, and Xiaoya to be brought in. For some reason, he also included Lin Debao in the summons. Not long after, Lin Debao came out of the office, looking completely dazed. Did I just imagine it? Or did Director Huang say we can use all the equipment here without any points from now on? Xiaoya cheerfully patted him on the shoulder. You heard right, piggy. Excited. Lin Debao, however, wore a pained expression. Excited? The points Peipei and I spent yesterday on 5 hours, are they just wasted now? Can we get a refund? Come on, you're the young master of Huaxia's largest trading company, and you're this stingy? Xiaoya teased him in exasperation. Meanwhile, inside the skin refinement tower, Lin Mo had just finished slaying the last Snow Ridge berserker bear. Suddenly, he felt a surge of heat rising through his entire body. Finally, rank 5. Lin Mo rejoiced inwardly, feeling the immense power coursing through him. The surge of vitality coursed through Lin Mo's entire body like a tidal wave, bringing an exhilarating sense of comfort. He could distinctly feel his strength taking a significant leap forward. At this moment, his vitality level had surpassed the 3,000 calorie threshold, and a full-force punch from him could unleash an astonishing combat power of 96,000. Although his vitality level had just stepped into the 5th rank, his actual combat potential had already exceeded that of most mid-level 7th rank martial artists. Not bad, Lin Mo remarked with a faint smile, feeling quite satisfied with his current strength. Taking a deep breath, he once again threw himself into the final round of trials on the 2nd level. 15 hours later, Lin Mo cleared the 2nd level at a jaw-dropping pace. Including the 1st level, he had completed the first 2 trials in under 20 horse of feet that left everyone astounded. In the central control room, numerous mentors gathered, eagerly discussing Lin Mo's team's progress. At this rate, he might not even need a whole day to clear the 3rd level, someone speculated. That's impossible. Another mentor shook their head in disagreement. The difficulty of the 3rd and 4th levels is far greater than the first 2. The current record for clearing the 3rd level is 4 days, and that was set by an awakened mutant with an earth attribute and a healing ability, allowing them to self-repair during battle. Without such an advantage, enduring the final wave of attacks on the 3rd level is nearly impossible. I'd bet Lin Mo will break that record, someone confidently asserted. The discussion buzzed on, soon shifting to other participants in the trials. Look at that Lin Debao, the chubby one, is clearing levels faster and lasting longer than those girls. Well, that's no surprise. Even though Lin Debao's awakened ability isn't as remarkable as those girls, he has an earth-based power. Don't you know about his family background? They've probably fed him plenty of rare resources. Even if his ability is just an ordinary earth type, they've likely cultivated it to surpass others. True, I heard the Lin family isn't short on money or resources. If Lin Debao were more interested in training, his strength would probably be far beyond what it is now. Suddenly, someone noticed another surprising phenomenon. Look over there, who would have thought that a psychic could have such strong defenses? Old Su, do you have some kind of misconception about psychics? Wu Xing, the only psychic mentor in the group, retorted indignantly. Who told you that a psychic's defense is necessarily weaker than other martial artists? Psychic energy isn't just for attacking. It also supports comprehensive growth. Psychics develop much faster than other warriors. Without a strong physique, how could they handle the immense strain of powerful psychic attacks? All right, we get it, psychics are impressive, Old Su replied with a laugh. But that girl is only at the 4th rank. Isn't her defense a bit too strong? She's even catching up to Lin Debao. Isn't that normal? Otherwise, how could she call herself a psychic? Wu Xing said with a smug expression. The others couldn't help but chuckle at Wu Xing's proud demeanor. Late at night, Lin Mo returned to his dormitory, quietly reflecting on his experiences battling the virtual beasts earlier. The virtual beasts on the 3rd level seemed to possess their own intelligence, no longer relying solely on brute force, but also skillfully evading his attacks. This change didn't trouble Lin Mo. On the contrary, it thrilled him. Compared to the mechanical nature of the first 2 levels, the current battles felt more like fighting real beasts in the wild, igniting his fighting spirit. Lin Mo eagerly anticipated the upcoming challenges, thinking to himself, the higher I go, the more exciting it might get. Lin Mo stood on the 3rd floor of the trial tower, his eyes alight with anticipation. In just a few short hours, his gains had far exceeded those from the first 2 levels. His movement skill was now only a few points away from reaching the subtle mastery level. This breakthrough would significantly increase his chances of survival when faced with a pack of beasts in the wild, enabling him to escape even from a typical beast tied with ease. He lowered his gaze to examine his stats panel, silently calculating in his mind. His vitality had surged to 3,560.24 calories, a jump of several hundred points, pushing his combat capabilities to new heights. Lin Mo was currently a 5th-grade martial artist, with his mental power reaching the level of a high-level yellow-rank warrior. Among the 6 refining stages, his skin refining had reached the 3rd level, with progress at 32,500. Lin Mo's skill set included Thunder Strike martial arts, military boxing mortal rank perfection, and domineering fist profound rank perfection. His cultivation technique was Thousand Mechanisms Guide profound rank beginner, and his movement skill proficiency was at 97,100. Although his mental power cultivation technique had not yet evolved, the unexpected boon from the 10,000-fold return system had directly elevated his mental power to the high-level yellow rank. Lin Mo touched the seemingly plain and unassuming ring on his finger. It was the reward he had earned after clearing the 2nd floor, a spatial ring with an internal storage capacity of an astonishing 1,000 cubic meters. In this high martial world, storage items were almost unheard of below the grandmaster level, making this acquisition a source of immense joy for Lin Mo. Back in his dormitory, Lin Mo carefully bound the ring with his blood. He experimented with using his mental power to transfer items between the ring's storage space and reality, marveling at the unprecedented convenience it provided. Before long, he had stored all of his essential and valuable belongings inside the ring. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo resumed his cultivation of the Thousand Mechanisms Guide. He understood that his mental power was not only his trump card, but also a key factor in accelerating the growth of his physical strength and vitality. This might be the very reason why mental power practitioners were considered invincible within their own rank. Closing his eyes, Lin Mo entered a state of meditation. As he practiced the cultivation technique repeatedly, he could feel the mental power within his brain slowly but steadily growing stronger. The elite camp cafeteria buzzed with chatter in the early morning. Lin Mo, Xiaoya, Lin Debao, and others sat around a table, enjoying a hearty breakfast. While chewing his food, Lin Debao spoke with a smug expression. "Brother Mo, who would have thought? We've all been exempted from using points for the facilities here." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, showing a hint of surprise. "Oh, that's certainly not bad." Lin Debao puffed out his chest with even more pride. "Of course, gold always shines, especially when it's 24K pure gold like me." Xiaoya couldn't bear Lin Debao's self-praise any longer and immediately retorted. "All right, stop showing off. You're just benefiting from our team's achievements. Let's be honest, you're the weakest link in the group, purely relying on dumb luck. Got it?" "TCH, that's plain jealousy." Lin Debao shot back defiantly. "What? Luck is a part of strength too, don't you know?" Xiaoya sneered. "Huh? What do you have that's worth me being jealous of?" Just as the two were about to start another argument, Lu Peipei interjected helplessly, teasing, "Why do you two start bickering the moment you see each other? Could it be that you were a pair of star-crossed lovers in a past life?" "Impossible," Xiaoya and Lin Debao denied in unison. Lu Peipei, seeing their synchronized reaction, teased further, "Look at that. Still claiming you're not a pair? Such perfect coordination." "Rubbish," they shouted simultaneously again. The moment the words left their mouths, both froze, then glared at each other and exclaimed, "Why are you copying what I said?" The scene amused Lin Mo, who couldn't help but smile faintly. Shaking his head, he interrupted their pointless quarrel. "All right, finish up and get to training. With such great resources at hand, don't waste time." With that, he quickly finished his last bun, stood up, bid farewell to the group, and strode purposefully toward the skin refining tower. Xiao Ya's gaze involuntarily followed Lin Mo's figure, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. She thought she sensed a ripple of mental energy from him, but quickly dismissed the notion. How could Lin Mo possibly be a spiritual practitioner? It must have been her imagination. Arriving at the 3rd floor of the skin refining tower, Lin Mo faced 100 5th-grade beasts. Although the number was the same as on the 2nd floor, the difficulty was on a completely different level. A confident smile tugged at his lips, and his eyes gleamed with determination. "Let's begin." After a night of intense cultivation, the system hadn't evolved his technique, but meditation had triggered a critical return. Lin Mo's mental energy had once again surged significantly. According to the cultivation method, it wouldn't be long before his mental energy advanced to the Xian grade's initial stage. By then, he would possess the strength to defeat even peak 7th grade experts. Reflecting on how those peak 7th grade experts he once admired from afar were now within his reach, soon to be surpassed, filled Lin Mo with an indescribable sense of accomplishment. In less than 10 days, he had undergone a complete transformation, achieving feats that felt almost dreamlike. 3 years should be enough for me to clear all 6 refinement towers, right? Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with determination as he charged fearlessly into the horde of beasts before him. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Nearly 3 months had passed since Lin Mo joined the elite camp. In the central control room, several monitors were abuzz with discussions about Lin Mo's extraordinary progress. See? What did I tell you? Lin Mo is going to clear the 7th floor today. Don't forget, you owe me a 6th grade beast core with attributes, one of the monitors said smugly. Damn it. Old Lou, you've hit the jackpot this time. A 6th grade beast core with attributes is worth a fortune, another monitor exclaimed in envy. The central control room erupted in laughter. Over the past weeks, Lin Mo's performance had repeatedly defied their expectations, leaving everyone in awe. Who would have thought that in just under 3 months, Lin Mo managed to clear the 7th floor of the skin refining tower? This achievement was astonishing, as even martial artists who reached the peak of the 7th rank before attempting the challenge often took more than 6 months to clear this level. Yet Lin Mo, during a blood energy test just days ago, was merely at the peak of the 6th rank. Lin Mo's rate of improvement was truly jaw-dropping. Advancing from the 4th rank to the peak of the 6th rank in just 3 months was nothing short of incredible. The blood energy value for a 6th rank peak martial artist is close to 10,000 calories, and the leap from 3,000 to nearly 10,000 is no small feat. With just one more step, he would enter the ranks of 7th rank martial artists. The final round of the 7th floor featured a guardian beast with strength surpassing the mid-stage of the 7th rank and possessing multiple elemental powers. For Lin Mo to clear the stage with the strength of a 6th rank peak martial artist was a feat that left many in awe. Someone even remarked, the new generation always surpasses the old. Compared to him, our attempts at clearing the 7th floor were pathetic. Lin Mo's dedication was admirable. Over the past 3 months, he maintained a rigorous routine of weighted morning training before immersing himself in the skin refining tower. Apart from attending to basic physiological needs, he devoted almost all his time to cultivation. In the past month, he had even abandoned returning to his dorm, opting instead to sleep in the gravity chamber. Such intense training was something few could endure. Lin Mo's teammates were also determined not to fall behind. Xiaoya's mental energy had advanced to the high stage of the yellow grade, just a step away from the initial stage of the profound grade. Once she broke through, she would possess the strength to suppress 7th rank martial artists. Chen Jia had reached the peak of the 5th rank, and her awakened power attribute seemed to have undergone further evolution, making her combat strength formidable. Lu Peipei's progress with her light-based abilities was equally impressive. She could now wield this power with ease without losing herself to it, also reaching the peak of the 5th rank. Even Lin Debao, who had previously been underestimated, was inspired by his teammates' progress. Over the past 2 months, he had shown an uncharacteristic level of focus and diligence in his training, and he was now on the verge of reaching the peak of the 5th rank. Some speculated that Lin Debao's father might have provided him with valuable resources. The storage belt he wore around his waist was said to be a treasured item his father had kept hidden for years. Though it had been low-key before, it was now evident that it likely contained a wealth of rare resources. The rapid progress of these young individuals also served as a wake-up call for the instructors. Du Yufei stood in the control room, silently observing the growth of her students, feeling a sense of urgency. She realized that if she didn't work harder, she would soon be surpassed by these younger talents. To preserve her dignity, she quietly left the control room and began her own training. Other instructors shared similar thoughts. These young people's progress was simply extraordinary, even absurd. At that moment, Lin Mo defeated the final guardian beast on the 7th floor of the skin refining tower, successfully clearing the level. The system's notification immediately sounded. Congratulations, Student South 666, on clearing the 7th floor. You may choose one of the following options as your reward. Lin Mo gazed at the 2 reward options before him and quickly opened the detailed descriptions. The first option was a clone, which would grant him a permanent duplicate possessing 80 of his combat power and the ability to self-repair if destroyed. The second option was a magic vine seed, a rare parasitic plant species in the universe that required a drop of blood to awaken. It could transform into armor and weapons, boasting versatile abilities and extraordinary durability. Both options were incredibly tempting to Lin Mo. A clone meant having a powerful ally at his disposal at all times, while the magic vine seed reminded him of the legendary Mo Yun vine from novels he'd read in his previous life. After careful consideration, Lin Mo ultimately chose the magic vine seed. A dark crimson seed, resembling a walnut, appeared in Lin Mo's hand. He examined it closely for a moment before pricking his finger and letting a drop of blood fall onto the seed. Instantly, the seed emitted a red glow, and countless vein-like tendrils began spreading toward his wrist. Lin Mo felt a tingling sensation, and his arm seemed to go numb. The seed dissolved into blood-like threads that burrowed into his skin, causing a brief swelling and pain. After 2 breaths, the discomfort subsided, and the system notified him that the magic vine had successfully parasitized him, with its grade confirmed as superior, currently in its juvenile state. Learning that the magic vine was of the highest quality, Lin Mo was overjoyed. A superior grade meant unlimited potential for evolution, provided he could feed it enough rare materials or beast cores. However, when he saw the extensive list of materials required for upgrades, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile wryly. This thing's a bottomless pit, he thought. Even so, the magic vine, even in its juvenile state, already possessed strength comparable to a ninth-grade human, making it a veritable artifact. With a single thought, Lin Mo activated it, and countless crimson threads surged from his body, forming a set of bioarmor around him in an instant. The armor felt as flexible as muscle tissue, incredibly elastic yet durable. To Lin Mo's delight, it could transform into various clothing styles at will, remaining lightweight and breathable with no sense of heaviness. With this, he no longer needed to carry multiple sets of combat attire for field missions. Beyond its shape-shifting ability, Lin Mo also sensed another feature of the magic vine regeneration. This discovery filled him with excitement and anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. The blood threads that were destroyed or severed seemed to regenerate endlessly, as if the demon vine possessed infinite vitality. Lin Mo observed this miraculous phenomenon thoughtfully. This regenerative ability appeared to be closely tied to his own life force. As long as he remained alive and his blood energy was not depleted, the demon vine could continue to thrive indefinitely. Coupled with its limitless growth potential, it was practically invincible. What a treasure! Lin Mo silently praised, then shifted his attention to his status panel. Host, Lin Mo. Level, 6th rank peak. Blood energy, 9,952.87 calories. Combat power amplification limit, 32 includes lightning system upgrade. Mental power, profound rank initial peak. Martial artist 6 refinements level, skin refinement stage 804000, bone refinement. Lightning system skill, thunderbolt. Martial techniques, military boxing mortal rank, perfected. Dominator's fist profound rank, perfected. Cultivation method, 1000 mechanisms manual profound rank, perfected. Movement technique, subtle mastery 188500. Equipment, demon vine special grade, juvenile state. Lin Mo carefully examined the data. After 3 months of rigorous training, he had reached the peak of the 6th rank, with an actual combat power exceeding 310,000, enough to contend with an ordinary martial artist who had just entered the 9th rank. Although he was still at a disadvantage against 9th rank experts who had completed all 6 martial refinements, his skin refinement stage 7 defense and the support of the demon vine ensured that he could retreat safely if necessary. The breakthrough in his movement technique brought Lin Mo particular joy. Reaching the subtle mastery level significantly increased his survival chances, even in the face of a beast horde. The 1000 mechanisms manual had been perfected thanks to multiple critical feedbacks, doubling the effects of his mental power training. His blood energy had surged from just over 3,000 to nearly 10,000, largely due to the benefits of the gravity chamber. Lin Mo recalled the grueling training sessions in the gravity chamber, where he pushed himself to his limits under extreme pressure. It was this relentless drive to challenge himself that enabled him to progress so quickly through the 7th level. However, after clearing the 7th level, Lin Mo also deeply understood the difficulty of the skin refinement tower. Even with the system's assistance, he found it taxing, let alone for others. The 8th level might still be manageable, but the 9th level's difficulty was unpredictable. I can't just train in isolation, Lin Mo mused. The demon vine requires a large number of beast cores and rare treasures to evolve. I need to hunt exotic beasts and hone my skills through real combat. Starting from the 3rd level, the attack patterns of the exotic beasts had become more adaptive, no longer as mechanical as the first 2 levels. However, they still fell short compared to real exotic beasts. True combat required facing authentic, unpredictable opponents. Suddenly, Lin Mo remembered something Lin Bao had mentioned a few days ago. The elite camp would be organizing outdoor combat training for its cadets this month. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. With that in mind, Lin Mo decided to postpone his attempt at the 8th level and left the skin refinement tower directly. He headed toward the instructor's office with firm and lively steps, already feeling a surge of excitement for the upcoming combat experience. Lin Mo pushed open the door to the control room, only to be met with the astonished face of Huang Qifa. Lin Mo, what brings you here? Huang Qifa asked in surprise, a trace of disbelief flashing in his eyes. This student, who was known for his solitary nature, had been living in near isolation for the past 3 months. Apart from the occasional group meal with Lin Bao's team, he was either buried in training at the skin refinement tower or the gravity room. He would sometimes attend lectures, but as soon as they ended, he would vanish without a trace. Even his mentor found it challenging to track him down for a conversation. Standing at the door, Lin Mo shifted awkwardly before speaking. Mr. Huang, I'd like to participate in the upcoming field training exercise. Huang Qifa couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, even a cultivation fanatic like you is interested in field training? Lin Mo scratched his head sheepishly. I overheard Lin Mo and the others talking about it a couple of days ago. Huang Qifa's smile faded as he adopted a more serious tone. This so-called field training is actually a mission to protect this year's college entrance exam candidates. As you know, there are always heretics who appear during the exams. Aside from the military's defenses, instructors from martial universities and local martial alliance experts form protective networks. However, this year's exam location is unique, so it was decided that elite camp trainees like yourself would also take part. Linmo's curiosity was piqued. Where is it being held this year? On the Qinling Archipelago, west of Haicheng Base City, Huang Qifa replied. An archipelago? Lin Mo frowned slightly. He was well aware that compared to the forests on land, the seas were teeming with an even larger number of exotic beasts. Powerful sea beasts often came ashore to wreak havoc, and if not for their need to periodically return to the sea to recover their strength, they might have already overrun human territories. That's right, on the islands. Huang Qifa confirmed with a nod. But don't misunderstand, exam candidates won't be setting foot on the islands. Their assessments will take place in the coastal forests, where the exotic beasts have already been cleared out. The ones that remain are mostly juveniles, with the strongest barely reaching the martial artist level. The danger to them is minimal. Lin Mo nodded in understanding. I see. So what's going on with the Qinling Archipelago? Huang Qifa explained. We've noticed unusual activity on several dozen islands in the Qinling Archipelago recently. Large numbers of exotic beasts have been gathering and fighting among themselves, seemingly competing for something. We've sent people to investigate, but the sheer number of beasts has made it impossible to venture deep into the islands. However, we've discovered many maturing spiritual treasures on the outskirts of the islands. We suspect that some sort of rare and extraordinary treasure has appeared in the center of the islands, driving the beasts into a frenzy. Therefore, the elite camp's mission this time is not only to protect the candidates, but also to venture into the Qinling Archipelago and collect these treasures. Over the past 3 months, Lin Mo and his companions had all advanced to the 5th rank, achieving significant progress in body refinement. Most of them had successfully passed the first 2 trials, and some had even managed to challenge the 3rd. Under the meticulous guidance of their mentors, their combat skills and overall strength had seen remarkable improvement. At this moment, a new mission was presented to them. Mentor Huang Qifa was briefing Lin Mo on the details of this upcoming operation. This mission will serve as a test of the results of your hard training, Huang Qifa said sternly. But don't expect to easily stumble upon any rare treasures. You, kid, already thinking about what you might gain before even setting out. Lin Mo scratched his head awkwardly, a little embarrassed. Huang Qifa continued. According to the reconnaissance team's reports, the archipelago is teeming with exotic beasts, many of which travel in packs. Their levels are generally high 5th and 6th level beasts are everywhere, and there are even sightings of 8th level beasts. As for whether there are any 9th level beasts, we're not sure yet, as the reconnaissance team couldn't penetrate the deeper areas. He paused for emphasis and added, in other words, your primary task on this mission is to clear out those swarms of 5th and 6th level beasts around the periphery. You might not even come across a single rare treasure. After hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but ask, what if we do find treasures? And what about the beast cores we obtain, who do they belong to? If you're lucky enough to find something, Huang Qifa said with a faint smile, any treasures and beast cores you acquire will naturally belong to you. What you kill is yours to keep. Seeing the glimmer of excitement in Lin Mo's eyes, Huang Qifa immediately added, don't get too excited just yet. As I said, the beasts there move in packs. I don't want to see any of you suffer losses. This mission is essentially about clearing out peripheral beasts to hone your combat skills and, incidentally, to help protect the students preparing for the college exams. Lin Mo nodded firmly and said, I want to participate. Even if we don't find any rare treasures, clearing out a large number of beasts is still valuable. Beast cores are exactly what I need right now. The evolution of the demon vine requires a large amount of beast cores or rare treasures. He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. While the abundance of beasts might be a headache for others, for him, it was an opportunity he eagerly welcomed. Huang Qifa looked into Lin Mo's determined eyes and hesitated. This kid had been making rapid progress recently, and truthfully, he was reluctant to let Lin Mo take on such a dangerous mission. But real combat was undeniably the fastest path to improvement. No matter how realistic the virtual beasts in the body refinement tower were, they could never compare to actual beasts. I want to gain some real combat experience, Lin Mo continued. Then come back and push through the 9th level in one go. Huang Qifa's eyes lit up. Oh, you're that confident? If Lin Mo could truly clear all 9 levels of the body refinement tower within half a year, it would be extraordinary. Since the tower's acquisition, no one had ever achieved such a feat, and among the 6 refinement towers, the body refinement tower was the most time-consuming. In comparison, the subsequent towers were relatively easier and required less time. The first tower, the body refinement tower, focused on forging the body through relentless trials against beasts. The later towers, dealing with refining bones, tendons, and even the soul, would present challenges far beyond just beasts. Linmo would naturally come to understand these as he progressed. But if he could endure all 9 levels of the body refinement tower, his physical body would be the first to step into the ultimate realm, becoming incredibly powerful. Huang Qifa found himself growing more eager to witness the day Lin Mo conquered the 9th level. He was curious to see just how formidable the body of the only person capable of clearing the tower in one go would become. Lin Mo replied confidently, "I'm sure of it, but I need real combat experience to test and solidify what I've learned over these past months." "All right," Huang Qifa nodded. "Since you're this determined, you can join. 3 days from now, you'll set out with the others." "Great." Lin Mo left, satisfied with the approval. As he watched Lin Mo's figure disappear, Huang Qifa took out a special communicator. "Hello, Elder Xiao," he reported. "Lin Mo came to request participation in the Qinling Archipelago mission today. He's very determined, and I've approved it." There was a moment of silence on the other end before a strong and steady voice responded. "Let him go, but you must assign someone to watch over him and ensure his safety." "Understood," Huang Qifa replied solemnly. Meanwhile, atop a towering peak in the core region of the Star Beast Forest, an elderly man with an otherworldly aura put away his communicator. His sharp, electrifying gaze pierced through the clouds, settling on a massive shadow below the mountain. Anyone witnessing this scene would be stunned to realize that the enormous shadow was none other than the sovereign of the Star Beast Forest, the mighty Star Beast Shan Hong. A deafening roar erupted from the base of the mountain, surging straight into the heavens. It was the bellow of the Star Beast, Shan Hong, its massive body tightly bound by countless metal chains as thick as towering pillars. Each chain was so massive that it would take 10 people joining hands to encircle one, clearly designed to restrain this fearsome creature. With Shan Hong's thunderous roar, a terrifying aura burst forth. The chains groaned with sharp, grating sounds, as though they might snap at any moment. Yet, even as they were stretched to their limits, they held firm, unyielding. Atop the mountain, an elderly man let out a cold snort. "Oomph. Chains forged from Jinluan star iron are not something you can break so easily. If that were possible, why would I be here guarding you alone?" With that, he closed his eyes once more, his expression composed and indifferent. This star beast, Shan Hong, was a being on par with a human grandmaster. It was the ruler of the Star Beast Forest. Ever since the discovery of the space fortress in this area, powerful humans had subdued and imprisoned it here. Why not simply kill it? Because Shan Hong possessed the gift of immortality. The Huaxia Martial Alliance had once sent peak-level powerhouses to suppress Shan Hong, only to discover that no matter how they attacked, the beast would slowly regenerate. As long as even a drop of its blood or a single cell remained, it could regenerate and revive. The experts had considered completely pulverizing it, but then realized that this unique ability might hold the key to creating a miraculous aid for humanity. Thus, researchers regularly came to extract Shan Hong's essence blood, hoping to uncover the secret behind its immortality and regeneration. If successful, it would mark a groundbreaking discovery. Naturally, Shan Hong was unwilling to remain imprisoned. It struggled daily, attempting to escape. However, the Martial Alliance had used Jinluan star iron, a material far stronger than any metal found on Earth. Even for a king-class beast like Shan Hong, escape was impossible. Coupled with the presence of a peak grandmaster-level guardian, the setup was virtually foolproof. As if understanding the old man's words, Shan Hong shot him a glance, then reluctantly crouched to the side. But upon closer inspection, one could see its eyes darting with a keen intelligence, as though deep in thought. At the king-class level, such beasts could not speak, but their wisdom rivaled that of humans. Seeing Shan Hong settle down, the old man called out toward the foot of the mountain. "All right, you may proceed." Immediately, a group of uniformed men appeared at the base of the mountain, their expressions tense as they cautiously approached Shan Hong. When they came within 20 meters of the beast, the old man, who had been atop the peak, suddenly appeared before them in a flash. The moment he arrived, Shan Hong stood up abruptly, its eyes blazing with unbridled fury. It was then that Shan Hong's appearance became truly clear. It had the head of a tiger and the body of a lion, crowned with a single horn atop its head. Its 4 limbs were thick and powerful, ending in sharp, silver claws. A long tail curled and arched like that of a giant scorpion. Its entire body was covered in silvery fur, and on its broad tiger-like forehead was not the usual king's symbol, but a unique, star-shaped pattern. This was why it was called the Star Beast. With a star emblem on its forehead, a silvery coat, and a speed as swift as a shooting star, it lived up to its name. It was because of this creature that the forest was named Star Beast Forest. Shan Hong, the mighty Star Beast, sensed the approach of the elder and his group, instantly becoming alert. A flicker of anger flashed through its intelligent eyes, and its heavy breathing echoed through the woods. For years, these detestable humans had come to draw its blood, and Shan Hong had long grown to despise them. Before Shan Hong could react, the elder acted swiftly. An invisible yet formidable force materialized out of thin air, binding Shanhong's massive body like iron chains. Move quickly, the elder commanded in a low voice. At his words, the uniformed men, trained like elite soldiers, deftly avoided Shanhong's front and spread to its sides and rear. They carried specially designed blood extraction devices, working with precision and speed. Despite Shanhong's furious roars, it could only struggle in vain under the elder's restraints, unable to stop the human's actions. The air was filled with the unique metallic scent of the star beast, mingling with the mechanical hum of the extraction devices. A few minutes later, the uniformed men completed their task and withdrew swiftly. With a wave of the elder's arm, the restraints vanished instantly. Freed, Shanhong glared with fiery eyes and let out an earth-shaking roar, expressing its frustration and rage. The elder merely cast a calm glance at Shanhong before vanishing into thin air, reappearing atop a distant mountain peak. He murmured to himself, "This batch of youngsters seems promising. I hope they can grow strong." As for Lin Mo, he paused mid-sentence, a complex expression crossing his deep-set eyes. Finally, he said no more, closing his eyes and sinking into thought. Meanwhile, on the plaza of the elite camp, Huang Qifa stood before a group of fully equipped trainees. His voice was loud and commanding. "You are the elite volunteers for this field mission. The goal is to hone your combat skills and investigate the sudden abundant appearance of rare treasures on the Qinling archipelago." His gaze swept across the faces of the trainees, and his tone grew sterner. "Remember, safety comes first. Recklessness is not allowed. The nation has invested in you not for pointless sacrifices. If a sacrifice is necessary, it must be meaningful." He paused briefly before continuing. "Additionally, you are tasked with ensuring the safety of the Southeast region's exam sites. Every year, the college entrance exams face potential attacks from cultists. Stay vigilant, they are ruthless, and some leaders carry forbidden drugs. If encountered, eliminate them before they can use those drugs." Huang Qifa's steady stream of instructions carried a deep concern for the trainees. These young talents were the result of significant investment, and he couldn't bear the thought of them meeting misfortune on the Qinling archipelago. However, real combat was inherently unpredictable, and absolute safety was never guaranteed in the wild. After more than half an hour of detailed guidance, Huang Qifa finally concluded. "Board the plane and get ready to depart." At his command, the trainees filed onto the specialized aircraft, heading for the Qinling archipelago. In just 3 months of intense training, these prodigies had achieved remarkable progress. Even the weakest among them had stepped into the ranks of 5th-grade warriors, completing the initial stage of skin refinement. Such extraordinary growth was almost unheard of outside the elite camp. Only under the guidance of experienced mentors, coupled with the advanced facilities like the refining tower and gravity chamber, could such rapid development occur. Their current strength placed them among the best of their peers in the outside world. Inside the cabin, the trainees were a mixture of excitement and nervousness about the upcoming mission. One of them grinned and said, "Finally, a chance to get out. This time, I'm going to take down as many exotic beasts as I can to earn more points." "Exactly," another trainee chimed in. "The points in the elite camp are never enough. Luckily, this mission offers several times the usual points, much better than those lower-ward beast hunting tasks." However, a calmer voice reminded them, "Don't get too complacent. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The increased points mean this mission won't be easy. Stay sharp, or you might end up regretting it." In the corner of the cabin, Lin Mo sat alone, silently entering a meditative state. The moment he boarded the plane, he had felt something unusual. His mental power seemed on the verge of breaking through to a new level. Buzz. A mysterious and profound force erupted within Lin Mo's mind, instantly expanding his mental domain. A surge of concentrated mental energy flooded through him, powerful and immense. Though invisible to the naked eye, Lin Mo could clearly sense this force, as if it had seamlessly merged with his consciousness. "Mid-tier Xian level," Lin Mo muttered as he opened his eyes, unable to hide the joy on his face. In just 3 short months, he had advanced from activating his mental energy to reaching the mid-tier Xian level, a speed that left others in the dust. Even Xiaoya, hailed as a prodigy among the younger generation of spiritual practitioners, had only advanced from mid-tier Huang level to the peak of high-tier Huang level over the same period, a feat that had already astonished figures like Huang Qifa. If Lin Mo's progress were made known, it would undoubtedly shock these seasoned veterans. Now, with his mid-tier Xian level mental energy, Lin Mo could effortlessly overpower 8th-tier martial artists and even go toe-a-toe with 9th-tier ones. Combined with his formidable physical combat capabilities, he could suppress early 9th-tier opponents with ease. The synergy between these two powers produced a force far greater than their sum. Even better, no one in the outside world knew of Lin Mo's identity as a spiritual practitioner. In a battle, if he were to suddenly unleash his mental energy for a surprise attack, even a peak 9th-tier expert could fall victim to him if caught off guard. The only slight disappointment was that the thousand mechanisms technique had yet to trigger a critical evolution. However, Lin Mo remained undeterred, recalling the system's promise when it was first activated effort would yield rewards. The spiritual practitioner's techniques were notoriously difficult to cultivate, and 3 months was neither too long nor too short. Lin Mo firmly believed that with time, the system would surely surprise him. After his breakthrough, Lin Mo chose not to continue meditating. The journey from the elite camp to the Qinling Islands took only about 3 hours, and he had already spent over an hour training. With the remaining time, it would be unlikely to achieve another major breakthrough, so he decided to close his eyes and rest, allowing his body and mind to relax. For the past 3 months, Lin Mo had been training relentlessly, even sleeping in the gravity chamber without ever indulging in a moment of true rest. Now, as he let his entire body relax, the sensation of simply closing his eyes and resting felt extraordinarily refreshing. This time, Lin Bao and the others had not taken on any missions. In their view, most people accepted missions to earn points to exchange for access to the elite camp's facilities. However, since they could already use all the facilities for free, there was no need to chase after points. Instead, they chose to stay in the elite camp and make full use of the refining tower. Lin Mo had no objections to their decision. If not for his need for a large number of beast cores and rare materials to help the demon vine evolve, coupled with the bottleneck he seemed to have reached, he wouldn't have chosen to venture out either. After all, the 8th and 9th levels of the skin refining tower were not challenges that could be overcome by time alone. Lin Mo understood well that he needed to get out, breathe fresh air, and shift his mindset. Although the system's continuous returns ensured that he could improve his strength through persistent training in the elite camp, true combat power was not merely reflected in the cold numbers on a testing device. This was why even among martial artists with equivalent power levels, there were stark differences in strength. Practical combat experience and mental fortitude often led to transformative changes in actual combat ability. Lin Mo decided to venture out to seek enlightenment through combat. As night fell, in a remote warehouse in Haicheng, over 30 individuals dressed in black gathered together. On their sleeves was an emblem, a small white snake coiled around a blood-dripping dagger, the symbol of the cult known as the 10,000 Serpents sect among heretics. Leader Yu scanned the room and spoke in a deep voice. The arrangements are complete. Tomorrow, we act according to plan. Luo Qian, you're in charge of the high school exam situation. Make sure it causes a big commotion. Understood. Luo Qian responded immediately. Leader Yu continued assigning tasks. The rest of you will follow me to the Qinling archipelago. Anomalies have been reported there, and the Martial Alliance will surely send people to investigate. We'll set up an ambush on the outskirts and wait for them to clear the path before making our move. He pointed to a spot on the map. Our goal this time is to uncover the reason why so many natural treasures have suddenly matured on the Qinling archipelago. The master believes that there must be a significant artifact emerging in this region, likely left behind by them. Everyone understood that they referred to the extraterrestrial visitors. On Earth, anything left behind by these beings was considered a priceless treasure. Leader Yu issued further instructions. Follow them closely. If you identify any valuable artifacts, strike immediately. If you encounter strong resistance, do not hesitate, take the prescribed medicine and retreat swiftly. Avoid lingering in battle. Do not act recklessly over ordinary resources. Understood. The group responded in unison. Good. Get some rest. Luo Qian, head out now and rendezvous with them. The rest of you, gather here at 5 o'clock to depart for the Qinling archipelago. Leader Yu gave his final directive. Yes, leader. The group answered before dispersing. Leader Yu remained, staring at the map on the table, lost in thought. This dual-pronged operation was bound to yield results. Meanwhile, the lights burned brightly in the Haicheng College entrance exam monitoring office. A steady stream of communication officers entered the command room to report to an elder about the deployment at each exam site. Stay vigilant and ensure no unauthorized individuals enter the exam halls, the elder instructed. After the communication officers left, the elder turned to face 2 individuals behind him. If Lin Mo were present, he would recognize one as Lu Li, the commander of the southern province, and the other as Lu Yi, the commander of the eastern province. The elder himself was Guan Yongchang, the governor of Qinling and the chief overseer of this year's exams, a formidable 8th-rank peak-level expert. Guan Yongchang asked, "What are your thoughts on the arrangements, commanders?" Lu Yi smiled and said, "Governor, the deployment is exceptionally well planned." He pointed to the defensive arrangement map. The placement of these positions is ingenious, seemingly loose, but intricately connected. If any intruder attempts to breach, they will trigger a chain reaction. An attack on any point will result in being surrounded from all sides. If heretics try to infiltrate, they will undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Guan Yongchang stroked his beard with a satisfied smile, then turned to the silent Lu Li. "Commander Lu, what is your perspective?" Lu Li frowned and replied, "Governor, if this were solely about the exams, the deployment would indeed be flawless. If heretics make a move, they will find no escape, and we can swiftly eliminate them. However, he pointed to the Qinling archipelago on the map. The anomalies on the archipelago are likely to attract numerous factions. Tomorrow, that area will be anything but peaceful. Our exam sites are nearby, and if a battle breaks out on the archipelago, it could spill over to this region. In that case, these defenses could be overwhelmed in an instant. Hearing this, Guan Yongchang fell into deep thought, his brows furrowed. Lu Li spoke up again, suggesting that more personnel should be recruited from the Martial Alliance as a precaution. Governor Guan Yongchang frowned in thought and slowly outlined their predicament. The numerous exam sites in the southeastern provinces left manpower stretched thin. The sudden anomaly in the Qinling archipelago had already locked in their defensive arrangements, and the discovery of a new relic at the border was drawing the covetous attention of other nations, making it difficult to reassign their core forces. Helplessly, he proposed contacting the military for reinforcements. Lu Yi agreed, noting that the elite camp trainees were highly capable, with even the weakest among them having reached the 5th rank. He analyzed that the cultists would not easily give up on the relic, but believed the security for the exams was assured. Guan Yongchang concurred, pointing out that the anomaly might have diverted the cultists' attention. Lu Li still harbored concerns, but understood the unique nature of the situation. Just as he was pondering whether Lin Mo and the others should participate in the defense efforts, a report came from outside the door. 3,000 members of the elite camp's defense team have arrived to report for duty. Guan Yongchang chuckled and said, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Come on, let's go take a look." The three of them immediately went outside to greet the arrivals. In the open space, the elite camp trainees stood in neat formation. Upon seeing the officers appear, they saluted in unison with the martial artist's gesture. Guan Yongchang greeted them warmly, saying, "Welcome, and thank you for your hard work." The trainees responded loudly, "Hello, sir. It's our honor to serve." Although the elite camp was officially part of the Martial Alliance, it was also under the jurisdiction of the Huasha military. This young and formidable force was set to play a critical role in the upcoming exams. In the military camp, rows of martial arts trainees stood in neat formation, their posture even more precise than that of regular soldiers, showcasing their extraordinary physical abilities. At the front of the group stood a middle-aged man in uniform. He scanned the elite trainees before him and spoke in a commanding voice. "I am Guan Yongchang, governor of Qinling and the chief commander of the college entrance exam for the southeastern provinces this year." He gestured to the two officers beside him. "This is Command Officer Lu Yi of the Eastern Province, and this is Command Officer Lu Li of the Southern Province. Over the next week, we will be working closely together." Guan Yongchang's expression grew serious. "This mission may be more complicated than anticipated. I believe your instructors have already mentioned the anomalies occurring in the Qinling archipelago. Such situations are likely to attract lawless individuals who may attempt to infiltrate the examination zones amidst the confusion. I expect all of you to remain highly vigilant during operations." He spent the next half hour explaining various potential scenarios and strategies to address them. Following this, the 3,000 elite trainees were divided into 300 groups of 10. Each group was assigned to an outer region, particularly areas close to the Qinling archipelago. This arrangement was clearly well thought out, serving both as a defensive measure for the exams and a practical opportunity for trainees to explore and undergo combat training near the archipelago. At that moment, Command Officer Lu Li approached one of the young trainees. "Lin Mo," he called. Lin Mo turned around with a smile. "Commander Lu, I didn't expect to see you here," Lu Li said. "What about your teammates, like Lin Bao?" Lin Mo paused for a moment, wondering how Lu Li knew the composition of his team. He quickly reasoned that this information might have come from their instructors at the elite camp. "Bao and the others are training at the camp. I happened to be free these past 2 days, so I came over," he replied casually. Lu Li glanced around before pulling Lin Mo aside and lowering his voice. "Lin Mo, the anomalies in the Qinling archipelago this time are unusual. There might be undiscovered relics or valuable treasures appearing there. Be extremely cautious during your exploration. Don't act recklessly. New ruins often attract various factions, and the situation could become highly dangerous." Hearing the words treasures and new relics, Linmo's interest was immediately piqued. He recalled the internal forum lectures at the elite camp about relics linked to unknown cosmic civilizations. These relics had brought significant breakthroughs in humanity's technology and cultivation systems. Those who were among the first to enter new ruins often experienced substantial improvements in their abilities provided they survived. The thought of encountering a new relic stirred excitement and nervousness in Lin Mo. He couldn't help but imagine himself being the first to seize the opportunity. Yet, he knew all too well that opportunities often came hand in hand with danger. After exchanging a few polite greetings, Lin Mo prepared to join his team and head to the designated area for their mission. Suddenly, a group of people approached from the opposite direction. Leading them were Principal Yang Ziqing of Jiangqing Second High School and Lin Mo's homeroom teacher, Li Mei. Seeing familiar faces, Lin Mo smiled. He wasn't particularly close to Principal Yang, who had only warmed up to him after he became a certified martial artist. In contrast, Teacher Li Mei, as his homeroom teacher, had taken good care of him over the past 3 years, even going out of her way to secure him a spot as an observer in the martial arts class. Fancy meeting you here. How's the training at the elite camp? Tough, I bet. Principal Yang greeted Lin Mo warmly, shaking his hand with an overly familiar demeanor that left Lin Mo feeling a bit awkward. Li Mei interjected at the right moment. Principal, the training content at the elite camp is classified. It's not something we have the authority to inquire about. Oh, right, my bad. Principal Yang chuckled, trying to cover up his blunder. He then turned to the other students. Everyone, this is Lin Mo, the role model I've often mentioned. His dedication to martial arts surpasses ordinary people, and now he sees the opportunity to join the elite camp. You should all take inspiration from him, work hard for the college entrance exams, and aim for the best martial arts universities. Principal Yang continued his enthusiastic speech, particularly raising his voice when other school principals passed by, deliberately emphasizing Lin Mo's acceptance into the Martial Alliance's elite camp. His vanity was evident, and it wasn't until Lu Li intervened and forcibly pulled him away that he finally stopped. Li Mei, showing genuine concern, asked, Lin Mo, how have you been lately? I'm doing well, Teacher Li. Thank you for taking care of me in the past, Lin Mo replied sincerely. It's a teacher's duty. Seeing you succeed makes me truly happy, Li Mei said gently. At that moment, a girl stepped out from the crowd. It was Lin Mo's former deskmate and Jiangxing's second high school beauty, Lin Yaya. She looked at Lin Mo with a complicated expression, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Lin Mo greeted her graciously. Hello, Lin Yaya. Best of luck with your exams. With that, he turned and left with his teammates. Lin Yaya watched Lin Mo's figure as he walked away, lost in thought. The deskmate who had once been within reach had now become an unattainable presence. In this world where martial prowess was paramount, beauty paled in comparison to strength. Lin Mo's teammates barely spared her a glance, indifferent to her looks. To these prodigies, her beauty was insignificant. She noticed that Lin Mo's teammates seemed to hold him in great reverence. When the principal and teachers stopped Lin Mo to talk earlier, none of them showed the slightest impatience, quietly waiting on the side. Even as Lin Mo passed by, their gazes were filled with admiration. What did this indicate? It showed that Lin Mo was undoubtedly an outstanding presence among them. Only true strength could earn the respect of other strong individuals. Stop looking. Lin Mo is no longer someone in the same league as us. But don't be discouraged. This time, with our teamwork, we'll definitely achieve the best results. As long as we can get into one of the top martial arts universities, our future accomplishments won't be far behind theirs. At this moment, Wang Shouchuan came over. Though he felt a twinge of jealousy at the earlier scene, he suppressed his emotions and smiled at Lin Yu, saying, That's right. I'm determined to get the highest score. Lin Yu seemed to regain her spirits instantly. Her gaze followed Lin Mo's departing figure, and she made a quiet resolution in her heart. Right now, you seem out of reach, but if I can get into the strongest martial arts university, maybe there's still a chance. Once, in our entire class, only Lin Mo could catch my attention. If not for Lin Mo's inability to meet the blood energy criteria for martial arts universities during the test back then, perhaps we would have crossed paths much earlier. My hesitation at that time made me miss the best opportunity. Now, Lin Mo has risen, becoming the pride of Jiangxing No. 2 High School, and even the pride of the entire Jiangxing. A man like him, I can't afford to miss him again. However, Lin Mo was completely unaware of Lin Yu's thoughts. Even if he knew, he would only respond with a faint smile. Women? They would only slow down his blade. For now, all he wanted was to grow stronger. So, what's our next move as a team? Asked Lu Gao, a student from the Western Province, looking at Lin Mo with admiration. Over the past 3 months, Lin Mo's reputation in the elite training camp had skyrocketed. After Lin Mo defeated Qin Tian in a single move, Qin Tian was unwilling to admit defeat and rallied a group of like-minded geniuses to collectively challenge Lin Mo. The result, however, was inevitable. They were all defeated by Lin Mo. After this series of battles, they were thoroughly convinced of his strength. Initially, they recognized Lin Mo's power but were unwilling to submit. After all, they were all geniuses and nobody wanted to concede. But once they experienced the vast gap in strength firsthand, they had no choice but to acknowledge the difference. Lin Mo's astonishing speed in clearing challenges further left everyone in awe. From that point on, no one dared to provoke Lin Mo anymore. Instead, they regarded him as a goal to surpass, harboring both admiration and respect. After all, the attitudes and actions of their instructors made Lin Mo's strength evident. These instructors were notoriously strict with the students, quick to reprimand or even punish them for the slightest mistake. But with Lin Mo, they treated him like a treasure, showing unparalleled care and concern, as if afraid to displease him. The disparity in treatment was glaringly obvious. What you all do, I don't know. but am planning to head to the Qinling Islands for a look. Lin Mo replied with a faint smile at Lu Gao's question. He had no intention of playing babysitter here. From what he had seen of the examination area's layout, everything was well organized. Even if something went wrong, the arrangements in place could handle it without much trouble. He could go explore the Qinling Islands first. If something urgent happened here, he could always return in time. Brother Lin, can we go with you? Lu Gao asked eagerly. No, this time I'm planning to explore the deeper areas alone. If you want to go, you can form a team and wait outside. Bringing a large group would make moving around incredibly inconvenient, Lin Mo replied. Before coming here, Huang Qifa had already warned him that the islands were bound to be dangerous. Lin Mo didn't want to end up in a situation where he couldn't handle everything at once. I see. All right then, Lu Gao said, sounding a bit disappointed. If anything happens, call me anytime, Lin Mo said before decisively walking away. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Gao and the others couldn't help but sigh. Despite being geniuses themselves, they were now regarded by Lin Mo as burdens. It was truly disheartening. Are we ready? Rest assured, everything is in place. Our men infiltrated the examination area through the secret passage long ago. Once the exams officially begin, we can take our time harvesting. Good. The boss said to make a big splash this Tamino need to hold back. Yeah, that's great news. We used to have to tread carefully during ambushes, but if the boss says so, our brothers can finally let loose. Go ahead and kill freely. Draw as much of their defensive forces as you can to this area. No problem. This time, their deployment is indeed more meticulous than before, but they would never have guessed we had already dug secret paths throughout the region, allowing us to move freely. Wasn't that all thanks to the boss's foresight? Exactly, the boss is brilliant. All right, time's almost up. Get ready. 2 hours after the exams start, that's your cue to act. Understood. In the dense forest, the cult members were plotting. If Guan Yongchang and his team overheard their conversation, they would undoubtedly be shocked. The examination area's security arrangements were supposed to be classified, yet these intruders knew every detail. Clearly, there was a traitor among them. Meanwhile, in the Qinling archipelago, a cluster of hundreds of small islands, Lin Mo was on one of the islands. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the area had undergone tremendous changes. The island was covered with dense vegetation, resembling a primeval forest. There are quite a few exotic beasts here, Lin Mo muttered as he crouched, observing the terrain ahead. Not far from him, over a dozen exotic beasts had gathered. Judging by their auras and features, Lin Mo could tell they were all at least at level 5. Didn't expect to run into a pack of level 5 beasts as soon as I landed, he thought. As Huang Qifa said, this place has indeed become dangerous. But for me, these creatures are hardly a threat. Let's test the power of the demon vine, Lin Mo decided. During his training in the elite camp, his physical combat skills and mental power had been honed countless times in the virtual space of the skin refining tower. However, the demon vine couldn't be simulated in the virtual environment. His first thought now was to see its real-world effectiveness. Swoosh. In a flash, Lin Mo moved like an arrow, appearing instantly in front of the level 5 beasts. Simultaneously, the dark crimson armor on his body transformed. Countless tendrils emerged, morphing into massive spikes that shot toward the beasts. The spikes moved so fast that the creatures had no time to react. They couldn't even let out a roar before being pierced clean through. One by one, their lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground, their breaths extinguished in the blink of an eye. Over a dozen level 5 beasts were annihilated just like that. Not bad, Lin Mo remarked, satisfied. The spikes formed by the demon vine were incredibly sharp and penetrative. What pleased him even more was how the vine seemed to be in sync with his thoughts. As long as he willed it, the vine would respond instantly, extremely convenient. The next moment, Lin Mo froze. He could sense the demon vine's thoughts. It wanted to devour the beast's corpses and their beast cores. Without hesitation, Lin Mo agreed, watching the spikes curiously. The demon vine, thrilled by his permission, acted immediately. The spikes penetrated the beasts' bodies, and Lin Mo watched as the corpses rapidly shriveled and shrank. Within moments, they were completely consumed. Wow, that was fast, Lin Mo muttered, impressed by the vine's devouring speed. Lin Mo looked at the demonic vine with some astonishment. The entire devouring process took no more than a dozen breaths. The size of those beasts was comparable to elephants, yet they were quickly consumed entirely. A wave of excitement surged in his mind. It was from the demonic vine. After devouring the beast's flesh and beast cores, the vine had grown slightly stronger. However, the quantity was too limited, and it was still far from reaching the next level. Instead of immediately seeking out another group of beasts, Lin Mo carefully explored the area. The presence of a dozen 5th-tier beasts here indicated that some rare treasure must be hidden nearby. Sure enough, not long after, he discovered a patch of locking spirit grass. This herb, an excellent material for crafting advanced vitality potions, was not considered rare, but it was indispensable. To find such a large patch here was a fortunate windfall. Whether sold or used personally, it was highly valuable. Without hesitation, Lin Mo harvested all the locking spirit grass and stored it in his spatial ring. He estimated that this batch alone could fetch hundreds of thousands. Although not an enormous amount, it was a promising start. After tidying up, Lin Mo set off again, heading deeper into the island. As he ventured further, Lin Mo grew increasingly surprised. The areas inhabited by beasts became more densely packed. Not long after, he stumbled upon another beast gathering. This suggested that rare treasures might be scattered across the island. Could it be that some extraordinary artifact was hidden nearby? Or perhaps a long-lost relic in the sea was about to surface? Lin Mo frowned in thought. Such unusual occurrences always had a cause. Rare treasures could not possibly grow in such abundance unless something nearby was accelerating their development. Otherwise, with the spiritual energy resurgence having lasted so long, the Qinling archipelago would have been thoroughly explored and stripped of any mature treasures by now. Clearly, something beneath the island was causing this accelerated growth. Additionally, Lin Mo noticed another peculiar phenomenon. The sheer number of high-level beasts was abnormally large. While marine regions naturally housed a great variety of beasts, the concentration of high-ear ones was far beyond normal, as if something had artificially spurred their growth, causing them to gather in clusters. As Lin Mo fought his way forward, he discovered that even 7th-tier beasts appeared in groups deep within the island. Such a scenario was impossible to find in terrestrial beast habitats like the star beast forest. However, for Lin Mo, this was an ideal opportunity. An endless supply of high-level beasts was perfect for feeding his demonic vine. After eliminating these beasts, he could still harvest the nearby treasures, making it a win-win situation. With that in mind, Lin Mo began his exhilarating battle. His movements were as swift as lightning, weaving through the beast hordes with ease. With his micro-level movement skills, no beast could lay a finger on him. The demonic vine's unique ability mass slaughter made the battle even more seamless. At this moment, Lin Mo was like a giant porcupine, with countless massive spikes formed by the demonic vine extending outward in all directions, attacking relentlessly. Any beast below the 9th tier was instantly slain. Thud thud. With every kill, the demonic vine eagerly devoured the beast's corpses and beast cores, reveling in its feast. As Lin Mo ventured into the island's core, he suddenly noticed a dazzling white light emanating from the center of the area, surrounded by numerous beasts. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, captivating his senses. Lin Mo cautiously crept forward and discovered the source of the enticing aroma: several peculiar fruits. Their appearance resembled tomatoes, but their color was pure white, and they were about twice the size of regular tomatoes, roughly as large as small melons. What on earth were these? There was no mention of such fruits in any of the information he had come across. Lin Mo racked his brain, searching for any reference, but to no avail. It seemed these strange beasts were drawn here by the fragrance. Taking a sniff, Lin Mo himself felt a strong urge to devour the fruit. However, he refrained from acting impulsively. While he was certain these fruits were valuable, their exact purpose remained unclear. Moreover, they didn't seem fully ripe yet. Otherwise, the beasts would have already fought over them. Lin Mo chose to wait patiently. Before long, the fragrance grew even stronger, filling the air, and the deafening roars of the beasts echoed around him. The fruits had ripened. Lin Mo straightened from his crouched stance, his gaze fixed on the beasts. They surged forward, eager to claim the fruits, their aggression escalating into an inevitable clash. There were too many beasts and too few fruits. Conflict was unavoidable. At that moment, a figure suddenly darted into the midst of the beasts, unleashing a mysterious, powerful force that pushed them back. Before the beasts could react, the figure had already landed beside the fruits, standing firmly in place. A thunderous roar erupted from the beasts as they realized a human had come to seize the treasure. Enraged, the pack of 7th-tier beasts charged at him. Humph! Courting death. Lin Mo snorted coldly, and in an instant, his magical vines transformed into countless massive spikes, piercing through the charging beasts. Their anguished cries filled the air as the 7th-tier beasts, unable to withstand the attack, were swiftly killed. Without wasting time, Lin Mo quickly harvested the fruits, leaving only one behind before turning and departing. In the aftermath, only one beast remained alive, its eyes filled with terror. Nearly 20 of its kind, every one of them at the 7th tier, had been annihilated in mere moments. The sheer power displayed left the intelligent beast trembling in fear. But in the next moment, its expression shifted to confusion and bewilderment. Why had the human left? And why had he left a fruit behind? Confusion quickly gave way to elation as the beast lunged at the remaining fruit and devoured it without hesitation. A deep, resonant howl erupted from its throat as the fruit settled in its stomach. Within moments, its body began to swell as if inflated, doubling in size. A pair of horns emerged on its forehead, and its scales darkened from pale yellow to a shimmering golden hue. A radiant glow enveloped its body as its aura surged, breaking past its previous limits. It had ascended to the 8th tier. Hiding at a distance, Lin Mo had witnessed everything, his heart filled with astonishment. Just one fruit had propelled the beast from the 7th tier to the 8th tier. He had deliberately left the fruit and the beast behind to observe how the fruit was used and its effects. Now it was clear this was an extraordinary treasure. But what if a human consumed it? Would it have the same effect? Staring at the 12 white fruits in his hands, Lin Mo resisted the urge to eat one immediately. Lin Mo discovered that the anatomy of exotic beasts was fundamentally different from that of humans. Fruits that could be consumed by exotic beasts might not necessarily be digestible for humans. To confirm his findings, he took a photo and sent it to Supervisor Huang of the elite camp. In the message, he wrote, "Mr. Huang, I found a type of fruit in the Qinling Islands that allows exotic beasts to directly advance after consuming it. What exactly is this?" After sending the message, Lin Mo noticed there was no immediate reply. So he stored the fruit in his spatial ring and headed towards a newly advanced level 8 exotic beast. Such high-grade nourishment was not something he would let slip away. Thud! The demon vine pierced through the skull of the level 8 exotic beast in an instant, eagerly devouring the corpse and the beast core. In his mind, the consciousness of the demon vine resonated. "Master, I can feel it. If I devour 2 more level 8 beasts or 30 level 7 beasts, I'll be able to advance." Lin Mo let out a bitter smile, thinking, "You're truly a gold-devouring beast." He had already slain more than half of the exotic beasts on this island, at least 500 of them, all above level 5. Even so, the demon vine still required 30 level 7 exotic beasts to fulfill its initial advancement needs. Its appetite was truly voracious. If the blood, flesh, and beast cores of these exotic beasts were converted into money, it would amount to a significant fortune. However, Lin Mo also understood the demon vine's immense power. Cultivating it to its full potential would undoubtedly make it a devastating weapon. Lin Mo determined his direction but didn't rush to explore other islands. Since the demon vine was close to advancing, it made sense to clear out the rest of the exotic beasts on this island first. Currently, the demon vine's strength was comparable to that of a 9th-rank martial artist. Once it advanced, Lin Mo believed it would be capable of contending with grandmaster-level experts. Being able to challenge a grandmaster meant Lin Mo would have a solid guarantee of safety in the outside world. In this world, grandmasters were not the ultimate combat power, but every nation regarded them as critical strategic assets. Reaching the level of a grandmaster would provide Lin Mo with the foundational strength needed for self-preservation. Thus, the exotic beasts on this island became his targets. Meanwhile, Huang Qifa, with a cigarette in his mouth, walked out of the restroom with a look of satisfaction on his face. These days, is there anything more relieving than a good trip to the toilet? He mused to himself. With a group of unruly trainees out on field training, he was enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. Just then, a colleague nearby reminded him, "Old Huang, I think your phone just rang." Huang Qifa was taken aback and checked his pocket, only to find no notification on his phone. "It didn't ring," he replied. The colleague continued, "The ringtone came from your desk." Huang Qifa's heart skipped a beat as he quickly strode over to his desk. That phone was his private line, known only to a select few, and it rarely rang. He usually kept it in the drawer. Opening the drawer, he found a message from Lin Mo. When he opened the message, a photo and Lin Mo's text appeared on the screen. "This is the number 3 fruit." Huang Qifa's entire demeanor changed when he saw the message, especially the photo. The fruit in the picture was identical to an unknown fruit he had once obtained from site number 3. Since its name was unknown, they had labeled it as number 3 fruit. Previous experiments showed that humans could consume this fruit, though the absorption effects were far inferior to those experienced by exotic beasts. However, it significantly enhanced overall strength and provided substantial assistance in the 6th refinement stage for martial artists, greatly shortening the time needed for the process. It was a crucial aid for passing the refining tower, and consuming it greatly increased the likelihood of reaching the extreme grandmaster level. Yet, from site number 3, he had only managed to obtain 7 of these fruits, and subsequent explorations of other sites failed to yield any similar findings. To his astonishment, Lin Mo had stumbled upon one. Excited, Huang Qifa immediately sent a reply. "Lin Mo, where exactly did you find this fruit? How many are there?" On the other side, Lin Mo, who was busy slaying the alien beasts, suddenly felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. As the demonic vines swiftly finished off the last 2 beasts, Lin Mo unlocked his phone screen. He saw a message. "I'm on a small island to the west of the Qinling archipelago. Coordinates: x233, y121. I've only managed to get 2 so far." On the other end of the line, Huang Qifa's voice carried a tone of astonishment. "What? You got 2 of them?" The natural fragrance emitted by the number 3 fruit was highly alluring to alien beasts, often fatally so. With numerous powerful creatures in the surrounding seas, it was inevitable that they would be drawn to the area. Huang Qifa speculated that the region around the Qinling archipelago likely had alien beasts of at least level 6, and possibly even level 7 or 8. Judging by the photos, the fruits Lin Mo obtained were fully ripe. Harvesting such fruits would undoubtedly attract alien beasts nearby. The fact that Lin Mo managed to snatch 2 number 3 fruits amidst high-level beasts revealed that Huang Qifa had underestimated his capabilities. Yes, I only got 2. The rest were devoured by those beasts. Lin Mo lied casually. He wasn't about to admit that he had obtained over a dozen of them. Judging by Huang Qifa's anxious reaction, it was clear this fruit was a rare treasure. You're saying you snatched 2 fruits from a group of levels even beasts? Huang Qifa was even more shocked. Even for someone like him, taking 2 number 3 fruits from a group of levels even beasts would require significant effort. Lin Mo was only at the peak of the 6th tier, and with the fruit's alluring scent driving nearby beasts into a frenzy, they would have fought desperately to protect the fruits, becoming even fiercer than usual. Yeah, there were originally over a dozen, but it's a shame, Lin Mo replied with a message. Huang Qifa stared at the text, momentarily speechless. In a situation like that, you still managed to grab 2 fruits, and you're not satisfied? Lin Mo, make sure to prioritize your safety. Check the nearby islands to see if there are more of these fruits. If you find any, notify me immediately. Got it, Teacher Huang. By the way, can we humans actually eat these fruits? Lin Mo asked the question he was most curious about. Yes, we can. However, unlike alien beasts, humans won't experience instant advancement after consuming them. The human body absorbs these fruits differently, and the degree of absorption varies from person to person. Most people can't absorb much at once. A significant portion of the fruit's energy will remain stored in the body, gradually taking effect over time. That said, this fruit provides immense benefits for warriors undergoing the 6 refinements, drastically reducing the time required. It also enhances performance during the trials of the refinement tower. Oh, so if someone eats a lot of these fruits, wouldn't they complete the 6 refinements instantly? Lin Mo asked excitedly. Haha, what are you thinking? No matter how miraculous a treasure is, eating too much of it won't help. The first time you consume it usually has the greatest effect. It's similar to how the body builds tolerance to medicine. After a certain point, it becomes ineffective. Based on previous data, the maximum number of number 3 fruits a person can consume is 5. That's the tolerance limit. Only 5? Lin Mo frowned, secretly thinking to himself that he currently had 12 in his possession. Lin Mo, when you find a safe place, eat one of those fruits. It'll be incredibly beneficial for you. Remember to find a safe place before consuming it. This stuff works like a complete transformation, and it may cause some pain. Moreover, if you manage to find more than 5 of these fruits, make sure to keep them. Whether you hand them over or sell them, they will bring you considerable profit. Got it, Mr. Huang. By the way, if I were to sell one of these, how much would it go for? Lin Mo asked curiously. At least 30 billion. Huang Qifa's reply almost made Lin Mo exclaim out loud. 30 billion for one? I have 12 of them, that's 360 billion. No wonder martial artists make so much money. I've only explored one island, and I've already made over 360 billion. This is insane. Alright, just stay safe. Since a type 3 fruit has appeared, this matter is definitely not simple. They'll report this soon, and I expect the authorities will send people over. The forces heading to the Qinling archipelago this time won't be few. If other islands also have these fruits and they get discovered, major powers will send their top experts to fight for them, possibly even grandmasters. This fruit is beneficial to anyone below the grandmaster level, so be careful. Your safety comes first. Understood, Mr. Huang. Lin Mo put away his phone and quickly left the area to find a safe place to consume the fruit. Huang Qifa's message provided crucial information. The fruit can be eaten directly, and the limit for most people is 5. It significantly enhances the speed and strength of martial artists below the grandmaster level, making it highly coveted even by grandmasters. Lin Mo knew he had to strengthen himself as quickly as possible to prepare for the challenges ahead. It seemed the Qinling archipelago was far from peaceful. Meanwhile, Huang Qifa immediately made a call. Elder Shao, Lin Mo has discovered a type 3 fruit in the Qinling archipelago. Hey Race, what happened? Oh, understood. On a mountaintop, an elderly man hung up the phone. His deep gaze turned toward the direction of the Qinling archipelago before he made another call. A type 3 fruit has appeared in the Qinling archipelago. Send someone there. With that brief command, he ended the call and, with a calm expression, glanced once more toward the archipelago before closing his eyes and entering a meditative state. A mysterious energy surrounded him, faintly accompanied by the roars of dragons and tigers, creating an extraordinary aura. At the foot of the mountain, a star beast named Shan Hong looked up at the elder with a mix of awe and suspicion. If a great expert were present, they would immediately recognize that this celestial-looking elder Shao was on the verge of stepping into the Grandmaster realm. In this world, the Grandmaster level is second only to the Absolute Summit. Once someone enters the Grandmaster realm, they become invincible below the Absolute Summit. And as for the Absolute Summit, how many people in the world could ever reach it? Master, What's that over there? A man in black exclaimed. It smells amazing. Could it be some rare treasure? On another island to the west of the Qinling archipelago, a group of black-clad men, whose sleeves bore the emblem of a silver snake coiled around a sword, crouched in the shadows, observing a herd of beasts in the distance. White, tomato-like, with a distinct fragrance. Could it be a type 3 fruit? The leader, Deputy Master Yu, was stunned, his mind racing with shock. Master, the fruit is about to ripen. The beasts are starting to fight over it. Another man urgently reported. Look at that beast over there. It just swallowed the fruit and started evolving. Yu shouted, unleashing his peak 8th rank power in an instant. Move. That's definitely a type 3 fruit. Grab it. Don't let these beasts devour it. The beasts, their eyes locked on the type 3 fruits, ignored the humans' attacks entirely, driven solely by their instinct to consume the fruits. Seeing the beasts recklessly devouring the type 3 fruits, Yu grew increasingly anxious. These fruits were incredibly valuable treasures. Hurry up. What are you doing? Forget about those beasts and grab the fruits directly. Master Yu shouted angrily when he saw his subordinates still entangled with the beasts. He snatched one fruit himself and quickly lunged toward a second one. Roar! A level 7 beast let out a furious roar, showing no fear of Master Yu's peak level 8 strength. Its massive body charged straight at him. Die! Master Yu skillfully dodged the attack and countered with a slash, severing one of the beast's front limbs. Yet, the beast seemed unfazed and turned its body to charge at him again, fully intent on fighting to the death. Meanwhile, another beast nearby took advantage of the chaos and swallowed one of the fruits. Roar! The fruit consumed. The beast howled to the sky, and a violent energy burst forth. It seemed to be advancing to the next level. Quick! Grab as many as you can and get out of here. Master Yu barked orders. The number of level 7 beasts was overwhelming, and they lacked the methods or equipment of Lin Mo, such as his magical vine armor, to instantly kill these beasts. To make matters worse, more and more beasts were swallowing the fruits and advancing in strength. In a short span, 6 beasts had already consumed the fruits and ascended to level 8. Their crimson eyes glared fiercely as they charged at the cultists. Master, we can't hold them off any longer. The cultists, under the pressure of the level 8 beasts, appeared incredibly fragile. The strongest among them participating in the mission were only at peak level 6, with very few even reaching level 7. These were considered elites pulled from the examination grounds. The majority stationed at the exam sites were far weaker, with the highest being at peak level 5. After all, the examinees were mostly non-warriors or pre-warriors, with almost no certified warriors among them. Dealing with them required no more than low-level subordinates. Retreat. Realizing the dire situation, Master Yu fended off several beasts to aid his subordinates in retreating. Most of the fruits had already been consumed by the beasts, and the remaining ones were surrounded by those that had advanced to level 8, making it impossible to break through. Fortunately, the beasts' attention was not entirely on them. As soon as they began retreating, the beasts resumed fighting over the last few fruits. What the hell are these things? One subordinate exclaimed. The beasts advance immediately after eating them. Master, the losses this time are too great. We lost 12 brothers. While counting their numbers, the subordinates couldn't help but feel a chill. The ferocity of these beasts was overwhelming, with relentless attacks that left no room to breathe. Those at level 7 barely held their ground, but the peak level 6 warriors were completely unable to withstand such assaults. It was worth it, Master Yu said with an unexpected smile as he held 3 fruits in his hand. Though losing 12 peak level 6 warriors was a heavy blow, the value of these 3 fruits far outweighed the loss. He then pulled out a special communication device and made a call. Leader, we found the number 3 fruits on an island west of the Qinling archipelago. Please send reinforcements immediately. Master, these fruits. The subordinates looked at Master Yu in astonishment, seeing his unexpected delight. These fruits were priceless treasures, offering immense benefits to warriors below the grandmaster realm. Consuming one could significantly enhance the 6 refinements of the warrior's body and instantly boost their strength. Moreover, anyone who consumed the number 3 fruit, no matter how poor their aptitude, would have a high chance of completing the 6 refinements and almost certainly advancing to the grandmaster realm in the future. What? Hearing the news, everyone was stunned. This meant that whoever consumed the fruit would inevitably enter the grandmaster realm. It was only a matter of time. With 3 fruits, it was possible to cultivate 3 grandmasters. By this calculation, the loss of 12 peak 6th grade fighters seemed insignificant. Keep searching. The leader will send reinforcements soon, someone instructed. Remember, each person can only consume up to 5 fruits. The more you consume, the shorter the time to achieve the grandmaster realm. This is our chance. The words of Hall Master Yu ignited excitement in everyone's eyes. Similar scenes unfolded across various islands in the Qinling archipelago, though the reactions of different factions varied. After the discovery of the number 3 fruit, all major forces quickly dispatched exploration teams to report back immediately. Once the initial shock subsided, more powerful individuals were sent to compete for the treasure. However, it seemed an unspoken agreement had been reached among the factions. The highest-ranking individuals sent were only at the ninth grade. This was because the number 3 fruit was only effective for martial artists below the grandmaster realm. Those at or above that level would gain nothing. Moreover, if grandmasters joined the fray, the situation would become far more complicated. For now, a fragile balance remained between the factions, and none were willing to disrupt it. Outside a valley near the border, Yamadakan discovered the number 3 fruit within the Qinling archipelago region of Huaxia. The number 3 fruit, he murmured, immediately dispatching a team. But this was within Huaxia's territory, so what? When it came to relics and treasures, they were shared by the world. Whoever claimed them first would own them, and the alliance would not intervene. Huaxia had no right to object. He issued another order. Remember, go in quietly. The attention of those from Huaxia is focused on the 2 new relics. They won't pay much attention to that side. His subordinates obeyed and quickly departed. However, although Yamada had given such instructions, openly sending people into Huaxia would not go unnoticed. Huaxia, as a major power, would not tolerate such actions from Sakura country. Therefore, acting discreetly was the wisest approach. Similar situations played out in other countries like the United States, Korea, and India. In the temporary command center of Huaxia, Elder Hor remarked, Sakura country, the United States, and several other nations have already sent people to the Qinling archipelago. The strongest among them are at the 9th grade. Should we arrange for someone to intercept them? With the new relics about to open, the personnel here couldn't be moved. Elder Hua stared at the screen monitoring the fluctuations at the 2 relic sites, and said slowly, the scale of these 2 relics won't be small. As for the Qinling archipelago, let Old Wu and a few others handle it. The number 3 fruit has no effect on those above the grandmaster realm. With Old Wu there, it shouldn't be an issue. Understood. I'll contact Elder Wu immediately. The speaker bowed and left swiftly to relay the message. Meanwhile, Lin Mo found a secluded spot and swallowed a number 3 fruit. Buzz. As soon as the fruit entered his stomach, a surge of wild energy burst from his dantian, rushing through his entire body, flooding his limbs and bones. Lin Mo felt not just an increase in power, but a profound transformation in his flesh, bones, meridians, and even his blood. The sensation was indescribable, yet he was certain it was an evolution of life itself. No wonder Huang Qifa was so shocked and anxious upon hearing about this. The fruit was indeed a treasure. As he pondered, a wave of energy suddenly erupted, and Lin Mo broke through. Previously at the peak of the 6th grade, consuming the fruit allowed him to ascend directly to the 7th grade. He couldn't help but smile. Without hesitation, he swallowed a second fruit. Huang Qifa had mentioned that the limit for consuming the number 3 fruit was 5 per person. The second fruit had an equally striking effect. His vitality surged, and it felt as though his genetic level had undergone another evolution. Black impurities began seeping from his skin, residual waste from his body. Lin Mo was startled. After numerous rounds of body refinement, he hadn't expected there to still be so many impurities within him. He had already reached the 8th level of the body refinement tower, which should have cleansed his body thoroughly. Yet, there was still so much left. It seemed that only by completing all the trials of the refinement tower could one achieve a body nearly free of impurities. He could feel these black substances being expelled not only from his flesh, but also from his blood, meridians, and bones. Before long, the effects of the second fruit wore off, and Lin Mo immediately consumed a third one. This time, the effects were noticeably weaker. Huang's warning proved accurate. No matter how miraculous a treasure, the body would build a tolerance to it after repeated use. Seeing this, Lin Mo decided to consume the 4th and 5th fruits simultaneously. With 3 fruits ingested at once, the effects surged dramatically. His vitality soared, and the changes in his body became even more pronounced. From the mid-7th grade to the peak of the 7th grade. When he reached the barrier between the 7th and 8th grades, there was no resistance. Hope a sound like a water droplet breaking through. Lin Mo broke through and reached the 8th grade. At that moment, the energy circulating within him suddenly surged toward his brain. Lin Mo was alarmed. Huang Qifa had never mentioned such a phenomenon. A sharp pain radiated from his brain, and his mental power seemed to be greatly stimulated, surging wildly. As it surged, his mental energy core unexpectedly contracted, shrinking by 2 circles, which made Lin Mo uneasy. Before he could react, the shrunken core expanded again. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. Could the number 3 fruit also enhance mental power? Ding. Effort brings rewards. The fruit obtained through your battles has triggered a critical hit, granting you a 10,000-fold return. The fruit's abilities have evolved, now aiding the growth of mental power. So it was the system. Lin Mo suddenly realized the truth. Buzz. As he processed this, the expansion of his mental power finally ceased. Ding. Current mental power level, Earth grade, mid-tier. Earth grade mid-tier? Seeing the system notification, Lin Mo could hardly believe it. The 10,000-fold return had elevated his mental power from the previous profound grade, mid-tier, directly to Earth grade. Mid-tier leap across an entire major tier. Earth grade, mid-tier mental power meant he could now suppress mid-tier grandmasters and even contend with high-tier grandmasters. Lin Mo immediately turned his attention to his data panel. The host, Lin Mo, possesses 8th grade Qi and blood, with a physical combat strength amplification limit of 30,566.84 calories. His mental power limit includes the 32-fold enhancement from his lightning attribute upgrade. He is a mid-tier Earth grade martial artist at the 6th refinement stage, reaching the 8th level of skin refinement 04000. He has also mastered the extended skill of bone refinement with lightning techniques, the Thunderbolt combat skill, the perfected army combat fist of the mortal grade, the perfected dominant fist of the mysterious grade, and the 1,000 mechanisms movement technique of the mysterious grade. At this moment, his Qi and blood have reached 30,556.84 calories. Calculating with his physical combat strength amplification limit of 32 times, Lin Mo's maximum physical combat strength approaches 980,000. Reaching 1 million in combat strength signifies the level of a grandmaster, and Lin Mo eagerly anticipates this breakthrough. With the system's support, all he needs to do is slay the exotic beasts on this island, and his Qi and blood will inevitably grow significantly, making his breakthrough to grandmaster level imminent. In just a few months, he is poised to step into the grandmaster realm. Lin Mo's mental power has also reached a level comparable to high-tier grandmasters, leaving him in awe. He takes out the 6th number 3 fruit and consumes it, savoring its sweet and tangy flavor. However, apart from feeling refreshed, there are no other effects. He smiles bitterly to himself, puts away the remaining 6 fruits, and prepares to return to conquer the final 2 levels of the skin refinement tower. Feeling the surge of power within him, Lin Mo contemplates his next steps. The significant advancements in both his physical combat strength and mental power give him the confidence to clear all 9 levels of the skin refinement tower, and even the subsequent bone refinement, muscle refinement, marrow refinement, and blood refinement stages. Determined to continue exploring and seeking other treasures, he lightly taps his toes on the ground and vanishes in an instant. Meanwhile, the college entrance examination trials have commenced. Students from the 2 southeastern provinces flood into the designated test area, located not far from the coastline. High-level exotic beasts in the area have long been isolated. Some candidates form teams, while others choose to go solo, picking up their weapons and starting to hunt exotic beasts as part of their practical assessment. In the examination area, Lin Yaya displays an extraordinary level of excitement, transforming into a machine of slaughter. She strikes first at the sight of any exotic beast, her movements clean and decisive, showcasing her exceptional skill. Her teammates are left stunned, except for Wang Shouchuan, who understands the reason behind her relentless behavior. Feeling both anger and concern, he advises Lin Yaya to be cautious. Although the exotic beasts here are juveniles, encountering a cluster of them could still pose a danger. Wang Shouchuan knows deep down that Lin Yaya no longer has any chance with Lin Mo. The more he sees her frenzied attacks, the more frustrated he becomes. Just then, another teammate steps forward, handing her a water bottle and saying with concern, "Sister Yaya, you've already taken down so many exotic beasts. Have some water. There's still plenty of time left." Lin Yaya cast a cold glance at the man and refused the water bottle without hesitation. "I'm not thirsty." Her tone was firm and indifferent. Seeing this, Wang Shouchuan immediately stepped forward to persuade her. "Yar, this assessment lasts for an entire week. There's no need to rush. Maintaining balanced energy output is key to achieving more stable results. If you overexert yourself early on, you'll lose strength later, and it won't be worth it." Lin Yaya pondered for a moment and found his words reasonable. Just as she was about to take the water bottle, a deafening explosion echoed from the south, followed by panicked screams piercing through the air. "Heretics! Help! What? Heretics!" Wang Shouchuan and the others turned pale at the sound, their minds thrown into chaos. Forgetting the beautiful girl in front of them, they quickly pressed the emergency rescue button on their examination badges. Survival was their top priority. In the main monitoring room, the alarm blared sharply. Guan Yongchang, Lu Yi, and Lu Li immediately stood up, their expressions grave. Guan Yongchang decisively gave the order. "Everyone, execute the prearranged plan and eliminate the infiltrating heretics." Clearly, they had prepared for the possibility of heretics appearing. At the same time, security personnel at various posts received the signal and swiftly initiated their coordinated defense and elimination procedures. In an instant, armed military fighters emerged around the attacked examinees, enclosing the heretics in a tight circle. "Drop your weapons and surrender, and you may be spared," one of the military officers shouted sternly. However, instead of panicking, the heretics smirked with eerie confidence. The leader sneered, "Surrender? To the likes of you? Brothers, attack." The hallmaster said, "We can go all out today, bad luck for them." Before his words had even faded, a wave of violent energy swept across the area. The military fighters were horrified to realize that the 5 or 6 heretics before them were all at the peak of the 5th level. 5th level peak? Impossible. 1, 2, 5. What the? The military fighters were stunned and terrified. In previous years, heretics had never deployed such high-level warriors during the high school exams. Among the 18-year-old examinees, the best candidates had already been selected for the Martial Alliance's elite camp, while the second-tier ones entered the training camp. The rest, even those with decent blood energy levels and talent, rarely reached certified warrior status. In other words, the strongest students participating in the exams were usually no more than first-level warriors. In the past, heretics typically sent second or third-level warriors for ambushes and assassinations. These individuals were essentially cannon fodder, brainwashed zealots ready to trade their lives for as many casualties as possible. Their presence was more of a nuisance than a significant threat. Deploying a few 5th or 6th level fighters to oversee the exams was usually sufficient to handle the situation. The heretics' true intent was merely to disrupt and provoke, not to inflict substantial harm. Eliminating these expendable pawns didn't weaken the heretic organization, but ignoring them endangered the next generation. This dilemma where fighting back or turning a blind eye both came with consequences was precisely what made the heretics so infuriating. However, this time, the heretics had dispatched warriors at the peak of the 5th rank in not just 1 or 2, but an entire group. And this was just one section of the examination area. Across the entire testing zone, there were at least 100 similar sections. A high-ranking officer from the military rushed forward and shouted to his comrades behind him, "Send out a distress signal immediately. Get word of this back." But before his voice had fully faded, he was cut down in one swift strike by a heretic, his body split in two. At this moment, most of the station military fighters had only 3rd or 4th rank strength. Under normal circumstances, protecting these unranked students should have been more than sufficient. Yet, they had underestimated the heretic's strategy this time. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? Pathetic fools, still thinking of sending a distress signal? Before another soldier could send out the message, he too was slain by a second strike. The peak 5th rank strength of the heretics was far beyond what they could withstand. Run, now. Aniu, send the distress signal immediately. The remaining military officer, his face grim and teeth clenched, charged forward. Though he knew they were outmatched, he was determined to buy time for the students to escape. The examinees, however, had never witnessed such a horrifying scene. Although they had seen countless videos of battles in the wilderness during their lessons, those were always filtered through a screen. Now, facing the carnage directly, with some even splattered by the blood of the fallen soldiers, their mental defenses crumbled. The infamous reputation of the heretics only added to their terror. Some students collapsed to the ground, screaming but too paralyzed to flee. Their legs felt as heavy as lead, refusing to move. Those who could still run abandoned their peers, scrambling to save themselves. These students, who had been sheltered like flowers in a greenhouse, were utterly unprepared for such a sudden crisis. A flicker of disdain and frustration crossed the eyes of some military fighters. Sacrificing themselves for people like this hardly seemed worth it. But it was their duty as soldiers. They couldn't abandon these children, no matter how helpless they seemed. "We'll hold them off. Take as many students as you can and go." A man who appeared to be the squad leader shouted, raising his blade to block 2 heretics. "Heh, you've got some fight in you." One heretic sneered, mockery written across his face. "But how long can you last burning your own life force?" Indeed, the squad leader was burning his life essence to push beyond his limits. Without it, his peak 4th rank strength would never have been enough to hold back 2 peak 5th rank heretics. This was a desperate, suicidal strategy. I'll last long enough to send you scum to hell." The leader spat, his energy surging as he charged again with his blade. "Captain." The squad members looked at their leader with tears in their eyes, feeling powerless. They wanted to help, but they knew even their strongest captain wouldn't last long. Not like this. What could they do? Joining him would only add to the body count. Go. Don't let the captain's sacrifice be in vain. They quickly grabbed the students who were paralyzed with fear and began retreating. "Damn it. If you're a man, stop crying and get up. Move with us." One of the soldiers yelled at the petrified students, his frustration boiling over. Too many comrades had already died to buy these kids time to escape. Just then, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. The soldier who had shouted felt a sudden, icy pain at his neck. Thud! A faint noise followed, and his face turned pale, breaking out in cold sweat as he slowly turned his head. "I am still alive." But in the next moment, he saw someone standing behind him. "Commander?" The team member, overwhelmed with relief, burst into tears upon recognizing the figure. It was none other than Lu Li, the commander of the southern province. Upon receiving their distress signal, he had rushed over immediately. This time, they had underestimated the enemy, never expecting the heretics to deploy so many peak-level 5th rank powerhouses. Fortunately, not all sectors faced heretics of this caliber. Otherwise, their group would have been utterly unable to resist. Guan Yongchang and Lu Yi had already split off to rescue other areas where heretics above the 5th rank had appeared. As for the heretic who had just attacked, Lu Li had already sent him flying with a single strike. The man now lay on the ground, coughing up blood, unable to get up for a long time. Lu Li had not held back in that strike, releasing the full power of his peak 6th rank strength. For a peak 5th rank heretic, the impact was devastating. Take the trainees and retreat. Bring your captain back, Lu Li instructed without turning around. Before his words had fully landed, he had already appeared beside the injured captain, pushing him toward the rear. Commander Lu, the captain tried to speak, but was immediately cut off by Lu Li. No nonsense. Go now. Well, if it isn't Commander Lu Li of the southern province, a mocking voice rang out. A figure emerged from the heretics. It was Luo Qian of the cult of the Thousand Serpents. Upon seeing him, Lu Li's expression instantly grew serious. This was an old adversary. They had clashed several times in the past. Luo Qian's strength was on par with Lu Li's, also a peak 6th rank powerhouse. I didn't expect to see you here, Luo Qian laughed heartily, his sinister grin growing wider. It seems fate wants us to finally settle our unfinished battle. Lu Li let out a cold snort, his guard instantly raised. Luo Qian was no easy opponent. Just as the two were about to clash, Luo Qian suddenly shouted, "All together, now." For other peak 5th rank heretics immediately moved to surround Lu Li. Damn it. The retreating team members cursed loudly at the sight. 5 against 1, they were clearly attempting to overwhelm Lu Li. Despite their orders to retreat, they prepared to turn back and provide support, even if it meant risking their lives to ease Lu Li's burden. Don't come back. Keep moving, Lu Li shouted, his voice firm despite the mounting pressure. He knew the military fighters would be of no help against these peak 5th rank opponents, and their return would only hinder him further. But Lu Li was no pushover. As a seasoned peak 6th rank warrior, his combat experience shone through. He dodged left and right with ease, evading the attacks of the 5th rank heretics and re-engaging Luo Qian. Using clever positioning, he forced Luo Qian to act as a shield, preventing the other heretics from closing in on him. At the same time, Lu Li decisively sent out a signal for reinforcements. He could hold his ground against the heretics' assault for now, but with Luo Qian present, he knew he couldn't quickly eliminate the 5th rank heretics and turn the tide of the battle. If this continues, he will undoubtedly be dragged down by Luo Qian and the others. Once his strength is depleted, the only outcome awaiting him is a crushing defeat. Thus, he sent out a distress signal. Among the martial artists exploring the Qinling Islands, there were companions ranked at the 6th grade or higher. As long as they saw the signal, they would return to provide assistance. The heretics here were hardly a threat. Stop him. Everyone, attack together, Luo Qian shouted anxiously. However, when Luo Qian noticed Lu Li releasing the signal, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved upward into a barely perceptible smile. This was exactly the outcome they had wanted. The deputy leader you had sent them here precisely to create a disturbance. Beyond eliminating this batch of students, they were also tasked with drawing the Qinling Island's stronger forces back for defense. Only then could the deputy leader harvest the rare treasures on the islands without interference. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, several dazzling bursts of light shot skyward from different parts of the examination area, signaling for help. Elsewhere, Lin Mo was on an island, hunting down strange beasts. Hearing the explosions, he looked up, and the bright distress flares caught his eye. The examination site has encountered a formidable enemy. Lin Mo finished off the last 2 beasts beside him and vanished instantly, racing toward the examination area. On other islands, elite camp students also spotted the distress signals and hurried back. It seems the deployment for this examination wasn't thorough. Why would a distress signal be sent out? No time to think about it. Let's kill our way back. Exactly, it must be an enemy beyond expectations. Meanwhile, on Lin Yaya's side, the military martial artists escorting her were being killed one after another. The remaining soldiers retreated as they fought, appearing increasingly desperate. Do you think you can escape? At that moment, a heretic blocked Lin Yaya and her group's retreat, cutting down the last military martial artist with a single swing of his blade. A mocking smile spread across his face. Please, don't kill us. We surrender. Wang Shouchuan and a few others dropped to their knees instantly, wailing and begging for their lives. A whole squad of over a dozen 3rd and 4th grade military martial artists had been slaughtered before their eyes. Terrified out of their wits, they were paralyzed with fear. With the last soldier now dead, they were so scared that they wet themselves, leaving visible stains on their pants. Surrender? Ha ha ha, you're not even martial artists. What use are you to us? You might as well die. The heretic sneered, glaring disdainfully at the trembling Wang Shouchuan and his companions. Don't kill me. I can be useful to you. My father owns a company in Jiangqing. We can help you make money and handle things you find inconvenient to do yourselves. Wang Shouchuan, though terrified, managed to shout this out in desperation. Organizations like the heretics operated in the shadows and naturally needed people in the mundane world to help them procure supplies or manage resources and finances. Hearing this, the heretics weren't immediately dismissive of Wang Shuqin's plea. Instead, they became intrigued due to his father's connections. Oh, Jiangcheng, what's your name? The heretic paused, looking at Wang Shouchuan with interest. Jiangcheng, a place they had overlooked for years, establishing a foothold there might not be a bad idea. Sir, my name is Wang Shouchuan. My family runs a logistics business. I'm sure we can be of great help to you. Wang Shouchuan stammered, his face drenched in sweat, desperate to survive. Logistics? Not bad. Eat this. Hearing that Wang's family dealt in logistics, the heretic's interest was piqued. A logistics business, with its widespread connections, would indeed make it easier for them to conduct their operations. The heretic handed Wang Shouchuan a black pill. Without hesitation, Wang took it and swallowed it. He knew it was poison, but refusing would leave him with only one outcome: death. Though he had just ingested poison, Wang Shouchuan felt a strange sense of relief. At least he was still alive. Heh. As for the rest of you, it's time to send you on your way. The heretics turned toward the others, their faces twisted into bloodthirsty grins. Sir, we are willing to serve you as well. Brother Wang, please speak for us to want to join. Seeing that the cultists were about to make their move, a few of Wang Shouchuan's longtime followers cried out desperately. Sir, these people are my good friends. Could you perhaps? Wang Shouchuan's plea was abruptly interrupted by a sharp slap across his face. Do you think this is the place for your opinion? Do you take our 10,000 serpents cult for a garbage dump that takes in anyone? Kid, you should be grateful your family runs a logistics business. It's the only reason you're even remotely useful to us. The cultists sneered coldly before striking out with their blades, killing two of the followers instantly. Blood splattered everywhere, and the horrified students screamed in panic. Well, this little girl looks pretty nice. One of the cultists leered, his eyes locking onto Lin Yar in the crowd. His expression twisted into a vile grin. You're right, look at that figure, that face, and those long legs. She could keep me entertained for a whole year. Sir, she's the school's beauty queen, and her family is quite influential. The Lin family is one of the top families in Jiangxing. I suggest you don't kill her right away. You could have some fun first, and then extort plenty of resources and money from her family. Wang Shouchuan suggested slyly, his face contorting into a sinister smile. Oh, ha, very good. Then we'll keep her alive for now, one of the cultists declared, sealing Lin Yar's fate. Her anger boiled over as she glared at Wang Shouchuan. You traitor! You betrayed the martial alliance and our country, bowing to these cultists. You'll die a horrible death. Even in death, I won't forgive you. Despair filled her heart as she realized what kind of person Wang Shouchuan truly was. Clenching her sword tightly, Linya resolved to end her own life. But before she could act, a cultist sneered and effortlessly disarmed her. Her weapon clattered to the ground, and she was quickly restrained, unable to move. The man grabbed her chin, his wicked smile sending chills down her spine. Trying to die? Did you get my permission? Little girl, the fun hasn't even started yet. Don't be in such a hurry, you'll enjoy it soon enough. Ha. Tears streamed down Lin Yar's face as despair consumed her. She knew that falling into the hands of these cultists meant even death would be a luxury. A fleeting image of Lin Mo crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. Even if Lin Mo were here, he might not be able to handle these cultists. The military fighters, some of whom were at the 4th rank, had already failed against them. Lin Mo, despite being in the elite training camp, couldn't possibly match them after just 3 months of training. Sir, after you're done with her, could you let me have a turn as well? Wang Shouchuan rubbed his hands together, his tone filled with sycophantic eagerness. Oh, ha. As long as you continue to serve us well, there's no problem, one of the cultists replied, laughing as they glanced at Wang Shouchuan. Traitors like him were exactly what they love. People like him were the most useful in carrying out their plans. Wang Shouchuan, you despicable scum. Lin Yar and the other students shouted angrily. But Wang Shouchuan merely smirked, unfazed by their curses. These people? They'll leave them for you to kill, he said coldly. At this moment, a heretic handed Wang Shouchuan a knife, a sly smirk playing on his lips. Me, you want me to kill? Wang Shouchuan froze. He could boast, he could slay beasts, but killing another person? He had never done that before, especially when some of these people in front of him had been his classmates for 3 years. What's the matter? Didn't you say you wanted to work for us? You need to prove your loyalty, the heretic said, his gaze turning icy, filled with murderous intent. Wang Shouchuan felt a chill run down his spine. He understood clearly if he didn't follow through, this man might very well kill him instead. As expected, the heretic's mood shifted like a turbulent tide. One moment he was laughing, and the next, his killing intent was palpable. He'll do it. Wang Shouchuan took the knife immediately, his hands trembling slightly as his gaze fell on his teammates. At this moment, it seemed like the only way to ensure his survival. Wang Shouchuan. The group stared at him in shock and anger. In his heart, he thought bitterly, Don't blame Meblem yourselves. Clenching his teeth, Wang Shouchuan raised the knife and slashed toward one of them. Wang Shouchuan, you'll die a terrible death. The person screamed, their face contorting in terror. Clang. The blade came down, but instead of flesh, it collided with something metallic, producing a sharp, ringing sound. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck Wang Shouchuan. Before he could react, the knife flew out of his hand, and his body was sent hurtling through the air. He felt as though a truck had slammed into him, his internal organs twisting in agony as blood spewed from his mouth. Through his blurred vision, a figure came into focus. Lin Mo. He recognized the persona. It was Lin Mo. Lin Mo's sudden appearance drew gasps from Lin Yar and their former classmates, especially Lin Yar, who looked utterly astonished. She had just been daydreaming about Lin Mo, and now, here he was in the flesh. Lin Mo, run. They're too strong. Lin Yar shouted anxiously. While she was overjoyed to see him, she didn't want him to face such danger. Master, this man is Lin Mo, a genius from Jiang City. He's been selected for the Martial Alliance's elite camp. You absolutely cannot let him go. Wang Shouchuan, clutching his chest, struggled to his feet and shouted hoarsely. His father's warnings had once made him realize he could never surpass Lin Mo, but now that he had sided with the heretics, he no longer cared about such things. Besides, if Lin Mo survived, none of these classmates would live either, and he and his family would face dire consequences. The Martial Alliance and the Huaxiao military would never let him go. They all had to die. Lin Mo, especially, had to die? What? The Martial Alliance's elite camp. The heretics froze for a moment. Then their faces lit up with excitement. Killing a prodigy, that was their favorite pastime. Originally, this operation to target high school exam candidates felt like a waste of their talents. If not for the Hall Master's discovery of mysterious information about the Qinling Islands, they wouldn't have bothered with these kids at all. Moreover, the Hall Master had warned them that one of the defenders this time might be a prodigy from the Martial Alliance's elite camp. That was why Hall Master you had mobilized so many peak-level 5th grade experts for this mission. Ultimately, their true goal wasn't just the treasures of the Qinling Islands. It was to eliminate the Martial Alliance's elite talents. Boy, you've walked straight into hell. Since you're here, prepare to die. A heretic exuding the aura of a peak 5th grade warrior stepped forward, gripping a blade as he approached Lin Mo step by step. Lin Mo, even you have your day. Wang Shouchuan sneered, his face full of mockery as he glared fiercely at Lin Mo, anticipating the scene of Lin Mo being torn apart by the heretics. The heretics had already made their move, their warblade blazing with fierce flames as it slashed toward Lin Mo. Fire Element Awakener, Lin Mo, watch out. Lin Yar and the others gasped in alarm, their faces filled with panic. Die! With a furious roar, the heretic lunged forward. However, with a slight movement of his hand, the steel blade on Lin Mo's gauntlet gleamed coldly. Clang! The heretic's warblade snapped in two, and the once raging flames extinguished in an instant. This can't be. The heretic stared in disbelief at the broken blade in his hand, his earlier arrogance completely vanished. The other heretics, watching from the sidelines, were equally stunned. Lin Mo's icy voice rang out, "The one who dies is you." With that, he threw a punch. The punch appeared light and slow, yet it generated a terrifying magnetic force, leaving the heretic no chance to dodge. No, he barely managed to shout one word before his head exploded with a sickening crack. His headless body collapsed to the ground, kicking up a small cloud of dust. The onlookers gasped in shock. That heretic had been a peak-level rank 5 awakener, with mastery over fire abilities, yet he couldn't withstand a single punch from Lin Mo. How was this possible? What was even more baffling was that no one could sense Lin Mo's rank. For a peak rank 5, it should only be impossible to detect an opponent's strength if their rank exceeded theirs by 2 levels. Did this mean Lin Mo was at least a peak rank 7? Could that be true? He looked no older than 18. Besides, Wang Shouchuan had mentioned earlier that Lin Mo was part of Jiangqing's current cohort selected for the Martial Alliance's elite training camp, confirming he was only 18. 18 years old. Peak rank 7 or higher. That was absurd. Even if he'd started training in the womb, it wouldn't be possible. Yet, if that wasn't the case, how could Lin Mo deliver such a casual, lethal punch to a peak rank 5? As everyone reeled in shock, Lin Mo moved again. Without any visible effort, his figure blurred like lightning, appearing instantly beside Lin Yar. Another punch followed. The heretic restraining Lin Yar crumpled to the ground, his head shattered. Warm blood splattered onto Lin Yar, leaving the once proud school beauty utterly stunned. In just 2 breaths, 2 peak rank 5 awakeners were dead. The unknown had brought an overwhelming sense of dread. The remaining heretics instinctively stepped back, their faces pale with terror. Lin Mo's power was far beyond their comprehension. How could an 18-year-old possess such strength? It defied all logic. Meanwhile, Lin Yar and the other classmates didn't overthink it. Seeing Lin Mo's overwhelming dominance, their fear turned to elation as they cheered. "We're saved. Lin Mo, you're amazing. Lin bro, it's only been a few months, and you've become so incredible." With Linbro here, let's see how these beasts dare to act arrogant now. Wang Shouchuan, you despicable traitor. How dare you betray Huaxiao and the martial alliance to side with the heretics? You're finished. Amid their cheers, the classmates didn't hold back their fury, hurling insults at Wang Shouchuan. Wang Shouchuan stood frozen, his face drained of color, consumed by sheer panic. This can't be happening. How could Lin Mo be this powerful? He was supposed to be torn apart by the heretics, not the other way around. And yet, he's taken down 2 of them already? Heaven, are you playing some kind of cruel joke on me? Wang Shouchuan screamed internally, overwhelmed with frustration and disbelief, unsure of how to respond to the situation. Everyone, he must be using some kind of secret technique. It won't last long, and he's just one person. If you all attack together, you can definitely kill him. Desperate, Wang Shouchuan suddenly shouted. Secret technique? The heretics exchanged uneasy glances at the mention of this term. It wasn't entirely implausible after all. The elite training camps of the Wu Alliance did teach some unique skills. Wang Shuken's claim seemed somewhat reasonable. More importantly, they wanted to believe it because that explanation made sense. Otherwise, how could an 18-year-old possibly possess strength surpassing the peak of the 7th rank? Such a thing was unheard of. Altogether, one of them commanded. Following his lead, the remaining heretics charged forward, attacking from all directions. Their strikes were fierce and deadly, sending shockwaves rippling outward and forcing the surrounding trainees to stagger back. Even a peak 6th rank fighter would have had no choice but to retreat in the face of such an onslaught. Lin Mo glanced at them indifferently, making no move to evade or counterattack. From his previous 2 moves, he had already gauged the vast gap between his current self and his opponents. After passing the 7th level of the skin refining tower, his physical body had reached a level of resilience far beyond ordinary comprehension. Today, he intended to see just how powerful his perfected 7-layer skin refinement truly was. Without lifting a finger, Lin Mo stood firm, allowing their attacks to rain down on him. Clang, clang, clang. The heretics were stunned to see Lin Mo standing motionless, showing no intention of retaliating. Though they were filled with doubt and unease, they didn't hold back, unleashing their full force. A cacophony of metallic clashes echoed as their strikes landed. Yet Lin Mo remained unscathed, standing tall and unwavering. Instead, it was the heretics who were forced back several steps by the recoil of their own attacks. What's going on? Could he be wearing some kind of divine-grade armor? Their astonishment was understandable. Such a scenario was beyond anything they'd ever encountered. It was inconceivable for someone to withstand the combined attacks of multiple peak 5th rank fighters unscathed. Even an 8th rank warrior couldn't endure such an assault without injury unless they were equipped with some extraordinary defensive gear. The notion that Lin Mo had reached the 9th rank or even the grandmaster level, that was utterly absurd to them, an idea they couldn't bring themselves to believe no matter how desperate the situation. What they couldn't fathom was that Lin Mo had already conquered the 7th level of the skin refining tower. His physical defense had long surpassed the limits of normal understanding. This was precisely why so many warriors, even after reaching the 8th or 9th rank, would return to challenge the refinement towers. Those who achieved perfect mastery of the 6 refinements were leagues ahead of their peers, separated by an insurmountable gulf. Lin Mo himself was elated. This time, he hadn't relied on the defense of his demonic vine. His sheer physical strength alone had withstood the combined assault of several peak 5th rank fighters without sustaining a single scratch. My turn. Having confirmed his own strength, he saw no reason to waste any more time on these small fry. The moment his words fell, Lin Mo moved. To the onlookers, it seemed as though countless afterimages flickered across the battlefield. With every flicker, a heretic fell. In the span of just 3 or 4 breaths, all the heretics were dead, their bodies strewn haphazardly across the ground. These were the same heretics who had struck fear into the trainees and left the military fighters helpless. Yet in front of Lin Mo, they were utterly powerless. The silence that followed was deafening. Lin Yaya and the others stared in stunned disbelief, unable to suppress the shock coursing through them. Lin Mo is unbelievably strong. No! Wang Shuken's terrified scream shattered the stillness, echoing throughout the battlefield. The turn of events had completely exceeded Wang Shouchuan's expectations. To survive, he had been willing to abandon his dignity, his beliefs, and even the basic principles of humanity. As long as he could kill his classmates on the spot, he could quietly return to a normal life. Being a lapdog for the heretics didn't matter to him. Staying alive was all that mattered. However, things didn't go as he had planned. Not only did his classmates survive, but the heretics were all killed by Lin Mo. Every classmate had witnessed his betrayal, and if they reported it to their teachers, the principal, or the college entrance exam supervisors, he would face irreparable consequences. Even the Wang family might suffer from the fallout. With a thud, Wang Shouchuan dropped to his knees and crawled toward Lin Mo in desperation. Tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, "Brother Mo, Grandpa Mo, I was wrong. I lost my mind earlier. I only gave in to them because I was afraid of dying. Please, have mercy and forgive me. At this point, his only hope was to beg for forgiveness from Lin Mo and his classmates. Wang Shouchuan, you coward. Betraying us because you're afraid of death is bad enough, but you even gave them terrible ideas to harm us. Are you even human? One classmate shouted angrily, the fury palpable in their voice. Exactly. This despicable traitor. If Lin Mo hadn't shown up, would all be dead by now. He doesn't deserve to be let off. Another echoed, their resentment boiling over. Just as Wang Shouchuan was about to defend himself, Lin Yaya suddenly rushed forward. With a swift motion, the long sword in her hand pierced straight through Wang Shuken's chest. His eyes widened in shock, his face frozen in disbelief. Before he could utter a single coherent sentence, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Oomph. Letting Lin Mo deal with you would only sully his hands. Lin Yaya spat coldly, not even sparing the corpse a glance. In Huaxia and the Martial Alliance, siding with heretics was a capital crime, punishable by death. Killing Wang Shouchuan carried no risk. On the contrary, it would likely earn her commendation from higher authorities. Lin Mo stared at his desk made in surprise, a mix of astonishment and bewilderment in his heart. He hadn't expected the usually composed and reserved Lin Yaya to take such decisive action against Wang Shouchuan. Lin Mo, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Lin Yaya began, but Lin Mo interrupted with a faint smile. It's nothing really, just a small effort. You all should head back to the monitoring unit and regroup with the others. I'm going to check on the rest. He hadn't come specifically for Lin Yaya, had simply been the closest to the distress signal when it appeared. The appearance of a peak 5th-level heretic had caught Lin Mo off guard. It explained the numerous distress signals he had seen. From the deployment map he had reviewed earlier, their typical arrangements and defenses should have been sufficient to fend off the heretics' assault. But this time, it was clear they had underestimated the enemy. Could it be that the heretics had another goal in mind? Were they after fruit number 3? The thought of fruit number 3 made Lin Mo furrow his brows. This fruit was truly extraordinary. Even Huang Qifa had been ecstatic upon learning about it. It was undoubtedly a rare and miraculous treasure. Consuming it could bring immense benefits. If the heretics had orchestrated such a plan for the sake of fruit number 3, it wasn't out of the question. Lin Mo couldn't shake the feeling that things were far more complicated than they seemed, though the exact reason eluded him. On one of the islands in the Qinling archipelago, the voice of the hall master rang out. That has been buried exactly at the locations you specified. He nodded in satisfaction. Good. The distress signal has already been sent out. The Wuming and the elite camp members should be heading there now. Wait 5 minutes. Once the battle over there reaches its peak, you'll detonate the hall master. Is there really a relic down there? One subordinate asked cautiously. The hall master responded confidently. If the leader says there is, then there is. The sudden simultaneous maturity of so many rare treasures here is clearly unnatural. There must be something extraordinary hidden beneath. This area has been searched by the Huaxia Wuming multiple times in the past, since nothing was found before. Yet now these anomalies are occurring. There's only one explanation: there's a relic down there. He continued, according to earlier information, when powerful beings from alien civilizations reach a certain level, their bodies can form internal spaces. Upon their demise, these spaces can seal off a region. If the space remains intact, Earth's technology cannot detect its precise location. However, as the space becomes unstable, its contents start leaking out. The anomalies in the Qinling archipelago must be caused by the relic's treasures emitting their aura. Moreover, a few days ago, someone conducting reconnaissance accidentally discovered unusual fluctuations, which are strikingly similar to the ones observed during previous relic appearances. If it's really a relic, we wouldn't be able to seize it anyway, one subordinate remarked with a bitter smile. The hall master sneered. An organization like the heretics wouldn't dare to reveal themselves openly. That's why no nation or force has been able to eradicate them completely. Their mobility is their strength, but also their weakness. Since they can't show themselves publicly, even if they seize a relic, they can't hold on to it. If that happens, they'll inevitably face a united assault from other nations. Are you dense? The earlier we enter the relic, the better our chance of grabbing its treasures. We're after the opportunity to snatch the goods and get out, not to fight over ownership of the relic. Besides, this is Waxia's territory. No matter how powerful the pretty country is, they wouldn't dare claim ownership of a relic within Huaxia. At most, they'd try to take a share of the spoils. Enough talking. Get ready to detonate. Hall Master, you ordered, glancing at the time with a resolute tone. Report. Hall Master, the elite camp and Wuming members exploring the area have all moved to the testing zone. A subordinate reported. Excellent. Do it. Hall Master, yes, eyes sharpened as he issued the command. Yes, sir. The subordinate responded and pressed the button on the device. In the next moment, the previously calm waters around the island erupted violently. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions shattered the silence, sending massive waves surging across the sea. Even the islands within the Qinling archipelago trembled in the aftermath. Hall Master, There really is a relic beneath us. A subordinate holding a detection device exclaimed excitedly. Hallmaster Yu immediately leaned in to look at the screen. The device displayed coordinates below the island's waters, emitting abnormal fluctuation signals. What? There's more than one relic down there. Before he could fully process the discovery, a second signal point suddenly appeared on the detection device, capturing Hallmaster Yu's attention. This discovery left Hallmaster Yu both shocked and delighted. He never expected to detect the fluctuations of two relics in this area. Yu Xing immediately reported the situation. Master, this is Yu Xing. There are fluctuations from two relics here. The situation had exceeded their expectations. If two relics appeared simultaneously, it would undoubtedly cause a significant commotion. What did you say? Fluctuations from two relics. Chu Wanxiong, the leader of the Wanxi sect, responded swiftly upon hearing the report. I understand. I will send more people over. Remember, once the relics open, take as much as you can. He hung up the phone and ordered, Lu Chongxing, Wang Delong. Both of you take the remaining experts above the 7th rank in the sect and head to the Qinling archipelago immediately to assist Yu Xing. There are fluctuations from two relics there. Understood. Lu Chongxing and Wang Delong, their faces filled with astonishment, responded in unison. Both of them were also hall masters of the Wanxi sect, with strength surpassing Yu Xing. They had already reached the peak of the 9th rank. Currently, all discovered relics share a common trait. Anyone beyond the rank of grandmaster cannot enter. The relics and artifacts left behind by these unknown civilizations seem to have a unified rule. Any existence beyond the 9th rank that attempts to enter will trigger deadly mechanisms, ensuring certain death. Thus, upon learning of a relic's appearance, all nations and factions would only dispatch their most powerful 9th rank experts to explore. Only when these individuals secured ownership within the relic could they lift the restrictions, allowing those above the grandmaster level to enter. Naturally, grandmasters and supreme grandmasters would also be present, but their primary purpose was to act as deterrents. Gaining control of a relic is no simple task. Most new relics require multiple explorations and fierce competition before someone can claim control. Therefore, their presence here was also to ensure the relative safety of their faction's experts as they retrieved treasures from the relic, preventing other factions' experts from intercepting them. The explosions from the Qinling archipelago attracted the attention of everyone in the examination area. What's happening over there? That was an explosion. What's going on at the Qinling archipelago? Martial artists monitoring the examination area, as well as the elite forces who had just returned from assisting in battles at the Qinling archipelago, were all puzzled. It's already started over there. Brothers, attack. Hold nothing back and make as much noise as possible. Leave none behind. In contrast, the cultists stationed in the examination area seemed invigorated by the sound of explosions. Their attacks grew fiercer, and a second wave of cultists, previously hidden, revealed themselves and joined the fray. Guan Yongchang took down a peak 6th rank cultist, his expression growing darker. He hadn't expected the cultists to send so many people to attack the examination area this time, nor did he anticipate the high ranks of the attackers. Many of them were above the peak of the 5th rank, far exceeding his expectations. Go, report this to the Martial Alliance. The situation this time is far too unusual. It's definitely not that simple. After killing 2 more cultists, Guan Yongchang shouted to his subordinates behind him. As an 8th rank peak expert, he could easily cut down these cultists like slicing melons, but the endless waves of enemies were overwhelming. Such powerful forces were entirely unnecessary against these 18-year-old examinees. Adding the sound of the explosion earlier made him feel even more uneasy. However, he couldn't leave to investigate the Qinling archipelago now. His priority was to stay here and rescue the students. Hearing the explosion, Luli glanced toward the Qinling archipelago out of the corner of his eye, feeling a sense of foreboding. At the moment, he was being pinned down by Luo Qian and several other 5th rank peak cultists, unable to break free. His body bore multiple wounds, though Luo Qian and his men hadn't emerged unscathed either. Who would have thought? After some time, your strength has indeed improved. Luo Qian sneered viciously at Luli. Despite being outnumbered by 5 attackers, Luli had only sustained minor injuries. On the contrary, he had seriously injured one of Luo Qian's subordinates amidst the chaos, infuriating Luo Qian, who was already stronger than Luli. Yet, Luo Qian could tell that Luli had expended much of his energy. All they needed to do was stall him, and over time, Luli would inevitably fall. Killing the commander of the southern province would certainly be a significant achievement. Luo Qian, I don't care what your goal is this time, but I suggest you abandon your delusions. My people will be here soon, Luli said coldly, a faint smirk on his face as he watched the team members and examinees retreat to safety. With them gone, he no longer had any concerns. Naturally, their escape would bring reinforcements soon enough. Ha ha ha, Luli, I'm afraid you won't live to see them arrive. As Luo Qian's voice fell, he signaled with his eyes, and 2 of his subordinates immediately swallowed red pills. Their auras surged dramatically in an instant. Kill him. Luo Qian was now determined to eliminate Lu Li. Killing key figures and promising young talents of Huaxiao always gave them immense satisfaction. Not good. Lu Li thought to himself, swiftly retreating. The current situation didn't allow for prolonged fighting, and besides, his objective had already been achieved. Trying to run? Too late. Luo Qian sneered, cutting off Lu Li's path with a slash of his blade, forcing him to retreat. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Li staggered back 3 steps before finding his footing. But before he could stabilize, the 2 cultists who had taken the forbidden pills attacked from both sides. Their blades slashed dangerously close to his neck. If not for Lu Li's agility, he would have been in grave danger. Beads of sweat rolled down his temples. After consuming the forbidden pills, the strength of these 2 cultists had skyrocketed by an entire level. Surrounded by 3 6th-rank peak opponents, Lu Li was clearly at a disadvantage. These forbidden pills were one of the cultists' trump cards. While Huaxia could produce such drugs, their side effects were severe, ranging from a regression in strength to permanent damage to one's foundation, even risking one's life. The cultists, however, were utterly reckless and unbothered by such consequences. Lu Li tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, retreating rapidly to avoid the trio's encirclement. He twisted his body midair, attempting to break out from the left side. Yet as soon as he moved, Luo Qian and his men shadowed him, surrounding him once more. Realizing he couldn't shake them off, Lu Li decided to go all out and charged directly at the cultist on the left. Although the man's strength had reached 6th rank peak after taking the pill, it was artificially enhanced and lacked the stability of true power. His combat capabilities were slightly superficial. Humph. The cultist showed no fear as Lu Li charged at him. Instead, a crazed look appeared on his face. Rather than dodging, he raised his blade to meet Lu Li head-on, adopting a reckless strategy of trading injuries or even lives. Madman. Seeing such a desperate tactic, Lu Li feinted and dodged the attack. Had die now. Unexpectedly, Luo Qian appeared right where Lu Li had retreated. His cold, chilling voice echoed as a blade gleamed with deadly light. For a moment, Lu Li's entire body tensed, his hair standing on end. Oh no! Luo Qian's sudden strike caught Lu Li off guard. Gritting his teeth, Lu Li forcibly twisted his body, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow to his neck. Flash! A deep, bone-revealing wound was left on his back. Spurt! A mouthful of blood sprayed out as Lu Li rolled several times, barely escaping the deadly ambush. His face turned pale instantly, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. Ha ha ha, Commander Lu, goodbye. Luo Qian sneered as he approached Lu Li, his eyes filled with unmasked killing intent. Exhausted from the prolonged battle, Lu Li was already at his limit, and the recent injury drained him further. Watching Luo Qian's blade descending toward him, Lu Li closed his eyes in despair. Clang. Arc. However, the expected blade never struck. Instead, the sound of clashing metal echoed, followed by a pained scream. Lu Li's eyes snapped open to see a familiar face. Lin Mo? Lin Mo? Lu Li gasped in disbelief. Commander Lu, are you alright? Lin Mo crouched down, ignoring Luo Qian, who had been sent flying earlier, and looked at Lu Li with concern. Fine. But you, Lu Li stammered, still in shock. His gaze shifted toward Luo Qian, who was sprawled on the ground in the distance, and he was rendered speechless. What just happened? Luo Qian, a peak 6th grade fighter, had been sent flying with a single blow from Lin Mo? How was this possible? Luo Qian was stronger than him, someone even he couldn't defeat. Could it be Lin Mo had surpassed him? It was unthinkable. Lu Li knew Lin Mo was a prodigy, but no matter how talented, the boy had only been in the elite camp for 3 months. Could his strength have skyrocketed so dramatically in such a short time? Normally, Lu Li would have dismissed such a notion as absurd. But now, with the evidence before him, there was no denying it. Lin Mo was the only one here. Tui. Luo Qian spat out dirt as he climbed to his feet, his face twisted with rage. Lin Mo's sudden attack had sent him flying, leaving him humiliated and covered in mud. Who are you? Luo Qian demanded, still disoriented. He hadn't caught Lu Li's earlier shout and hadn't heard Lin Mo's name. But anyone capable of sending him flying had to be formidable. Lin Mo ignored Luo Qian entirely, focusing instead on checking Lu Li's injuries. Fortunately, they weren't fatal. Boss Luo is talking to you. One of Luo Qian's lackeys, who had been standing guard nearby, yelled angrily when Lin Mo didn't respond. Annoying. Before the words even settled, a crack of thunder erupted out of nowhere. In the next moment, the lackey collapsed to the ground, his body charred black and a wisp of smoke rising from his mouth. What the? The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. A lightning ability user. Luo Qian's eyes narrowed, his grip tightening on his blade as his expression grew grim. To have knocked him back with a single strike and now reveal lightning abilities capable of instantly incapacitating a peak 5th grade fighter, this guy's strength was no joke. Without hesitation, Luo Qian and his 2 remaining subordinates, both of whom had consumed forbidden drugs, charged forward. Now, only the 3 of them remained. Watch out, Lu Li shouted as he saw them advancing. Lin Mo straightened, his face calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. Wearing gauntlets armed with specialized steel blades, Lin Mo slowly stepped back. Just as Luo Qian and the other two closed in on him, he struck Ba Quan. This punch, charged with roaring thunder and lightning, exploded with a deafening boom, akin to a volcanic eruption, shaking the heavens and earth. In that moment, it seemed as though the entire world was consumed by the force of this single punch. With just one strike, all three opponents were sent flying simultaneously. Blood sprayed into the air as their bodies froze mid-flight, their faces turning deathly pale, drained of all color. Moments later, they crashed to the ground, convulsed slightly, and then lay motionless, lifeless. Although the description of this scene feels prolonged, the entire process unfolded in an instant. Lu Li, half propped on the ground, witnessed the entire event. He rubbed his eyes and looked again at the three lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, speechless. What the hell? After a long pause, Lu Li couldn't help but curse, his heart overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. He had just seen Lin Mo obliterate three peak 6th-tier powerhouses with a single punch. Even though two of them had boosted their strength with drugs, they were still peak 6th-tier fighters. And yet, they were annihilated by Lin Mo in an instant? The sheer magnitude of Lu Li's shock was beyond words. Lin Mo paid no attention to Lu Li's astonishment. He walked over and began searching the bodies one by one. Before arriving here, Lin Mo had already cleared out several strongholds of these cultists. On their bodies, he had discovered unexpected treasures, potions, pills, weapons, and even some martial arts techniques. Although most of the items were low-tier Huang grade, selling them would undoubtedly fetch a significant fortune. He methodically placed his findings into his backpack. However, the items disappeared into his spatial ring the moment his hand reached inside. The backpack was merely a cover, as spatial storage devices were rare in this world. After completing his search, Lin Mo returned to Lu Li's side and called out softly, "Old Lu." Snapping out of his daze, Lu Li asked in astonishment, "Lin Mo, are they all dead? Did you kill them?" Even though he had witnessed it all, it still felt surreal. "Yes, they're all dead," Lin Mo replied calmly. "My God, Lin Mo, it's only been 3 months since I last saw you, and you've already become this powerful?" Lu Li couldn't help but marvel. Lin Mo responded with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate. Instead, he helped Lu Li to his feet. "Old Lu, let me take you back." Lu Li nodded, thinking to himself that Lin Mo was undoubtedly a prodigy of the South Province, though his current strength was simply astonishing. Soon, Lin Mo escorted Lu Li back to the examination monitoring department, where medical personnel immediately began tending to Lu Li's injuries. Lin Mo furrowed his brows, his tone serious. The actions of these cultists are highly unusual. They must have another objective, likely something to do with the Qinling archipelago. Recently, there have been strange occurrences there, which might be the catalyst. Otherwise, there would be no reason to deploy powerhouses above the 5th-tier peak to target high school examinees. For them to take such a risk, what they're after must be far more significant than merely killing students. It's possible that there's an ancient relic beneath the Qinling archipelago. By now, Lu Li had roughly pieced together the cultists' motives. With such a massive operation, it seemed unlikely that their goal was simply to eliminate examinees. It would be far too costly. Just then, an overwhelming aura swept through the area from afar. Powerful figures surged past without hesitation, heading straight for the Qinling archipelago. 8th rank, 9th rank. So many powerful individuals. Lu Li felt the swift presence of people passing by and furrowed his brows even tighter. From a brief glance, he noticed that among these 8th and 9th rank experts, quite a few were from foreign countries. How could they have received the news so quickly? "Mr. Lu, I suspect they're here because of the number 3 fruit," Lin Mo said. "If they were here for the ruins, the timing wouldn't make sense. After all, the disturbance from the ruins only just occurred. Unless they had some sort of foresight and were already lurking nearby, there's no way they could have arrived so quickly. Clearly, that's not the case." Lin Mo analyzed further. It must be that other islands in the Qinling archipelago had already produced the number 3 fruit, and someone who had infiltrated those islands discovered it and spread the word. These people must have come for the number 3 fruit. The number 3 fruit. Lu Li was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He was here overseeing the college entrance exams and hadn't received any news about the number 3 fruit. "That's right. I discovered the number 3 fruit on the Qinling archipelago earlier and reported it." After hearing Lin Mo's explanation, Lu Li finally understood. So that's what it was. However, now that the ruins in the Qinling archipelago were showing disturbances, 2 of them. In fact, it seemed the area would not remain peaceful for long. Just as Lu Li finished speaking, Guan Yongchang walked in. "Old Lu, are you injured?" he asked with concern upon noticing the bandages on Lu Li. "It's nothing serious, old Guan. There have been 2 disturbances in the ruins over at the Qinling archipelago." Lu Li responded. "I already know. I've also reported the situation here. Elder Wu is already on the way and should be arriving at the Qinling archipelago shortly, Guan Yongchang said. Elder Wu? That's great news. Hearing this, Lu Li's face lit up with excitement. Elder Wu was a grandmaster-level expert who had already reached the peak of the grandmaster realm. With him around, the situation could be stabilized. And this young man is? Guan Yongchang now noticed Lin Mo. He's a genius from our southern province, Lin Mo, and also a student in the elite camp of the Martial Alliance. He's here to assist in defending and exploring the Qinling archipelago. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to escape from Luo Qian and keep my old life intact, Lu Li said with a hearty laugh as he introduced Lin Mo. Luo Qian? Where is he now? Guan Yongchang asked, scrutinizing Lin Mo. Lin Mo killed him, Lu Li replied. What? Guan Yongchang was stunned and looked at Lin Mo in surprise. Initially, he had already been impressed when he heard that Lin Mo had helped Lu Li escape. But now, hearing that this young man had killed Luo Qian was a core member of the heretics and a peak 6th rank expert, stronger than Lu Li himself. Guan Yongchang's gaze toward Lin Mo changed entirely. Well done, young man. Truly a hero among the youth. Guan Yongchang couldn't help but praise him. You flatter me, Elder Guan. Lin Mo responded humbly. Old Guan, how's the situation over at the exam area? Lu Li asked at this point. The reinforcements have arrived, so the heretics causing trouble in the exam area should be dealt with soon, Guan Yongchang replied. I didn't expect them to act with such a grand plan this time. It seems that when the initial disturbances occurred in the Qinling archipelago last time, they already had people investigating the area. They must have obtained some critical information to predict this and plan accordingly. So what do we do now? Lu Li asked. The examinees have been recalled, and the college entrance exams are temporarily on hold. We need to focus all our efforts on the ruins. The emergence of new ruins will undoubtedly cause a significant commotion. Moreover, the appearance of these two ruins is highly unusual and is likely connected to the two ruins near the border, Guan Yongchang explained. Just now, Lu Li received an urgent message. At the same time, two relics on our side showed signs of activity, and similarly, two relics at the border exhibited unusual fluctuations. However, what was shocking was that the fluctuations of the two border relics seemed to be weakening, as if they were about to disappear. Could it be that these two relics are mere projections of the relics on our side? The thought sent a shiver through Lu Li. These relics all possess highly advanced technology, and similar phenomena had occurred in previous relics. Never mind, there are higher-ups overseeing the border situation. For now, we need to act immediately. Notify everyone. Apart from those staying behind, the rest should head to the entrance of the relics in the Qinling archipelago and prepare to enter. Before long, everyone quickly assembled and, under Guan Yongchang's lead, headed straight for the Qinling archipelago. Master, the first relic is open. Teams 1 to 3 can enter. We'll wait for the second one. Remember, once you obtain the treasures, use the teleportation device immediately to leave without delay. Understood. Teams 1 and 3 followed the order, diving into the sea and swimming towards the relic entrance. The reason they came to claim the treasures was due to their reliance on these rare teleportation devices. These devices were discovered by chance in a previous relic, and only 5 of them existed in total. They are extremely valuable and are single-use items. Each device can only be used once and has a maximum capacity of 50 people per teleport. With 15 people in each sect team, they could teleport exactly 3 teams at once. If not for the importance of the relic treasures, even the leader wouldn't have been willing to use them. As a precaution, they only brought 2 devices this time. Not long after, the fluctuations from the second relic grew stronger, and its entrance was about to open. The readings on the monitor excited the subordinates. Suddenly, Yu Xing turned around and sensed numerous powerful presences rapidly approaching. This is bad. Someone's coming, and there are quite a few of them at the 8th or 9th rank. Yu Xing gritted his teeth and said angrily, I didn't expect so many strong individuals to arrive so quickly. Master, the relic is open. Let's go. Without hesitation, Yu Xing led the remaining group and dove straight into the sea. Just as they left, more than a dozen powerful figures appeared at the scene. These individuals were not gathered together, but divided into several groups, clearly belonging to different factions. As soon as they arrived, the first thing they noticed was the fluctuation beneath the sea. Could it be that a relic has opened here? Buzz. As if in response to their speculation, 2 white beams of light shot up from the sea. Relics. And there are 2 of them. Instantly, all the strong individuals were stunned. Originally, they had come here for the number 3 fruit. But who would have thought that 2 relics would appear instead? For a moment, after recovering from their shock, everyone began transmitting the news back to their respective forces. What? Relics have appeared on your side? And there are 2. Upon receiving the news, the strong individuals from various nations at the border were visibly moved. Looking again at the 2 secret realms they had been guarding, which seemed to be dissipating, they suddenly realized the truth. Everyone, enter the relics and claim the treasures. Damn it, the ones here were just projections. Get into the relics over there and grab as much as you can. The strong individuals from various nations at the border immediately issued orders. Who would have thought that the two secret realms they had been guarding for half a day at the border were merely projections, and the true entrances to the relics were in the Qinling archipelago? Upon receiving the command, the various nations' powerhouses immediately prepared to leave, heading straight for the Qinling archipelago. However, a formidable expert from Huaxia stepped forward and spoke in a resonant voice. Everyone, stay where you are. Have you forgotten the alliance treaty? This was Zhu Yuanshan, one of Huaxia's top-ranked supreme experts, second only to the nation's leader. We're just going to take a look, one expert replied. Another chimed in. Exactly, we can't even enter the ruins. We're just curious, Zhu. Faced with Zhu Yuanshan, the group stopped in their tracks, forcing polite smiles. Yet Zhu coldly responded, curious? Don't joke with me. Rules are rules. If a ruin appears near the border, all nations' experts can observe and compete for it, with ownership based on ability. But if it's within a nation's territory, the final ownership belongs to that nation. For the first month after a ruin's appearance, only fighters below the grandmaster level are allowed to explore it. Grandmasters can only observe and provide support. So don't get involved. Hearing his words, the other experts exchanged uneasy glances, their brows furrowing. The alliance had indeed established such rules, but with two ruins mysteriously appearing within Huaxia's borders, it was hard for them to accept relinquishing them entirely. Zhu Yuanshan, this time there are two ruins. Huaxia should share one for everyone to explore, one expert argued. That's right, Yuanshan. Over the years, many ruins have been developed, and it's clear that advanced civilizations once existed in the universe. They could very well be Earth's greatest future threat. The discoveries from these ruins should be shared so that we can collectively strengthen ourselves to face future enemies, said experts from Bright Country and Cherry Blossom Nation. Share? Huh. Zhu Yuanshan sneered. When you discovered multiple ruins in the past, why didn't you mention sharing? Now you bring it up? Fine. We can talk about sharing if you're willing to share the findings from your own ruins. Humph. Zhu Yuanshan, isn't Huaxia being too greedy? Do you really think you can claim both ruins for yourselves? Challenged an expert from Kimchi Country, his tone icy. Oh, and what if we can? Zhu Yuanshan replied without hesitation, his cold smile unwavering. The sheer force of his presence sent a wave of pressure through the gathered experts. Shut your mouth. Say one more word, and none of your nation's fighters will be allowed to enter, Zhu Yuanshan declared, his voice sharp and unyielding. A terrifying aura surged toward the speaker, catching him off guard and forcing him to stumble back 2 or 3 steps, his expression dark with humiliation. Under such overwhelming pressure, the expert dared not retaliate. In terms of strength, no one present could match Zhu Yuanshan in direct combat. Enough talk. According to the alliance agreement, only those below the grandmaster level can explore the ruins. Grandmasters may observe if they wish. Beyond that, there's nothing to discuss, Zhu stated coldly. With that, he withdrew his imposing aura and turned to leave. As they watched his retreating figure, the experts from other nations cursed silently in their hearts. Humph. Keep acting arrogant. Once our nation's leader breaks through, we'll make you pay. Their frustration simmered, refusing to dissipate. All right, send people to the ruins immediately. There's only a month left, so don't delay. Damn it. China is really lucky, discovering 2 ruins at once. Even though none of them like Zhu Yuanshan, they have no choice but to hold back since his strength is overwhelming. No one dares to be the first to make a move. On the surface, these countries appear to be united in opposing China, but in reality, they each have their own agendas. No one wants to act rashly, fearing that if they provoke China and end up getting beaten, the other nations will seize the opportunity to carve them up. This is one of the reasons why China can afford to act so confidently. The so-called alliance among these nations is purely based on interests, not a solid, unified front. Suspicion and mistrust run deep, making true unity impossible. In the Qinling archipelago, the powerful individuals who had already arrived received orders from above and leapt into the sea one after another. However, just as they jumped in, they encountered a group of people frantically running out from the entrance of the ruins. Each one of them was covered in blood and looked utterly disheveled. These were the heretics from the first 3 teams who had entered the ruins. At this moment, their faces were filled with terror as they desperately fled. But they ran straight into the powerful figures who had just dived into the sea. Both groups froze upon seeing each other, but the heretics paid no attention to them. They immediately activated their teleportation devices and vanished before their eyes. The powerful individuals were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. But in the next second, they saw countless tentacles emerging from one of the ruins. What was this? These tentacles were deep red, numbering in the hundreds. A nearby strong fighter swung his blade at the tentacles, aiming to cut them. However, not only did his attack fail to sever the tentacles, but it also enraged the creature. The tentacles, which had been extending slowly, suddenly began thrashing wildly at an astonishing speed. Smack! Among the group were several 6th and 7th grade fighters. While the 7th grade fighters managed to avoid the tentacles, the 6th grade ones, who were slightly slower, were struck. Just one hit left deep wounds exposing the bone, and the injuries turned a purplish-black color. Poison. This discovery sent chills through everyone, and they quickly retreated out of the tentacle's range. Those who had been struck found their wounds rapidly festering. The high salt content of the seawater only added to their agony, twisting their faces in pain. They opened their mouths to scream, but being underwater, salty seawater rushed in instead. Desperately, they tried to swim to the surface, but the tentacles behind them weren't about to let them escape. In an instant, they were ensnared and dragged back into the ruins. The remaining fighters hurriedly scrambled back to shore. What on earth was this thing? Everyone was filled with uncertainty. If the internal mechanisms of the ruins hadn't been deactivated, they had no way of seeing what lay inside. With such a terrifying creature present, how could they possibly enter? Deciding to abandon this ruin, they turned their attention to the other one. Although they came from different factions, they unanimously agreed on this course of action. The unknown monster inspired such fear that even the 8th and 9th grade fighters, confident in their ability to withstand such attacks, were unwilling to recklessly take the risk. Carefully, they swam toward the entrance of the other ruin. This time, there were no tentacles, and they entered the ruins without incident. Swish, swish, swish. Not long after they left, Guan Yongchang and Lin Mo arrived at the scene. The smell of blood? There was blood in the water. Catching the scent of blood and noticing the faint reddish tinge still lingering on the sea's surface, everyone frowned deeply. Master Guan, both relic sites have been opened. What should our next move be? Lu Li asked as Guan Yongchang and the others explored the area for a while. Hold on. Most of the people entering now are 8th or 9th grade powerhouses. If we rush in recklessly, we'll be suppressed and suffer heavy losses. The purpose of entering the relic is to seize treasures, and battles are inevitable. If the opposing sides are evenly matched, there will be mutual restraint, and the situation will be more manageable. Otherwise, with the strongest among us being only Guan Yongchang at the peak of the 8th grade, and the rest at 6th or 7th grade, it's far too dangerous without a 9th grade powerhouse to hold the line. After a while, dozens of terrifying auras began to approach. Leading the group was a figure walking through the air. Walking through the air? That's the mark of a grandmaster. Lin Mo's eyes flickered as he observed the person. Judging by their attire, this group was not from Wu Lao's faction, but rather strong warriors from Sakura country. Everyone, stay alert, Guan Yongchang said as he stepped slightly ahead of the group, his expression cautious. The people from Sakura country have no moral boundaries. We must be on guard. Just a team with your strongest only at the peak of the 8th grade. And you think you can enter the relic? Ridiculous. One of the Sakura country warriors sneered, though the grandmaster himself remained silent. Scanning the surroundings, the man noticed there were no other strong forces from Huaxiao present, emboldening his arrogance. They were well aware that if these people hadn't entered the relic yet, it was because they knew doing so would lead to certain death. Yamadakin is right. People from Huaxiao are so timid. Without absolute certainty, they wouldn't dare take risks. Another from Sakura country mocked incessantly. Outrageous. Acting so brazenly within our Huaxia territory. Despite the overwhelming strength of the opponent, Guan Yongchang stood his ground, glaring fiercely. The arrogance of the Sakura country warriors was intolerable. So what if we're brazen? At this moment, one individual stepped forward. It was the man previously addressed as Yamadakin. As he advanced, an invisible pressure radiated outward. The warriors behind Guan Yongchang instinctively retreated several steps, their faces pale. 9th grade. Sensing the man's level, Guan Yongchang furrowed his brow but still stood tall, meeting his gaze without flinching. Overestimating yourself, Yamada Yusuke sneered, taking another step forward. The oppressive force instantly concentrated on Guan Yongchang, like a mountain pressing down on him. Yet, despite the suffocating pressure, Guan Yongchang clenched his teeth and refused to take even a single step back. The prolonged standoff began to make Yamada Yusuke feel embarrassed. Determined to make an example of Guan Yongchang, he decided to strike, intending to teach him a lesson. The gap between the peak of the 8th grade and the 9th grade was like an insurmountable chasm. Though it was already impressive that Guan Yongchang could withstand all of Yamada's pressure, seeing his opponent prepare to fight back only fueled Yamada's disdain. Guan Yongchang, resolute despite being outmatched, braced himself for a desperate fight. While he lacked the strength to prevail, he would not allow his spirit and dignity to falter. As a peak 8th grade warrior, Guan Yongchang gathered all his strength under the immense pressure, raising his right fist to face the attack head-on. Yamada Yusuke's face twisted into a cruel smile, thinking to himself, this punch will make sure Guan Yongchang is crushed, showcasing the might of Sakura country. But in that instant, a pebble appeared out of nowhere. With a loud bang, Yamada Yu's fist was pierced by a flying pebble, followed by a scream of agony. His right fist was punctured, and the searing pain overwhelmed him, instantly dissipating the oppressive aura he had been emanating. Guan Yongchang, who had been struggling under the immense pressure, suddenly felt the burden lift. His fist accelerated, and amidst Yamada-Yu's cries, Guan Yongchang's punch landed squarely on Yamada's face. Boom. The sound of the punch echoed like a cannon. Yamada-Yu was sent flying. A few molars knocked loose as blood sprayed from his mouth. He crashed to the ground in the distance, writhing in pain. The entire crowd froze in shock, and Guan Yongchang stared blankly at his own fist, his mind in turmoil. Who just attacked me? At that moment, Yamada-Yu struggled to his feet, his face smeared with dirt, and his right hand clutching the gaping wound on his fist. He scanned the area frantically. The grandmaster from Sakura country furrowed his brows and began searching the surroundings, but no trace of the attacker could be found. A psychic. The others finally noticed the bloody hole in Yamada's fist and immediately thought of psychics only. They could manipulate objects from a distance and strike invisibly. Otherwise, with so many powerful 8th and 9th rank fighters present, including a grandmaster level expert, how could the attacker have gone unnoticed? You Huaxia dogs. All you know is how to resort to sneaky, underhanded tricks. Yamada-Yu roared angrily. But before he could finish his sentence, another pebble came hurtling toward him at such speed that he had no time to dodge. Screaming in pain, the pebble struck him square in the face, breaking 2 of his front teeth and leaving his mouth swollen as tears streamed down his face. Who is it? Is this how you behave? I am Kimura Kazuo from Sakura country. If you have something to say it openly. Striking from the shadows isn't that dishonorable and damaging to the friendship between our nations. Kimura Kazuo, the grandmaster from Sakura country, stepped forward. The crowd glanced around, trying to spot the mysterious attacker, but no one appeared, and no one responded. Kimura Kazuo's expression darkened. Is this how Huaxia conducts itself? Do you bang? Suddenly, a pebble flew toward Kimura Kazuo. Being a grandmaster level expert, he was already on guard after witnessing the previous attacks. He let out a cold snort and extended his right palm to catch the pebble. However, just as the pebble reached him, it abruptly changed direction, swerving past his hand and striking him squarely on the cheek. Thud, thud, thud. Despite his Kai-based defenses, Kimura Kazuo was forced to stumble back 3 steps before regaining his balance. Bakairu, he shouted in a mix of anger and shock. A dignified grandmaster being pushed back and unable to defend himself, this was a humiliation. But more importantly, he had no idea who the attacker was. Doubts began to creep into his mind. Someone with such power must be no weaker than me. Psychics are invincible at the same level. Although their threat diminishes after reaching the grandmaster stage, this opponent is clearly far stronger than I am. The scene left the entire audience in stunned silence. Even Yamada-Yu, who had been shouting moments earlier, quickly shut his mouth. A psychic master so formidable that even Kimura Kazuo struggled to contend with him was utterly beyond the capabilities of a 9th rank warrior like Yamada-Yu saw. The scene fell into an instant hush as everyone held their breath, scanning their surroundings in hopes of locating the mysterious psychic master. The martial artists on the Huaxiao side were brimming with excitement, their spirits soaring as they watched the strong warriors of Sakura Nation caught in such a predicament. Guan Yongchang could only let out a bitter smile, silently wondering when he might achieve the power to send a 9th rank warrior flying with a single punch. It turned out that a powerful psychic master was secretly assisting them. Finally, Kazuo Kimura broke the oppressive silence, unable to contain himself. Unease gripped him. The hidden master was no less powerful than he was, and staying here felt like sitting on pins and needles, fearful that the opponent might strike at any moment. The warriors of Sakura Nation were on high alert, while the Huaxiao side was overjoyed. Seeing their adversaries in such an awkward state brought immense satisfaction. This mysterious master was truly remarkable, leaving the people of Sakura Nation in fear and anxiety. Well-deserved, they thought. Those who usually relied on their strength to act arrogantly were now facing the reality of whose territory they were on, clearly failing to recognize the situation. Though the discussions on the Huaxiao side were quiet, the 9th rank warriors of Sakura Nation heard them clearly. Each of them suppressed their anger, not daring to speak up, for fear that drawing attention to themselves would make them the mysterious psychic master's next target. At that moment, someone standing beside Kimura Kazuo suggested, "Mr. Kimura, why don't we head straight into the ruins? Arguing here would only lead to trouble." If a fight actually broke out, not only was this Huaxiao territory, but that mysterious psychic master alone could likely leave them in tears. Mr. Sugawara is right. Let's go. Into the ruins, Kimura Kazuo responded, immediately taking action and heading to the shoreline to investigate. The area carried a strong scent of blood, evidence of a previous battle among those who had entered earlier. Where there's fighting, there's bound to be treasure. Pointing to a location, he instructed, "You all head over there." The group responded in unison and dove into the sea, swimming toward the left side of the ruins. Before long, all the Sakura Nation warriors had entered the ruins. Kimura Kazuo remained seated nearby, outwardly calm but inwardly on edge, staying vigilant against any sudden moves from the mysterious master. Not long after, another group of warriors arrived. This time, they were from Asa Nation. Upon seeing Kimura Kazuo and Guan Yongchong, they naturally approached them. Mr. Kimura, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly, said Mr. Yuri with a smile. Haha, I only got here a little earlier than you, Kimura Kazuo replied. They began discussing the two ruins along the border. Mr. Yuri sighed. What a pity this place is just a projection. He envied the ownership of the ruins, as they were located within Waxia's territory, granting them only 1 month of exploration rights for treasures. During this period, no one above the 9th rank could enter unless someone managed to locate the mechanism to deactivate the ruins' protective barrier and take full control. However, as was usually the case, the core controls wouldn't appear before a month had passed, making full mastery of the ruins unlikely. Alright, before the people from Huaxiao arrive, you should hurry up and start your search as well, said Kimura Kazuo with a smile. The other party asked, May I know which ruin your country has entered? Kimura Kazuo answered honestly, We've entered the one on the left. He didn't hide it since they were allies, and sharing this information wouldn't hurt. Besides, his team had already gone in and gained the upper hand. If others entered now, they would naturally be at a disadvantage. Once the people from Huaxiao arrived, both ruins would inevitably be occupied. The more allies from the coalition present, the easier it would be to join forces against Huaxia's experts and compete for treasures. Oh, in that case, we'll head to the ruin on the right and stay out of your way, said Yuri Formason, choosing the opposite path. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates immediately dived into the sea and swam toward the ruins on the right. Yuri, also at the grandmaster level, couldn't enter himself, so he sat beside Kimura Kazuo, closed his eyes, and began meditating. He only glanced at Guan Yongchong and his team at the start, then ignored them completely. Among them, the strongest was Guan Yongchong, merely at the peak of the 8th grade, not even worth greeting. Yuri's arrogance and indifference were on full display. Shortly after the Asen team entered the right ruin, a commotion erupted from the left ruin. The powerful warriors from Sakura country who had entered earlier, except for those above mid-9th grade, came rushing out in a panic. Sensing the disturbance in the sea, Kimura Kazuo immediately stood up and floated to the shore. Countless tentacles emerged once again, lashing out at anyone they could catch. Only 8th and 9th grade warriors could barely dodge. The rest were whipped until their skin split open and poison spread through their bodies. Monster! There's a monster in the ruin! Shouted the people who had scrambled ashore, coughing incessantly. They had swallowed an uncountable amount of seawater during their escape. Bakayaro! Kimura Kazuo roared angrily and leapt into the sea, drawing his katana. Sensing his formidable power, dozens of tentacles instantly targeted him. Unfazed, Kimura Kazuo swung his blade to meet them. In the water, cold light flashed, and the sword energy scattered, transforming into sharp slashes that struck the tentacles fiercely. Slash! Slash! The tentacles struck by the sword light split open, some even severed completely. Seeing this, his subordinates cheered, Mr. Kimura, you're amazing. But before their cheers could last, they saw the severed tentacles regenerate instantly, as if unharmed, and launch another attack on the group. Such incredible regenerative ability? What on earth is this thing? Kimura Kazuo frowned but refused to back down, raising his blade to strike again. The tentacles were severed once more, but they regenerated in no time. This time, their numbers surged from dozens to over 30. Facing the relentless onslaught, Kimura Kazuo felt a headache coming on. He couldn't kill it or stop it. How was he supposed to deal with this? Nearby, Lin Mo watched the countless tentacles with a jolt of realization. Wasn't this his own devil vine? Though it had grown to an enormous size and its color had changed, he could feel that this was what the devil vine looked like after parasitizing. Moreover, the devil vine within him resonated with the tentacled monster, as if it were desperately conveying a thought. It wanted to devour this tentacled creature. Lin Mo found himself in a difficult situation. With so many people present, it was clear to everyone how powerful this tentacled monster was. Even the grandmaster level Kimura Kazuo was powerless against it. Under such circumstances, if Lin Mo recklessly charged forward, he would undoubtedly expose his identity. He had to find the right opportunity. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Mo began to think carefully. Meanwhile, Kimura Kazuo, engaged in a fierce battle, appeared increasingly frustrated. After prolonged combat, he realized that he posed no threat to this mysterious tentacle creature. Instead, he was being overwhelmed by the growing number of tentacles. A sense of helplessness and irritation filled his heart. What an unlucky day, he muttered to himself. He had intended to humiliate the Huaxia team, but instead, he found himself embarrassed and outclassed by a psychic wielder, leaving a sting of resentment in his heart. As the battle within the ruins intensified, his losses mounted. Even he, a grandmaster, felt utterly powerless against this creature. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the Huaxia team, watching from a distance, and a sinister glint appeared in his eyes. With a sharp burst of attacks, he struck at the tentacles with all his might. As he anticipated, the tentacle monster writhed in pain and immediately shifted its attention to Kimura, abandoning its pursuit of the other Sakura Nation warriors. All of its tentacles surged toward Kimura Kazuo. Humph! Kimura Kazuo sneered, seizing the opportunity to dash toward Guan Yongchang's position. Alarmed, Guan Yongchang immediately shouted, "Everyone retreat." However, neither Kimura Kazuo's speed nor that of the tentacle monster was something they could match. Almost as soon as Guan Yongchang's warning left his lips, Kimura Kazuo had already led the swarm of tentacles straight toward them. No! In that instant, several Huaxia warriors were ensnared by the indiscriminate tentacles and dragged directly into the ruins. Even several elite camp trainees were not spared. The sheer strength of the tentacle monster was far beyond what these 5th or 6th level warriors could withstand. At this critical moment, Lin Mo chose to confront the danger hidden. Grabbing the saber of a nearby warrior, he slashed fiercely at the tentacles, ensnaring his comrades. The blade gleamed, his movements swift as lightning, severing the tentacles in an instant. "Go now," Lin Mo shouted, using all his strength to fend off the regenerating tentacles that surged toward them again. "Brother Mo, we'll help you," one of the rescued elite trainees called out gratefully. "Just go. Don't get in my way, I can't hold them off for long." Lin Mo yelled back without turning, slashing madly at the attacking tentacles. "Brother Mo," his comrades called out anxiously. "Stop wasting time. If you don't want to die, leave now." Lin Mo roared, his voice filled with urgency. Reluctantly, the others exchanged glances and began retreating toward the shore, their hearts heavy with guilt. Who would have thought? Seems like Huaxia still has people willing to risk their lives. Kimura Kazuo sneered as he watched the scene unfold, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "You Sakura Nation warriors have no shame. Some grandmaster, you are pathetic, barely better than a pig," one of the Huaxia warriors retorted angrily. His words cut like a blade, and all eyes turned to Kimura Kazuo with seething anger. If not for him, there would have been no casualties on their side, and Linmo wouldn't have had to put himself in such peril. "Something's wrong. Linmo is in danger," someone suddenly shouted. All eyes turned toward the sea, where Linmo was struggling against the tentacles. Guan Yongchang, Lu Li, and others tried to rush to his aid, but they were intercepted by more tentacles, unable to get close to Linmo. Despite his efforts, Linmo seemed unable to withstand the relentless assault. In an instant, he was enveloped by countless tentacles and dragged toward the entrance of the ruins. "No, Linmo!" The group cried out in unison, their hearts sinking as they watched helplessly. Upon witnessing the scene, those who knew Lin Mo shouted out in alarm, especially the elite camp trainees he had just saved. Tears streamed down their faces. If Lin Mo hadn't intervened, how could they have ended up in such dire circumstances? "Sakura Pig, I'll fight you to the death." One of them, unable to hold back, charged forward desperately, disregarding whether Kimura Kazuo was a grandmaster or not. Courting death. Kimura Kazuo sneered coldly at the approaching martial artist from Huaxia and threw a punch. As his cold snort echoed, an overwhelming pressure instantly descended, forcing Kimura Kazuo's body to sink abruptly. His knees nearly buckled, and he almost collapsed to the ground. His expression grew grim as he thought to himself, "Wu Lao, you're finally here." When Guan Yongchang and the others saw the newcomer, their faces lit up with joy. "Wu Lao, forget about that trash and save Lin Mo." Lu Li shouted anxiously. Lin Mo was the pride of their southern province, and being dragged into the ruins by those tentacles had left Lu Li deeply worried. "What happened?" Wu Lao waved his hand, and Kimura Kazuo was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the distance. Wu Lao then swiftly moved to the surface of the sea, shaking his head with a sigh. By this time, Lin Mo had already been pulled into the ruins, leaving even Wu Lao powerless. After Lu Li and the others recounted what had transpired, Wu Lao glared at Kimura Kazuo angrily. "Wu Tianqian, what are you trying to do? Are you attempting to break the rules of the alliance?" To hell with your rules. The alliance's rules allow you to oversee the situation, but now you've interfered with my people and broken the rules yourself. How dare you bring that up?" Wu Tianqian, already known for his fiery temper, was enraged upon hearing that Kimura Kazuo had caused their own genius to be dragged into the ruins by a monster, likely meeting a tragic fate. Without hesitation, he attacked Kimura Kazuo. "You can't kill me. I'm leading this team if you kill me. Aren't you afraid of the alliance holding you accountable?" Kimura Kazuo hastily defended himself. "Accountable, my foot." Boom. In a flash, a massive and terrifying hand grabbed Kimura Kazuo by the hair and slammed his head into the ground with tremendous force. The impact created a huge crater, and when Wu Tianqian lifted Kimura Kazuo's head again, everyone could see his bloodied and disheveled face clearly. "Wu Tianqian, you're blatantly disregarding the alliance's rules," Kimura Kazuo managed to utter with difficulty. "Oh, still have the energy to talk nonsense." Wu Tianqian sneered and once again grabbed Kimura Kazuo's head, slamming it down forcefully. This time, several teeth flew out of Kimura Kazuo's mouth, leaving him bleeding profusely and unable to speak clearly. Bang! Wu Tianxian had no interest in listening and continued to smash Kimura Kazuo's head down repeatedly. The surrounding Huaxiao martial artists watched with immense satisfaction, while the warriors from Sakura Nation felt a chill run down their spines. Yuri from Asen Nation stood to the side, his teeth clenched and scalp tingling. The arrogance he once carried had completely vanished, and he obediently remained still, fearing he might provoke Wu Tianxian and end up like Kimura Kazuo. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had already entered the ruins on the left. The tentacles wrapped tightly around him, squeezing him with relentless force. Oomph. Now it's my turn. Lin Mo snorted coldly as a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. The demonic vines on his body began to transform instantly. Eat it, I must eat it. Such thoughts surged endlessly from the demonic vine connected to Lin Mo. Go. Lin Mo did not hesitate. Since the vine wanted to feed, he would let it. With a single thought, the vine instantly extended countless tendrils, piercing straight into the other appendages. A low, eerie wail echoed. Those countless tendrils seemed terrified, emitting strange sounds. The previously tightly wrapped tendrils loosened instantly, retreating rapidly as they struggled desperately to escape the invading tendrils. However, Lin Mo's demonic vine, having absorbed power from previous hunts, was already on the verge of an upgrade. Its strength was far beyond that of this seemingly massive demonic creature. As the opponent retreated, the vine advanced relentlessly, its tendrils burrowing deeper and continuously siphoning power. Master, I'm about to break through. After only 3 minutes of struggle, the vine transmitted its message. Lin Mo was overjoyed. He hadn't expected his vine to evolve so quickly. Before its upgrade, the vine already possessed power comparable to the 9th tier. What would it become after breaking through? Lin Mo could hardly contain his excitement. Meanwhile, the demonic vine within the ruins had withered significantly after being drained, shrinking several times in size. It began its final desperate struggle, writhing violently as it attempted to retreat deeper into the ruins. Yet no matter how it struggled, it was futile. As they pressed forward, Lin Mo noticed something extraordinary. The ruins were entirely devoid of seawater, as if existing in their own separate realm. However, the ground was littered with dried, skeletal remains, evidence of life forms that had been completely drained by the demonic vine inhabiting this place. The thought was chilling. A creature as formidable as this vine serving as the gatekeeper made it nearly impossible for ordinary people to enter. Though the vine in the ruins was of lower quality than Linmo's, its level was higher. Combining these factors, the vine within the ruins was only slightly weaker than Lin Mo's current vine. Fortunately, Lin Mo had allowed his vine to grow earlier. If it were still in its infant stage, even with superior quality, it might not have been able to defeat this opponent. For most others, this vine was an insurmountable obstacle. Even an average beginner master would be helpless against it. And with the ruins' core mechanisms preventing masters of higher realms from entering, this demonic vine was essentially invincible here. If not for the fortuitous discovery of his vine in the skin refinement tower, entering these ruins would have been an impossible feat for Lin Mo. Lost in thought, Lin Mo finally saw the true form of the demonic vine. To his surprise, it was parasitizing a Enan azure serpent. No wonder its attacks carried venom. It had assimilated the serpent's traits. Even more astonishing was that the serpent had been completely controlled by the vine, reduced to a mere puppet. A Huaxiao native? How did you manage to get here unscathed? A puzzled voice rang out, and several figures emerged. Judging by their attire, they were martial artists from Sakura country, several of them possessing mid-tier strength. An 8th-tier martial artist made it here unharmed. One of them remarked in disbelief. Look closely, another said. He's already been pierced by the tendrils of that creature. He won't last much longer. No, wait, another exclaimed. Look carefully, it seems like this guy's tendrils are embedded in the creature's body. What? No way, the first one gasped. No wonder the creature's attacks have weakened. Could it be that this guy is devouring it instead? What kind of monster is he to be able to devour a creature like this? When they saw the tendrils on Lin Mo's body countering the tentacle monster, everyone was stunned. Ever since entering the ruins, they had been ambushed by this unexpected tentacle creature. Fortunately, they were powerful enough, and the monster's strength hadn't reached the level where it could easily slaughter martial artists above the 9th rank. That was the only reason they had barely survived. However, just as they managed to fend off the creature's attacks, they were shocked to see this young man from Huaxia actually countering the monster. It was unbelievable. Facing these people, Lin Mo also appeared slightly surprised. He hadn't expected there to be surviving warriors from Sakura country here. But at this moment, his demonic vine was in the process of evolving, and he couldn't be bothered with them. The tendrils on Lin Mo's body were identical to those of the tentacle monster, seemingly intent on absorbing the creature's essence for its own use, refusing to let it succeed. Seeing that Lin Mo ignored them completely, and noticing the weakening aura of the tentacle monster in the ruins, these warriors grew restless. The fact that Lin Mo's tendrils could drain the monster in the ruins indicated that his own creature was even more powerful. If he succeeded in absorbing it, wouldn't that pose a huge threat to them? With this in mind, they all attacked Lin Mo, clearly overestimating their own abilities. Seeing their impatience, Lin Mo sneered as the demonic vine extended several tendrils, striking first. In an instant, the ninth-rank martial artists were visibly shaken. As expected, the creature on Lin Mo's body was far stronger than the tentacle monster in the ruins. With just one attack, they felt an overwhelming sense of danger. They quickly deduced that this creature was parasitic, relying on Lin Mo's body. If they could kill Lin Mo, the host, the parasitic creature would lose its anchor and become insignificant. The group tacitly spread out, surrounding Lin Mo and attacking from all directions. Be it blades, swords, spears, or staffs, they launched a coordinated assault. To Lin Mo, however, these attackers were nothing more than a luxurious feast delivered right to his door. He would devour them all. With a single thought, the demonic vine conveyed its excitement. On the verge of evolution, the more energy it could absorb at this moment, the better. Instantly, the demonic vine extended even more tendrils. After merging with the essence of the tentacle monster in the ruins, Lin Mo's demonic vine had not only enhanced its combat capabilities, but also gained toxic properties, its color shifting to a deep red streaked with green. Whoosh! Countless tendrils lashed out at the ninth-rank martial artists. Retreat! They had initially planned to ambush Lin Mo while he was dealing with the tentacle monster in the ruins. But to their dismay, Lin Mo could effortlessly handle both the monster and their attacks at the same time. Now, with the number of tendrils growing and their power surpassing that of the tentacle monster they had faced earlier, they realized they were outmatched and attempted to retreat. Leave? Too late. You might as well obediently become nourishment for my demonic vine, Lin Mo thought coldly. Sakura country had always been at odds with Huaxia, and coupled with the actions of Kimura Kazuo earlier, Lin Mo already held no goodwill toward them. If it weren't for his need to use them to gain access to the ruins, he would have killed Kimura Kazuo outright. Now, he had no reason to hold back. With a single command, the demonic vine's attacks intensified. In the blink of an eye, all escape routes for the martial artists were sealed. Squelch! Squelch! Without hesitation, the tendrils of the demonic vine pierced into the ninth-rank warriors' bodies. Amidst their agonizing screams, their bodies visibly withered, their vitality and blood being ravenously drained by the vine. Within mere breaths, they were reduced to lifeless husks, completely devoid of life. Boom! With the fall of the ninth-rank warriors, the demonic vine began to tremble and pulsate, detaching itself from Lin Mo's body in an instant. The magical vine hovered midair and instantly devoured the nearly withered remains of the ancient vine. Its tendrils then swiftly retracted, forming an oval-shaped cocoon. The color gradually shifted from deep red with hints of green to a dark crimson. Lin Mo stared at the magical vine with curiosity, wondering what kind of extraordinary creature it could be. The universe was truly vast and full of wonders, and such a peculiar life form was beyond anything he had ever encountered. Even those powerful individuals earlier seemed unfamiliar with it. It seemed the reward he obtained from the skin refining tower was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, Lin Mo noticed some swaying fruits behind a stone on his left. To his astonishment, they were number 3 fruits. His heart skipped a beat as he walked over to inspect them, and, sure enough, found quite a few. Number 3 fruits, which were exceedingly rare and precious in the outside world, were present here in abundance, over 40 of them. The magical vine was still advancing to the next stage, which seemed to require some time. Lin Mo, unwilling to sit idly, collected all the number 3 fruits and stored them in his ring. After counting, including the 6 he already possessed, he now had 51 number 3 fruits of fortune, significant enough to propel 10 martial artists to the level of extreme grandmasters. After searching the area thoroughly, Lin Mo found no other useful items and began to examine the ruins. These ruins seemed to be the type of spatial ruins mentioned in lectures. Lin Mo pondered. Spatial ruins were a testament to the extraordinary power of the beings who created them. According to records from predecessors, only those with self-contained spatial abilities within their bodies could leave behind such ruins after their demise. Discovered spatial ruins often contained space fortresses or massive spaceships. On Earth, only 2 such ruins had ever been found. Humanity had gained many valuable resources from these ruins, particularly insights into the cultivation techniques of cosmic races and some priceless treasures. Feeling fortunate, Lin Mo wondered what treasures might lie deeper within this site. His gaze turned toward the depths of the ruins, filled with anticipation. However, since the magical vine had yet to finish its advancement, he was in no rush to explore further. Instead, he sat cross-legged and began cultivating. Meanwhile, back on the island, Lu Li and the elite trainees rescued by Lin Mo wore expressions of worry and despair. At the same time, Kimura Ikkyo was barely clinging to life, his breathing weak. Elder Wu, showing no interest in him, tossed him aside as if discarding trash and advised the group, "Pull yourselves together. Enter the ruins first." The presence of over 20 powerful 9th-grade warriors, whose mere appearance was a rarity, was enough to leave everyone in awe. And these were only a fraction of Elder Wu's subordinates, one of the 8 overseers. In an instant, these warriors leapt into the sea, heading toward another ruin. Given the appearance of the tentacled creature, which even grandmasters couldn't handle, Elder Wu naturally wouldn't let them take unnecessary risks. Not long after, several more groups arrived on the island. Upon seeing Elder Wu presiding over the scene, and the pitiful sight of Kimura Ikkyo sprawled on the ground like a dying dog, the newcomers couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. The grandmasters leading these groups dared not act recklessly in the face of such authority. After forcing a stiff smile and greeting, they approached Yuri and began inquiring in a low voice. Upon learning the details of the situation, they glanced sympathetically at the fallen Kazuo Kimura on the ground, but none of them bothered to check his injuries. It was astonishing that such an audacious fool could still exist on Chinese soil. Surely, only the likes of Sakura Nation's dimwits could behave this way. The group cast a look at Elder Wu, then at the silent entrance to the ruins on the left, before ultimately deciding to head towards the ruins on the right without a word. Nobody wanted to get entangled with the area where the tentacle monster was lurking. Since several groups had already explored the right side without encountering any abnormalities, it made sense to search there first. As for the ruins with the tentacle monster, they could deal with that later. After all, there was an entire month to explore, so a few days wouldn't make a difference. Elder Wu voiced no objections to this decision. According to the agreement, when new ruins appeared, every nation had the right to explore for 1 month before the ownership of the ruins was determined. Additionally, no country's powerful individuals were allowed to kill the leaders or members of other nations' exploration teams without cause. Buzz. At that moment, a sudden vibration came from within the ruins. Lin Mo's eyes snapped open, realized he had advanced to the next level. As the thought crossed his mind, the demonic vine burst forth as if emerging from a cocoon, flying back to Lin Mo's side and burrowing into his arm. "Master, I've advanced," came the joyful message in his mind. Now, the demonic vine had grown strong enough to rival a peak-level grandmaster. Linmo felt its power and was overjoyed. Although the demonic vine had not yet reached its mature stage, its current strength was already enough to suppress peak grandmasters. Once it matured, it would undoubtedly be able to contend with top-tier grandmasters. However, its appetite was truly staggering. It had devoured countless beast cores, several 9th-level experts, and even the magical vines within the ruins to reach this stage. Linmo couldn't help but think about how many resources it would take to advance further. It was like a gold-devouring beast. But having experienced the convenience and power the demonic vine brought, Linmo had no complaints. With the vine by his side, battles became effortless. With just a thought, he didn't even need to lift a finger. Anyone below the grandmaster level was no match. No matter how many came, they'd all be dealt with. With this weapon, Linmo even felt that he could easily crush a beast tide. In fact, he wondered if encountering more beast tides would accelerate the vine's evolution and advancement. "Master, this time I've gained the ability to create a clone." "Oh, a clone? How much of your strength can the clone possess?" Linmo asked, thrilled by the news. "Currently, I can only create 1 clone, and it has about 80 of my strength." "Excellent. Create 1 now and guard this place. Don't let anyone else enter." Linmo had been pondering how to handle the entrance issue. Being dragged into the ruins by the tentacle monster, he believed other martial artists wouldn't dare enter for now. After all, even grandmasters had been powerless against it, and anyone below that level would likely meet their demise. They wouldn't take the risk. However, as time passed, there was bound to be someone reckless enough to try again. If Lin Mo ventured deeper into the ruins with the vine, the entrance would be left unguarded, allowing others to come and go freely. If they entered and found the tentacle monster gone while Lin Mo was still alive, it would raise too many questions. Now that the demonic vine could create a clone, having it impersonate the tentacle monster to guard the entrance was the perfect solution. "Understood, Master." Following Lin Mo's command, the demonic vine instantly created a clone. It extended countless tentacles, blocking the entrance. Aside from a slight difference in color, the clone was nearly indistinguishable from the original monster. Seeing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile before heading deeper into the ruins. Surrounded by lush green mountains and clear waters, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, Lin Mo felt completely refreshed as he took a deep breath. After walking for half a day, his curiosity grew stronger. If he hadn't known he entered this inner world through the entrance of the ruins, he might have thought he was back on Earth in his previous life. The beauty here was no less breathtaking than Ili and Xinjiang. Especially the small lake on his left. It was tiny, but surpassed Seiram Lake in charm. The water was so clear it resembled the last hair of an angel, brimming with a vibrant sense of life. Compelled by its allure, Lin Mo walked closer, crouched down, and took a deep breath. The strong vitality in the air surprised him. Unable to resist, he reached out and dipped his hand into the lake. Instantly, a surge of immense life force flowed into his body, leaving him in awe. What is this? In just a moment, He felt as though every cell in his body had been awakened, transmitting an intense hunger. Simply placing his hand in the water allowed him to absorb such an overwhelming amount of life force. If he immersed himself entirely, the thought alone was enough for Lin Mo to act. Without hesitation, he leapt into the lake. To his surprise, the lake was not deep, only reaching his waist. Waves of life force surged toward him like a tide, cleansing his physical body. Despite 3 months of rigorous cultivation with the system's assistance, his body had remained tense. Now, Lin Mo felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation, and even his mental clarity seemed to improve. This is incredible. Overjoyed, he had no desire to leave the lake. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Sitting cross-legged in the water, he began channeling the thousand mechanisms art. Ding. Host detected practicing while bathing. Critical hit triggered. Absorption speed increased by 10,000 times. Ding. Absorption under 10,000 times multiplier. Blood energy growth enhanced 10,000-fold. Ding. Absorption under 10,000 times multiplier. Mental energy growth enhanced 10,000-fold. Ding. Absorption under 10,000 times multiplier. Body refinement enhanced 10,000-fold. Ding. A series of notifications echoed in his mind, but Lin Mo ignored them, fully focused on absorbing the mysterious life energy from the lake. Meanwhile, his blood energy value soared. 30,830, 1,032,000. What the heck? Linmo was astonished. This was the first time he had experienced his blood energy rising like a tidal wave. It didn't feel like 10,000 times, it felt like 100,000, or even 1,000,000 times faster. In just a short while, his blood energy value broke through the 40,000 mark, and the growth showed no signs of slowing down. Simultaneously, he sensed his mental domain expanding, with both the purity and magnitude of his mental energy increasing. What on earth is this? How can it boost both my blood energy and mental strength? Though puzzled, Lin Mo didn't dare to be careless. He shut his eyes tightly, meticulously operating his cultivation technique to absorb and familiarize himself with this surging power. What Lin Mo didn't realize was that as he triggered the 10,000-fold absorption, the life force within the lake was rapidly depleting, and the lake itself was shrinking at an alarming rate. With time, his sense of awe only deepened. Lin Mo's vitality and mental strength had reached an unprecedented peak, yet it wasn't just his energy that transformed. His physical body, bones, muscles, marrow, and blood seemed to undergo a miraculous rebirth, evolving into something entirely new. At this moment, he was fully immersed in a profound and mysterious state, the leap in his life essence defying description. He had no idea how much time had passed before he realized the surge of life force had ceased. Slowly, he opened his eyes. To his astonishment, the vast lake before him had shrunk into a small pond. Lin Mo was taken aback, wondering, did I just absorb an entire lake? Where did all that water go? Though puzzled, he chose not to dwell on it, and immediately checked his status panel. His level had reached grade 9. His vitality value was 52,313.99 calories, and his physical combat power amplification limit had risen to 80, including the boost from his lightning element breakthrough. His maximum physical combat strength index had skyrocketed to an astounding 4.18 million. Meanwhile, his spiritual power had reached the 6th refinement level of a high-tier martial artist, a state of perfection. The lightning-based skills, thunderbolt combat technique, and military boxing were both perfected. His cultivation method, Thousand Mechanisms Guide, had reached the pinnacle of the profound grade, and his movement technique, Subtle Steps, was now at 188500. Lin Mo could hardly believe it had stepped into grade 9. Completely immersed in the transformative state of life force earlier, he had overlooked this breakthrough. Now, seeing these stats, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. An amplification of 80? Is this combat strength index a new addition? A staggering 4.18 million. Lin Mo's eyes widened in shock. An 80-fold amplification and a combat strength value of 4.18 million. Did this mean his maximum combat ability was now approaching that of a high-tier grandmaster? Could his physical combat strength already crush mid-tier grandmasters? Had his spiritual power evolved as well? As he continued to scan the data, Lin Mo felt a growing sense of disbelief. His current level of spiritual power was equivalent to that of a high-tier grandmaster, capable of dominating others at the same level. This meant he could now directly contend with an entry-level supreme grandmaster using his mental strength alone. The perfection of his 6th refinement level as a martial artist shocked him more than anything else. Reaching grade 9 and achieving an 80-fold amplification were astonishing, but the perfection of the 6th refinement left him utterly speechless. What did this signify? It meant Lin Mo now possessed the potential to step into the realm of the ultimate grandmaster. At this moment, he felt as if he were in a dream, repeatedly reviewing his status panel. Yet the results remained unchanged. It was all real. Standing in place, Lin Mo was overwhelmed with emotion. He had expected it would take at least 2 more years to conquer all the refinement towers, but who could have anticipated that this journey to the Qinling Islands would allow him to meet his goals ahead of schedule? However, he vaguely recalled the system mentioning that his vitality, mental strength, and body refinement had received a 10,000-fold boost. Perhaps this was the reason behind his extraordinary leap to his current level. What was this all about? Just as he pondered, a dazzling streak of seven-colored light suddenly shot into the sky from the dense forest to the north of the lake. In the ruins, the existence of the tentacle monster proved to be a troublesome obstacle, even leaving Kazuo Kimura at a loss. The Grandmaster from the United States, Madeline, turned to Yuri for an explanation. Yuri clarified, Mr. Madeline, Kazuo Kimura resorted to diverting the problem eastward precisely because he couldn't deal with the tentacle monster, which in turn angered Wu Tianqian. Although the tentacles can be severed, they regenerate extremely quickly, and cutting one results in several more attacking instantly. It's nearly impossible to eliminate it completely. Perhaps Kimura's power is insufficient since he's only just entered the Grandmaster level. But if it were you, you might have the ability to draw out its main body and slay it. Once we kill this guardian beast, we'll be able to explore the ruins freely. Madeline nodded and then approached Wu Tianqian. Respected Mr. Tianqian, we've decided to draw out the tentacle monster's main body for a decisive battle. Only by slaying this creature can we proceed with the exploration. Would you be willing to join forces with us? Wu Tianqian glanced at Madeline, then shifted his gaze to Yuri, his eyes flickering. Fine. But once it's eliminated, no one from Sakura Nation is allowed to enter. As long as the guardian monster isn't dealt with, they'll never be able to get in. The remaining Sakura Nation members glared angrily at Wu Tianqian, but their leader, Kazuo Kimura, was already on the brink of death, unable to speak. Facing a peak-level Grandmaster like Wu Tianqian, even a high-ranking Grandmaster like Madeline had to tread carefully, let alone the rest of them. All right, since Mr. Tianqian has made this condition, we have no objections, Madeline agreed decisively, exchanging a glance with Yuri. At this moment, gaining access to the ruins was the top priority. The affairs of Sakura Nation were irrelevant to them. The warriors from Sakura Nation looked at each other in shock and fury, their eyes turning toward Madeline and Yuri. Madeline responded coldly, silence. If you want to blame someone, blame your own Kimura. How could he resort to such treachery against China, an ally nation? He brought this upon himself, it's his own fault. Hearing this, the Sakura Nation warriors were dumbfounded, stunned by Madeline's audacity to invoke the ally nation rhetoric. Every major conflict with China had been instigated by the United States, and now they had the gall to point fingers. At that moment, Kazuo Kimura, lying on the ground barely clinging to life, seemed to shudder at those words. With one final breath, he passed away on the spot. Wu Tianqian, unfazed by the scene, thought to himself with amusement. The United States is called beautiful only because they excel at saying pretty words, while their actions are the most shameless and ruthless of all. Medellin's response was entirely within Wu Tianqian's expectations. In this world, only people from the Pickle Nation and the Beautiful Nation could compete with each other in terms of shamelessness. As for the Sakura Nation, they were hardly worth mentioning, there was no need for comparison. Faced with Medellin and Yuri's attitude, the strong individuals from the Sakura Nation could only swallow their anger. Carrying Kazuo Kimura's corpse, they left hurriedly. Without a master to oversee them, even if they found treasures, they would only end up serving others. In that case, leaving directly was the better option. As for sending the news back and waiting for stronger reinforcements from their homeland, by the time they'd return, the opportunity would have long been lost, and all that awaited them would be scraps. Moreover, they had already offended Wu Tianqian of Huaxia. Even if more powerful reinforcements came, it would be difficult to gain any advantage. After all, only Grandmasters were allowed to enter Huaxia's territory. Those above the Grandmaster level were absolutely not tolerated by Huaxia's supreme powerhouses. Their departure did not attract the attention of anyone present. Medellin smiled and gestured invitingly. Mr. Tianqian, after you please, he added. I am merely here to assist. You should go ahead first. Wu Tianqian let out a cold chuckle and replied slowly. These two fools want me to be their cannon fodder? Dream on. Medellin's smile froze instantly. I hadn't expected Wu Tianqian to be so blunt. Wu Tianqian was right. Once the ruins were opened, they would not close again. According to the Alliance's rules, within 1 month of a ruins activation, no matter which country it was located in, strong individuals from all nations had the right to explore it. During this month, any competition for resources was based purely on skill, and any treasures brought out of the ruins would belong to the finder. Each country could send up to 2 Grandmasters to secure their interests, but those above the Grandmaster level were prohibited from taking action. After 1 month, the ruins would officially belong to the host nation. In other words, if everyone refrained from taking action now, after a month, the ruins would belong entirely to Huaxia. At that point, they could deploy great Grandmasters, or even pinnacle powerhouses, and the tentacle monster guarding the entrance would easily be dealt with. In such a scenario, no one else would gain any benefit. Mr. Tianqian, you jest. In that case, I will make the first move. I hope you will lend your aid when the time comes. Medellin wasted no more words. He flew directly above the ruins and launched a punch toward the entrance. The terrifying force of his strike split the ocean's surface. The seawater parted as though torn apart, revealing the entrance to the ruins. Whoosh! The tentacles of the monstrous vine instantly shot out, transforming into hundreds of massive appendages swaying in midair. Both Medellin and Wu Tianqian's gazes sharpened simultaneously. This was their first time seeing such a creature. Humph! Medellin let out a cold snort and unsheathed his sword. It was a Western-style rapier, and with a flicker of its blade, he struck repeatedly. His strikes connected into a seamless series, sending dozens of sharp flashes toward the tentacles. Clang! 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 The tentacles did not retreat, but instead met the sword flashes heat, intertwining with them and producing a cacophony of metallic collisions. What? I can't cut through them. Medellin, who had been confident in his abilities, was taken aback, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yuri had claimed that this creature could be easily dealt with, even by Kazuo Kimura. How could it be that Medellin, a high-level grandmaster, failed to sever the tentacles when Kazuo Kimura, who had only just entered the grandmaster realm, supposedly could? What kind of joke was this? Swish! A tentacle lashed out in an instant, striking Medellin and sending him flying. Midair, Medellin's furious curses echoed loudly. Yuri, you lying. Medellin, this isn't my fault. Just a moment ago. Yuri was utterly confused. Just earlier, Kazuo Kimura could easily sever these tentacles. So why couldn't even Medellin cut through them now? Damn it, you big SHD. WTF. You piece of. Medellin cursed furiously. The last strike from the tentacle monster had felt like it was going to shatter his bones. How could a tentacle monster this strong possibly be something Kazuo Kimura could handle? Wu Tianqian stood nearby, stunned. While Medellin wasn't as strong as him, he was still a veteran high-level master. For the tentacle monster to withstand Medellin's attacks so easily, and even send him flying with a single strike height, was clear how powerful it had become. Wait a minute. Could it be that this tentacle monster had grown stronger? Luli and Guan Yongchang were muttering in disbelief as well. What's going on? Wasn't this tentacle monster weaker before? Wu Tianqian immediately turned to the two of them for answers. Mr. Wu, Guan Yongchang began, what Yuri said is true. Kazuo Kimura did fight this tentacle monster before. While he couldn't completely defeat it, he could easily sever its tentacles. But now, Guan Yongchang's voice trailed off. Could it be that the tentacle monster has grown stronger by killing and absorbing the power of so many warriors? Luli suddenly speculated. That might actually be possible, Guan Yongchang agreed. A lot of warriors were dragged into the ruins by that monster and never came back. And while its appearance hasn't changed much, its color does look different from before. Oh, absorbing power to grow stronger. Wu Tianqian's gaze fixed on the swaying tentacles in the distance, his brows furrowing. If this thing really had the ability to absorb and grow stronger, then it was entirely possible. This couldn't be allowed to continue. If it was left to grow unchecked, no one would be able to stop it. With this thought, Wu Tianqian instantly sprang into action. Medellin, Yuri, let's take it down together. We can't let it grow any stronger. Hearing Wu Tianqian's words, Medellin stopped cursing, flipped himself upright, and flew forward again, standing shoulder to shoulder with Wu Tianqian. Yuri also leaped into the air to join them. No holding back, go all out. This thing seems to have the ability to absorb and evolve. If we don't kill it now, it'll be a disaster once it grows. What? This thing can absorb and evolve? Medellin asked in shock. Exactly, Wu Tianqian confirmed. That's why it's so much stronger than before. It must have absorbed all the warriors it dragged into the ruins. See, Medellin, I wasn't lying to you. This thing really did evolve, Yuri said, a bit aggrieved. Humph. Medellin snorted coldly in response. Enough talk. Attack. This time, Wu Tianqian led the charge, unleashing a terrifying force toward the tentacles. Medellin and Yuri didn't hold back either. Now that they understood the monster's nature, they couldn't afford to take it lightly. If they failed now, they'd all be in danger later. Three powerful forces surged toward the tentacle monster. Instead of retreating, the monster rushed forward even faster, meeting their attack heat. Nearly 100 dark crimson tentacles shot out like steel spikes, stabbing toward the trio with lightning speed. The combined force of the three was instantly shattered without lasting even a breath. The residual energy surged forward, and the tentacles relentlessly thrust toward them. This is bad. The three were shocked, never expecting the tentacled monster to be this powerful. At this point, retreating was already too late. They immediately assumed defensive stances, bracing themselves to endure the attack. Bang bang. Two light sounds echoed as Medellin and Yuri were struck directly, sent flying like kites with broken strings. Large, gaping wounds were punctured into their bodies, leaving them bloodied and battered. Their breaths weakened instantly, their faces pale as paper, and their life force barely hanging on. Their bodies traced parabolic arcs in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Cough. Both of them spat out mouthfuls of blood, collapsing weakly, their eyes filled with terror and disbelief as they stared at the tentacles. This monster was absurdly strong, far beyond anything they could contend with. However, In the next moment, their eyes widened in shock as they stared at Wu Tianqian, completely unharmed and still floating in midair. Their faces were filled with confusion. How is this possible? He's fine. Medlin and Yuri were dumbfounded. They had just experienced the power of that strike firsthand. Even if Wu Tianqian was at the peak of mastery and stronger than them, it was impossible for him to emerge unscathed from such an attack. Wu Tianqian himself was equally puzzled. When his attack was instantly neutralized, he had already realized the strength of the tentacled monster was far beyond his expectations. He was prepared to take the monster's counterattack heat-in, even if it meant getting injured. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, but the monster's attack was so fast that he couldn't react in time. Who could have guessed that after all his preparation, the tentacled monster's attack would simply bypass him? What was going on? Wu Tianqian stared blankly at the monster, unable to make sense of the situation. Mr. Tianqian, what exactly is happening here? Medlin was on the verge of losing his mind. He had suffered twice at the hands of the monster, yet Wu Tianqian remained completely unharmed. Why? Just because he's at the peak of mastery. I don't know either. Wu Tianqian, did you do something? Otherwise, why is it only attacking us and not you? Medlin's anger flared as he glared at Wu Tianqian, his voice filled with accusation. You fool. Do you think I need to rely on some external creature to deal with the likes of you? Wu Tianqian retorted angrily, his imposing aura instantly pressing down on Medlin. Damn it. This is my territory, and you dare not know your place? Spurt. Medlin coughed up another mouthful of blood, his anger dissipating in an instant. His mind cleared, and he remembered that Wu Tianqian was a formidable force he could not afford to offend. Mr. Tianqian, please calm down. It was my mistake. I was just frustrated and spoke out of turn. I beg for your forgiveness. But why isn't this thing attacking you? How would I know? I think maybe you should try again. Mr. Wu, if it doesn't attack you, you might be able to open the entrance to the ruins, Yuri suggested weakly. Wu Tianqian raised an eyebrow, glancing at the tentacled monster in the distance. While the situation was strange, the monster had to be dealt with. Otherwise, they would never be able to enter the ruins. Resolving himself, Wu Tianqian decided to try again. His figure flickered as he charged toward the tentacled monster once more. The demon vine watched as Wu Tianqian charged at it again, feeling a sense of helplessness. It was merely a clone, possessing only 80% of its original power, and facing Wu Tianqian, a peak-level master, was truly challenging. To stop this old man from pestering it further, the demon vine decided to show him some real power. Whoosh! Countless tendrils suddenly lashed out wildly, effortlessly deflecting Wu Tianqian's attacks and forcing him to retreat step by step. Wu Tianqian was filled with doubts. He could sense that this tentacled creature didn't seem intent on harming him, but was adamant about preventing his advance. He couldn't make sense of it. The onlookers nearby also noticed something unusual and murmured in astonishment. However, Medellin and Yuri seemed to have figured something out, their faces lighting up with a knowing smile. Mr. Tianqian, let us assist you. The two shouted as they rushed toward Guanyongchang. Each of them grabbed a Chinese martial artist and stormed into the range of the tentacled creature's attacks. Seeing this, Wu Tianqian roared in anger. You scoundrels, what are you trying to do? He turned around, preparing to attack Medellin and Yuri. Calm down, Mr. Tianqian. This creature seems unwilling to harm people from China. You'll see for yourself. Yuri called out first. As the tentacles lashed toward him, Yuri grabbed the Chinese martial artist and used him as a shield. Sure enough, the creature's attack immediately halted. This scene left everyone stunned. It was just as Medellin and Yuri had claimed the tentacled creature would not harm Chinese people. Wu Tianqian glared at them furiously and waved his hand, shouting, Even so, our people are not to be used as shields. With a decisive gesture, he struck the two of them without hesitation. Bam! Bam! The pair, no match for him, were sent flying, blood trickling from their mouths, though they dared not show any anger. Please, Mr. Tianqian, don't be angry. We were only trying to find a solution. We had no other choice, Medellin hurriedly explained. Yuri added weakly, That's right, Mr. Tianqian. Now that we've figured out a way, we should work together and focus on getting people into the ruins. Idiots. Into the ruins? If we can't find a way to kill this tentacled monster, what's the point of going in? Do you think it wants slaughter everyone inside? Wu Tianqian's words left Medellin and Yuri, who had been jubilant moments ago, frozen in place. He was right though the creature appeared unwilling to harm Chinese individuals. It could still kill their own people once they entered. And with Wu Tianqian and the others unable to follow, they would be even more vulnerable. Damn it, Medellin cursed inwardly, glancing at his subordinates and the group from China. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Mr. Tianqian, whether our people survive inside depends on their own fate. All we need is for your compatriots to escort them in. If you're willing to help, our nation will surely reward you generously. He calculated his odds, thinking that as long as his people could scatter and escape once inside, it was unlikely they'd all be wiped out. After all these years, this was the first time he had encountered a creature guarding the entrance to a ruin. There must be incredible treasures inside. Losing a few people was a small price to pay. As long as there's a sliver of opportunity, he felt it was worth taking a chance. He didn't care. However, with just one sentence from Wu Tianxin, their thoughts were immediately dispelled. Wu Tianxin had already anticipated their intentions. Wu Tianxin, you. Before the other party could finish speaking, Wu Tianxin interrupted coldly. What about me? Since this tentacle creature doesn't attack us Chinese, why should we all go in together to explore? Opportunities and treasures will naturally go to those destined for them. This implies that the destined ones are us Chinese, and it has nothing to do with you. Then, Wu Tianxin turned to Guan Yongchang and the others, speaking calmly. If you're willing, you can go in and give it a try. No one can predict whether there's danger inside the ruins. But such a peculiar situation is something I'm encountering for the first time as well. Since this tentacle creature doesn't attack us, perhaps there really is an opportunity inside waiting for you. I'm willing. Me too. We're all willing. In an instant, everyone expressed their strong desire to enter. Don't be impulsive, calm down. Lu Li suddenly shouted, and only then did everyone realize that Lin Mo had indeed been attacked and dragged into the ruins by the tentacle creature earlier. What's really going on here? Lu Li continued. Commander Lu, since no one can figure it out, why don't we go in and take a look? Exactly. At least for now, this tentacle creature isn't attacking us. We also want to see if Brother Mo is still alive, others echoed. Lin Mo had been dragged into the ruins while trying to save them, and everyone wanted to do their part to see if they could rescue him. You all. Lu Li wanted to say more, but Guan Yongchang stopped him. Old Lu, don't say any more. Since everyone is willing to take this risk, let's go. Guan Yongchang's attitude was firm. Martial artists thrive on competition, competing for resources, opportunities, and everything else. I won't say much else, but once you're inside, be extremely cautious. If Lin Mo is still alive, make sure to find a way to bring him out alive. Don't worry, old Guan. We'll do our best. Brother Mo has done so much for us. We won't let him down. One team member said resolutely. Old Guan, you're the chief examiner for the college entrance exams, so you can't go in. But I can join them, Lu Li said after some thought. Old Lu, you. Guan Yongchang hesitated but eventually agreed. Fine, but be careful in everything. After all, from the moment this ruin was discovered until now, no other countries had been able to safely send in strong individuals. The elite camp and the personnel assisting with the exam's defenses had strength levels ranging from 5th to 7th rank, making it relatively safer. Let's move out, Lu Li said decisively. Since they had resolved to enter the ruins, there was no point in delaying further. The group followed him and charged toward the entrance of the ruins. At this moment, Medellin and Yuri exchanged a glance, as if they had both made up their minds and were ready to take action. At a single command, the powerful fighters from the United States sprang into action, swiftly lunging toward Lu Li and his group. A group of martial artists at the 8th and 9th ranks immediately restrained them and rushed toward the ruins. Wu Tianxin was furious, unable to believe the audacity of Medellin and the others to act so boldly. He roared in anger. You scoundrels! You're courting death. Wu Tianxin, the ruins should be shared by everyone. You're being too selfish, Medellin replied coldly, a sinister glint in his eyes. Since that's the case, don't blame us for resorting to such measures. Just as Wu Tianxin was about to make a move, Medellin and Yuri simultaneously took a Chinese martial artist hostage, blocking his path. Despicable cowards. Wu Tianxin seethed with anger, unable to act with the hostages in their hands. Medellin's lips curled into a smug smile. Calm down, Wu. We only want safe passage for our people into the ruins. Afterward, we will surely offer our apologies. However, before he could revel in his success, countless tentacles, seemingly provoked by something, suddenly lashed out at him. This time, even though Medellin used the Chinese martial artist as a shield, the tentacles paid no heed and wrapped around everyone, binding them tightly like cocooned prey. No! Help! What's happening? The group cried out in terror as the tentacles launched indiscriminate attacks. Run! The sudden turn of events sent the American fighters fleeing in panic. They had assumed that taking hostages would allow them to avoid the tentacled creature's wrath, but everything had changed. Cursing under his breath, Medellin decisively abandoned the hostage and scrambled to escape the creature's grasp. Yuri followed suit, discarding the captive and bolting away. Swish, swish, swish. Even without the hostages, the creature's assault did not relent. Its tentacles extended another 400 meters, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing group. Medellin and Yuri were fast enough to evade, but their subordinates were not as fortunate. In mere moments, they were pierced through by the tentacles. As the tentacles impaled them, the victims let out brief, anguished screams before their vitality was drained. Their bodies shriveled rapidly, leaving behind only empty husks that were flung aside. The more gruesome the scene became, the more terrified the remaining fighters grew. Even 9th-rank martial artists were slaughtered instantly by the tentacles, let alone the weaker 5th and 6th-rank members. Yet, to their astonishment, Lu Li and his group noticed that the creature seemed to ignore them. While the earlier attack had bound them, Once they were freed from the Americans' control, the tentacled monster ceased its aggression toward them. What the hell is going on with this tentacle monster? Though baffled by the situation, Lu Li and his companions felt a surge of relief and excitement. Watching the creature wreak havoc on their enemies, they couldn't help but cheer inwardly despite their lingering fear. The Americans' previous treachery had infuriated them. Medellin Yuri, you two are something else. Wu Tianqian now stood before Medellin and Yuri, blocking their escape. Mr. Tianqian, we can explain. Medellin stammered, attempting to defend himself. Shut up and die. Wu Tianqian cut him off, striking without hesitation. These two scoundrels dared to pull such despicable tricks right in front of me. They must pay the price. Boom. The moment a grandmaster at his peak made a move, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. How could Medellin and Yuri possibly stand a chance against Wu Tianqian? With just one punch, the two were sent staggering backward, spitting blood uncontrollably. Wu Tianqian, you can't kill us. We're representatives of our country, leading this team. You, Medellin hurriedly shouted. Shut up. Those who bring ruin upon themselves deserve no mercy. Wu Tianqian showed no leniency, paying no heed to their status. If I don't kill you, wouldn't that bring disgrace to Huaxia? He gave them no chance to speak further. Striking repeatedly, he left them tumbling and crawling, coughing up blood, utterly powerless to retaliate. Seeing this, Medellin's eyes flashed coldly. He grabbed Yuri beside him and suddenly shoved him toward Wu Tianqian, while he himself darted away at full speed. Medellin, you traitor! Yuri roared in a mix of anger and disbelief, never expecting to be betrayed at the last moment. However, this would be his final words in this world. In the next second, Wu Tianqian's fist descended, blasting Yuri's head apart. His headless corpse crashed to the ground lifelessly, not even twitching as all signs of life vanished. Trash. Did you think you could escape? Watching the fleeing figure, Wu Tianqian sneered disdainfully. Swish. Without any visible movement, he disappeared from where he stood. His figure seemed to teleport, appearing 1,000 meters ahead with each flicker. Die. Within moments, Wu Tianqian appeared right before Medellin, his massive fist hurtling forward. No. Medellin, sprinting with all his might, screamed in terror as Wu Tianqian suddenly materialized in front of him. But by then, it was too late to dodge. It was as if he hurled himself directly into Wu Tianqian's punch. Bang! A deep sound echoed, followed by Medellin's collapse. He fell straight to the ground, his chest pierced through. His eyes lost focus, his pupils dilating, reflecting the bloodied fist and Wu Tianqian's scornful gaze. Worthless scum. Wu Tianqian waved his hand casually, searching Medellin's body for anything valuable. He tossed the items into his personal storage vessel before returning to Guan Yongchang's side. By this time, the tentacle monster had already slaughtered all the strong fighters from the foreign nation. Along the shoreline, the sea was littered with their shriveled corpses, completely devoured by the tentacle creature. Meanwhile, Lu Li and the others had already entered the ruins without any obstruction from the monster. Old Wu, this tentacle creature is incredible. It's as if it has intelligence. But why doesn't it attack our people? Someone asked. That I honestly don't know. Wu Tianqian replied with a wry smile. He still hadn't figured out the reason behind this phenomenon. Perhaps it's Huaxia's destined fortune, leading to such an extraordinary occurrence. This is the first time in history that a tentacle monster has guarded the entrance to a ruin. There must be something unique inside, something extraordinary. Hopefully, these treasures can help Huaxia advance even further. Among the nations in the alliance, aside from a few allies, most are eyeing us with hostility. Only by growing stronger can we wield enough deterrence to ensure our nation's safety. Wu Tianqian gazed at the entrance of the ruins, lost in thought. Huaxia's strength has always been its shield, but because of this strength, it has become a target of collective resistance from other nations. Especially in recent years, some countries have discovered new ruins, acquiring new powers and nurturing numerous genius-level fighters. They've even formed secret alliances, constantly targeting Huaxia. If this continues, the situation could become increasingly dire. As Wu Tianqian was deep in thought, Lin Mo had already traversed the dense forest and arrived at a secluded valley. Before him stood a colossal white jade statue, surrounded by radiant multicolored light shooting into the sky. The air was filled with an unusual, mysterious aura. Lin Mo gazed at the white jade statue before him. The statue stood approximately 10 meters tall, lifelike in its craftsmanship. Though it resembled a human figure, it bore nearly 100 tentacles extending from its back, with a single eye at its forehead. Wait, these tentacles, why do they look just like my demonic vines? Lin Mo circled the statue, inspecting it closely. When he reached the back and saw the tentacles, a wave of puzzlement washed over him. Buzz. Suddenly, the statue began to vibrate. Layers of radiant light expanded outward, enveloping the entire area. At the same time, Lin Mo felt a dizzying sensation in his mind. Before he could react, he lost consciousness and collapsed. In the next moment, a vision of what seemed like an apocalyptic battle unfolded before Lin Mo's eyes. Within this scene, numerous races one's Lin Mo had never even heard of were locked in ferocious combat. Their powers were utterly devastating, capable of shattering the earth and obliterating entire planets with a single strike. Each blow was terrifying beyond words. Suddenly, a figure caught Lin Mo's attention. He looked exactly like the statue, with a single eye on his forehead and countless tentacles swaying behind him. However, these tentacles were not the white jade color of the statue, but were instead a deep crimson, just like Lin Mo's demonic vines. Wherever this figure went, none could stand against him. His ferocity was unmatched. His arrival instantly turned the tide for the side that had been losing, eliciting cheers of triumph. But the celebration was short-lived. Just as victory seemed within reach, countless spatial rifts tore open, and a fleet of colossal fortress ships emerged, ships far larger than the ones Lin Mo had seen in the elite camp. Krun, surrender your clan's treasure, and you may yet live. A cold, mechanical voice echoed, devoid of any emotion. Dream on. Who would ever trust the words of you mechanical beings? The figure, resembling the statue, roared in fury. Then perish. Once you're dead, the treasure will still be ours. As the voice faded, the thousands of turrets on the fortress ships began to glow ominously. Boom, boom, boom. Without giving Krun's people any chance to respond, the turrets fired in unison. Beams of light roared from the cannons, far more powerful than any laser weapon Lin Mo had ever seen in science fiction. In an instant, the ground was riddled with craters, and the planet itself was pierced through. Krun's people suffered devastating casualties, their anguished cries echoing across the battlefield. Damn it! Krun gritted his teeth, dodging the relentless beams as he charged toward the fortress ships. Streaks of light danced around him, small, blade-like weapons forged from some unknown metal, slicing through the air. Wherever they passed, even the heavily armored fortress ships were torn apart instantly. The tentacles behind Krun were equally unstoppable, piercing through the ships and slaughtering the mechanical beings within. Against Krun, the fortress ships seemed fragile and vulnerable. In just a few breaths, several of them were already destroyed. At that moment, a humanoid figure encased entirely in a mechanical suit appeared before Krun, intercepting all his attacks. Calling it human would be inaccurate. It was more like an intelligent life form. Its entire body was composed of mechanical metal, devoid of flesh or bone. Only its eyes emitted an eerie, inexplicable glow. Seg. Krun's eyes turned blood red at the sight of this figure. It was this very culprit who had brought ruin to Krun's species and planet. Seg showed no intention of responding. Without a word, he attacked. The sheer force of his strike seemed to tear through space itself, overwhelming even Krun, who had been so formidable moments ago. Krun, go now? Well, hold him off. Klun, you must survive. Only with you alive does our tribe have hope. These words struck Klun's ears like a thunderclap. In an instant, more than 10 powerful warriors of the Klun tribe descended like meteors, pushing Klun aside without hesitation and joining forces to block Sage's deadly strike. With a sickening splat, blood sprayed through the air. The brave warriors coughed up blood and staggered back dozens of steps before barely managing to stand. Father, Elder, Klun's heart wrenched as he looked at the familiar faces, his voice filled with urgency and anguish. Go, don't let their sacrifice be in vain. These warriors didn't even have time to glance at Klun. After shouting these words, they charged at Sage again, determined to fight to the death. Klun trembled, torn with inner conflict. Finally, he clenched his teeth, swung his fist, and tore open the space behind him, creating an escape portal. Trying to escape through a divine realm? Dream on. Sage's cold, merciless voice rang out as his metal-forged right fist rose high, ready to strike. Not a chance. Klun's father and the tribe's elder roared as they lunged at Sage. A deluge of attacks rained down, desperate to stop him from targeting Klun. However, Sage's overwhelming power was far beyond their ability to resist. With a mere wave of his hand, he sent several warriors flying before turning to aim at the portal Klun had just opened. Boom, boom. Two deafening explosions shook the air as two figures fearlessly collided with Sage, choosing to self-destruct. The ear-splitting blasts tore through the surrounding space. Yet, to Lin Mo's shock, even such devastating self-sacrifice failed to harm Sage in the slightest. You dare defy me? A bunch of trash trying to stop me. Sage's voice finally betrayed a flicker of emotion-searing rage. In the instant of the explosion, Klun successfully entered the divine realm portal, vanishing in a flash. Seeing this, Sage's fury intensified. Once Klun entered the portal, stopping him would become nearly impossible. Enraged, Sage unleashed his wrath upon the Klun tribe. Kill them all. Wipe out every starborn and destroy the entire Fitzerian star system. His icy command echoed through the heavens as countless mechanical beings poured out from space fortresses, launching a frenzied slaughter against the starborn. Sage personally intervened, grabbing the elder and Klun's father by their necks and lifting them effortlessly. Child, you must live on. The two men gazed in the direction where Klun had disappeared. There was no fear in their eyes, only profound blessings. Crack. With two crisp snaps, Sage crushed their necks with ease and discarded their bodies like refuse. Father, Elder. As the portal to the divine realm closed, Clun's anguished cry echoed one final time. Clun, you can't escape me, Sage said coldly. Track the direction of the divine realm portal and hunt Clun down. Retrieve the artifact at all costs. Understood. Escaping from the mechanized? A fool's dream. Sage's icy gaze burned with murderous intent as he stared at the spot where Clun had vanished. The scene shifted. Lin Mo saw that shortly after Clun's escape through the divine realm portal, the mechanized tracked him down, initiating a relentless pursuit. Using his immense strength and sharp intellect, Clun managed to evade capture time and again. However, the sheer scale of the mechanized forces left him cornered, and during one escape, Clun sustained severe injuries. In a moment of desperation, Clun prepared to sacrifice himself to take his enemies down with him. But unexpectedly, they were all caught in a chaotic spatial rift, sucked into a dark void. Within this dark space lurked terrifying spatial beasts, so powerful that even Sage, with all his might, was gravely injured and left on the brink of death. During their chaotic retreat, they inadvertently stumbled upon a blue planet Earth, Lin Mo's home. By then, all of them were severely weakened and on the verge of death. In his final act, Clun used the secret techniques of the divine realm to create a sanctuary on Earth, sealing his legacy within what Earthlings would later call a relic, waiting for someone destined to avenge him. So that's how the relic came to be? Lin Mo muttered, stunned as the realization struck him. A blinding light flashed, forcing Lin Mo to shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself awake, pulled out of the harrowing vision. The vision just now felt so real that Lin Mo couldn't help but gaze at the statue once more. To his astonishment, the third eye on the statue's forehead suddenly opened, radiating a dazzling array of colors like brilliant stars. Following this, a phantom figure appeared. It was none other than the form of Crun from the vision. After all these years, I've finally been waiting for you. The phantom spoke, its voice deep and resonant like a great bell. Linmo was taken aback by the words. Senior, have you been waiting for me all this time? That's right, Crun replied. But, how did you know I would come here? Linmo asked, puzzled. Crun laughed heartily. It's not that I knew you would come. It's that I've waited countless years for someone like you, someone destined to arrive. Linmo gave an awkward smile, realizing he had misunderstood Crun's ability to predict the future. Crun continued. The entrance to the world I created only opens to those who are qualified to inherit my legacy. The fact that you made it here proves that you are worthy. Destined one. I assume you've already received the first gift I prepared for you. The first gift? Linmo was stunned for a moment. Then something dawned on him. Senior, are you referring to the lake outside the forest? Exactly. That's the Star Lake, Crun confirmed. It contains immense life energy. By soaking in it and absorbing its essence, you've established a flawless foundation, and your life genes have already begun to evolve. The effects on you have surpassed my expectations. I have no doubt that in 10,000 years, you will surpass my level and become an immortal powerhouse. Wait, what? 10,000 years. Linmo's heart skipped a beat. 10,000 years? I don't even know if I'll live past 200. Here on Earth, I've never heard of anyone's lifespan increasing just because they've grown stronger. As far as I know, the longest anyone has lived is barely 200 years. Crun explained, of course. Achieving immortality requires time, and 10,000 years is considered fast. You're already on the right path. Lin Mo quickly interjected. No, senior. For us humans, the average lifespan is a mere 100 years. 10,000 years. Forget 10,000. Even a few hundred years later, my bones would probably have turned to dust. Crun burst out laughing again. Young man, the lifespan you're talking about applies to primitive species whose life genes have not evolved. Now that you've soaked in the Star Lake and absorbed its power, your life genes have fundamentally transformed. If you combine this with my legacy, once you break through to the planetary level, your lifespan will extend to 500 years. Reaching the stellar level will increase it to 2,000 years. Beyond the stellar level lies the cosmic level, where lifespans can reach 10,000 years. And above that, there are domain masters and world masters, whose lifespans are calculated in hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. 10,000 years is nothing in comparison. Immortality, however, is a level beyond even world masters. What is immortality? It's a state where lifespans are virtually infinite, with power so immense that a single strike can destroy an entire planet. Lin Mo was utterly shaken. He had never heard of such classifications before. So this is how levels of power are defined in the universe? Senior, on Earth, the strongest level we know of is the absolute peak. How does that compare to these levels? Lin Mo asked cautiously. Absolute peak. Crun's tone carried a hint of confusion. Lin Mo gasped in astonishment, his eyes flashing with disbelief. He had never imagined that what was considered the ultimate peak realm on Earth was merely an entry-level stage in the vast universe. This realization hit him like a heavy hammer, shattering the budding pride that had just begun to grow in his heart. So, the strong ones in the universe are truly terrifying. Lin Mo murmured to himself, his brows furrowed. He reflected on how he had reached his current level in just 3 short months, and had been feeling somewhat smug, thinking he could soon step into the pinnacle realm and become the strongest on Earth. Yet now, it seemed this was only the beginning. This understanding deepened the sense of urgency within Lin Mo. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil in his heart. At that moment, Krun's voice sounded, carrying a hint of reassurance. But don't worry. After receiving my legacy, you will quickly reach the planetary level and progress even faster to the cosmic level. Once you step into the cosmic level, you'll be considered a strong figure in the universe. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, but Krun quickly added, for most ordinary colonial planets, this level of strength is sufficient for self-preservation. As for the more powerful colonial planets, they likely won't bother with a remote place like yours. Krun's tone shifted, becoming more solemn. However, I hope that after accepting my legacy, you can promise to fulfill 2 tasks for me. Oh, please, tell me, Lin Mo replied seriously. Krun slowly outlined his 2 requests. First, he hoped that when Lin Mo's strength surpassed the immortal level, he could find and kill Seg, a member of the mechanical race. Second, he wanted Lin Mo to carry on the legacy of the Star Clan. Upon hearing the first request, Lin Mo couldn't help but recall the terrifyingly powerful figure clad in full metal armor from the illusion. His brows furrowed as he asked, what level is this Seg at? Krun explained that the recorded image was from hundreds of years ago. Back then, he had been at the high-level domain master stage, while Seg had been at the half-step immortal stage. By the time Lin Mo reached the immortal level, Seg might already be an immortal powerhouse. After hearing this, Lin Mo hesitated and admitted, Senior, I can agree to the second condition. But as for the first, you've said immortals are incredibly powerful, capable of destroying a planet with a single strike. Besides, you also mentioned it would take me at least 10,000 years to reach the immortal level. I'm not sure if I can fulfill this request. Krun's expression darkened, and his tone carried a trace of sorrow. I understand all of this, but the vengeance for my clan's destruction cannot be ignored. Over the years, many people have come close to this place, but none could truly meet the conditions to open the entrance except you. He continued, explaining that he wasn't asking Lin Mo to seek revenge immediately or to confront Seg as soon as he reached the immortal level. He only hoped that when Lin Mo felt strong enough, he could help fulfill this last wish. If surpassing Seg proved impossible, then the matter could be set aside, with Lin Mo only needing to ensure the continuation of the Star Clan's legacy. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo finally nodded and agreed. All right, I promise you. Hearing this, Krun's expression softened slightly. With a wave of his hand, the space at the base of the statue was torn open, revealing several packages that appeared before Lin Mo. Before passing on the legacy, I have some gifts for you, Krun said. The first is a light brain wristband. Once you wear it, you can choose to make it invisible so no one else can see it. He detailed the wristband's functions, which included access to the universe's virtual network, training assistance, and an independent storage space of 50,000 cubic meters. Eagerly, Lin Mo put on the wristband and completed the binding process. He quickly scanned its internal space and was quietly amazed by its vastness. Krun continued, the second item is a universal bank card. The existence of the universal bank card unveiled a vast and intricate system of cosmic civilization. Upon hearing about it, Lin Mo couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Observing this, Krun continued to elaborate. Kid, there are countless races in the universe, but they can generally be divided into 4 major factions: the human race, the beast race, the mechanical race, and the insect race. His words revealed the complex relationships within the universe. Although wars between races are unending, trade systems are indispensable everywhere. The universal trade system, representing the entire universe, is controlled by the Cosmic Alliance, with the Universal Bank managing monetary transactions. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but ask, so, Senior, which faction does your star race belong to? Krun smiled faintly. Our star race is naturally a branch of the human race. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo took another look at Krun. The holographic figure of this senior stood over twice the height of an average human, and what was even more astonishing was the third eye on his forehead. Could such a form really be considered human? Seemingly perceiving Lin Mo's doubts, Krun burst into laughter. Kid, the concept of the human race in the universe is far from being limited to the appearance of humans on Earth. Moreover, the term human race is just a general designation, encompassing many subordinate races. The 4 major factions are merely broad classifications. Even within the subordinate races of the human race, there exist members of the beast race. Similarly, there are also humans under the beast race's banner. It's just that the dominant species within each faction determines its representation. Suddenly enlightened, Lin Mo found it easier to understand. Krun went on, This card not only holds the wealth accumulated by our star race over the years, but also includes some materials you will need for your future cultivation. These resources are sufficient to support you in reaching the immortal realm. Of course, you'll only have access to these materials once you officially enter the universe. His tone became more serious. Although you can enter the universe once you reach the planetary level, my advice is to wait until you achieve the stellar level before venturing out. Without a foundation or backing in the universe, you could easily be captured and enslaved by others. Cluin further explained, your Earth, while lacking any extraordinary treasures, is a suitable place for habitation. Perhaps because your star system is so remote and devoid of treasure auras, it has remained undiscovered and peaceful until now. But once you step into the universe, Earth will inevitably be discovered by other races. An unclaimed, habitable planet, even without treasures, can fetch a good price and is likely to attract the attention of powerful colonizers. His words carried a warning. Judging by the surrounding star regions, only after you reach the stellar level will you have a foothold in the universe, strong enough to deter the powerful beings of nearby planets. Linmo was somewhat surprised. Oh, in the surrounding star regions, is the stellar level considered strong? Cluin nodded in confirmation. That's correct. In these regions, reaching the stellar level already qualifies you as a strong individual. As he spoke, Cluin smiled, and a third package appeared before Linmo. When Linmo opened it, he found a purple seed inside. A demon vine seed? Linmo asked in astonishment. Cluin explained, that's right. This is a top-grade demon vine seed imbued with lightning abilities. Once parasitized, it will grant you the power of lightning. Aside from the unique forces of space, time, devouring, destruction, life, and destiny, lightning is considered the most formidable offensive power. He continued, I'm aware that you already possess a top-grade demon vine seed, which suggests you must have entered the refining tower and obtained its rewards. Once you fuse it with this seed, the demon vine within you will evolve further and gain the power of lightning. However, midway through his explanation, Cluin suddenly paused in surprise. Oh, I didn't expect you to already possess the power of lightning. Linmo clarified. By a stroke of luck, I absorbed a thunder pearl earlier, which granted me the power of lightning. Linmo didn't try to hide anything. Since it had already been noticed, he decided to admit it. Yes. However, your lightning power isn't pure enough. Once your devil vine absorbs this seed, your lightning power will evolve further. Krun's voice boomed like thunder. All right. Linmo agreed without hesitation and immediately summoned his devil vine. Ever since Krun had brought out the devil vine seed, Linmo's vine had been restless, surging with a strong desire to devour it. At this moment, the devil vine displayed its dominance, swiftly extending its tendrils to entangle and consume the seed. Buzz. The seed in Krun's hand erupted with a dazzling silver light, accompanied by the roar of thunder. Streams of visible electricity enveloped the tendrils of Linmo's devil vine. Crackling sounds filled the air as a fierce struggle ensued between the two. Although Krun's seed was of higher quality and infused with lightning power, Linmo's devil vine had already advanced to the second tier after absorbing substantial energy, giving it a slight edge in the battle. Before long, the seed's resistance weakened, seemingly subdued by Linmo's devil vine. The vine began to tremble, surging with an overwhelming power that caused Linmo's entire body to shudder. Lightning coursed through him, and he could feel his lightning power undergoing a transformation. A powerful force seemed to awaken within him, and countless insights into lightning flashed through his mind. With his eyes closed, Linmo immersed himself in this newfound understanding. The power of lightning was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. As he delved deeper, it felt as though he had unlocked a gateway to a new world, gaining an even more profound comprehension of lightning power. After an indeterminate amount of time, Linmo finally opened his eyes, which now crackled with golden currents of electricity. Lightning Tier 5. Amplification limit has reached 100. Linmo's heart surged with joy as he glanced at the data displayed on his system panel. His lightning ability, which had been at Tier 2, had now leaped directly to Tier 5. This seemed to be the current highest limit for lightning abilities. To progress further, he would need to grasp the rules governing the power of lightning. The 100-fold amplification had skyrocketed his combat power index to over 5.23 million, and his physical strength alone was now enough to dominate most high-level masters. With a single thought, Linmo's devil vine extended outward. The vine, now entirely wrapped in golden lightning, exuded an intimidating aura. Its electrified tendrils moved like lightning itself. With a swift motion, one tendril lashed out. Boom. A distant boulder instantly shattered into dust, leaving behind a scorched and blackened area, as though it had been burned by intense heat. Seeing this, Linmo's eyes lit up with excitement. The mere act of devouring a single devil vine seed had elevated both his vine and his lightning power to such a terrifying level. Testing his newfound strength further, he struck another boulder with his fist. Enhanced by his fully amplified lightning power, his punch carried immense destructive force. The boulder crumbled into dust on impact, the ground beneath it collapsing into a deep, blackened pit. Though Lin Mo realized that his personal strength still lagged slightly behind that of his devil vine, he didn't mind. After all, his blood energy had only just stepped into the 9th grade, and he already possessed the power to overwhelm most high-level masters. That was more than enough to fill him with pride. Lin Mo, now I shall bestow my legacy upon you. Kurin's spectral figure spoke again. All right. Lin Mo responded firmly, then sat cross-legged once more. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.